This scary story is about a group of young people having a class reunion party at a luxurious villa which was located far away from the city. That day, Jindo was accompanied to the party by Ron. This was the first time they saw each other since graduation. Everyone was curious about who had reserved this luxurious resort. Being able to throw a party like this one, that person must be really wealthy. As the two arrived at the place, they saw Kathy waiting for them outside. Back in the days, Kathy was the most beautiful girl in the class. She was currently leading a model career and had made a name for herself. As the three got inside, they encountered Khan, who was also waiting for them. Seeing his old friends, Khan spoke in a sarcastic manner. "Hello, losers! Still leading a poor life, huh? Why didn't you inform me about your arrival earlier so I could send one of my chauffeurs to pick you guys up?" Ron was a hot-tempered guy. Feeling unbearable to hold in his emotion, he clapped back at Khan. He grabbed Khan by the collar, threatened to beat him up. But Jindo had stopped them from getting into a fight. Thanks to him, the class reunion after 3 years wouldn't become a disaster. Kathy expressed her amazement as Khan and Ron coincidentally picked the same room. This could be an opportunity for the two to put aside their hatred and get along with each other. Although Ron still bared animosity towards Khan, he gave in as he didn't want to ruin the upcoming party. He walked up to Kathy and took the key room from her in an aggressive manner. Before the party finally began by noon, everyone had an hour to rearrange their stuff in their room. At 10:30 noon, everyone had gathered at the main hall. Jindo took a few steps down the stairs. As he was about to begin the party, he heard the crowd talking loudly. It turned out that everyone was asking about Khan since they didn't see him anywhere. The same to Ron, as he still hadn't come to the party. Kathy had tried to reach out to them, but none of them picked up the phone. Since the party could only be started with enough guests, Kathy, Jindo and some other people went to Ron and Khan's room to check. They knocked the door multiple times, but no one answered. They even saw blood coming out of the door. Fearing something bad had happened to the two, Jindo broke down the door and went inside. As soon as they got in, they saw Ron facing his back at them. He was standing there looking out of the window. They called his name, but he didn't bother to reply. When the group turned their gaze on the floor, their faces became darkened as they looked terrified. There was a pool of blood on the floor. A terrifying scene appeared before their eyes. It was Khan. The man had stopped breathing. His face was covered with deep cuts, eyes dilated with horror. Everyone froze by the horrifying scene. They trembled with fear. Only Jindo was still calm enough to ask Ron a question. Did you kill Khan?" Ron reacted instantly to Jindo's question. He panicked and howled loudly, saying he wasn't the one that killed Khan. He kept saying that he had seen a puppet at the window. It was the puppet that strangled Khan to death, then escaped through the window. Ron claimed his innocence by climbing out of the window searching for the puppet. He jumped out of the window, then made his way to a nearby forest to everyone's surprise. Luckily, the room was at the second story of the house, so Ron wouldn't suffer from any injuries by jumping. Later, Jindo, Kathy and some of their friends had to delay the party as they had to go to the forest looking for Ron. The atmosphere now in the forest was gloomy and eerie. Every breath of cold wind sent chills down their spines. As they made it halfway through the forest, they finally found Ron kneeling next to an old tree. Beside him was a wooden puppet wearing a white bloody dress that looked extremely scary. Ron gazed at the puppet while muttering something under his breath. "Who are you? Why did you kill Khan? Is it you, Lil?" "Yes, it's you. It is you. You want to seek revenge, don't you?" Everyone felt strange about his actions. Why was he muttering like that? And why was the doll here? Ron appeared to be truly terrified as he recalled something. To him, this was definitely an act of vengeance, and soon all of them would be killed. You must be wondering who Lil was. She had died 3 years before, and her death had a lot to do with some male students in her class. The disturbing memories of high school was brought back as Ron felt an awful pain in his head. He grabbed it and then fell onto the ground. Jindo suddenly spoke up. "It's clear that Ron has killed Khan. We need to take him to the police." Even though everyone found Ron acting strange, they did what Jindo told them to do anyway. As they were capturing Ron, one of them pulled out their phone to report the incident to the police. But since there was no signal, no one from the group could make a phone call. As a murder had taken place and Ron was their prime suspect, the group had no other choice but to cancel the whole party. But first, they needed to get out of this forest. As soon as they returned to the villa, they encountered a bizarre incident. Even when they had left the forest, there was still no signal. Moreover, all of the cars had been smashed and none of them was working. Everyone was totally bewildered about the situation, but Jindo still remained calm. He told everyone to get back inside the villa and lock the doors tightly. For Ron, he could be locked alone in a room for the sake of everyone's safety. They all felt warily after getting back from the forest. The murderer was still a mystery since Ron had been with them all the time in the forest, so the true killer might have been hiding somewhere else. Kathy told everyone to get inside and find something to eat, then find a way later. As they were having their meals downstairs, Kathy brought some food to Ron. However, Ron didn't open the door despite Kathy calling him multiple times. Sensing something bad had happened, Kathy opened the door and walked inside. The door wasn't locked. No sooner had she walked into the room than her face instantly changed color. Ron had died the same way Khan did, his eyes wide open, face covered with deep cuts. Kathy was horrified. She collapsed on the ground and screamed loudly. The people downstairs quickly rushed to check. The strange thing was, Kathy's description of the situation just sounded like that of Ron when they asked him about Khan's death. She pointed at the room window, saying there was a puppet and Ron was killed at its hands, but it seemed like Kathy was the only one seeing that spooky puppet. Which panicked her, of course. She tightly grabbed Jindo by the shoulder and said she wasn't the one that killed Ron. But who could believe such an absurd story? How could a puppet take down a human being? Everyone felt suspicious about her. As they were still in shock, Jindo suddenly howled loudly, saying Kathy was the one that killed Ron, and assumed she had ordered Ron to kill Khan previously as the two were accomplices. It was unknown why Jindo was trying to make everyone believe Kathy was the murderer. Everyone gradually believed him. From what was shown at the crime scene, Kathy was the prime suspect, not to mention that she was the one away while they were having meals downstairs. Kathy was helpless to defend herself. The world seemingly collapsed before her eyes. Right that moment, someone in the group suddenly screamed as they turned around. Ron's body was being moved to the door, which came as a great shock to the witnesses. Feeling like her actions had been exonerated, Kathy looked at everyone and asked if they were still suspecting her. Then she rushed to the door and grabbed the spooky puppet. Kathy said the puppet had been at the forest, but now it was here at the room, which was extremely odd. Therefore, the puppet was the real killer. The group started believing her, except Jindo. He still insisted that Kathy was lying to cover up her crimes. But the rest of the group were no longer bothered about him. One of them pointed at the puppet and said, It's Lol, it's definitely her." Kathy was dumbfounded as she tried to bring back her old memories. Her face quickly changed color as she remembered something. In the past, it was Kathy that spread false rumors about Lol, which caused her to commit suicide. All of a sudden, the lights in the room were off. It looked like someone had deliberately turned them off. The group started searching for flashlights in a tumult of confusion. How terrifying! Under the dim light, the puppet started jumping around, and there was Kathy laying on the ground next to its legs. She had stopped breathing and her face was covered with deep cuts. Everyone instantly panicked. They ran out of the room. One of them quickly closed the door. A party that was supposed to be a class reunion now turned into a massacre. Everyone ran out of the villa in horror. They had no idea what was going on, but they had to run to ensure their safety. As the group had made it out of the house, they found out that Jindo had mysteriously disappeared. They were sure that he was running in front of them, but now he was nowhere to be seen. A man fearfully said perhaps Jindo was being kept by the puppet, and he was still inside the villa. Right that moment, another man pointed at someone that appeared to be Jindo. Jindo was standing there only a few steps away from the main door, yet he didn't move. The freaky puppet appeared behind Jindo. Everyone was scared and extremely worried about Jindo. But Jindo showed no fear. He smirked and let out an evil smile. Then he bursted out laughing. "Have you guys already forgotten this woman?" he said. "How could you forget Lil after causing her death?" Lil was their classmate back in high school, who was also the one that Jindo secretly loved. The girl with the petite appearance had to suffer such cruel fate. That day the class decided to throw a party as they had finished their midterm exam. Lil was raped by some of her male classmates. Jindo was also there at the party, but he was too drunk to get there and save her in time. Later rumors about the incident were spreading. Lil was humiliated by Jindo's still love for her, as he even confessed his love to the girl. But things got worse for Lil as she couldn't stand the humiliation and the way people gossiped about her every time she went to school. Therefore Lil chose death to end her days of suffering. She took her own life by hanging herself in front of the school gate. Jindo was in immense pain when he found out about her death. Unexpectedly, he had an encounter with a mysterious man who had an X logo on his chest. The man gave him a jar of paint which could bring someone's soul to life. Jindo made a wooden puppet from the trunk where Lil had committed suicide, then applied the paint onto it so Lil's soul could be absorbed into the object. The party was part of his plan to take revenge on those who had harmed Lil. Unexpectedly, Jindo had been living with the puppet for a while, and no one could ever expect that he would pull out such vengeful acts towards his old friends. Jindo hugged the puppet in his arms and shouted, "Those who harmed you are all here. Let's kill all of them." As Jindo finished this sentence, the puppet flew in midair and made a dash to the crowd. Before they could run for their lives, the strings from the wooden puppet instantly caught them, then squeezed them all to death. As Jindo finally satisfied his desire for revenge, he wanted to complete his last wish. Jindo looked at the wooden puppet. He asked Jill to forgive him and let him be by her side, as he wanted to make it up to her and take care of her. Now before his eyes wasn't a demonic puppet smeared with blood. Instead, it was a pretty girl with sparkling eyes. Because of his true love for Jill, Jindo vowed to be turned into a wooden puppet with his soul trapped inside, just like Lil. Only that way could he stay with her forever. I'm Anne, a sophomore high school student. I happen to possess a spooky album, and according to the instructions written in it, I had to pass a curse onto one of my closest friends. Otherwise, I would be in deep trouble. Her name was Diana, a truly close friend of mine. I remember that day when I was at her house. I asked her if she would forgive me when I did something bad to her. Dana smiled and told me that she always trusted me. She had no idea that I had brought that album with me and chosen her to be the cursed pink rabbit. Did the album possess great magic? At that moment, I was really curious about it. After the unfinished conversation with Diana, I said goodbye to her. Before leaving, I told her to be careful with her hands, as I had already known what was going to happen to her. Diana was so confused. She couldn't figure out the reason why I told her to be careful while she was being at home. As I had already left, Diana suddenly wanted to go to the balcony to get some fresh air. However, as soon as she slided the grill sliding door to the side, a loud scream was let out, sounding piercingly. It turned out that while she was trying to slide the door, she accidentally got a long cut in the hand by a piece of iron metal. Fortunately, the cut wasn't so deep, so it only needed to be bandaged and would heal quickly. Aside from the wind, the first thing that came to her mind was the warning that I gave her before I left. Was it just coincidence? That morning, as usual, Diana said goodbye to her mom and went to school. I assumed that my close friend would take the bus to school, so I picked up the phone and called her. I tried to act normally. I said good morning to her and reminded her to come see me at the canteen for breakfast. Seeing Diana not having any doubt, I got straight to the point. I told her to get someone to drive her to school as the bus we used to take wouldn't arrive. That day, I found out that the album had a picture of a serious car accident and the bus in it was actually the one that Diana usually took. I had no idea what terrible thing would happen, so I made a call to my friend in order to stop her from taking the bus. But it seemed like all my efforts had become meaningless as it was impossible to change the future. After taking my call, Diana felt really equivocal. 15 minutes later, she still took the bus, number 115, to school as usual. Diana got herself a good seat, which was next to the windows. That made her feel happy and quickly forget about the call between me and her, and also my awkwardness. Feeling worried about my friend, I constantly called her, and luckily, Diana picked up the phone. I tried to run my bike as fast as I could to the bus station to stop her from taking the bus, but it was too late. Seeing the bus already left, I quickly chased after it. I shouted and told Diana to get off the bus immediately or something bad would happen to her, but Diana seemingly didn't care about my warning. She was in fact surprised with my strange behavior. Suddenly, the truck lost control and crashed into the bus. A peaceful, quiet morning quickly got destroyed by an extremely loud noise, as I was behind witnessing everything. I couldn't stop being worried about Diana. The crash was so bad that it made both ends of the bus completely disfigured. Even the driver was unconscious as his head was strongly hit to the front. The people from both sides of the street quickly rushed out to see as they heard the noise and extremely panicked. I rode my bike closer to the scene, tried to wriggle my way through the crowd looking for Diana. How terrifying it was, Diana. The upper half of her body was hanging off the side of the bus through a broken window. The impact of the crash must be enormous. The thing was, Diana was in a posture that looked exactly like how it did in the photo. I couldn't hold back my tears when I saw her, but I didn't regret for what I had done, because it would be even more terrible for me if I was the one that had to go through those tragedies. The album that I was keeping with me was a spooky one. The one that possessed it had to go through 7 tragedies in a row. But there was an exception. If one wrote down the name of their closest friend of the album, then the tragedies would happen to them, not the owner. And I had cowardly wrote down Diana to keep myself safe. You must be wondering how I had the album. Well, I accidentally clicked on a mysterious website. Then a man dressed in black, who was someone from the X organization, came to see me and gave me the album. Of course, I didn't tell my friend about it and acted like I didn't know. Still, I secretly helped my friend avoid those tragedies, but it was seemingly meaningless. Fortunately, Diana had survived the accident, as her injuries weren't critical, but she started to feel suspicious of me. Diana asked me why I lied to her about not taking the bus, and if I had already known about the accident. But what could I do aside from being silent? And my silence immediately made her angry. It was also my first time seeing her being that furious. She had found out that I was hiding a secret from her. As Diana was constantly asking me, I knew that I could no longer hide my secret, so I decided to reveal my secret to her, but just half of it. I told Diana about the spooky album, and told her that it could predict the tragedies that one had to suffer. I also said that the album predicted that Diana had to go through 7 tragedies in that month. Thanks to the album, I had known early about the wound in Diana's hand and the accident. That was why I tried to stop her from taking the bus, and it was my explanation to Diana about everything. Diana was surprised as she listened to me explaining everything to her, just like how I received the album and found out about its magic. I needed to help Diana get out of this, not because she asked me to help her, but it was me causing her to be in this trouble, so I thought it was my responsibility to finish this. Since that day, we called each other more often, so I could keep her updated on the misfortunes that would happen to her. Every 5 or 7 days, the album showed a picture, and my job was to quickly report it to Diana so she could avoid it. That day, there was a picture of a pink teddy bear with a wound on its knee appeared on the album, so I had to tell my friend to be careful with her knee. Diana did what I told her to, and everything was still fine until she got out of school. As Diana was outside the school gate and about to be driven to home by a chauffeur, she suddenly heard a shot from behind her. As Diana was still unable to react, a strange man wearing a blue coat accidentally bumped her. She was immediately thrown to the side. Her knees hit the edge of a wall. However, as she had already been warned about the incident, the wound on her knee wasn't as serious as it was in the album. But another picture quickly appeared after that, and I was unable to inform her about it in time. It seemed like I couldn't change the outcome of what had been drawn in the album. As soon as Diana hit her knee against the wall, a vicious dog rushed to her and bit her right at where she just got hit. As a result, the wound had become serious. Not just that, the misfortunes just kept coming at Diana no matter how hard I tried to change them. A few days later, as the wound was still in the healing process, Diana was stabbed in the face by pieces of glass from a door. And when she was finally discharged from the hospital, from a high floor, a flower pot fell onto her head as soon as she stepped out of the gate. Since then, Diana's mood was getting worse. She was always locked herself in a room, not communicating with anyone. Diana thought that if she stayed at home, nothing bad would happen to her, but she was wrong. Even Diana herself couldn't understand why those misfortunes just kept coming at her. She didn't know how to avoid them, and the only thing she could do was to cry. That day, as soon as another picture popped up, I immediately called Diana to get out of her room quickly. Diana was shocked, as she was under the impression that her room was the safest place for her. But not only her, I was also surprised to see the last picture popped up in that spooky album. The picture showed that Diana would be trapped in a fire right in her room while her leg was still injured. Realizing how serious this tragedy could be, I tried my best to comfort Diana and told her I would drive her to her home and pick her up. But Diana wasn't in the mood for those meaningless words. She sat on the ground with bewilderment and an empty head. She started to feel like she was dying slowly with these constant tortures. Diana sat in the corner, knowing that it was impossible to avoid the misfortune of happening to her, no matter how hard she tried to do it. And it was exactly like what was showed in the picture. A small candle suddenly fell next to a power plug. But before it caught fire, Diana suddenly changed her mind, as she couldn't just sit and wait for her death to come. She decided to leave the house and went to a distant place to keep her safe. But the picture in the album started to change. Diana's house didn't burn down, yet the fire happened at the place she was about to go out. But the moment I came to her house, I realized it was too late, as Diana had already left. The place she went to was an old house located far away from the city, and Diana went to the tallest floor in the hope of avoiding the fire. However, from outside, a strange man had thrown something into the house. I quickly took out my phone and called Diana, telling her to go home as soon as possible. But Diana no longer trusted me, as she was immediately angry at me. If I were her, I wouldn't believe what I said either. However, while Diana was talking to me on the phone, a black smoke was spreading all over. It turned out that it was because of the man throwing a cigarette that caused the fire. Without any doubt, it was truly happening. Diana was terrified and panicked when she saw the fire under her feet. Like a reflex response, she scarcely stopped backward. Diana was terrified. No matter where she's been to, she would never escape the misfortunes that would happen to her. Unfortunately, as she stepped back, she stumbled on a rock and fell off the railing, then landed on the ground. At that moment, the only thing I could hear was a scream through the phone. I repeatedly called out her name in fear. At that moment, Diana was trying her best to crawl out of the fire. She painfully reached to her phone. Diana was way tougher than I thought. With a little bit of strength left, she told me the location of where she was at. As I and her family arrived at the location, we found herself being unconscious with one of her legs being broken. Luckily, we had arrived in time and saved her. After 5 days being in a coma, Diana finally awoke. At that time, she was not just a friend to me, but my savior. But I didn't have enough courage to tell her the truth. Instead, I tried to go to the hospital as many times as I could, to care of her and talk to her. It was fortunate that the curse had been lifted, and Diana had survived till the end. Otherwise, I would have to live miserably for the rest of my life. But I couldn't keep the secret with me forever. As I left the hospital, I accidentally left behind the album, and Diana found out about it. At the moment she looked at it, she immediately knew that it was the album with magic that I had told her before. The outside of the album made her feel curious. There were 2 rabbits on the cover. One was healthy, one was full of injuries, and behind them was a heart that got split in half. Out of curiosity, Diana opened the album. Despite having known about it, she was still surprised to see the pictures that showed what she had gone through. It was even stranger that every place on the album that originally had my name on it was replaced with Diana. But Diana still didn't have any doubt until she turned to the last page and read the instructions of how to use it and also its curse. Diana had found out about the truth that I was trying to hide from her, and it was that I had replaced my name with hers so I could keep myself safe. The moment she closed the album was also the moment I got back. I asked Diana if she had known about everything, but Diana was really calm. She said that she didn't blame me for what had happened. However, she wanted to have the album. The protagonist of this story is a female primary teacher named Jang, and this is the most mischievous boy in the class. One day, during the exam, he was caught cheating by Jang. However, as the boy was being questioned by his teacher, he still strongly denied the accusations, saying that he had accidentally left the book under the desk and had no intention of cheating. Of course, Jang had witnessed him cheating but still wanted to give him a chance to admit his wrongdoing. But the boy was so stubborn that made her lose her patience. No matter what she said to him, the boy still insisted not admitting his mistakes. But there was also something strange about her. As most of the teachers at school usually wore short sleeves, collar shirts and formal skirts, Jang was always seen wearing long pants and a tight neck shirt. At that time, the heat made her become even more angry. Jang kept fanning, but the sweat was heavily pouring down. A while later, the boy finally admitted himself cheating on the exam, but felt no remorse. He even blamed her for ignoring the other students who also cheated yet not being caught. Jang couldn't hold in her emotions as she heard what the boy had said to her. She slammed a hand on the table, which made the kids startled. It was the first time he had seen her being this angry. However, Jang tried to calm down and slowly explained to the boy as she didn't want him to become the same person who she had been before. Let's go back 10 years ago when Jang was still a high school student. Her academic results was neither outstanding nor even good. Actually, it was pretty bad. However, she didn't care much about her study. That day the whole class had to take an important test, yet Jang hadn't even bothered to review for it. Jin told Jang to cram up a bit for the test, but her attitude was still indifferent, as confidently said that she would pass it despite not studying at all. Then Jang turned around and asked a male student who was sitting behind her to help her with the test. Besides Jin, the boy also had a good academic record and was secretly having a crush on Jin. Just like that, Jang had taken advantage of him many times. Usually after finishing his test, the boy would write down all the answers on a small sheet of paper and give it to her. However, that day, as the exam was going on, the math teacher quickly noticed the strange behavior of the 2 students. The teacher was well known for his strictness towards the students. As he caught Jang cheating on the test, he immediately asked her to go to the outside exam room. Jang was originally a very stubborn girl. As she was asked to go out of the room, not only did she feel ashamed or apologetic for her wrongdoing, but she also got angry. She stood up and slammed her hands on the table, then shouted that she hadn't cheated while staring at him. She also expressed her anger to him as she was walking out of the classroom. She cursed at him, then intended to skip her remaining classes of the day and go home playing computer games. As she was on her way home, being furious, she accidentally bumped into a woman who was walking in the opposite direction. The woman, wearing a black outfit with an X sign in front of her, reached to help her up and asked if Jang was okay. However, Jang was not so polite to her as she refused to grab her hand and walked away cursing the woman. But the woman seemed not to be too upset about it as she asked Jang if she was being kicked out of the classroom for cheating on a test. Jang was completely frozen as she heard no surprising question. She had no idea how the woman could know about it. Not giving Jang any time to figure out what was going on, the woman gave her a tape, telling her to use it the next time she wanted to cheat, as it would help her easily control someone just by writing down her wishes on the tape. Then the mysterious woman quickly walked away, yet did not forget to tell her not to overuse the tape if she did not want to get into trouble later. As Jang was holding the sticky tape in her hand, she couldn't hide the bewilderment on her face. She wasn't sure if the tape was as magical as what the woman had told her. The next day, as the whole class had taken another exam, Jang decided to try out the tape. She let out a confident smile. Before the exam gets started, Jang wrote a line on the tape, "Please do the exam for me, Jin," and then stuck it onto her arm. As the exam progressed, Jang was as if sitting on a fire. She waited anxiously, yet not seeing any sign of the tape working. This time, the seats of the students were mixed, so she couldn't count on anyone to help her. However, right after that, from behind, Jin suddenly appeared a thin black arm. The arm was small but somehow really strong. In the blink of an eye, it grabbed Jin's arm, which caused her not being able to move as she wanted to. Then she was slowly being hypnotized and controlled by an invisible power. It looked like the tape had shown its magic as the hideous black arm controlled Jin to cross out her name in the exam paper and replaced it with Jang. And it seemed like no one was able to see the black arm. Even Jin was having her memories erased as she completely had no idea she was being controlled. The bell rang out as the exam had ended. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment as the test was too difficult. Jang, having handed her empty exam paper, was really worried too. However, the anxiety was quickly relieved as Jang had earned maximum score for the test, which definitely shook her classmates. Jim also felt strange about it, but it wasn't Jang who made her feel that way. She couldn't understand how her exam paper was empty. Besides, she was also having a pain in her wrists. Having regained her composure, she walked up to Jang and asked her to borrow her answer sheet, since she was thinking that the teacher could have made a mistake. Jang turned around and calmly looked at Jin, yet frowned as if she was having something on her mind. A while later, Jang spoke up. She accused Jin of being jealous to her as she got higher score in the presence of her classmates. Of course, Jin wasn't that kind of person. However, she couldn't justify her actions due to her timid and shy personality. Then, she had to apologize to Jang despite knowing that it wasn't her fault. However, aside from those who idolized Jang for her beauty and defended her, there were also other classmates who admired Jin and believed that Jang had cheated. The disregard of her friends made Jang furious. She issued a challenge to Jang to take part in something that was beyond everyone's imagination, to sign up for the school's mathematics team for the Olympic National Mathematics Competition. She even affirmed with confidence that she would be Jin to be the one selected for the team. Finally, the day for choosing members for the Olympic mathematics team had arrived. Jang had written down, "Please help me do the test, Jin," on the tape, then stuck it onto her. Once again, Jin was being controlled and unconsciously replaced her name with Jang in the exam paper. A week later, the results were announced, and Jang was at the top of the list. This wasn't something out of her expectation, yet still came as a shock to everyone, including her classmates and teachers. Now Jang could finally show her arrogant attitude to Jin and those who had despised her. At that moment, the exultation was clearly shown on her face. However, contrary to Jang's joyfulness, Jin was extremely disappointed about herself. For her, being in the National Olympic team was the only way to help her receive a scholarship. Jang and Jin had been friends for years. Jang also knew how important it was to Jin to be in the national team, so she refused to take part in it and offered the opportunity to her friend. However, Jang's actions didn't help her gain any admiration from her friends. They criticized her for acting like a celebrity who had the chance to be in the school's mathematics team yet turned it down. As the national examination was just a few months away, Jin decided to ask Jang to study for the upcoming test together. However, Jang refused the offer. Part of the reason was her not being interested in studying, and another part was the gossips about her from the students in school made her no longer want to be involved with Jin. Just like that, the beautiful friendship between Jang and Jin had ended ever since. A few months later, the most important exam had finally arrived. While everyone had gone to the school to do their procedures for the exam, Jang still didn't know anything about it. At that moment, she was still calmly playing games. In just a few months, the tapes had already covered most parts of her body. It even got to the point when Jang had to wear long sleeves and long pants every day, no matter how hot the weather days was, just to avoid the tapes being seen by others. Despite being terrible at studying, Jang was pretty good at playing games. However, she was still far from being compared to the top gamers. At that time, Jang just wanted rank higher on this game's tournament. Perhaps it would be unnecessary to tell you what Jang had done to get the position she wanted. Yes, she had used a cheating sticky tape again. She had used it to make the top gamers help her achieve her goal. However, there were still many better gamers vying for the position, but she didn't have any information about those people to write it down on the tape. This made Jang extremely angry, but didn't know what to do about it. However, her anger immediately evaporated as she read a friend's comments in the game. Jang panicked to realize that today was the day of the important university exam, so she immediately rushed to the school in the hope of taking the exam in time. However, she had once again used the cheating tape to fraudulently swap the exam papers and easily get accepted to one of the most prestigious universities in the country without having to take the exam. And again, Jin was being the victim. That also meant Jin had failed to pass the exam. However, Jang didn't feel guilty for it at all. She even flaunted her fraudulent achievements to others. And since that day, Jin's life was like being covered by a black night as she became more reserved and taciturn. Meanwhile, it was quite easy for Jang to adapt to the university learning environment. For Jin, she didn't easily give up as she once again decided to take the exam. Being too dependent on the cheating tape, Jang kept abusing it to pass the exams at her university. Soon, all over her body was covered with words. It wasn't exaggerating to say that aside from her face, there wasn't any part of her body that could be stuck with the tape. However, Jang didn't care much about it as she was living the happiest days in her life with everyone admiring her. Having graduated from university, many people had asked Jang to work at their companies, but she all turned it down. With the magical sticky tape, she was under the impression that it would help her to choose the best place to work. And the people from the company that Jang believed was most suitable for her had finally appeared and asked her to come for an interview. Since the company was an international one, its employee selection process was very strict. No matter how excellent a candidate was, they all had to go through special tests, and Jang wasn't an exception. Jang was really excited for this new beginning, so the next day Jang came to the company to apply for the job and take the test. As she arrived at the company, she saw many candidates gathering at the interview room. These people were believed to be gifted, outstanding individuals coming from all over the world. Jang was a little bit anxious, as she wasn't sure if the sticky tape could help her overcome these people. Right at that moment, Jang saw Jin, who was also there to apply for the job. Jang, holding the sticky tape in her hands while praying that she would succeed in getting the job despite being worried, she truly didn't want to give up on such an amazing job like this one. However, at that moment, something terrible happened to her. It was unknown why her whole body was aching all over, and somehow became so heavy as if she was carrying dozens of dumbbells on her. She dropped the sticky tape onto the ground. This might be a side effect of using the tape too often. It was also the first time Jang had suddenly become worried about the warnings of the mysterious woman whom she had met many years ago. At that moment, it would be extremely dangerous for her to use the tape again. Suddenly, someone from the company walked out and announced to candidates that the employee selection process had officially begun. Having no choice left, Jang had to walk into the room and take the test with a heavy body. Of course, the test was filled with questions that were extremely difficult for her. The room was also equipped with cameras. Anyone intended to cheat on the test would easily be exposed. And at that moment, Jang was so scared that she didn't dare to use the tape. So she decided to use her phone to cheat. However, the alarm bell placed next to the camera suddenly rang out. It looked like Jang had been caught cheating. The man who asked Jang to take the test now became the one who asked her to go out of the room in a voice that couldn't get colder. However, her personality didn't change much over the years. As soon as she was caught cheating on the test, she immediately denied it, and even expressed her anger as if she was unfairly blamed. The serious and professional atmosphere inside the room immediately got ruined by her. As everyone in the room was all eyes on her, Jang immediately thought of using the sticky tape again. In a moment of anger, she decided to risk everything, writing a line on the tape, then stuck it on her forehead since there wasn't any other space left on her body but her face. Jin, sitting beside her, had witnessed everything. However, as Jin was yet unable to react to it, she was quickly controlled by the black arms. Not only Jin, but also the remaining people in the room, including the recruiter, were being hypnotized as he constantly repeated, "Jang is not cheating." And just like that, Jang was able to keep on doing the test while others were being controlled by the invisible arms and therefore unable to finish it. Even though the results were still announced, yet everyone could tell that Jang had certainly been chosen for the job as she had the highest score. After that day, dozens of people seemed to have lost part of their memories, as they were bewildered, unsure of how they didn't finish the test but still unable to figure out what had happened to them. Jin, having witnessed the strange behaviors of Jang, immediately ran after and questioned her as she had also constantly been the victim of that spooky tape. She didn't expect the one who used to be her close friend could do such things to her, but Jang could still directly look at Jin. The eyes brazenly told Jin that she was too naive to be robbed of everything. Despite eventually being chosen to work for the company, what happened later were truly uneasy for her. Wherever she'd been to, Jang always caught people gossiping about herself. There were many rumors about her being hired because of her relationships with people in the company, while others said that she wasn't talented at all. Since there was no space left on her body, Jang could no longer use the tape to cheat, and working as an assistant director wasn't an easy job. With the amount of knowledge that she had, it was certain that Jang was unable to do complicated projects. The board of managers was furious with her competence, and just like that, Jang was fired from her job after just 3 days. It was at that moment she realized how terrible and pathetic she was. At the end of the day, those who work hard and never cheated are always the winners. Despite going through many difficulties, Jin still kept moving forward with her own strength. She was quickly hired by another reputable company and was driven to work every day by luxurious cars. Now Jang had nothing left with her, no home, no job, no general knowledge. Seeing how successful Jin had become and then looked back at her, Jang couldn't hold back her emotions. She bursted into tears. It seemed like she had finally realized how dangerous the cheating tape was. However, Jang didn't give up as she tried to start all over again. Little by little, rebuilt her life. She decided to study hard and fulfill her wish of becoming a teacher. The mischievous boy, having listened to his teacher's story, immediately expressed the curiosity on his face. The boy asked her if the sticky tape was real. Jang reached to the cup of water. She stood up, walked around while answering the boy's question, but she didn't expect that it had caused the boy to have a bad intention with him. He tried to distract Jang by constantly asking her, then sneakily opened the box on the table and took away tape. And Jang completely had no idea about it, as she was thinking her story might help the kid understand the negative consequences of cheating. When Jang turned around, she saw the mischievous boy was rushing away. She immediately panicked, as if she had discovered something. On the table was left with an empty box. The cheating sticky tape had disappeared. Will the boy go down on the same path like Jang and become someone who cheats to get everything he wants?
This is a story about an overweight woman who unexpectedly possessed a magic scale that could exchange fat for money. But unbeknownst to her, it harbored a mysterious and horrible truth behind it. Prida was a 25-year-old female office worker. Due to her being overweight, Prida had low self-esteem and her personality was also very awkward. One day, the company decided to throw a party to celebrate the success of a project. Seeing Prida sitting alone, a friendly male colleague approached her and invited her to sing a karaoke duet with him. Prida bluntly refused the offer. Her friend Kathy had to tell the man that Prida would sing with him later. However, Prida said she wasn't into boys who were both poor and ugly, and she told the guy to go away. The man was taken aback by what Prida said to him. It clearly disappointed him. After being rejected by Prida, the man just left quietly without saying a word. Although being a close friend of Prida, Kathy really felt uncomfortable with her friend's behavior. Prida said, why wouldn't an overweight woman have the right to refuse others and find herself an ideal type of boyfriend? The person that Prida secretly had a crush on was David. He's good-looking, rich, and could sing very well. The reason why Prida agreed to attend the party with her colleagues was because of him. When David finished his song, Prida quickly poured 2 cups of beer and walked over to him. Hesitantly, she tried to start a conversation. But instead of accepting her offer, David disdainfully ignored her, mumbling that he would definitely not want to drink beer with a pig like her. David's insulting words immediately made Prida sad and angry, but she felt helpless. He completely ignored her and then left. Seeing her friend being rejected, Kathy immediately rushed to Prida and comforted her, but it made Prida angrier because she didn't want anyone to pity her. Then, Prida quietly left the karaoke bar alone. Since it was almost midnight, the streets were deserted. She was thinking to herself that everyone, including her best friend, was just pretending to care about her on the outside, but inside they were all chuckling and mocking her when she got rejected. Slowly walking down the road, Prida stopped by an interesting-looking game store. The front of the store was displayed with lots of different game machines, some of catching animals, shooting fish, and in the middle of them was a scale with a bizarre shape. Prida went to the scale and stepped on it. She was really disappointed with her weight, and she wondered to herself whether she could lose weight or not. When the scale displayed her weight, suddenly a voice came out of nowhere. Glad to be of service. How many kilograms of fat would you like to exchange? Prida was caught off guard and looked everywhere to find where the voice came from, but she could not see anyone close by. Then, out of curiosity, Prida used her finger to spin the dial on the scale, pointing the arrow to number 2, which equals 2 kilograms. And the voice suddenly came out. Exchange of 2 kilograms of fat confirmed. Thank you. As the voice finished, the machine immediately spat out money, just like an ATM. Prida was shockingly surprised when somehow she just earned real money. But the joy did not stop there as Prida glanced down at the weight scale. She could not believe her eyes. The number displayed on the scale was 150 kilograms, which meant that she had lost 2 kilograms in an instant. Unbelievable. Thanks to the magical scale, soon she could have a beautiful looking body and make money from it, she thought to herself. Prida then grabbed the weight scale from the game shop to sneak home with it, without being aware that a man dressed in black was standing at the corner of the wall, witnessing all of her actions. The magical weight scale would change Prida's life. When she returned home, both of her arms and legs were shaking with fatigue, but thinking about how she could become rich and beautiful than ever before motivated her to carry the scale into the house. Her large frame made her move slowly and with much effort. Finally, Prida placed the scale in the corner of the room. Prida could not wait to have a beautiful body. She became very eager with the thought of admiration from her friends when they would see her transformation, especially David. However, when Prida stepped on the scale, it somehow lost its magic. It turned out that the scale would only exchange fat for money once a day. That night, Prida could not sleep at all. She spent the entire night watching the clock. When the clock struck 12 o'clock, Prida was already in front of the magic weight scale. She slowly stepped onto the scale, feeling nervous. This time, before exchanging the weight, Prida thought about how much weight she wanted to drop and how much money she wanted to earn. Why not adjust the arrow to its highest level, she thought to herself. Prida then adjusted the arrow to number 8, which meant that she would lose 8 kilograms in just one moment, or just one day. After that, she heard a voice confirming it with money immediately appearing just like previously. This time, the amount of money was 4 times as much as it was before. Not only that, but Prida could also feel that she had lost significant weight. She couldn't hide a smile as she looked at the money lying on the floor. She thought that soon enough she would become both beautiful and rich. Prida took a week off from work and locked herself in the house so that she could focus on losing weight while avoiding the suspicions and curiosity of her neighbors or colleagues. A week later, when Prida returned to work, all of her colleagues were surprised by her new look. Although she was still overweight, she had become very striking to the eye. The one that was most happy for her was probably Kathy. During the week, Prida was absent. Kathy constantly called to check in on her. But to Prida, Kathy was nothing but a fake friend. Prida always thought Kathy just pitied her. Not only that, she also kept lecturing Prida on doing things in a better way. As Kathy greeted her, Prida arrogantly replied that she was now the beauty of the company. She then completely ignored Kathy to her disappointment. This upset Kathy tremendously. Prida went straight to David's office, going inside without knocking. She then flirtatiously invited David to have a cup of coffee with her that night. Even though Prida had become a lot more beautiful, it was not enough to impress David. Prida also offered to pay for the coffee date, yet David remained cold. He said that even though she looked prettier than before, the way she dressed was tasteless. Being seen with her like that would decrease his social value. David added that he only dated rich girls. Beauty didn't matter much to him. Once again, Prida felt insulted by him. However, the more he hurt her, the more she wanted him. Prida was now in emotional pain after being rejected twice. She tried so hard to lose weight and became even prettier because of him. But after so many efforts, she still got rejected. She became angry and confused as to why she was rejected again and again. As her anger grew, so did her determination. She made a promise to herself to be rich at all costs, and also to become so extremely beautiful that even David wouldn't be able to resist her. With the help of the scale, Prida soon maintained a perfect body with a weight of 55 kilograms. Her weight had decreased, her body had become slimmer, but she was not entirely satisfied with the money she gained. So, with no sign of quitting her mission, Prida came up with a new plan. She decided to continue to eat as much as possible in order to gain more weight. She would then exchange the excess weight for money. She used all the money to buy the most expensive clothes, and also went to the most famous hair salon in the city to get a luxurious makeover hairdo. As time passed, Prida became extremely beautiful and classy, which attracted everyone's attention. Not only did she have new looks, but even her charisma changed opinions about her. However, as perfect as she was still very much obsessed with David. After all, he was the one man that made her change. As life seemed to be improving for Prida, a dark surprise loomed in her future. One day, as Prida returned home from the hair salon to take off her shoes, she suddenly felt like her body has become weak and skinny. She felt her waist being 5 or 6 centimeters smaller than it was moments before. Her body felt tired and weak, with no strength even though she had eaten a lot earlier. As she glanced at the clock, it was already 12, which was usually the time she exchanged her weight for money. Even though she didn't exchange her weight for money at that moment, she could feel the exact same sensations of experiencing it. Prida had to consider everything to realize what was actually happening. She quickly went to the private room where a lot of the money was suddenly scattered on the floor. Could this mean that the scale started to function on its own behalf without her even standing on it? She thought fearfully. The next day, Prida finally had her date with David. She arrived early but kept thinking about the scale operating out of her control. As Prida was worrying, a hand touched her shoulder. 10-1, it was David. He finally seemed to have succumbed to the instant beauty and the wealth of Prida. David charmed Prida with his sweet romantic words. He affectionately held Prida's hand too. The two became official, exactly what Prida had obsessed about for so long. Prida decided to invite David over to her place. Desiring to take control of David, she aimed to lure him into a trap that she planned in order for him to never leave her. She then seduced him to accompany her home. This was beyond David's expectations, since it was only their first date. Of course, he was eager and immediately accepted Prida's offer. It was a joyous night for Prida. Her only wish was to forever lay in the arms of her lover without having to think or worry about anything else. Suddenly, Prida became worried about the eerie weight scale and that it would unexpectedly function again and deplete the nutrients from her body just like before. To make sure everything remained the same, Prida hurriedly got out of bed and rushed to the well-locked private room to see. She had no idea that David was awake when she left her room. Prida tried to adjust the arrow to the lowest level, but somehow she felt like her body had already dropped a few kilograms. It appeared that the machine already worked on its own behalf in order to transfer weight for money. From then on, she continued to become thinner and thinner. Prida tried to balance it by eating more and even turned to alternative medication. Unfortunately, the amount of weight she would gain was not even 1/10 of the weight that had been taken by the weight scale. The scale became more and more out of control, and soon Prida only weighed 35 kilograms. Tremendous amounts of money covered the floor, but she was in no mood to collect it. Prida came up with an extremely dangerous solution. The next day, Prida went to a beauty specialist to try and transfer fat into her body. Prida demanded that the doctor perform fat transfer on her. The doctor refused to operate as he pointed out how dangerous the operation could be based on her current condition. Her chances of survival would be extremely low. As the doctor rejected her, Prida could not contain her anger. She smashed her bony hand on the table and shouted loudly at the doctor, demanding to have the surgery immediately. Against his better judgment, the doctor eventually had to agree to perform the operation. The operation was conducted successfully, and luckily, Prida survived. Hours later, she left the facility. Despite being implanted with quite a lot of fat, she was still in danger, as it would not be enough to even help her make the week as the weight scale increased its intensity. On her way home, Prida received a text message from David. The two of them hadn't seen each other for more than a week since their first date. David constantly texted her, eager to see her again, but Prida was afraid of being seen in her deteriorating condition. Fearing that David would leave her, Prida texted him back, saying she needed some time to rest. But what she really needed was more time to sort out her problem. 3 days later, Prida had to go back to the beauty spa to implant more fat. She was starting to look more like a moving skeleton, her face terrifyingly emaciated. The doctor was stunned by her appearance. He couldn't understand how she could become so much thinner so soon, and wondered how she lost all the fat he implanted on her. Nothing seemed to be falling in place for Prida. That evening, David went to Prida's house. He begged her to open the door for him. Prida tried to avoid being seen, and she tried to avoid seeing him. And she didn't want David to see her looking this awful. Stubbornly, David continually insisted on seeing her. Having no other choice, Prida opened the door for him. As the door opened, David entered. His face went completely dark as he witnessed the sight of the once beautiful Prida. She was extremely withered, her body all skin and bone with large scary blisters popping up all over her body. The pimples on her neck even looked infected. Prida's surprise, David didn't seem to be scared or stop his advancement towards her. David said no matter how she looked like, he still loved her. Those sweet words moved Prida to tears of happiness which started rolling down her cheeks. There had never been anyone who treated her with such sincerity and warmth. It seemed like David was trying to motivate Prida to keep fighting the situation. Prida hugged David, but unbeknownst to her, behind his face was an evil smile. As you know, David originally didn't have any feelings for Prida. He was actually just using her. After their warm embrace, he immediately asked to borrow a large sum of money from her. Infatuated and gullible Prida gave him her safe lock code and told David that he could use as much money as he wanted. But his ambition was 1,000 times bigger than that. As it happened, David accidentally found out about the existence of the spooky scale, and he knew well how much money it could make him. His intention was to take advantage of Prida's weight loss problem, so he could take the money for himself. It turned out that it was exactly what he thought. Prida had placed all of her money in the safe. She was totally unaware of David's devious plan. He comforted her, saying that he would stay with her that night. While Prida entered the bathroom, David decided to make his move. David sneaked into the secret room where the weight scale was placed. David retained his memory of that night, of the night Prida tried to use the scale, and he remembered how to use it. As Prida was still in the bathroom, dreaming about her future life with her lover David, her face suddenly went pale. She again experienced the sensation the scale gave her as it stripped her of weight. But she realized that it was not happening at the exact time it usually did. While Prida was still confused, not knowing what was happening to her, an extremely painful feeling immediately hit her, as if she had just lost about 10 kilograms. Prida's body at this time was nothing but a skeleton covered with skin. She became exhausted but still tried to open the bathroom door and kept calling out to David. But as soon as she approached the door, she collapsed onto the floor due to exhaustion. With a little strength left, she reached for the door. And as the door opened, Prida was shocked to see David standing next to the weight scale. She even experienced unbelievable emotional hurt as she then realized what was happening. But by the time she saw his true colors, it was too late. As Prida was gasping for air, David was busy counting the money in front of him. Turns out that everything was part of David's plan to pay out a huge debt which he accumulated. The people he borrowed from were very aggressive, since he couldn't pay off his debt. He had been beaten and assaulted. David had only 3 days to pay his debt. If he didn't do this, they would end him. With the intention of taking over the money as well as using Prida to make money from the scale, David was confident that Prida's situation would be the best fit for his problem. The weight scale was a cursed magical item that he was aware of, and it turned out to be part of an evil plan he arranged to make it fall into the hands of Prida. All along, David was behind everything. Because of greed and a blind love for David, Prida paid the price. Might this story serve as a warning to all of us that wealth, beauty, and obsession can destroy us not only externally, but also from within. Do you still remember the guy named David in that story about the fat for money weigh machine? Well, after that his business deteriorated, and now since he was burdened with huge debts, he continued to deceive gullible girls. He said that he would marry them, but he wanted to borrow some money as for the future of the two. Lena, David's then girlfriend, was a little suspicious of him, since she had lent him a small amount of money a few days ago. He hadn't repaid the loan to her yet, wanted to borrow money again. However, all doubts of Lena also quickly disappeared as David attempted to persuade her. He told her when the stock price went up, he would repay her 3 times the money he owed her. Lena was totally convinced. She immediately agreed to lend him a cost saving. Her heart was filled with happiness. Knowing that Lisa had fallen for his lies, David let out a shifty smile. He thought to himself that after deceiving Lena this time, he would switch to another potential target to keep on deceiving them. Since the passing of Prida, the miraculous weight machine suddenly disappeared, causing him to leave in a very miserable situation. As the scale was all gone, it was more difficult for David to defraud people. He had to go for the rich girls, but those rich girls were not easily seduced. While sleeping with Lena, suddenly he got an unexpected call. The person on the other end of the line was the girl that David was trying to cut off contact. Unexpectedly, Lena was already awakened, which startled David. Seeing Lena's expression, David quickly turned off the phone and then explained to her. As himself being a good communicator, David could easily deceive Lena, saying it was just the wrong number. Despite luckily avoiding Lena's suspicion this time, David knew that he couldn't keep maintaining his relationship. Lena quickly became happy again, as David was pouring honey in her ears. She even gave him some good news. She told him to come to the company where she was working at to meet her boss. Perhaps David could accept a bid for advertising her company's new project. David felt slightly worried, but he tried his luck anyway. The next day, David plucked all his courage to go to the company with Lena. It was a big fashion company. If things went well, David would be able to take over the upcoming advertising project. Seeing the boss, Lena told David that it was director Kiva, and she was the one that he was going to see. The beauty and charisma of the female director were really outstanding. The young, beautiful female director quickly caught the attention of David. David hurriedly told Lena to help him get to know the director. When he saw the female director approaching him, David confidently took the initiative to introduce himself. But unexpectedly, the female director, Kiva, passed by David. She did not even shake his hand, which made David extremely disappointed. Her secretary told David to leave, as the female director wasn't impressed with his background. The female director had found out that David's company had gone bankrupt and his personal life wasn't good, so he'd better go home. Lena couldn't believe in what the secretary was saying to David. She thought there might be some misunderstandings, So she told David to quickly explain things to the female director. But David just stood still. He bowed down and his face slowly darkened. The secretary even turned around, saying that David should not take advantage of his girlfriend anymore. Her director deeply hated the bluffers and scammers like him. Hearing the secretary, Lena could not hide her surprise and disappointment. And David was now filled with anger. He clenched his teeth. He felt like he just got humiliated so terribly. Then Lena completely cut off with David and gave him 3 days to repay all the money he had borrowed from her. David was nothing but a loser. Sitting on the side of the road, drinking a few bottles of cheap beer, and thinking about the dark time ahead of him, David couldn't stop being angry. Right that moment, a man dressed in black approached and stood in front of him. Seeing someone appear to bother him, he immediately cursed that man. But oddly, the mysterious man with an X sign on his chest didn't get angry at all. He smiled and then showed David something. He told him that it was a powerful pill. This pill would help the one that used it to become attractive to others and easy to seduce anyone. David looked for the right place to try it. The man in black told David that he just needed to swallow this pill and it would create miraculous lava that helped David achieve extreme satisfaction. Standing in front of a bar, David quickly noticed someone familiar. It was the secretary who humiliated him in front of Lena. He decided to try the pill on her. David quickly went into the bar. He went straight to the restroom and began to try the pill. As the pill was swallowed, he started to feel uncomfortable heat all over his body. As the pill hit his stomach, he felt extremely painful. He started trembling, grinding his teeth to ease the pain, but failed. 5 minutes later, the pain slowly faded, but instead, he felt like there were hundreds of insects crawling out of his body. As the mysterious man said, what came out of David's eye sockets were red creatures. They crawled out looking terrifying. Maybe these were the creepy larvae that the mysterious man was talking about. As already being told by the man, David wasn't too surprised. He quickly pulled out his hands to catch the creepy creatures crawling out of his eyes. The creatures looked like turmeric saffron, but the special thing was, they could move. David quickly disguised as a waiter. Soon later he found that secretary. David secretly put that red creatures into her drink. The secretary had no idea. She rose up her glass and drank up, not knowing that she had swallowed those red creatures. Initially succeeding, David let out a shifty smile. It turned out that after giving someone a drink of that red creature, David could see the desire from deep within their souls. It turned out that the secretary had always wanted to be the chairperson and serve tea, and by her current director. David's last task at this time was to fulfill a part of her wish, just so he could easily seduce her. David didn't miss out on this opportunity. He approached the female secretary, then leaned forward and whispered in her ear as he called her Director. The female secretary was now hypnotized, her eyes gradually becoming lifeless but filled with joy. She even forgot that David was a schemer, then immediately leaned on him and said sweet words to him. David was so surprised. He didn't expect the pill would be that magical. Thanks to the pill, David began to hunt and deceive rich women. He asked them out for coffee dates, then secretly put those disgustingly red creatures into their drinks to hypnotize them. The pill would work on anyone, even the smartest girls. Soon, he had more than 5 girls willing to serve him, obeyed him unconditionally. Perhaps this was the happiest moment in David's life. He didn't need to do anything but still had money to spend, had people that serve him, and live a life that could not be more prosperous. However, the pill slowly exposed its side effects with unexpected consequences. The mysterious creatures made the girls reveal their true colors. The female secretary complained to David as the other girls didn't listen to her. At this moment, David felt slightly worried. Not just her, the other girls began to behave strangely. One who loved spicy foods couldn't stop eating peppers. One girl who was introverted became even more timid and antisocial. One girl with brown hair became addicted to money. Those happy days now had become awful. David also had to endure the troubles that the girls caused him. The secretary girl wanted David to make her become the new director. David suddenly came up with an idea. He wanted to try the spell on the female director. He gave the secretary a pill and told her to make the director swallow it at all costs. She believed every single word David told her. She was under the impression that if she did exactly what he told her to do, sooner or later she would be the new director of the company. To David, everything would be his once he manipulated the female director. While David was outside waiting for the prey to fall into his trap, the female director Kiva still had no idea about it. The secretary brought her a cup of hot tea and did not forget to put the red creatures into it. As expected, the director didn't have any doubt. However, it was too late. From the first gulp the creature had went to her stomach, her vision slowly became blurry. It seemed like this creature had helped David get into the mind of others. When he found out the wish of the director Kiva, David was surprised as her wish was so simple. What Kiva wanted was just a white rabbit. So a few days later, he brought the director a gift. Inside was a lovely white rabbit. As expected, when the director saw the rabbit, she was delighted and complimented David on his thoughtfulness. Gradually, David gained the director's trust, and the two began dating. One time, when the two went to a restaurant, the female director ordered a portion of steak that wasn't cooked at all. The waiter, after hearing her request, was very confused, but still had to please the customers. The raw meat was brought up. David was shocked as he watched her eat the steak. He wondered why the female director could eat such a raw beef dish. She calmly cut pieces of it, put it into her mouth, and chewed it greedily. It made David a little bit scared. Another day, David saw her going to the warehouse with blood on her hands. Noticing the strange behavior of the female director, David decided to follow her. What Kiva did was really fishy to him. He plucked up all the courage and followed her. As he went inside, David saw Kiva sitting next to a cage. He found himself a corner and secretly watched Kiva. David saw Kiva sitting on the ground, eating something deliciously. In the dark, David tried to open his eyes as wide as he could to see what exactly it was that she was eating. But when he saw things clearly, his face was lifeless. His eyes were filled with fear. Kiva was eating an animal alive. And it was the white rabbit that he gave her a few days ago. The scene in front of his eyes couldn't be more terrifying. David couldn't dare to keep watching. He turned around and quickly ran away. As he got outside, David received a text saying that the money tried to deceive her had been transferred to his account. David was so satisfied as he finally achieved his purpose. However, unfortunate for David, he was caught by the female's director's security guards. It seemed like everything was a setup. David tried to escape. Was his plan failing? Then he was drugged into sleep. He finally woke up and he realized himself being tied to the bed. Then Kiva appeared. David trembled. He acted like he didn't know anything and begged her to untie him. To David's surprise, Kiva crawled onto the bed. Now David was so scared he had no idea what Kiva intended to do. Not only that, she also pressed her face to his body and breathed heavily as if she was about to enjoy a delicious meal. It turned out that her bloodthirsty nature was getting out of control. What she wanted to eat now was no longer the animals, but human meat. David didn't even have time to react as Director Kiva showed her sharp teeth and began to eat him. David was extremely terrified. He screamed fiercely. An awful person like him eventually got what he deserved. The creatures that he created turned out to be the ones that killed him. This story is about a female student named Anne who just attended University of the Arts this year. There had been stereotype implying that those who study arts must be good looking, therefore she tried to force herself to fit into it. Anne spent most of her time learning photo editing and taking care of a social network. All her photos were carefully edited. They all looked sexy and seductive and attracted countless comments and thousands of likes. However, it somehow made Anne become more antisocial. Since she went famous on social media, she had already gone out and she devoted most of the time she had to growing her social network accounts, because she didn't want anyone to see her average-looking face. It was a huge difference from what she looked like on the post-edited photos. Her eyes were not that big, the nose was not that tall. In general, all the features on her face were not special at all. From a normal average-looking girl that no one paid attention to, Anne began to receive more flirting messages. Some days, she could receive dozens of them. She actually knew that the people who sent her those messages didn't really like her. They were just interested in the sexy photos that she posted. Like many other girls, Anne also secretly had a crush on someone. It was a guy she accidentally met at the sports field. He caught the ball which flew to her. After collecting information about the guy, Anne found out that his name was Manzo, a hot boy of the painting class. Anne had really wanted to confess her feelings for him, but she wasn't brave enough. It was when Anne was about to give up, a miracle happened. That afternoon, Anne suddenly received a text message saying, "Hello," from a man named Manzo. At first, Anne didn't think it was Manzo, but when she checked her message, she felt like her heart was about to explode as she saw his profile picture. It was hard to believe. Manzo actually texted her to express his intention of knowing her and asking her out. But after a few minutes, Anne quickly returned to reality. Did he just text her because of those carefully edited pictures of her? Moreover, Manzo also wanted to see her face to face. What if he saw a real face? Because if it happened, he would no longer like her. Anne really didn't have the courage to go see Manzo. But she refused to offer this time. She might never get a chance to get to know him again. Right at that moment, Anne was looking at her phone, thinking whether she should accept the invitation or not. A short advertisement popped up on the screen. It was an app called Beauty App. First part of the advert appeared a girl with flawless beauty on the red X background, but with just a few steps, she became extremely beautiful. This app allowed people to make changes to their own face in reality without any pain, but it had a limitation as it consumed a lot of battery, and if the phone suddenly ran out of battery, the face would return to normal. Because of a date with Manzo, Anne quickly downloaded the application Beauty App to her phone without hesitant, and spent more than 3 hours editing her face to make it look perfect. The app really worked. When she hit the start button, Anne's face began to change, like what she had edited. When she looked in the mirror, Anne couldn't believe her eyes. Having finished changing her appearance, she prepared to go see Manzo. Anne had texted him that the two would meet in front of the amusement park gate. The effect of the app was even more evident as everyone on the street was admiring her beauty, and Anne loved it. It was the first time in her life that she felt so confident walking on the street. And perhaps Manzo would be in love with her at first sight. Anne got to the amusement park after 15 minutes of walk. Since it was a weekday, the amusement park was deserted and there was no need to queue for tickets. Anne saw Manzo had already waited for her at the gate. It seemed like he actually prepared for this meeting just as much as she did. Manzo's face was really very delicate, with all the lines so perfect on it, as if they were meticulously drawn. From the first look at him, Anne really was shaken by him. Her face turned red, looking like a tomato. She was shy. Both shyly greeted at each other, then entered the amusement park. Manzo immediately suggested taking the roller coaster. They had a really good time. Somehow, he knew all the games that Anne liked. Even what Anne liked to eat. Manzo knew it well. It seemed that he had learned a lot about Anne through her social network. Eventually, in order for both of them to get closer, he suggested Anne to play the haunted house with him. Anne was really scared, but when she heard Manzo promise to protect her, she decided to play with it. Right from the beginning, Anne's whole body was suddenly trembling with fear. But at that moment, Manzo held his hand that immediately made Anne more assuring. Not only that Manzo was also very brave, despite constantly encountering scary things on the way, he didn't get startled and always tightly held Anne's hand, thinking that the haunted house would bring them closer together. However, it had caused them huge trouble. A ghost with a long tongue suddenly let out a ferocious growl. But somehow when the actor saw her, his face immediately became pale, his eyes widened, and he was truly shocked. It turned out that Anne's face inadvertently frightened him. Her face split into many small pieces, looking really scary. The actor disguised as a ghost turned out being the one who got scared. He screamed and then quickly ran away, with which he made the couple very surprised. Anne guessed that perhaps there was a problem with her face, since there was no signal in the tunnel. She quickly covered her face and made an excuse that she had abdominal pain and needed to go out. If she went out, her face would definitely become normal, as if it wasn't getting distorted. Exactly like what she had expected, the moment she left the haunted house, her face went back to normal. But the actor disguised as a ghost that she previously encountered had already seen her strange face. After what happened at the haunted house, Anne was so scared that she had to take out the mirror and check her face every few minutes to make sure that she still looked beautiful. Luckily, Manzo didn't have any doubt about her. He even suggested going on another date with her. It wasn't until Anne realized that she had been out of her house for 4 hours that she found out that the phone was about to run out of the battery. That also meant her face was about to return to its old look. Anne had fully charged the battery before going out, yet did not expect the application would consume too much battery. Before completely getting back to the old look, Anne's face began to deform. The beauty that made everyone admire now became something that made them scared and shocked. And Manzo also saw her strangely creepy face, but somehow he didn't say anything. Facing the disgusted gaze from people made Anne panic. She used her phone to cover her face and immediately rush home. At that time, Anne didn't even have the time to think about how Manzo was feeling. He must have been really angry when she left him like that. Since that day, Anne had locked herself in a room, not feeling like eating at all. Perhaps after what had happened, Manzo would contact her again, because he simply didn't want to be in a relationship with a liar like Anne. Just to think of it, Anne quickly turned on her phone and deleted the freaky application that she had installed a few days ago. Her face immediately returned to its old look. Anne no longer wanted to use that application to become beautiful. However, contrary to what she was thinking that night, Manzo suddenly sent her a text with an address attached to it, telling her to go to the destination as he wanted to tell her a secret. So Anne decided to go there to tell him everything. Of course, this time Anne went to see him without the help of that beauty app to make her look gorgeous. Did Manzo want to tell Anne a secret about him? But why did he have to ask her to come to his house? Anne was feeling curious. It took a while for her to find out the destination. Eventually she found the place Manzo had told her to come by. Just the moment she was about to knock on the door, she immediately heard people arguing from inside. Not wanting to disturb them, Anne waited outside and overheard their story. It sounded like Manzo and his dad was arguing with each other. It seemed like his dad was trying to talk him out of doing something. After a while, Anne was feeling curious, so she approached the window and sneakily looked inside, and accidentally found out a horrifying secret. After a heated argument with his dad, Manzo turned on his computer and talked to a man who dressed in black. The X on his chest was very similar to that which appeared on the background image of the beauty app. It turned out that Manzo was just like Anne. He relied on the app to turn his disgusting face into a handsome one. But what shocked Anne was the conversation between him and the mysterious man. It turned out that Manzo was the one who coded the app and sent it to girls like Anne to test its effect. After finding out the truth, Anne was so angry she knocked the door hard and was thinking of beating him terribly. But Anne couldn't do that. She instead felt so disappointed as the person she secretly loved was such a terrible person, and he was like that for such a long time. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. Manzo and his parents went out to see as they heard the knocks. But the moment he went out to check, Anne had already left. At this moment, Manzo was furious because he thought that since Anne was just like him, she would easily accept his true identity when she found out his secret. But instead, he felt betrayed by her leaving. He went back inside and continued to immerse himself in the freaky application. He told the mysterious man that he was going to test Phase 2 of the app on his body. The mysterious man told him that it would be too risky to do that, and the boy could get himself killed by what he created. But Manzo didn't hesitate at all. He started upgrading the application. Manzo had made a flawless face for him, and he was planning to make it permanently his own. The last step was to install it on the phone, click start, and his appearance would change forever. Manzo was so excited to change the look of his face this time, but he had no idea how serious the consequences would be for him to take. Despite disagreement with the work of his son, Manzo's mother still loved him very much. Seeing him working tirelessly, she brought a glass of hot water into his room. But Manzo didn't feel the love of his mom for him. Instead, he scolded her. Manzo had pushed his mother away while causing the glass to splash and the water poured onto the computer. His face suddenly became darkened. He felt worried and anxious. But that could not change anything at all since the computer was spilled with water, and of course, the face-changing process was also interrupted. A notification popped up on the screen saying it had a system error. It was also at this moment Manzo suddenly felt backwards, as if someone pulled him to the ground. What would happen to him? Now, let's move to the part where Anne was on her way home that night. Anne met an old man and an old woman. The three were having a friendly conversation, and they complimented her for being gentle and sweet. Since that moment, Anne became more confident with a face that she once hated. Although she was not as beautiful as her friends at school, it did not make her life less happy. But the moment Anne realized the true values of life was also the moment she encountered a truly terrifying thing. As she was making her way back home, she felt like someone was watching her. Turned around and saw a man in a black hat stealthily following her. She was scared and couldn't think straight. Anne had no idea who the man was and what he was up to, but she knew that she was in danger. Aware of the danger that may happen to her, she walked faster, and the man also quickly chased her. He even followed her to her home, but fortunately, Anne went inside just in time and quickly locked all the doors. Anne thought that she had escaped the creepy man, but it seemed like he didn't give up easily. Not yet able to breathe a sigh of relief, the man came to the front door and kept knocking. To her surprise, that man was actually Manzo. Anne was really scared. She wondered to herself, wasn't everything over? What was he up to? Is he going to kill me? Anne shook her head in disbelief and asked him to leave before she called the police. But he was still outside. He told her that he wanted to show her his new look. He took off his mask, saying that he would have this handsome face for the rest of his life. He even told Anne to use that beauty app again to possess permanent beauty. Out of curiosity, Anne looked outside the window to take a look at him. But she quickly got startled. His face had become completely disfigured, looking exactly like a monster. What would happen next? Can you guess?
Nana was a little girl who grew up in a poor village. Her parents tragically died in a car accident, so she had to live with her aunt. Despite every day working tirelessly on the rice fields, she always managed to stay in the top students at school, even got herself a scholarship to one of the most prestigious schools in the city. However, her uncle was furious to find out about it. He didn't allow her to study in the city. The man even shredded the scholarship certificate and held at her, saying what a woman could do was to work outside the fields and get married. Despite truly caring about Nana, it was certain that her aunt would not have enough money for the girl to afford good education in the city, so the only thing she could do was to comfort Nana. Therefore, the young girl had to put aside the thoughts of having an education in the city, or to be more precise, had to keep working as the family was counting on her since her uncle was an alcoholic, day and night drinking with his friends. Moreover, it was the outdated stereotype of the villagers saying women shouldn't focus much on studying, as their job was to take care of the family that held her back. That day, as Nana returned home from the fields, she saw a strange person being in her house. It looked like her uncle was having a conversation with the man. They were up to doing something fishy as they saw Nana. Seeing Nana walked in, the uncle didn't hell or scold her the way he usually did. This time, with a sweet, gentle voice, he told the girl to take a shower, then have a meal with him. He even put his hands on her shoulder and asked if she was tired from work. Seeing the gentle behavior of her uncle, Nana couldn't believe her eyes. The way he acted was so strange to her. At first, Nana was having doubts about her uncle, yet she no longer bothered about it, as she thought he might encounter some good luck today. That night, Nana couldn't sleep, as she thought about the school that she had ever dreamed of studying there. She had fought so hard to get that scholarship. As Nana was thinking about it, she suddenly heard a noise from her cousin's room. The young man was paralyzed from an early age, and it was the reason why Nana had to do everything in her home. Struggling to sleep, she got up, pulled the curtains aside, and went to check on her brother. The moment she checked on him, he looked so strange. His eyes were sunken and lifeless while the face was pale, but Nana was used to seeing this as his illness usually recurred. Then she pulled the curtains back. But as she looked outside the door, she was wondering if she should tell his parents about his condition. But if there was nothing bad with him, his uncle would go through the roof as she interrupted his sleep. Thinking of that, Nana quickly went back to sleep. As she drifted into her peaceful sleep, suddenly there was a creature slowly approaching her. It was red and looked creepy as it wiggled towards her. The creature wiggled towards her as Nana had just fallen asleep. Then the creature crawled its way onto Nana's forehead, which immediately awoke her. As Nana opened her eyes and looked up, she saw a long red worm wriggling in front of her eyes, and immediately screamed in horror. Despite being scared, Nana quickly caught the bizarre red creature with her hands. As she grabbed the creature, it still tried to escape from her by wriggling constantly despite being squeezed tightly. At this moment, Nana could get a good look at it. The creature looked just like a worm in terms of size and shape, but the difference was that it had a leech. Thinking the creature was harmless, Nana tossed it aside. Suddenly, there was someone knocking outside. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a tall, big figure of someone in front of her. It was her uncle. As the moonlight shone upon him, he let out an evil smile, creepily looked at Nana. As Nana was still confused, from behind there were many red worms quickly approaching her. Together they attacked Nana, crawling onto her face, pierced their leechers, then started sucking her blood. The creepy creatures constantly sucked her blood as she let out a fierce scream and fell backwards. Not only was her uncle present at that moment, but also her aunt. It looked like the two had carefully planned this to happen without their grandnephew knowing anything about it. The aunt worriedly asked her husband if the creatures would badly harm the young girl, but he just coldly replied, "Losing some blood won't kill her. Our only concern now is that it would help save our child." Seeing Nana thrashing on the ground as the creature sucked her blood, the aunt was teary-eyed, not daring to save her. The two coldly closed the door and left, leaving Nana screaming fiercely in the room. The uncle even locked the room in case of his wife letting the girl out. He even said that if Nana couldn't make it, it would mean that she had sacrificed her life to their child to live. It turned out that the man in black had given him a magic pill. One that swallowed it would allow the creepy creatures to come out, as they parasiticized other people and sucked their blood in order to make their host become stronger. The pill worked effectively indeed. The next morning, for the first time, Nana's cousin could sit up after being in a state of paralysis for over 20 years. And Nana, she had fainted due to her losing blood. Her face went pale and the whole body was covered with wounds. Hearing the voice of his son, the uncle couldn't be happier as he rushed to him. His son had become healthy now, and the man was shocked to believe that the pill was that magical. As the man was talking to his son, he didn't realize that under his feet was Nana, lying on the ground, moaning with pain. Due to her losing a lot of blood last night, she was emaciated. Her face looked exhausted, as if there was no strength left in her. Nana clearly knew that she was just a work tool for this family, so she didn't dare to quarrel with them. Despite being exhausted, she still kept on working. During the daytime, Nana had to work tirelessly on the fields, and when the night came, she had her blood sucked till weariness by the creatures. Contrary to the weary look of Nana, her male cousin was becoming healthy and strong. Now he could eat and walk on his own, just like a normal person. But aside from lying on his bed and playing outside, he didn't bother to help his parents at all, and the boy wasn't even grateful for what Nana had done for him. And Nana's tolerance had finally reached its limit, as one day she collapsed due to exhaustion after a hard-working day. The evil uncle threw Nana into the warehouse, leaving her being there alone. He didn't even bother to think of taking her to the hospital, as it would cost him money. A month had passed. The fact that Nana was no longer in the family didn't bother the uncle much, as once in a while his son would give him an amount of money. It was unknown how the young man could do that, since he didn't go to school or have a steady job. His parents also had a strange feeling about it, but it was no longer their concern since they had received a lot of money from his son. However, lately there were some bizarre things happening in the village. For some unknown reasons, the poultry of the villagers were dead without having any blood left in them. Rumors about the village being haunted by ghosts started spreading. Both Nana's uncle and aunt were worried about it. That day, their son came home with a great amount of money. Without being curious, the uncle was proud of his son and believed that he had made a good decision of choosing his son over Nana. As the two were having a conversation, the aunt immediately rushed out and howled, "The poultry were all dead!" Hearing his wife shouting, the uncle and his son rushed to the farm. All their poultry were all dead, without a drop of blood left in them. Seeing the scene before his eyes, the uncle's face immediately changed color. He turned out to his son and shouted, "Did you suck blood of these animals?" The young man was amazed by his father's question, saying that he had given up sucking blood, but his facial expressions said differently. Then there were more and more cattle and poultry in the village dying for unknown reasons. The villagers started to spread the rumors about Nana's family, how they had treated her badly and killed her out of hatred. Also added that the ghost of Nana was still with them, haunting the villagers. As the villagers believed the rumor was true, they came to the uncle's house early in the morning to make things clear. Seeing the villagers gathering at his house, the uncle was immediately bewildered. The villagers didn't hesitate to ask him about the sudden disappearance of Nana, as they assumed there were some mysteries behind it. At first, the man lied to the villagers that Nana had come to the city for a study, yet immediately received criticism and threats from them, so he had no other choice but to tell the truth. He came to his wife and asked her to open the warehouse. The man tried to cover his sins by saying that the girl had been seriously ill and died from it. Since the family didn't have enough money to make a funeral for her, they had to leave her body in the warehouse. Hearing what the man said, the villagers bowed down, unable to hide the sadness on their face. They all loved Nana for being a gentle, well-mannered girl with kindness. But as the villagers arrived at the warehouse, they were shocked to find out that her body was nowhere to be found. The warehouse was completely empty, with no trail of Nana. This made the villagers even more into the ghostly stuff that they had believed in the first place. They assumed that Nana had displaced her anger on them for not having an appropriate burial. Since that day, the villagers had asked the shaman to remove the ghost, but it didn't work. The situation got worse, as some of the villagers were also bloodsucked to death. Many people had to leave the village and went to other places to start a new life. Only those who couldn't afford to do it had to stay. Yet they lived in fear every day. One day, the remaining people in the village gathered to discuss a solution, but they couldn't find the cause of this tragic incident. 3 years later. That day, there were many people gathered at the headquarters of a construction company to apply for jobs. This was the first time a big company opened its business at the village, as it wanted to exploit the tourism resources the village possessed. A security guard opened the door. He requested the people to stay quiet, then went back inside to make a report to his superior officer. Since the introduction of these blood-sucking creatures had taken away the villagers' livelihoods, they had come to the company early in the hope of getting a job. A while later, the manager came out. Seeing the face of the female manager, the villagers were shocked and speechless. It was Nana, the girl who was thought to die 3 years ago. Seeing the bewilderment on the villagers, Nana started telling the story that had happened 3 years ago. That moment when she thought she was about to die in the warehouse, her aunt had sneakily given her some food and a small amount of money. Then she led her out and told her to go to the city and follow the address written in the piece of paper she handed to her, as it was the whereabouts of an old friend of Nana's parents. Later, Nana went to the city on her own. Luckily, the friends of her parents had taken her in and nourished her. Seeing the potential of Nana, they had allowed her to study at the school she always wanted to, then appointed her a good position in their company. As Nana finished telling her story, the villagers told her that they didn't see her aunt going outside recently. Also with her uncle, as they only saw their son. Nana was terrified to know that. She assumed that her aunt could be in danger. Then she rushed to her old home, to everyone's surprise. Nana opened the door and rushed in. She held out her aunt's name, but the scene in front of her was too terrifying to witness. Her aunt was lying on the ground, looking extremely pale due to losing too much blood, and the uncle was being pierced by the leeches from the creatures that parasiticized on his son. Her mind was empty. The only thing she knew was that her cousin had become a monster. However, it looked like the young man was being controlled by the creatures. They bred and took over control of his body. Finally, the uncle and his son had to pay for the sins they committed with their painful deaths, while the aunt died because of her weakness.
The story focuses on a girl named Lily, who had a great passion for acting. When she was a kid, her wildest dream was to become a famous actress. Lily's closest friend was Anne. Since the two shared the same passion for acting, they were always very close to each other. The door opened. Someone from the film crew told the two to get inside to hear the result announcement. Both Lily and Anne were excited as the two were called at the same time, so it must be a good result for them. Anne had an advantage over Lily due to her pretty face. Lily, on the other hand, her face wasn't close to being ugly, but not being pretty either. This movie role had great significance to both of them. Since the role was about someone with average beauty, Lily was sure that she would be chosen for the role. Standing in front of them was the movie director. He was thinking, but couldn't make the final decision. The atmosphere was tense and nerve-wracking, but the final result was a huge letdown for Lily. With a cigarette in his hand, the director pointed at Anne, which surprised her. That day, Anne didn't perform well at the audition, and the movie role didn't suit her either. So when she was chosen for the role, she couldn't help but feel surprised. About Lily, she was angry with the director's decision. She approached him, slammed on the table and howled at him, asking why she wasn't chosen for the role. His answer surprised Lily. Even though the role was about someone with average beauty, we need an actress who looks good enough to attract viewers for the movie. The director also told her to give up her passion for acting, as she wasn't good looking enough to be an actress, and her look would not make her famous. The director's remark, together with the failed audition, made Lily furious. So with a small amount left of her savings, she decided to do plastic surgery at a disreputable hospital with the hope of changing her look. But the surgery was a huge failure. Anne was really worried for Lily. Every day she went to Lily's room, checking up on her, but Lily didn't care much. Actually, Lily hated Anne for taking the role which could have been hers. Eventually, not being able to hold in the great anger inside, Lily had expressed all her thoughts to Anne. She blamed Anne for causing her current state. Lily bowed down, looking painfully uncomfortable. The corner of her eyes was covered with stitches as she started to cry. Lily yelled at Anne, told her to get out of her sight. Even though Anne didn't want to leave Lily alone, she eventually had to do it. Lily couldn't think optimistically. Her mind was filled with negative thoughts. To her, not being able to be an actress was similar to death. With all of the negative thoughts in her mind, she went to the rooftop of the apartment building where she lived and stood on the railing, not trembling even a bit. She wanted to jump down from the tallest floor of the building to end her life. With this ugly face, she didn't want to live anymore. The moment Lily was about to jump off the railing, she heard a voice behind her. It was a woman who told Lily that she would help her to have a gorgeous face so she could continue to pursue her passion. The mysterious woman handed her a mask with an X sign on it. She told Lily that just by putting it on the face of anyone she wanted to, automatically their faces would become hers. Despite feeling suspicious about it, she still kept the mask and returned to her apartment, since it was her only opportunity for her. Anne appeared at the stairs. Initially, Anne wanted to leave for a few days, but she was worried about her friend, so she brought flowers and fruits for Lily. But contrary to Anne caring about Lily, as soon as Lily saw her, she smirked and let out an evil smile. Now, no longer being furious, this time, Lily acted really happy, like nothing bad had happened between the two at all. She gave the mask to Anne and told her that it was a good face mask product. Anne didn't have any doubt. She took the mask thinking that Lily wanted to apologize as she had said awful things when she got mad. Despite not doubting the kindness of her friend, the look of the mask was bizarre to Anne. But Anne didn't think much about it. She laid on a sofa and put it on without being hesitant. The mask made her feel really comfortable. In order to avoid being doubted by Anne, Lily told her to stay at the living room while her going to take a shower. But actually, she wanted to see how the mask would change Anne's face. She stood nearby a large mirror, stared at her reflection. Suddenly, Lily felt like her face was getting hot. Now Lily was anxious, as there were many scars on her face, but after a few seconds her face had turned into Anne's. Anne was in the living room, starting to lose her patience. She asked Lily if she could take off the mask, but Lily told her that the longer she used it, the smoother her skin would be. Anne didn't have any doubt about her friend. She patiently kept the mask on her face and waited for Lily to tell her to take it off, not knowing that her face was being swapped. Having possessed the face of Anne, the greediness in Lily became bigger as she wanted to keep the face permanently. But in order to do that, she had to make Anne wear that mask forever. While Anne was outside eating apples, she took a small torch and approached Anne. While her closest friend was laying unconscious, Lily hired 2 thugs to take her away and lock her in a warehouse not too far from the city to avoid being seen by the locals. The thugs had tied Anne to a chair to make sure that she couldn't take off the mask, and for that Lily could use her face at her disposal. Anne was panicking, not knowing the reason why she was tied up. As she looked outside, she saw a blurry figure of Lily, and at that moment she sensed what was happening to her. From that moment on, Lily, with the face of Anne, had successfully taken the movie role. Lily did a really good job with her role. One thing for sure was that Lily had amazingly embodied the character and made it flawless. Her co-stars also complimented her. The director was also satisfied with her performance. Before going home, her co-star reminded Lily of the important scene of the movie ending. Lily was satisfied with it. The movie scenes were carried out amazingly, and now she had to make sure that her secrets wouldn't be spoiled. Then, Lily came up with an evil idea. She wanted to kill Anne so she could possess her face permanently. She made a call to the 2 thugs, telling them to kill Anne. Now, at the warehouse, Lily reminded Anne of the pains that she had to go through. Knowing her life would be put in danger, Anne told Lily that she had trusted the wrong person. She couldn't believe that Lily would do such an awful thing to her. Not able to contain her anger any longer, Anne held at Lily, saying that she would haunt her if she died. Lily was surprised, but the monster inside her began to come out. Lily pulled out a knife, saying that she would kill Anne on her own. But Lily had no idea that Anne also had a small knife in her hand, and she would attack Lily if she approached her. Lily expressed all the hatred and jealousy in her. As the knife has touched her face, Anne screamed. Her eyes was filled with anger. She grabbed the hand which Lily was holding the knife. It turned out that when Lily was off guard, Anne had used a small knife to cut the rope and attack Lily. Anne was furious. She raised the knife in the air and rushed to Lily without any hesitance. Being unprepared, Lily fell backward. She didn't expect Anne to take control of the situation. Of course, Lily wouldn't be beaten easily. She quickly pulled the curtain on the side, intended to use it to defend herself against Anne. but the two got wrapped up by the curtains, however. They still kept swinging their knives as both of them couldn't see each other at all. The thugs were amused as they saw the two women fighting each other. They intended to watch for a bit longer, but Lily called them for help. Hearing the orders, the two approached them with the knives in their hand, and Anne was stabbed to death. The two thugs were told to clear all the traces and get rid of the body. It turned out that the winner of that day was Lily, but somehow, since that day, she began to act strange. She no longer performed well on the set, and the director wasn't satisfied with her at all. He held at Lily as he thought she didn't pay enough attention to her work. But every time it was like that, the owner of the movie's sponsor company stopped him from yelling at her as he was in love with the beauty of Lily. Of course, a movie wouldn't be made without a budget. The director had to listen to the main sponsor of the movie, and thanks to him, Lily still kept the role. However, not only did the director have a problem with her acting, but also her co-stars. Lily soon became the hot topic of the crew, and everyone started to dislike her. However, Lily still acted friendly to all of them, and surprisingly, the conversation in the car had explained it all. It turned out that the survivor that day was Anne, not Lily. While Lily was away, the two thugs had been convinced by Anne, as she promised to pay them much more money than Lily did. Obviously, she wouldn't let the chance slip by. She quickly got information from the two, and she asked them to cooperate with her in order to get her face back and also kill Lily. And just like that, Lily was killed, and to get her face back, Anne had put the mask on Lily, and that was what Lily deserved to get. As she tried to take advantage of the mask and ignore the warning from the mysterious woman, Anne finally got back her face, immediately burned the mask, and just like that, Lily and the mask had disappeared forever. Now, the mysterious woman was enjoying her trip to a beach, not knowing that her mask had been destroyed. She watched the news about the death of Lily and couldn't be more disappointed. She wanted to help Lily achieve her dream, to prove her talent with the help of the mask. But it seemed like she was just too greedy and selfish.
Erin was a gentle, caring, and hard-working woman. Despite being married, she was still living a difficult life. However, Erin had made a lot of money lately. Occasionally, she was away from home for a few days, then returned with a big bag of money and gave it to her husband. About her husband, there was not any word to describe accurately how terrible he was. Since the day he became an alcoholic, he hadn't worked at all, yet every day he was asking his wife for money. But Erin didn't complain about it. In fact, she really loved him. Just like the previous times, this time after a few days being away from home, Erin came back with a big bag of money. She quickly gave it all to her useless husband without keeping a penny for herself. Despite having a wife who truly loved him and had sacrificed many things for him, Ven didn't cherish her for that. Instead, he despised her. He asked his wife to go buy food and cook him a good meal while counting the money she gave him. However, Erin didn't feel angry, even just a bit. She took the basket and went to the market. As Erin went to the elevator, she met one of her neighbors. She was watching news on the small TV in the elevator. Looked like it was breaking news, as the reporter had to issue a warning advising people to be cautious when going outside. There was a bizarre incident that took place lately, as most of the victims were middle-aged married men. The victims were wrapped with giant spider webs, and their skeletons were the only things left of them. The female neighbor frowned, unable to hide the anxiety on her face. She nudged Erin and told her to update her husband on this news and tell him to be careful going outside. Erin didn't even worry a bit about the bizarre news. She was sure that her husband would not become a target of the murderer. Seeing Erin being so calm and relaxed, the woman didn't give up. She told Erin that her husband was lately harassing other women at his building apartment. Since Ven had been called to Erin, there must be a high chance that Ven had cheated on her. The woman also told Erin not to put too much faith in a man, but a person like Erin wouldn't be easily affected by those words. She always had faith in Ven and believed that he would never cheat on her. As usual, after a few days' trip away from home, Erin took the time to clean the house, cook and take care of her family. However, the man that she always trusted started to act strangely. In his phone, there were countless of messages from many sexy, beautiful women. And of course, the money that he received from Erin was used to flirt and solicit those women. But Erin didn't have a doubt about it. Always gave him all the money she made. The trip that took her half a month being away from home seemed like a good opportunity for this awful husband. Despite showing no emotion when Erin told him that she would be away for another 15-day business trip, he was actually extremely happy and excited to know that. With less than 3 days of Erin being away, Ven had spent 2 nights sleeping with other women. That day, he dressed up for a date with a hot girl. But the girl didn't show up, and it made Ven furious. But then, Ven saw a woman walking on the other side of the street. Ven indeed had a good taste in women. The one that caught his attention was a gorgeous woman with a slim body and milky white spotless skin. He immediately followed to have a talk with her. Somehow, as soon as the woman saw him, she was really surprised and panicked as the man asked her to come to his house. But instead of running away in fear, she agreed to follow Ven to his house. Ven was hypnotized by the beauty of the woman. He couldn't think of anything else and drooled uncontrollably as the woman agreed to his offer. He was so excited that he forgot to hide Erin's stuff in the house as he invited her to come inside. The woman quickly spotted the wedding photo of Erin and Ven in the living room, but Ven explained that he had divorced her a few days before, so he hadn't had the time to take it down. Having heard Ven's excuse, the woman scowled. Despite clearly showing annoyance on her face, she still asked him to go to the bedroom. Ven was surprised at first, but how could he turn down such an amazing offer from a beautiful woman? He quickly headed to the bedroom and quickly took off his clothes. As he was taking off his clothes, he complimented her. "Not only were you beautiful, but also straightforward. But I love those who get straight to the point like you." But as soon as he turned around to see her, the scene in front of his eyes terrified him. It turned out that the gorgeous woman had turned into a giant spider. With her angry red eyes, the woman slowly approached Ven, who was trembling, scared. The woman screamed as she came close to him. She asked him why he had betrayed her. A moment later, Ven quickly got hung upside down and could barely move. He started to be scared but couldn't find a way to escape, so he cried out loud, begging the spider woman like a coward. Opposite to what is usually seen with a professional murderer, somehow, before killing Ven, the spider woman showed emotional pain as tears rolled down her cheeks. Not letting Ven say his last words, the female spider quickly rushed to him and bit his neck. Being rolled up tightly by the spider silk, Ven was helpless to get out and waited for his death. It seemed like the Spider-Woman not only bit him but also sucked all of the nutrients out of his body. In just a moment, the only thing left of him was just his skeleton. 2 days later, the stench of his corpse started to spread out, and the neighbors immediately found out about his death. The police quickly arrived at the scene but couldn't find any evidence about the mysterious killer. As soon as people found out about Ven's death, Erin finally returned despite not having been told about the death of her husband. It was strange that she said she would be away for half a month but then returned after just 5 days. The female middle-aged neighbor couldn't hide her sympathy for Erin. Erin was one that trusted and loved Ven more than anyone else. It must be difficult for Erin to come to terms with her husband's death. Being hesitant for a while, the woman eventually decided to tell Erin everything and comforted her. But the odd thing was, despite the death of her husband, Erin was still calm, as if she had known everything. There wasn't any painful expression of losing someone on her. Since the police couldn't find any trace of the murderer, they had to lift off the barricade and left. Erin finally got into her house, and in front of her eyes was a chaotic mess. But she didn't bother to clear it up. She went straight to the spot where the pictures of her and Ven were replaced. At that moment, Erin's body started to have a bizarre transformation. A white smoke came out and quickly covered her. The white smoke gradually faded away and Erin slowly appeared. She was so beautiful, but the strange thing was, she was the woman who Ven invited to his house 2 days before. So creepy. Feeling hurt, she cried for being betrayed and for a miserable life. It turned out that the strange thing had happened 2 years ago. During a picnic, as she was posing for a picture, she was bitten by a strange type of spider. The spider looked different from other normal ones, both in terms of shape and color. Also on the back of it was printed with a red X sign. But the thing was, since the day that Erin got bitten, she began to develop such strange powers. For example, she could turn into a beautiful woman whenever she wanted to, or become a giant female spider with extraordinary powers. Life with a useless, unhelpful husband became more and more difficult. Erin had to use her superpowers to make money. Erin had started a kind of service that helped those women who were betrayed by their husbands to take revenge on them. And just like that, she started killing people and earned money to keep her husband with her. But while she was away, he dared to lure other women to the house and sleep with them. Thinking of what Ven had said to her 2 days before, Erin couldn't hold in her anger. She tossed aside all the valuable pictures on the floor. It seemed like Erin had finally awakened. She decided to retire from her immoral job, despite making a lot of money off it, as she knew that she could never be happy again. But this cruel life wouldn't let Erin do that easily. Erin suddenly felt great pain in her stomach. She went to the bathroom to check and find out that her abdomen had become strangely rough. She scaredly pulled up her shirt and was terrified. Somehow, her stomach appeared many faces and they were screaming miserably. They looked like those of the people that she killed. Erin had now appeared with a whole new look. She was gorgeous and it seemed like she was ready to embrace her new life as a single free woman. However, Erin was rarely happy as she always showed anxiety on her face. It turned out that she had reached out to a surgery center in the hope of adjusting her abdomen, but the costs were too high. Of course, the money that Erin had made for the last 2 years was more than enough for her to pay the treatment, but unfortunately she had to give it to Ven, and as a result, he had spent all of it. Having no choice left, Erin had to continue with her old job, taking requests from women who got cheated on so she could have enough money for the surgery. That day, Erin had to meet a young man at a bar in the city. As she arrived, she saw him talking to a sexy waitress despite already having an appointment with her. Erin quickly approached, sat next to him, and carried out her plan. The beauty of Erin quickly caught the young man's attention, and him ignoring the female waitress. As the conversation between the two lasted for about 10 minutes, Erin suggested the two go to a deserted place. The young man excitedly accepted the offer. Then the two left the crowded bar. However, he didn't look like he was drunk at all. He tried to slow down so Erin could walk faster than him as he was behind, looking like he was up to something. Erin quickly found an alley so she could carry out her plan of killing him. Seeing the man being hesitant, she quickly made signs for the man to go ahead. Her figure slowly faded into darkness as she seductively waved at the man to go into the alley with her. The young man took out something as he approached her, as in front of him now wasn't a gorgeous woman, but a giant spider. Without saying anything, he rushed to the monster. With a thing in his hand, he hit it to the monster. It turned out that he was holding a taser. The electric shocks from the taser painfully hurt Erin. She didn't expect herself to fall into his trap. The electric became more powerful as the young man was tasering her. He turned around and called for help. The electric shock paralyzed Erin's whole body. The young man urged his accomplices to quickly finish her. Then, immediately, a group of police approached them. Erin, being painful, screamed and tried to escape herself from the electric wave. Then she strongly kicked the man. As the man was off guard, the female spider quickly shoved him with a leg. Immediately he was thrown to the side. When the police arrived, Erin had already climbed between walls and jumped up high. The policeman, as he finally got up, was furious and ordered the whole team to immediately chase after her. It turned out that he was the police chief. The team quickly chased her soon as they were given the order. But strangely, as Erin was just one step away from making a successful escape, she suddenly stopped. This time, not only her abdomen, but also her arm was aching badly, and a face slowly appeared. As Erin was stuck between the walls, the police underneath were preparing the weapons. Suddenly, a male voice came out of Erin's mouth. Seemingly, she had been controlled by that face. As she realized that it was her husband's voice, she tried to look around but saw no one. It turned out that the face appeared on her arm was that of a dead husband. Then kept babbling about the beautiful memories between them, even the things he did behind her back, which made her extremely angry. Erin tried to silence him, but he still kept babbling, which made her head want to explode. The giant spider was still stuck between the two walls. She was suffering an agonizing pain and couldn't be more angry, while the face hidden behind the skin was delighted, satisfied, as it waited for a bad ending to happen to Erin. At that moment, many police had already arrived at the scene, pointing their guns at her. Erin was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Eventually, after a while, Erin decided to surrender. She was being escorted to a police car. She came face to face with a man who had trapped her. She furiously stared at him. It was probably the first time she failed to seduce a man. It turned out that his young man had been silently watching Erin for months and used himself as a decoy to make Erin appear. Erin was furious when she found out about it, and just like that, the murderer who had killed countless men was arrested. The crimes had been committed. It was only a matter of time for her to be brought to court. However, something bad happened, as she had went crazy during her days at prison. The doctors also confirmed that Erin had developed a mental illness during her serving time. The doctor said that Erin seemed to be hallucinating as she talked to herself every day, also cried and groaned. What the doctor said was true. Since the day Erin was locked up, every day was like a nightmare for her. She always shouted crazily, even banged her head against a wall till it bled, and then started crying and screaming again. Erin couldn't stop thinking about the moment when she took away the life of her husband. She couldn't forget the happy days filled with laughter that she once had. All those memories made Erin unable to stay calm, especially the faces that appeared on her body constantly resented her, which drove her crazy. Erin kept bowing down, apologizing to them, but the souls would never leave her alone. A pitiful woman who sacrificed everything for the love of her life had to accept a tragic outcome.
This is a story about a girl named Akina, who was 22 years old at that time and had just graduated. She is currently an office worker leading a normal life. Akina was already tired of being single all the time. Seeing people around her with their partners made her even sick of it. One day, Akina came across a bizarre advertisement on the internet. She decided to come to the store that was said on the ad to buy her a lover. When she got to the place, the first thing that caught her attention was the colorful billboards and directional sign that pointed the arrow to a quiet, mysteriously small alley. As expected, there was actually a machine in the alley. On the screen of the machine displayed many pictures of men with different appearances. Even though things were shown vividly and clearly, she couldn't believe her eyes. Akina wasn't sure if the machine actually worked or not. Yet she still wanted to try it out. The controller of the machine had the same design of a vending machine. Of course, the quality of your boyfriend would be proportional to the price. The better the model, the greater the value. Here, there were hundreds of boxes being located in order from the top to the bottom. A, B, C, D. The top one, also the most expensive, was the box with an X sign. Since she didn't have much money, Akina chose a B-level boyfriend, looking quite handsome. Even after Akina had finished all the necessary steps, from behind a machine that looked like a claw crane started to move. Then it stopped by that one box Akina had chosen and picked it up. 2 minutes later, the box that Akina had chosen was being handed to her. And from inside, a figure of a big, tall man gradually became apparent. Akina slowly approached the box to get a good look at the man, and was immediately attracted to his handsome face. In real life, he looked many times better than he did in the pictures. From the eyes, nose, mouth, to his eyebrows, they were all perfect. As if being able to sense Akina's footsteps, the boy, who was in a sleeping state, suddenly woke up. "Hi, I'm Justin Bieber. From now on, I will be your boyfriend." Needless to say, there was no word that could describe how Akina was feeling at that moment. Never in her life had she felt so happy and delighted the way she did at that moment. Since that day, every time she went out with him, Akina always got that jealous gaze from her old friends, because her boyfriend looked just like a famous celebrity. The man was also sweet to her. Annika cuddled him all day in bed. She loved how Justin hugged her and whispered to her all the romantic words. But one day, something terrible happened. That day, the company where Akina worked for decided to offer their employees a trip holiday to a famous resort. Akina introduced her boyfriend to her colleagues at the after party. They were all surprised and jealous. While everyone was having a good time talking to each other, a girl sitting next to Justin was annoyed. A while later, she suddenly got up and left the party. She told her friends that she didn't feel good even though the party was just getting started. Then she went to Akina and whispered to her something. Unexpectedly, she told her that while she was with them, Akina's boyfriend had intentionally touched her bum. She told Akina to watch out and be careful with this pervert. Even though she was Akina's closest friend, Akina didn't believe that her boyfriend was a guy like that. When the party was over and everyone went to their rooms to relax, Justin, however, said that he wanted to walk around the hotel and told Akina to go to sleep. However, Akina had a premonition that something was wrong, so she secretly went out and searched for him. The janitor said that she saw Justin walk into the room 1069 at the end of the hallway, and it was the room of another friend of hers. Although not believing that was true, she still wanted to be sure about it. Then she went to the room 1069. When the door was opened, in addition to her friend, she was so disappointed to find out that one laying on the bed was indeed her boyfriend. Seeing what happened in front of her eyes, Akina was hurt and so disappointed. For all the time, Akina was under the impression that Justin was a perfect guy, but now she found out that one bad thing about him and understood why he was ranked as a B-level product. After everything that had happened, it was unbelievable of Justin to go back to his room and acted like nothing had happened. Akina was angry, but she couldn't do anything since the rule of using the machine was that it didn't allow the buyer to return the product. The buyer had to take care of the product for the rest of their lives, except it wanted to leave its owner. Akina could accept everything, but the one thing she couldn't do was to accept the one that lied to her and betrayed her. So she broke up with Justin and asked him to move out of the house. However, ignored what Akina said to him, Justin Bieber still kept drinking liquor and acted like the house was his. While enjoying the glass of liquor in his hand, Justin calmly said, "I was given the responsibility of being your boyfriend, but it didn't mean that you would be the only one I love." How foolish of you. What Justin was saying actually made sense, so Akina couldn't say anything. Feeling angry, Akina couldn't control herself and came up with a terrible idea. She took a knife and intended to kill Justin, made him completely disappear from her life. To clear evidence, she chopped off his body into pieces and drove them to a forest. To make sure that she wouldn't get recognized, she went deep into the forest and stopped by a big old tree and used a shovel to dig. And the body of Justin was buried there, but not as a whole. Akina had done what could get her in jail, but she didn't show any sign of feeling guilty at all. She even thought that Justin deserved it, and he was the one that made things go like that, and she was totally innocent. After that day, Akina went back to the machine to get herself another lover. This time, Akina put the quality of being faithful and loyal as her first priority. Therefore, although she didn't get a man who was as handsome as Justin, she finally got someone that actually loved her and cared for her. The man named Tom Cruise. To test his faithfulness, Akina had come up with a plan and invited a friend to go out with her and Tom. When the three was at the cafe, Akina pretended that she needed to go to the toilet so her friend could carry out the plan she had made before. The woman wore a sexy outfit to seduce Tom, but it didn't work. Then she used her most effective trick to seduce Tom. Now he began to feel uncomfortable with the way she acted around him. No longer putting up with it, Tom stood up, slammed the table, and told the woman to stop. After the test, Akina was so satisfied with her current boyfriend. Just like a previous relationship, she actually had a happy time with her boyfriend. But the bad cycle didn't end there. Tom couldn't satisfy Akina's sexual desires. Compared to her previous boyfriend, Tom was clumsy and boring. Akina became annoyed at Tom's mushy love for her. Feeling too bored, she told Tom to leave the house. The man was upset and didn't know why Akina treated him like that. However, Tom didn't leave. In fact, he was still trying to be around Akina. That one evening, when Akina was at the library with her friend, suddenly a dark figure appeared behind the door. It was Tom Cruise, her ex-boyfriend. He appeared with a look that couldn't be worse. His face was skinny, his whole body was covered with dirt, and the clothes was patched here and there. From outside the door, the man constantly begged Akina to come back to him and give him something to eat. Akina was so embarrassed and angry as the two people around her were laughing at the two. Akina told Tom to meet her at the forest where she buried her ex-boyfriend. Akina said he just needed to go to a place with her, then she would allow him to go back to her house. Tom immediately agreed and followed her without hesitation. Even when he got to this deserted, quiet forest, he didn't suspect anything at all. And you already know what happened, right? Akina killed Tom and buried him next to her other ex-boyfriend. Just like the last time, Akina was thinking that no one would ever find out about them being killed. So, not feeling guilty, she went back to her house with a knife and a shirt that was covered with blood. Akina had totally become another person. To be more precise, she had become a cold-blooded murderer. As she could still stay calm after brutally murdered people, she turned on the TV and watched the news. At that moment, the news about the murderer was reported and the police were searching for the one that was behind it. Now Akina became scared. Her face went pale and she started trembling. She wondered if the corpses were found or if someone had maybe witnessed her murdering them. Luckily, what happened on the news after calmed her down. She let out a sigh of relief as if it was another murder case and the murderer was a female student who also killed her boyfriend. This made Akina even more sure of her assumptions that the people she killed were just products and killing them wasn't against the law. So a day later, Akina went back to the machine. From that day, Akina had used all her savings to get her the most ideal lover she could find. After constantly being in a relationship with 6 B-level lovers, Akina began to feel bored. What she was looking for was a perfect man, but none of them was flawless. Her latest victim was killed in the living room while the two was having a conversation, just because he told her that he loved his mother more than her. After that, she tried for the A-level lovers, but none of them could satisfy Akina. Eventually, Akina went for the Xbox. Looking at the box in front of her, Akina was so nervous. Not letting Akina wait for any longer, when the box was put on the ground, the X-Man quickly opened the door and stepped out. Seeing those long fingers of her new lover, Akina couldn't be more excited. As expected, Akina was totally right about this guy. He was 1,000 times more good-looking than her first lover. Not just the young girls, even the moms were also attracted to this X-Man. One special thing about Akina's latest boyfriend was that he was a CEO of a company with a salary of tens of thousands of dollars every month. Compared to her ex-lovers, this X-Man was a little bit cold, not showing too much emotion, but he didn't mind spending money for Akina. The day Akina being in a relationship with him was also the day she quit her job. The young businessman gave Akina his credit card so she could buy anything she wanted. However, after a few months being together, Akina noticed something strange about this man. Out of curiosity, one night when X was away, she immediately followed him and watched. He indeed was doing something fishy. Akina was a little bit hesitant. She didn't understand why he would get to his place. Akina followed him to a room. However, when she was watching from outside, what happened after that shocked her. It turned out that X was here to secretly date another girl behind her back. As previously said, Akina extremely hated being betrayed. She couldn't believe that the man she paid the most to have had the flaw that she hated the most. Feeling angry, Akina couldn't control herself. She went right in. Her intention was not only to kill X, but also his lover. To Akina's surprise, the X-guy and his secretary wasn't amazed at all. It was like the two had expected her to show up. Not just that, but what the man said to Akina made her from being angry to immediately being scared like a small kitty cat. "The murderer has shown up," he said. Akina couldn't understand why he knew about her wrongdoings. She became scared, her body frozen. The X-Man took advantage of this opportunity, rushed to her and injected some kind of drugs into her neck. When the drugs started kicking in, Akina lost her consciousness. It turned out that the X was the owner of that machine. Lately he had been developing a second one that would focus on those who were being single for too long to get themselves partners. Because of Akina's killing of his products, in order to punish her, now she was being made to become one of those products for the second machine. Akina had a feeling that she was being put in an enclosed space, like a box. A few months later, the machine that sells lovers became popular. Now, together with the male products, the female ones were also added and had attracted many young men. Just like what Akina had seen before, this time, the girls were locked up in grey tin boxes and being put in order of grades A, B, C, D, E. Akina was in the bottom one, the lowest level. Because of her appearance and what she had done in the past, she would permanently be locked in that tin box and there would be no one to choose her. This was an invention of the future. The machine would help you to find an ideal lover, but if you don't use it wisely, you will become its product.
This story is about a young man named Silas, a white-collar worker who led a pretty normal and quiet life like many others. One day while he was in a bar, he unexpectedly made friends with a rich man named Vivian, and the beginning of their friendship had started a new chapter in his life. That year during the holiday season, Silas accepted his friend's invitation to go to a place where only the elite was allowed to. Silas was immediately overwhelmed by the astounding atmosphere there. The place was indeed filled with only the riches, exactly like what Vivian had told him. From being excited, Silas became slightly nervous as he felt like he wasn't on the level as the people around him. Seeing Silas being nervous, Vivian bursted into laughter. He said, "Don't you worry about it, my friend, this place is totally free." It was not just Vivian confirming it, but also his girlfriend as she walked to Silas and assured him that what Vivian said was true. Then the couple took Silas to the center of the building at which a huge machine was located with people lining up, waiting for their turns. It turned out that everything at this building was made by the skull-shaped machine. Following Vivian's instructions, Silas came to the machine and chose for him his favorite camera. As he clicked on the button, the two eyes of the machine lightened up. In less than 10 seconds, the camera that he had always wished for appeared down the machine. Despite witnessing how the machine operated, Silas still couldn't believe his eyes. He confusingly asked Vivian about that, but he only told him that everything was free, so just enjoyed it. But there was one thing Silas needed to know, was that every night survey papers would be sent to him. Silas needed to make sure that he would always tick the maintain the operation box so he could continue his use of the machine. As the requirement was pretty easy, Silas had used the machine to buy things that he loved, food and drinks and also some expensive brand name clothes. Silas had never felt so happy and carefree like this. He chillingly took a soak in his tub and enjoyed the best days of his life. The next morning, Silas came to see Vivian, intended to take him out to breakfast, but strangely inside his room, it was really quiet. Silas went downstairs to look for his friend, but couldn't see him anywhere. As Silas went to the parking lot, he happened to see Vivian's girlfriend, who was also there, so he came to her and asked her about his friend. However, as soon as the woman saw Silas, she immediately turned around and ran away as if she was trying to avoid seeing him. Then he went back to the building and asked everyone where about Vivian, but no one knew about him or his whereabouts. Even a gentleman who seemed to be very close to Vivian also said that he didn't know the one Silas was talking about. Silas quickly panicked. He couldn't understand why almost everyone forgot about Vivian. Feeling a little bit exhausted as he hadn't had breakfast, Silas had to put his confusing thoughts aside and come to the machine to get some food. While Silas was having breakfast, he had thought a lot and slowly realized how creepy this place was, and now the thing he wanted to do most was to leave the building. Silas tried having a conversation with someone who sat opposite him and asked a man how to get out of there, but of course no one would agree to give up his wealthy, comfortable life. Eventually Silas had to find out something, as anyone who wanted to leave this place had to have permission from the one that introduced them to, and in his case it was Vivian. So the first and almost the most important thing to do now was to find Vivian. However, as he was sitting at the dining table, he once again saw Vivian's girlfriend. Silas angrily asked her to stop and then questioned her why she avoided seeing him. He cornered her and started to interrogate her. But the woman wouldn't change the answer. She repeatedly said that she didn't know who Vivian was, yet she looked nervously as if she was trying to hide something. She didn't even dare to look him in the eye. And then Silas started to have doubts that everyone was trying to fool him. The building and the people here were extremely mysterious. Since the disappearance of Vivian, Silas had been sleepless for many nights, as he wanted to know what freaky thing had happened while they were in their sleep. The survey papers were brought to him every night. As Silas finished ticking the papers, he placed them at the doormail slot and waited. At 12 o'clock, the papers were quickly collected. Silas suddenly heard a woman screaming fiercely, which panicked him. Silas plucked up his courage to open the door. Then found out that not only had the papers he placed at the door, but also those from the other rooms were blown to the side by an invisible force. Down the hallway, the scream of the woman was still being heard. Silas ran to the room next to the stairs and immediately stopped as he saw something terrifying appeared before his eyes. A woman wearing a red dress unknowingly had her belly clamped by a long hook and dragged in mid-air, looking so creepy. Seeing the woman screaming desperately, Silas' face turned pale as he couldn't hide the panic. Despite being scared, Silas was still curious, so he sneakily watched it from afar. It looked like the woman and those survey papers were being sucked into the mouth of that skull-shaped thing, which was kept as a vending machine. After sucking the woman and the papers into the mouth, the skull-shaped thing slowly closed it. It seemed like what they had to pay for the things they got from the machine was their own lives. Silas couldn't hold on his emotions. He angrily grabbed a nearby chair with the intention of crashing it. But Silas didn't even have a chance to do it, as he was immediately stopped by a group of people and lifted by one of them. Silas told the big thug that he had witnessed everything and known about the human flesh-eating machine. However, right after that, the thug punched him strongly in the face. The punch was so hard that it threw Silas to the ground, aching his whole body. The thug even threatened Silas that he would meet his death if he dared to come near the machine. Everyone had gathered at the central area, but no one seemed to care about Silas. It looked like all of them had known about the machine. Before leaving, the thug grabbed Silas by the collar and said something confusing. He said that he would be one of the last 5 people to survive and eventually become the owner of the machine. From what the thug said to him, Silas slowly figured out the secret of this building. Everyone was involved in playing a game. Every 2 or 3 days, one of them would be taken away by the machine, and the last 5 survivors would become its owners. The next evening, Silas sneakily approached the machine. His intention was to use the machine to get some weapons so he could fight against the thugs and escape. But when Silas was still unable to carry out his plan, he was recognized by Vivian's girlfriend as she shouted to scare him away. Silas was furious. He yelled at her, "Can't you keep your mouth shut?" The lady smirked as she heard that, saying that she was just joking on him. The truth was, no one cared what Silas was doing at that moment, as they were busy thinking ways to not get caught by the machine. Back to his room, Silas recklessly ticked the shutdown box in hope of getting out of this place. Little did Silas know that the paper wouldn't change anything, while it even put him in many troubles. As the papers were collected, in less than 5 minutes, the thugs kicked down the door and rushed inside his room. They seemed to be very angry as Silas had violated the regulations of the building. Silas was so badly beaten by the thugs that he couldn't even get up. Since that day, time had boringly passed for Silas. The people at the building had no plan to rebel against the system, as they still enjoyed their current lives while hoping that they would be the last ones standing. The days later, due to shortage of food and drinks, Silas had forcefully used the machine in order to keep on living. The numbers of residents in the building slowly decreased, and you might have known where they went to. Many people here had been swallowed by the creepy machine. Some who weren't greedy for fame and wealth had rebelled like Silas, but ended up being shot to death by the thugs. And the identity of the last 5 survivors had been revealed, as Silas was one of them. They were taken to a room to meet a mysterious man with an X sign on his chest. Silas was amazed to see Vivian, who was also in the room, as he had disappeared for over a month but now ended up being in the same room with him. Silas also wondered why Vivian had acted so strangely and who the man in the black was. It looked like everyone in the room was close to this mysterious man except Silas, who knew nothing about him. Silas suddenly pointed at the man and said, "There are already 5 people including that man, which means that I could leave here, right?" As Silas finished his question, the thug who sat opposite him immediately threw his bracelet at him. Then he smirked and said that Silas was so lucky to survive this far. It turned out that the man in black was the one that helped 4 other people make it to this round. No wonder why the thugs and that woman acted so confidently. However, according to what the man said, it turned out that he was also just a part of this deadly game, and he didn't expect that Silas could make it to this point. Silas started trembling as he heard that if the 5 of them were on the same boat, then the next one that had to be killed off was definitely him. Opposite to Silas being nervous, the remaining survivors were relaxed and happy. One of the thugs even suggested to kill him so the game could be finished quickly. But Vivian turned down his suggestion, as he wanted to wait for another 2 days for the machine to decide who would be killed next. That night, as he walked past the machine at the central area, Silas noticed the man in black was doing something fishy. Silas quietly walked closer to him and happened to find out the man's secret. It turned out that the principle for the machine to kill off someone was based on how large the amount of money they spent on it, and it was extremely dangerous for Silas as he was at the top of the chart. Perhaps during his stay at the building, Silas has just used the machine to buy food and drink, so that was why he could survive this far. Silas could no longer stay calm. He recklessly ran outside the building. Knowing Silas would escape, the thugs and Vivian had already guarded outside. They shot Silas in the leg as soon as he got to the door. As the wound was serious, Silas had to use the machine to get a first aid kit. Silas thought to himself, since the money he spent was twice as much as that of those people, then he should spend more on getting his wound treated. That way he could think of other ways to escape. Silas bandaged his wound while trying to make a plan. As Silas glanced at the machine, his eyes suddenly brightened up. Silas pointed at the machine, shouted to the thugs that the man in black was trying to adjust something from the machine so he could take control of it. As the thugs heard him, they looked at the machine, and indeed, the man was doing something fishy. Many gunshots were fired. Silas' plan was to separate the group and make them eliminate each other, but he didn't expect the man would brutally fight back his accomplices. Eventually, the thugs had to unwillingly use the machine to buy medical equipment in order to treat their wounds. Silas then came to each of them, convinced them to keep purchasing valuable things that then together ticked the shutdown box. In this way, the machine would change its target to the man in black. The thugs, having been shot by the man, agreed to do what Silas told them. That night, they purchased many expensive valuable things and then all ticked the shutdown box in the survey papers. But the next morning they found out that they were all deceived. As the 4 of them had ticked the shutdown boxes, somehow the machine was still operating. It turned out that it wasn't the majority of people who could activate the shutdown of the machine, but all of the survivors unanimously ticking shutdown would stop its operation. At first, Vivian and the thugs thought that it was the man in black who refused to shut down the machine, but then they realized there was something strange. If the man wanted to kill them, why did he just do it right away instead of doing the survey papers? Not waiting for the group to finish their thinking, the mysterious man bursted into laughter. Then he looked at Silas and said, "Ha, you are very smart, kid." Now the thugs had figured out that it was Silas's plan. It turned out that while the man in black was controlling the machine, Silas had discovered a special button. The button could change the number of people that the machine would kill in one take, so Silas had tricked them into buying a lot of things, as it would make their ranks in the chart go up while his went down. Then he adjusted the button to number 4, and just like that he could easily eliminate 4 of them simultaneously. Vivian was furious as he heard the explanation from the man. He rushed to beat Silas. But Silas wasn't scared, as he knew the machine was still operating and it would swallow Vivian. His prediction was true. In less than a minute the machine let out its hook. Vivian, his girlfriend, and the 2 thugs immediately ran away. But no matter how hard they tried, they would never escape the long hooks from catching them. In just a moment, all of them were caught and swallowed. Silas was satisfied to see it. It seemed like his character had changed. Not only the group of 4 people that he wanted to kill, but also the man in black, as it would help him become the owner of the machine. But as soon as Silas finished his words, he felt a gust of wind. It turned out that the hook was coming at him. It lifted him up. The man in black had secretly adjusted the button to number 5 when Silas didn't pay attention to him, and the one ranked 5th on the chart was no one but Silas. Having finished everything, the man took out his phone and made a call. It sounded like the person on the end of the line was a man with power. All of their inventions were made for human beings to eliminate each other. Those people died not because of the machine, but because of their greediness. At the end of the day, the greatest enemy of a person is actually himself.
The story took place at an oceanographic institution. As usual, while everyone had already left work, Silas was still at the library working on his research. Silas was some kind of eccentric scientist. He was not very friendly. Lately, Silas was busy working on his research, so he didn't allow anyone to come to his office, as it would bother him. His room was completely isolated, and outside his room was a sign of "Do Not Disturb" on the door. Silas was a marine biologist, and the inside of his room was filled with fish tanks. Silas came inside his room. He carefully put the test tube rack on the table and went to check the large fish tank. There was a big fish swimming in it. "Honey, how are you today?" "It's me again." The fish floated on the water as soon as it heard Silas's voice. Strangely, in the water, the fish looked exactly like a human. It was actually a human. Her name was Tina, and she was Silas's girlfriend. How creepy it was. Was he carrying out experiments on his girlfriend and turned her into a mermaid? As soon as she saw Silas, she immediately begged him to let her out of the cramped tank. But Silas tried to comfort her. He said he would find ways to help her return to being human again. Tina was so disappointed, as he had promised her many times but hadn't carried it out. It was because she was so in love with Silas that she let him do experiments to her. She had no idea that everything had gone too far. However, she couldn't do anything but be upset, living in the fish tank and wait. Silas told Tina that he needed more time. He would definitely figure out a way for humans to live underwater like fish. Tina put her faith in him, and Silas had told her that if the experiment succeeded, he would marry her. Silas also excitedly told her that he would become famous and make lots of money off his work. With all the experiments that he had conducted, his purpose was to breed all species together and see whether they could survive in the outside settings or not. Tina was still hoping that Silas would try his best to help her get back to a human form. Silas had succeeded in turning humans into mermaids, but it was the process of mermaids returning to their normal human form that still puzzled him, as he had made no progress over the years. That made Tina feel worried. There were times when Silas felt happy as his experiments became successful. However, the creatures that he had created somehow looked truly creepy. Tina felt like something wasn't right, and she had talked to Silas about it, as she wondered, what did the breeding process have something to do with her getting back to a human form? She doubted that Silas was up to doing something else and broke his promise. Being asked by Tina, Silas didn't know what to do but slightly ignored her question and told her to patiently wait for him. Suddenly, as Silas left the room, he accidentally dropped a piece of paper, and Tina saw it. Out of curiosity, she picked it up and read. Everything seemed to collapse in front of her eyes. It turned out that Silas had lied to her. He was working on something that could help people become more powerful underwater. Even more terrifying, he also wanted her to be pregnant, as he expected to see if she could breed mermaids. Eventually, Tina was truly disappointed to find out that her lover just considered her a tool for his experiments. Perhaps it was the main reason why he tried to extend the experimental time and lock her in there. Tina couldn't put up with it anymore. She jumped out of the tank and approached Silas. She was furious and told him that she had known his secrets. Immediately, Tina grabbed his neck and dragged him to her side. While Silas was still confused, not understanding what was going on, he immediately got bitten in the neck by Tina. As Tina was getting so angry, he couldn't fight back but tried to run out of his office room. Feeling terrified, he thought that it was the side effects of the drugs that drive Tina crazy, and it would get him killed. About Tina, despite being upset, she had to get out of the tank and leave the office. Not having legs made it more difficult for her to move. As she got outside, Tina found a sewer pipe. The manhole cover was already removed. Having no choices left, she jumped down the sewer, hoping it could lead her to the sea. After 15 minutes of swimming, she finally made it to the sea. But her worries didn't end there. Since she was once a human being, and this was also the first time she had to live under the sea, would it be dangerous to her to live there? Now, at the laboratory, Silas had come back with a knife in his hand, and it seemed like he wanted to attack Tina. But she had already left the moment he came back. However, he didn't show any emotion when he saw the empty fish tank. It seemed like he had already known that Tina would escape. Since he had predicted her escape, he had mixed her food with a small tracking device. It didn't matter where she could head to. He would easily find her. It was beyond imagination to know how evil he was. For his own benefits, he would do such awful things to his own lover. When the morning came, Silas immediately rented a boat and went to the location displayed on the tracking device. The reason he wanted to find Tina was because his experiments were at the final stages of the process. If he lost her this time, his experiments would be doomed, and the time he spent working on them would be completely wasted. Standing by the deck, he looked down at the water surface, yelling, "Tina, I know you're here. Please show up. I will set you free, but you need to return me one thing." As expected, below the ship was Tina's whereabouts, and she also heard his call. Even though she knew that it was dangerous to meet him, she was curious to know what Silas was talking about. Tina took risks and went to see him. To be sure, she only left half of her head above the water. Silas told her that he didn't intend to turn her into a mermaid. It was because of a freaky item. Tina was furious, but tried to hold back her anger and listen to him. Silas said that it was the black fish scale on her left hip that made her a mermaid, and he wanted it back. Actually, the experiments on turning humans into mermaids had been considered by him for a long time, but the longer he worked on it, the more impossible he found to accomplish it. With the support of some people, he found a secret organization, and Silas was given a fish scale. It had a unique special power. Just by inserting it into someone, they would become a sea creature. During that time, Silas often had quarrels with Tina, so he decided to use the fish scale on her and made her a tool for his experiments. Tina's face became darkened as she listened to what he was telling her. She really did not expect someone she loved and treasured could do such things. While Tina was not yet able to respond, Silas suddenly pointed the stun stick at her. He told her if she didn't quickly return the fish scale to him, she would be punished. Of course, after everything she had been through, there was not any reason left for Tina to fear Silas. She only asked him one question, and it was how to get back to a human form. But he yelled at her, saying that there wouldn't be anything that could help her return to a human form again. At this moment, Tina slowly rose above the water and approached Silas. She pulled the black fish scale off her fishtail and slowly brought it to him. Like he said, Tina couldn't get back to being a human despite removing the fish scale. Would she accept to return him the fish scale and let him do his awful experiments to others? Seeing Tina willingly giving him the fish scale, Silas was happy, not having any doubts. As the moment he was caught off guard, Tina immediately climbed onto the deck and immediately stabbed the fish scale onto his neck, which totally shocked him. After being stabbed in the neck, Silas's face immediately changed color. His eyes widened, his eyebrows frowned as he was suffering great pain. And Silas would end up like Tina. He would turn into a merman and his experimental projects would come to an end. Like a flash of light, Tina jumped down the sea, leaving Silas furious. Before she left, Tina didn't forget to tell Silas that he deserved to be like that, and he had to pay for his sins. Trembling angry, he tried to get up as he constantly cursed, swore, and that he would kill Tina at all costs. Silas tried to remove the fish scale in his neck, but he couldn't. No matter how hard he tried, it still didn't move at all. No choices left. Silas had to drive his boat back to shore. After a while, he made it to the shore safely. But now, Silas began to feel the extreme pain running through his body. Silas felt worried that the fish scale was supposed to be put on his legs, but now it was on his neck. Having thought of that, Silas suddenly felt great pain in his head, as if it was about to be cut into two halves. A few minutes later, his head was slowly parted, looking so terrifying. His skin turned blue and became slippery. His eyes were bulging, his mouth widened, looking like a monster. Not only that, his whole body also released a smelly, disgusting liquid. His screams accidentally caught the attention of the security guards working near there. The two security guards were on their shift, suddenly noticed the smelly liquids on the ground. Out of curiosity, they followed the liquid to check if there was anything that got washed up. But they were wrong. What they were about to witness was way more terrible. As the two were following the liquids left on the ground, they heard the footsteps behind them, and the stench got more awful. It was Silas behind them. As the two were yet to respond, the monster had eaten one of the security guards' head. Witnessing the scene, the remaining guard could only scream fiercely. Silas had turned into a truly bloodthirsty monster, as he was eating the poor man alive. When the others came to rescue, the security guard had been completely eaten by the monster. Noticed many people approaching, the monster began to change its target. It screamed painfully. It seemed like its body still continued to evolve. From the back grew out more fish scales. The limbs also showed more sharp claws. Silas now started to scare himself. He began to fear.
as he didn't expect himself to become such a creepy, terrifying monster. The security guards started to surround him and ready to attack. Silas tried to say something, but it was too late. A fishing net swung out and he was totally grabbed. Coincidentally, Silas was brought to the oceanographic institution where he worked. When he woke up, he found himself laying on the experiment bed, and the people around him were looking at him as if he was a white mouse, just like the way he did to Tina. Unexpectedly, the fish scale had turned Silas into such a scary, terrifying monster. It looked like those people wanted to dissect him, as they thought he was some kind of a mutant. Eventually, Silas had to pay for his greediness and his sins with his fins.
This is a story that my granddad once told me. When he was young, he usually went fishing with his friends. One day there was a storm out on the sea, and a small boat couldn't withstand the strong waves. The whole boat was capsized in just moments. The crew had to cling to the boat as it floated in the middle of the sea. They were all soaked, and there was nothing left for them to eat or drink. My granddad, already injured, had to spend days lying on the only wooden plank left. Then he started to get a fever and went into a deep coma. As all of the people on the boat were fishermen, with the survival skills they had, they started to find ways to catch fish. After half a day, Jack eventually brought my granddad a fresh fish. He even peeled the meat off the fish and fed it to my granddad. Thanks to him, my granddad's health got better. However, due to being on the sea for many days, with no water left to drink and food to eat, the remaining crew died and drowned into the bottom of the sea. My granddad screamed their names in pain, but none of them could hear him. They were permanently buried in the deep sea, and perhaps their bodies would never be found. Jack and my granddad were the only ones left, and they had to count on each other to survive in extreme conditions. Jack still tirelessly tried to catch fish for my granddad. Despite being exhausted, not a day went by without him taking care of my granddad, who was also his best friend. As my granddad watched him being tired while thinking of the situation that the two were dealing with, tears were rolling down his cheeks. There were times that my granddad wanted to give up. Jack always showed up with a fish in his hand and encouraged him to keep on living. We have to live. There will be a ship passing by and they will see us. Don't give up. Jack showed the fish to my granddad. He said with optimism, "Eat it, because if you don't you will die, and that means the deaths of our friends would be a waste." Jack handed the fish to my granddad while comforting him. My granddad received the fish from Jack. He ate it alive and felt so lucky that Jack was there with him. Seeing his friend devour the fish, Jack quickly went away to catch more of them. Knowing that Jack was tired, my granddad felt worried, so he secretly watched how Jack was catching fish. He was wondering why Jack always went far away from the boat to catch the fish, and he also acted strange, which made my granddad feel doubtful. He also wondered how Jack could catch fish so easily, as he had no tools to do it but bare hands, while the two were in the middle of the sea. Then my granddad found out a secret. Jack had a fish hook he placed into his mouth. As Jack was acting in such a strange way, my granddad couldn't take his eyes off his friend. Suddenly Jack felt extreme pain, like he was being pierced by hundreds of spikes. Then from the inside of his throat, a fish came out. As Jack was trying to pull the fish out of his mouth, the pain he suffered made him want to die, as it was so painful with no word to describe it. Then, Jack finally pulled the fish out of his mouth. Seeing Jack's actions, my granddad felt like he would never understand how Jack could do it. It was creepy. My granddad wondered how could there be such a thing on Earth. After a while, Jack came back with a fish in his hand. Knowing that my granddad had witnessed the whole thing, Jack comforted him. "Don't be scared. It is a magical hook." Jack removed the hook of the fish and slowly told my granddad the story of how he got it. The magical hook could catch any kind of fish, and it could do it in the mouth of its owner. But like any magical items, it also had its flaws. The more someone used it, the weaker they would become, and at some point they would die from exhaustion. As Jack was using it to save my granddad, it was inevitable that he would die from being too exhausted. The secret that Jack revealed to my granddad was also his last words. And eventually, he sank to the bottom of the sea just like the others. My granddad was the only one to survive. 2 days after the death of Jack, my granddad was saved when a marine ship found him. Years later, every time he recalled his depressing story, he became incredibly upset. He sighed deeply and then stroked my head, saying that those were the friends that he really respected. The story that he told me was freaky. Is mouth fishing really a thing? I stared at that magical hook in confusion. Was the fish hook really that magical? Or was it just a story that got made up by my granddad? That evening my friends came over to my house. I told them that I was going to show them a surprise. I told my friends the story of my granddad and wanted to prove if it was all true or not. Of course, I had sneakily stole his fish hook and told my friends about its magic. Knowing that my friends wouldn't believe me just by hearing the story, I volunteered to try the hook first. I slowly brought the hook to the front of my mouth. I felt slightly scared as the hook looked kinda scary to me. I held the hook in front of my mouth and waited. After a while, nothing happened. My 2 friends were looking at me confusingly, which made me feel insecure. Nothing had happened. My friends thought that I had lied to them and the story was just made up. However, I didn't want to give up. I tried the other ways, and this time I wanted to use that hook inside one of my friends' mouth. My friend was bold. He dared me to try putting it into his mouth. I quickly held the hook in front of him and slowly placed it inside of his mouth. As soon as the hook touched his mouth from the inside, smoke came out, spreading over the room. He immediately got scared as the terror clearly showed on his face. He screamed painfully, but somehow no one could hear him, as if the screams were stuck in his throat. I quickly pulled out the fish hook in fear, thinking that the hook had injured him somewhere in the neck. As I was about to pull it out of nowhere, a fish was attached to the hook and get dragged out by me. We were all scared, not knowing what had happened, as my friend fainted on the ground due to the extreme pain he had just gone through. It was truly a big fish. Its fins were covered with sharp needles. It was all true. I had caught a fish from the inside of one of my friend's mouth. I panically held the hook worryingly. The story of my granddad suddenly appeared in my mind. There must have been something that he was hiding from me. Thinking of it, I suddenly found out an awful secret of the hook. The one who used the hook couldn't catch fish from his own mouth. He must use it to catch fish from someone else's mouth. The secret I found out became even more true to me. The story that my granddad told me was all a lie. He had used a fish hook to catch fish from the inside of his friends' mouths. Then my granddad walked up to me from behind and took the hook out of my hand. Then he said, "Lucky for him that it was just one fish. Bring him home so he can rest. The boy will be fine." Then he walked away, not forgetting to tell me not to touch the hook again. But I couldn't help but be curious. I had to ask him about the story he told me, whether it was true or not. Hearing me asking him about it, he knew that he could no longer hide his secret, so he told me the truth. The boat capsizing and him being injured so badly, which caused fever, was all true. But he was not the only one that got injured. The other 4 friends were also hurt, and the hook was his. From the beginning he had brought it with him. It wasn't Jack giving it to him like it was in the story he told me. As before they set off, a strange man dressed in black with a large X sign on his coat came out of nowhere and handed my granddad the fishhook. The mysterious man also told my granddad how to use it. Being in such difficult situation, he had to try the hook on his friends. What the man told my granddad was all true. My granddad could catch fish from his friends' mouths. His friends all became weaker as he used the hook on them. When they finally found out his intention, it was already too late. Because of greediness and selfishness, my granddad had led all of his friends to death so he could live. The fish that got pulled out of them was addictive as it had no fishy taste. Seeing my granddad's true colors, Jack felt hurt. He sighed deeply knowing that the fish was actually human flesh, and perhaps it was the reason why he slowly became exhausted. As there was no strength left in him, they died and sank to the bottom of the ocean. The fish meat had helped my granddad survive the starvation. Its blood also helped him stay hydrated. Then my granddad ended his story. It was all too late. Perhaps feeling guilty for what he had done to his friends, he tried to redeem himself by making altars for all of his 4 friends and placed fish on them. I realized that everyone made mistakes, and my granddad was no exception. Even though what my granddad had done was wrong, but if I was under the same circumstances, I would do the same, as there would be some times when we couldn't control ourselves from the temptations. Then my granddad sadly told me, "Please do me this favor." He handed the hook to me and told me to get the fish out of him. I was shocked when I heard it, as I still didn't understand his intention. Scared, I refused to do it. My granddad was already old now. If I did that to him, perhaps he would never wake up again. Despite being scared, yet my granddad convinced me to do it for him. I had to listen to him. After a while, I finally pulled out a fish out of his mouth. My granddad carefully placed it in front of the altars of his friends. It was a fish that was made out of his flesh, and he used it to make up for the sins that he committed in the past. As tears were rolling down his face, he looked at the altars of his friends, begging them to forgive him as the sins had haunted him from the day they died. Are people really as good as they think they are? How about you?
Recently, many people have become terrified after hearing that an ugly woman named May has kidnapped a large number of children. She appeared in a number of countries and kidnapped a large number of children for trafficking and avoided being apprehended by the police. The children kidnapped by May, no matter how loud they screamed, no one would hear them because May's big hands was covering their mouths. After successfully kidnapping the children, she took them to the captive countryside for a while before selling them. The children were afraid to even resist her because of fear. She always knew how to control children. When they saw the knife, they could only pity themselves and remain silent. They dare not say even half a word. In these remote rural areas, she handed over the captured children to her comrades to guard. In these places, it was difficult for the police to investigate. She sold to shepherds who exploited the children for labor. These children were turned into orphans, made mute and deaf, then pushed out on the street, being forced to beg. The neighbors around her home went to the police to report everything they knew. No one could hide their panic when they reported to the police about their next-door neighbors' misdeeds. There were far too many kidnappings, and every day many parents came to the police station to report them. May was finally wanted by the police after the victim's description and camera extraction. Because of the widespread use of the press and social media, many people recognized May's face when she returned to the city to continue kidnapping children. A woman recognized her and immediately reported her to the police. To avoid confusion, this police officer repeatedly asked her to stop, but she did not turn around and fled the scene instead. She walked faster and faster at first, then her face became clearly panicked and sweat started pouring out like a waterfall. She dashed into a nearby alley. After she had ran far enough, she looked around, hoping that the cop would not follow her. However, a girl in black with a big X on her shirt appeared and asked if she could help her escape. The ex-girl informed her that she was now wanted throughout the country and that it was impossible for her to flee the city. She even stated that if May trusted her, she would not let her down. There wasn't any other option. May believed that if this girl intended to harm her, she should leave it to the police and not assist her. Surely, her boss had summoned this young lady to assist her. Then she followed the lady to a red bungalow. She questioned the girl once more, asking if she would be okay with hiding there. However, the girl had not yet responded when she heard a loud call from behind her from a police officer. He finally caught up with them. As a result, ex-girl urged her to hurry and run into the house, ensuring that the policeman would be unable to enter. When Aunt Mee entered the room, the door slammed shut. And with that, the beautiful girl also vanished, leaving her with a dark and cold corridor. This place was definitely creepy. After a few seconds of reassurance, she took a deep breath and summoned the courage to proceed. After a few steps, she noticed a window and moved closer to see what was going on outside. Strangely, the policeman from earlier, despite standing in front of the window, had a blank expression on his face, glancing back and forth as if he couldn't see this old house. She was amused by the policeman's expression, forgetting both the disappearance of the beautiful girl and the strangeness of this house. Next thing, she started walking around the house. Strangely enough, the inside of this house was so big, it had many rooms. At the end of the hallway was a door, a wooden door with a very strange pattern. And she didn't understand why someone with a strange taste had decorated the door with a drawing of human organs. She then ignored the door and continued on her way. But just as she turned away, she let out a childish sound inside with the instinct of a kidnapper. A sinister grin appeared on her face. Today, I believe, is a lucky day. Finding a safe haven and having tasty bait. That train of thought came to an end when she approached the door and gently opened it without fear. She was not in a hurry, simply opened the door slightly and looked inside to confirm. There was, in fact, a child behind this door, a plump and white boy, not an ordinary child. Aside from the child, there were numerous types of food and drinks. She had no idea who brought it here, but that wasn't important to her at that moment. Dark thoughts immediately entered her mind, and this notorious kidnapper acted quickly. She used delectable words to sweeten and beg permission. Hearing her voice, the other child stopped eating and quickly looked towards the door with an innocent face. She suddenly asked the child if she wanted some candy. When the innocent child heard that, he was extremely happy and immediately nodded in agreement. It took only a few minutes until she was able to sit near the child and seduce him to share food with her. Is she happy because she never expected to have such a wonderful opportunity? This kid is going to make a lot of money. Surprisingly, everything went so well that she suggested that he happily agree to go out and play with her, even seeing that the child was extremely excited. A few hours later, the child was quickly taken to the home of an infertile couple with whom she had been dealing. Upon seeing this plump white child, the couple was overjoyed and quickly agreed to pay a large sum of money to buy the toddler from May's hand. Having completed the transaction, she immediately let go of the child's hand and lied to him, telling him to stay with his new uncle and aunt. Then she received a large sum of money and left happily, so her sale was a success. But who was that child? Where did he come from? His background is still a mystery, but she did not really care about it. She only cared about how much money she was holding. There was a strange thing at that moment as she found her stomach to be aching violently. There was no trace on her body, but the pain was severely real. May became concerned when she realized her desired order had spread throughout the house. However, the large wooden house stood tall, but no one could see it, and it was a wonderful sanctuary for her. May returned to the house and she noticed that there were many doors with patterns engraved on the outside, such as 2 lungs, 2 kidneys, and a heart. She came to a halt in front of a room because she heard a child crying inside. She smirked and immediately planned a mission this time, as she had done the previous time. She was not as cautious this time as she had been the previous time, and she hurriedly opened the door. As expected, there was a child inside, a white boy, plump and handsome. This child was even easier to entice than the previous one. The young boy rushed over to May and asked to be carried. She wondered why a child who met someone for the first time could be so friendly and easy to get close to. But that was not her concern. She just knew that this child would definitely help her get a great deal of money. Just like that, the child was handed over to an old farmer, and also she received a lump of money in no time at all. But the feeling of pain, like being stabbed in the stomach, still tortured her every night. She didn't have a good night's sleep for more than 2 weeks. And that night, while struggling, she suddenly received a call from the farmer she met that afternoon. Not knowing what information she received, her face immediately changed. According to the old man, that afternoon while the child was playing happily, he suddenly disappeared. Before going back to the house to get water, he made the kid sit in a hammock. But when he returned, he found the kid had disappeared. The tree next to it was covered with blood, and on the ground was the teddy bear that he bought for him that afternoon. The man asked her to pay back the money, but she did not agree, because the loss of the baby was due to him and not her fault. Putting down the phone, she was silent for a long time, seemingly thinking about the strange news she had received. A few seconds later, she suddenly thought about taking advantage of this occasion, since she had to earn some money to escape abroad, how she could get rid of the police and how she got rid of those troublesome people. She thought that it would be impossible if she went to one of the rooms and find more children. She thought maybe the house was an orphan center of some kind because there were multiple children living there. Then she went to the room with a heart-shaped wooden door. From afar, she saw 2 beautiful twin girls. Her greed resurfaced. She thought, what a blessing. If these 2 children sell, the money will double. The 2 children gradually drew closer to her. Then she gently wiped a little girl's nose with a washing cloth and said sweet words to lure them to a so-called fun place with lots of games. The seduction of these 2 girls was even easier than the last boy. She had not even said anything yet as they asked her to take them out to play. It was so smooth and easy that it surprised her too. At first there was a bit of a pause because she felt a pain in her chest, but later on she didn't care much. Then she took both children to a woman at an orphanage who secretly sold children to wealthy families when asked. The lady looked at the 2 children and patted their heads, then expressed her satisfaction. She then gave May a large sum of money. Seeing the money in front of her eyes, she felt extremely happy. After giving the money, the other woman and the 2 children disappeared quickly into the corner, leaving her in the woods in joy. Holding the money in her hand, she still thought that heaven would help her. It was not long for her happiness to last when May's face changed color. A heart attack suddenly struck. She involuntarily shouted out loud in pain. She held her chest with one hand and another brought forward as her voice trembled for help. But the shadow of the woman and the other two girls suddenly melted away and disappeared. The next morning, the policeman rushed to the office to report cases to his superiors. People reported that May's whereabouts were found. The captain of the police team immediately dispatched the team to leave. It was strange that the winding mountain road was so difficult. Why was she able to lead the two children so far yesterday without being discovered by anyone? Just a few hours after the information was released, people came in crowds to listen to the situation. The police reported that the guide found her dead body. She was surrounded by money and her death had many mysteries. According to preliminary investigation, she died of a heart attack. However, the frightening thing here was that in her abdomen, she did not have any internal organs at all.
This is a creepy story about how selfish a man was to abandon his dog that were once so connected to him. This lovely girl was called Daisy, and she was a painter. That day, on the way home, Daisy suddenly overheard a conversation between two homeless men. They were talking about a monstrous dog with a human-like face that lately appeared in an alley to the west of the city. At first, she was curious. But after thinking for a while, she thought the story was just bullshit. Lately, Daisy was running out of ideas for the arts that were going to be introduced at next week's art exhibition. She was under pressure as she couldn't come up with any idea. That night, Daisy was sleepless. She made a cup of warm tea, then opened the window to see the city at night. She wanted to find a little relaxation for her soul, but her mood just became heavier. So she decided to go out in order to find herself some inspiration. Instead of walking on some bright streets, Daisy chose to go to the poor neighborhood. The scene suddenly recalled Daisy the conversation between two homeless men she met this afternoon. Suddenly she felt curious. Being so curious, Daisy decided to go to the alley to see. The area was quite deserted, so Daisy just stood up at the top of the alley and looked from afar. A few seconds later, it was unknown that Daisy had seen that her face changed color. She looked anxious and scared. It turned out that she was looking at a dog with black fur slowly coming out of the dark. As the dog slowly approached her, Daisy started to get terrified. What she heard from the homeless men was true. Under the dim lights, Daisy could see a human-like face on the head of the dog. From the eyes, the nose, the mouth to the eyebrows, they looked just like that of a human being, except the ears and the bush of hair under was a dog's. At this point, Daisy could no longer stay calm. She screamed loudly, but even more terrifying, that creepy dog even spoke like a human. "Please help me find my owner. Here's a picture of him. Please help me." Daisy was so terrified that she couldn't even hear what the dog was saying, covered her head with her hands. Strangely, the dog somehow could feel how Daisy was feeling. Perhaps it didn't want to scare her, so it went back to the dark alley. Daisy now still kept her eyes closed. She had no idea that the dog had already left. Then she plucked up courage to open her eyes, but didn't see the dog. Daisy was so surprised that the dog didn't do anything harmful to her. She was bewildered and it took her a while to get up. It was already midnight, the noisy streets now become quiet. Daisy went home. Her feelings were indescribable. Despite feeling scared, Daisy couldn't stop thinking about the dog. Why did it have such a human-like face?
And more than just being curious, she suddenly had a flash of sheer inspiration. She wanted to make a drawing of the dog, wanted to see it again and learn more about it. Then, Daisy tried to recall what she had seen of the dog and began to draw. Since that night, every day Daisy went to that alley and secretly watched the dog. The dog asked everyone who passed by the alley the same question about its owner. It seemed like the dog was looking for the person who looked like its face, but most of those who he asked all got terrified and ran away. Daisy also found out that every day he was always in that alley. He didn't go anywhere else. It seemed to her that the alley was the place where his owner left him. Daisy began to have more admiration for the dog. Whether when it was sunny or rainy, he was still there waiting for his owner. Despite the heavy rain and the cold wind, the dog was still there instead of looking for somewhere else to shelter. There were aggressive dogs coming to the alley to attack him many times, but all had to leave as the dog with a human-like face was too determined. After days of watching, Daisy began to draw him. Yet she felt like something was missing. She decided to help the dog find his owner by making a drawing of the face on his head and posting it on social network. The next day, someone provided information about the man with a similar face to Daisy. Followed their guidance, Daisy quickly found the place of that man. It turned out that the man with similar face to the dog was an owner of a convenience store. After a few minutes of hesitation, Daisy plucked up all her courage and went inside. As expected, the man's face was totally similar to that of the dog, like two peas in a pod. Daisy couldn't help but be shocked. She went straight to the point and asked if he had adopted a dog. The man was annoyed by her question. He said that he had left the dog 2 months ago since it was getting old and no longer being helpful. It was exactly like what Daisy was thinking. The dog was left, so he kept wandering around the alley as he waited for his owner. Daisy couldn't stay calm. She said that the dog was always waiting for him to pick it up. Why did he treat the dog so cruelly and leave him just because of getting old and weak, even it was always loyal to him? However, despite her being angry, he still remained calm and said that the dog was useless. Daisy now became even angrier. His bitter words made her blood boil, and she wanted to punch him in the face. Daisy even told him that the dog had the same face as him and that she should bring it home to take care of it, or the whole society would condemn him for his ruthless behavior. He didn't buy what she was saying. However, Daisy had evidence to prove that he was definitely its owner, thanks to the face. Out of curiosity, he agreed to go to the alley with Daisy to check if it was all true. He and Daisy went to the place where he left the dog. Soon enough, the two came to the alley. The poor dog was still lying there waiting for its owner, looking so pitiful. But instead of feeling guilty, he smirked and surprised that the dog was still foolishly waiting for him to bring it home. As Daisy stood closer to the dog, she could clearly see that the dog was too skinny, like just skin and bones left on its body. It was exhausted, laying on the ground. However, as soon as it heard the voice of its owner, it quickly turned to look at him, but the face on its head scared the hell out of the man. He ran away, screaming, calling it a monstrous dog. Daisy looked at the dog, being upset and disappointed. She could only say something to comfort him. It seemed like at that moment, the dog had understood everything despite being disappointed. He no longer thought about his owner. After seeing his owner, the dog's face suddenly glowed and blue aura radiated around it. Along with that light, the owner's face on its head also faded and disappeared. While Daisy was still confused, trying to understand what was happening, the blue light had turned into a mask and then flew up high. Witnessing the scene before her eyes, Daisy couldn't hide the amazement on her face. What even more surprising was that after the blue light disappeared, the dog also returned to its normal look. It was such a lovely dog. It had waited for its owner for such a long time. Sadly, now it couldn't help crying. As the mask left its body, it also meant that it had to leave the world. Now Daisy had understood that the mask was there to help him complete his wish of finding the owner. Thanks to that, the loyal dog was able to carry the face of its owner and moreover could speak like a human. But it didn't stop there. After leaving the alley, the mask immediately chased after the owner and then possessed his body. After witnessing the whole thing, despite feeling strange, Daisy felt upset as how cruel the man was. 3 days later, while being on the way home, Daisy met that man by chance. There was something strange about him. It seemed like his face was slowly changing. When he got back to his store, his wife looked at him strangely as if she hadn't met him ever before. She held at him and told him to get out of the store, just like the way someone else would shoot a dog. The man was so confused, but seeing how angry his wife was, he had to leave eventually. He was about to get back to his mother's house, but when he called her, what he heard was shocking to him. The woman said that she didn't have any son, and told him that he had called the wrong number. Apparently, his close ones had forgotten about his existence, just like the way he left his poor dog. Daisy, standing there watching him, she assumed that it must be the mask that made of this. Not just his family, everyone around him looked at him as a freak. At that moment, his face had changed into a half-human, half-dog face, looking so creepy. He had treated his dog badly and now he had to be punished. Being inspired by that story, Daisy's drawing had become famous, and the exhibition was also a great success. When asked where did she get her inspiration from, she always answered that she got it from a dog with a human-like face. The drawings were simple drawn lines, contained in it a long, meaningful story that gave audiences an indescribable feeling. The mask gave the man a chance to bring home the dog that he had left, yet he once again refused to take care of it, so the mask had to punish him. The moral of the story is to tell people to never leave their loyal friends, no matter what the reason could be, because to them, you are the only one.
Lily is a famous YouTuber and streamer, and lately she has been getting more popular on social media. With her live streams on how to take care of cats and videos of her taking in stray cats and raising them, the young girl immediately won the hearts of fans. Despite actually bringing the cats home, she just used them as a tool to help her earn money. The cats were locked in the cages in the warehouse. Moreover, some of the cats were left starving as they were not well behaved during her live streams. That day, while she was doing her live stream, Lily heard the doorbell. A beautiful lady dressed in black was holding a package meant for Lily. Lily assumed that it was a gift from her fans as she asked the woman in black to open it and check the receipt. Turned out it was a pretty necklace that was inspired by that of a cat. As soon as Lily saw the necklace, she immediately got excited. She quickly took the package and signed the receipt that the shipper handed to her. But there was one strange thing. As the shipper told Lily that she would be back again, what exactly did she mean? Lily was confused. Lily showed the necklace to her fans who were watching her live stream. The fans loved the necklace as much as she did. They commented on the live stream saying that she should wear it anytime she did a live stream. Strangely, as soon as she began to wear it, she quickly received positive reactions from her fans. As the live stream finished, Lily had a feeling that the necklace would bring luck to her. Then she decided to wear it more often. She also started to choose her outfits that would look good with the necklace, as she wanted to disguise as a real, adorable cat. Under the comment section was filled with compliments for her being lovely and adorable. As the reaction from the fans was so good, Lily gradually engaged them with the new look. She started to act and imitate the behavior of cats. The videos, cut from the live streams, quickly went viral on social networks. Lily quickly became a goddess of her fans, especially her male ones. All were in love with her naive yet charming portrayal of cat-like looks. But good things turned bad when a series of unfortunate things happened that completely changed her life. That night, her live stream did better than expected.
She received a lot of money from her fans, and at the end of the live stream, she also cheerfully said goodbye to them. That night was a busy night for Lily, but strangely Lily was surrounded by the cats that she had been taking care of. The angry, furious looks slowly appeared into the darkness. The pack leader seemed to be the most aggressive one. It had a scar on the nose. The cat gave her an angry look. It slowly raised its claws. Then Lily immediately woke up. She realized that it was just a dream. Her face was pale, her head poured with sweat. Never in her life had she felt so scared and insecure. To begin another live stream, Lily quickly went to the warehouse, the place where she kept the poor cats. They had to live in such a dirty place and weren't fed daily at all. All of them were locked in cages and there was no way for them to escape. A white cat became furious as it saw Lily. Immediately it got dragged out of the cage and ended up being left hungry as it scratched her hand. That day, just like usual, Lily put on the necklace, posed seductively and did some enticing gestures. Aside from the compliments, the fans also noticed a scratch on her hand. They worriedly told her to get it checked on since it was pretty dangerous to be scratched by cats. However, some were doubting that she got scratched because of treating the cats badly. The comments of people doubting her treatment of the cats truly made her extremely angry. But she still tried to calm down and explain to those watching her live stream that it was just a minor accident. I can tell you already know what happened to the cats as soon as the live stream finished. Just a few seconds later, the cat was immediately grabbed by the neck. Being furious, Lily lifted the cat and constantly held at it. She attacked the poor cat by kicking at it, but instead of feeling guilty, Lily found it enjoyable to see the cat die painfully. That night, Lily again had a nightmare. Strangely, this nightmare was just exactly like a previous one in which she saw the cats in the darkness, with their furious looks. It was still the pack leader that moved to the front and forced her into a corner. The cat showed its sharp teeth and furiously rushed to her as if it wanted to eat her alive. And the moment she was at risk, Lily once again woke up. This nightmare was even more real than the one she had before. The following days, Lily still did live streams like usual, trying to act normally as if nothing had happened. However, her behavior became even stranger as she gradually behaved more and more like a cat. It wasn't just her impersonating a cat this time. Lily unconsciously became like a real cat, as if it was her natural instinct. The fans were commenting on her live stream, asking what she was doing, but she didn't say a word and seemingly didn't even care about them. It looked like she had turned into a real cat. She pulled out her tongue, licking parts of her body, not caring about how awful that would make her look like to all the fans. Moreover, Lily put on one of her legs on the chair and used it to scratch her head. Her acts immediately made her fans extremely angry. They all thought that she was exaggerating her behavior and not respecting the viewers. Not only that, the necklace suddenly tightened around her neck, which made her felt uncomfortable. She tried to remove the necklace with her hands, but it wasn't as easy as when she put it on. She tried to use her sharpest knife to cut it, but the spooky necklace made it useless. Fortunately, 15 minutes later, the necklace suddenly loosened and the pain quickly went away. Day by day, Lily acted more like a cat. She couldn't even control her actions. Not only did she behave like a cat, but her face also changed. Her eyes got bigger and the teeth also became longer and sharper. During her live streams, instead of sharing tips on how to raise cats, now Lily didn't say anything but licking her body, catching fish in the tank and eating them alive. Shocked by her behavior, the netizens and the fans went through the roof. They even started to boycott her. Lily poured all her anger onto the poor cats. She blamed one cat for causing her to behave like that. However, the death of that poor cat still wasn't enough to ease her anger. Filled with anger, Lily went to the warehouse. At that moment, it was her and half of the cats that she had brought home, as the other half of them had been left starving to death or being beaten and abused. That night, the cruelty and inhumanity of Lily had been at its peak.
Lily went inside the warehouse with a knife. Her eyes now were no longer a human's one. They were filled with evil and cruelty of a carnivore. With the knife in her hand, Lily insanely killed all the cats left in the warehouse. After a while, Lily was about to say something, but she no longer sounded like a human. Instead, she sounded like a cat. As soon as she heard the cat noise, she immediately panicked. She wondered how could there be cats making noises in the warehouse when she had already killed all of them. But then, Lily realized that it was herself. Not only that, her whole body started to grow lots of hair. Her fingers slowly turned into those with sharp claws. And then her face unbelievably turned into that of a cat. Was all of this caused by the necklace? After realizing that she had become a cat, Lily tried to crawl out of the house, but as soon as she got to the door, she felt extremely painful as her body slowly shrinked. Lily tried her best to get outside, but the only thing she could do at that moment was making the meaningless meow sounds that no one could understand. Soon enough, Lily became small and covered by her clothes. The pretty streamer had now lost everything and turned into a cat. However, despite being turned into a cat, she couldn't remove the freaky necklace, as it quickly got smaller to fit her neck. Lily, now being in the body of a cat, stood by an empty hallway. Never in her life have she felt so homeless as she did at that moment. And a spark of hope had come to her as Lily heard the footsteps of someone down the hallway. She was so happy to find out that it was someone she knew. It was a close friend of hers who was living in the same building. And he was also someone that really loved cats. So to think of being adopted by him, Lily felt relieved as she knew she would be loved, greatly taken care of, and perhaps could even have a chance to return to a human form. So Lily quickly ran to him. As expected, he bowed down and stroked her. However, since Lily was wearing a necklace, he couldn't bring her home as he thought she already belonged to someone. However, Lily didn't easily give up. She followed the young man, trying to hold him back. Luckily, someone understood what Lily was trying to say. He turned and asked her, "You want to come home with me, don't you?" Lily became delighted as soon as she heard his question. She had never felt this happy before. The kind young man quickly put her in his arms and went home. When he got home, he told her not to go anywhere and then quickly cook something for her. Of course, Lily wouldn't act obediently like a normal cat. While the young man didn't pay attention to her, she sneakily went to her room. There was a laptop in the room. She intended to use it to tell him everything and asked him to help her. She quickly jumped onto the table and approached the laptop, but unfortunately it was locked with a password. Trying to unlock it, she immediately got startled as the man appeared behind her with a scary look and frightening voice. He slammed the laptop shut, not knowing that it also hit Lily's hand. In his room, there were bottles of many kinds of animals being soaked in them. It turned out that the guy hunted animals and soaked them to make wine. He was enjoying his accomplishment. It turned out that he was just another evil person like Lily. And in that moment, the man had no idea that the necklace on Lily's neck was glowing. The moment when he realized it was too late, his face became pale, as if someone was choking him. He tried to escape, accidentally fell off his chair and knocked over the wine bottles, and slowly stopped breathing. The death of him and Lily were the consequences that they had to suffer due to the brutal acts that they had caused to the cats. Then the door was suddenly opened. Someone walked in. A mysterious person picked up the necklace from the cat. Turned out that it was the woman who handed the necklace to Lily. The necklace was filled with the souls of the cats that had been beaten and left starving to die because of Lily. Actually, there wasn't any cat in the warehouse. It was just a hallucination that the necklace caused her. In the past, she and the young man had killed all of the cats in order to make wine, and now they had to pay for their sins.
The story took place at one of the most luxurious houses in the city. Its owner was a young man, yet being extremely wealthy and powerful. The man was just 25 years old. Half a year ago, he was just a normal worker. The reason why he had become so rich in such a short amount of time was still a question that no one but him could answer. And the young man wearing blue-collar shirt was the longtime friend of the rich man. Alden was once a good student with high academic achievements. However, after his graduation, he was still working as a normal employee. Despite having graduated for years, the two had still been in contact with each other. While Andrew always had good luck coming to him, Alden was completely opposite. He was the kind of person that always encountered bad luck whenever he went out. He failed with his project, and as a result he was fired from his job. Alden couldn't hide his anger when he told it to his friend Andrew. He couldn't understand why every time he tried to do something, all of his efforts always came to nothing. At times like this, Andrew couldn't do anything for his friend except comfort him. Andrew told Alden that maybe luck was not yet on his side. If he tried hard enough, he would become successful. But Alden said that those who were fortunate like Andrew would never understand his feelings. Then Alden put his arms around Andrew, curiously asking how Alden would become so rich after just nearly a year. Was it because he had involved in any illegal activities? He also asked Andrew to share his secret with him. The unfunny joke of Alden seemed to displease Andrew. However, Andrew didn't bother much about it. He smiled and admitted that him being so wealthy was thanks to the help of a special object. Alden was amazed when he heard that he didn't expect that his joke would reveal a big secret of his friend. Alden was even more surprised when Andrew agreed to share his secret with him. He couldn't hide the happiness and excitement on his face. Seeing Alden being so excited, Andrew just smirked and then smiled, looking so wicked. Then he tightly grabbed Alden by the shoulder and told him to sit closer. The two faced each other. It was only a few centimeters away for their lips to touch. Alden started to tremble, not knowing what his friend was about to do. But what Andrew did next completely amazed Alden. Andrew suddenly sneezed violently as he splashed his saliva everywhere. The unpleasant smell immediately made Alden extremely uncomfortable as he couldn't bear it and had to cover his mouth, but that didn't help him at all. Alden quickly pushed his friend away, thinking that he was joking with him. Seeing Alden being angry, Andrew calmly said that Alden had now become fortunate, like him. Then the two had a quarrel, yet still continued to drink and confident in each other till the next morning. Early that morning, as usual, Alden was awakened by the alarm clock. He quickly reached for his phone and turned it off. Unlike every day, Alden was upset by the fact that he was fired from his job. He quickly got up and intended to look for a new job. But when Alden got up, he started to laugh awkwardly, as he recalled what Andrew had talked to him the night before. However, at that moment, Alden suddenly didn't feel very well. It seemed like he had caught a cold as it was raining while he was on the way home last night. Alden had no idea that he was actually infected with the virus that everyone wanted to have. Thinking that it was just a common cold while being too lazy to go out and buy some medicine, he took out his phone and went on a website to order some drugs. As he finished his order, a message from the pharmacy was sent to him. There was a line in the message that said, "Congratulations to our 5,000th customer. We would like to give you a special present that will be simultaneously sent to you with your order." Reading the message, Alden couldn't help but be surprised to realize a man who always had bad luck like him could win such a prize simply by ordering some medication. But the message that came to him right after that immediately answered his question. This time it wasn't from the pharmacy but from some organization with the name X. The message was attached with a link that led to a mysterious website, and on the website with an X logo appeared a ranking which Alden was at top of in terms of luck. The bizarre message made Alden confused, but as he tried to connect the dots, he slowly understood the crux of the matter. Andrew indeed didn't lie to Alden, as he deliberately tried to infect Alden with a virus called the Lucky Virus. The only symptom of those who was infected by it was luck, and thanks to the virus, Andrew had become a billionaire in less than half a year. Couldn't wait for any longer, Alden, despite being slightly dizzy, quickly went outside to test his luck with the virus he had been infected with. The first place he went to was a convenience store. Despite buying just a bottle of water with a price of few thousand dong, he had won a prize that was worth up to millions. However, the virus also had an unexpectedly negative effect, as it had awakened the greediness of an honest, hard-working young man. Alden started to come up with ways to make good use of the virus that he carried, and more importantly, to become rich as soon as possible. However, this virus had a detrimental effect that could physically destroy a human being just like any other disease. Despite being infected for just half a day, Alden started to have a sore throat. However, every time he went out, he always tried to stop him from coughing, as he didn't want to share his luck with anyone else. Like many others who was infected with the virus, they also tried to stop themselves from coughing so wouldn't share their luck with anyone. Having this wonderful power, you could already guess what Alden would do to earn a lot of money. In order to start a new life, he decided to go to a store to get some lottery tickets. To get the first prize, he had carefully put on his mask so the lucky virus wouldn't spread to anyone. Alden just bought exactly one lottery ticket as he wanted to try out his luck. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't believe his eyes as the result came in. The only lottery ticket he had bought easily won him the first prize, which was worth up to millions, an amount of money that only existed in his dreams. As he went to a room to pick up his prize, Alden couldn't stop trembling as he was so happy. However, the room was crowded with people who always came to claim their prizes, and they always had their masks on. The man who presented the winners looked annoyed and tired, as if he had already dealt with a lot of customers coming to take prizes. Alden quickly showed the lottery ticket to the man, but strangely he just briefly checked it, even though it was the first prize ticket. What was even more strange was that the man just gave Alden a small amount of money and said that it was for the first prize. Seeing the money, Alden and the others were completely shocked. He quickly asked him, "Are you serious? How could a first prize winner only win such a small amount of money?" The man became even more annoyed. He angrily replied that since there were too many first prize winners, the initial amount of money had to be split into small ones, and there was no mistake to be made at all. Alden's face became darkened as he heard what the man said to him. He couldn't understand why there were so many people winning the lottery. Were they all infected with the lucky virus just like him? What Alden didn't expect had become true. In less than half a year, some mysterious people had secretly released this virus. Alden started to notice around him. Everyone was wearing masks. They looked sick and were constantly coughing. Despite being infected, none of them bothered to have it checked, as they didn't want to lose their luck. A skinny man standing next to Alden even coughed up blood. At that moment, he began to realize how dangerous this lucky virus was. However, to make sure of that, he wanted to directly ask the man if he was infected with the virus. But as soon as he saw Alden looking at him, he immediately left it, as if he didn't want him to know about the luck he possessed. But as Alden was following after him and the man himself realized that he just couldn't walk away like that, he had to go back, and at that moment, Alden had finally seen how scared the man looked. Alden expressed his curiosity to the man, but the man just gave him a brief answer, saying that the virus would do harm to those who used it to get good luck. Alden panicked as soon as he heard that. His face was dripping with sweat. Alden clenched his fists while the money in his hand was already puckered, being scared, but it was mostly anger that made him furious. Alden immediately called his friend Andrew. He didn't expect that his close friend would infect him with the virus, despite already knowing about his fatal effect. Alden immediately scolded Andrew as soon as he picked up the phone. However, Andrew was still being calm, as if everything was in his plan. It turned out that Andrew initially didn't want to infect Alden, but it was Alden that insisted on knowing his secret, so he had to share a portion of his luck with him. Then, why was it his fault? However, there were still ways to tackle this virus. The first one was to infect 100 people with it, and this way one could still keep their luck and also their lives. Alden was the 100th person that Andrew had infected, so that was why he didn't look sick and coughed up blood like the man Alden had met. The second way to deal with it was to go to the hospital and get some vaccines. The scientists had already developed a type of drug that could kill this dangerous virus. However, if one chose this way, he would lose his luck. In fact, there was still a small amount of people that went with the second option, which was also the reason why the pandemic had spread so quickly. It seemed like a difficult decision for Alden to make, as it had been 5 days passing by, and his health also got worse. Alden had coughed up blood despite being infected for just a few days. His body started to become noticeably skinnier. His face became gaunt and pale, and then Alden chose to infect 100 people so he could keep a portion of luck with him. The first place he chose to do it was a subway station. Every day, every night, there were thousands of people being at that station, so Alden constantly sneezed and coughed so the virus could spread to the other people. With every train leaving the station, Alden could easily infect 10 people with the virus, and the number of 100 didn't seem too far away. Many people had immediately received their luck. Some got promoted, some had their stock's price skyrocket on the market. Everyone was amazed by the sudden, unexpected luck they received. While Alden was excited as he had just infected a lot of people with the virus, suddenly his face changed color. It turned out that there was a checkpoint in front of him, as the city had issued warning to its citizens about the danger of this virus. Those who were infected would be taken to quarantine and cured in order to stop the spread of the virus. Alden immediately panicked as he didn't want to lose his luck, so he sneakily went back in order not to be checked. Not willing to give up, Alden quickly changed his location so he could quickly infect another 100 people. The next place he went to was a boba tea house that always had people lining up to buy drinks, and in a short amount of time, Alden had infected 98 people. None of them had any idea about what was going on, as they happily received free cups of bubbly tea. It was undeniable how much of luck the virus brought to those infected with it, but no one could deny the dangerous effect it had on them. As Alden was excited to realize that he had come so close to achieve his goal, suddenly a man placed his hand on his shoulder. Alden turned around and sneezed on him, immediately infected the man. Now he only needed to infect one more person, then he would be cured, yet still keep his luck with him. But as Alden still got a chance to do it, he noticed a group of people from the checkpoint coming close to him. It turned out that someone had reported them about him acting strangely. Seeing the people from the checkpoint, Alden panicked. He looked down and ran away, but the suspicious look of Alden gave him away as the men quickly recognized him. Knowing that he had been spotted, Alden, with nothing to lose, ran faster to escape, while the people from the checkpoint quickly chased after him. Alden tried to run some rough small alleys in order to cut them off, yet still unable to escape. As he was making an escape, once again another great luck happened to him. An old shelf that supported 3 heavy pots, which was placed in a small alley where Alden was making his way through, started tottering. As Alden had run past it for a while, the shelf started to break its legs. Someone from the checkpoint group was close to being injured by the shelf, but it had stopped them from chasing Alden, and therefore he had gotten away. However, since his body was weaker, his strength had dropped noticeably. As he got out of the alley, he had no strength left in him and had to lean on a tree to rest. But the people from the checkpoint quickly caught up with him. Alden felt exhausted, tried to run with his little bit of strength left, as he wanted to keep the luck with him. And again, another luck had come to him. This time it wasn't some pots, but a group of people carrying heavy objects had blocked the group of other people. Alden quickly found himself another alley to hide, while the group was still looking at every corner searching for him. This forced Alden to quickly get someone to infect them with the virus. As Alden was trying to hide from the group, he had to go into a small alley, but it was not easy for him to encounter anyone. As Alden was still away from infecting about 100 people, the group saw him again. Instinctively, Alden continued to run away, while the people from the group still tried to convince him to go with them so he could be cured. But that was just meaningless to him, as the greediness evil in him had arisen. He quickly made it to a building while the group was still chasing after him. Alden got to the rooftop of the building. He climbed up the railing, threatened that he would jump out of if they didn't let him go. As they were worried to see that, they immediately agreed to let him go. However, one of them already had an anesthetic and was ready to inject him with it any moment he got distracted. And just like that, they slowly reached for him and convinced him to step down. But Alden wasn't a kid. He clearly knew that these people were just fooling him, so he refused to listen to them and shouted, "I just want to be rich and lucky for once. Why are you always trying to stop me? Right that moment, one side of the railing started to crack. Alden immediately lost his balance and fell. He was so terrified. He screamed loudly, but it wouldn't help him anyway. Dead. However, miraculously, the lucky virus had saved Alden's life. Alden was badly injured as he had to go through special treatment for his injuries and the virus. As part of the treatment, Alden was given injections every day. He also belonged to the groups of people that got tested with the new vaccines. It seemed like his treatment had been going well as he slowly excreted the virus. Only a few injections needed and Alden would completely get rid of the virus. However, there was a scary fact that Alden had to face. If the lucky virus was still in his body, he would probably recover from his serious injuries. However, if the virus was no longer in him, Alden would likely to live the rest of his life as a quadriplegic. This story is about a man named Ju who was living in China. He was the director of the biggest market in the city. That day, Mr. Ju invited his business partners to a restaurant and treated them to the rarest and most special dishes. As they were enjoying their meals, the director patted Mr. Ju on the shoulder and said, "I heard on the grapevine that the market you are in charge of had many wild species and animals. Since you had eaten many of them, why do you treat us to these simple, boring dishes?" The man pointed his finger at the food being served on the table in an unimpressed manner. He told Mr. Ju that he had tried out wild animals and ones that were hard to find. The remarks from the director caused Mr. Ju to lose face. Mr. Ju was annoyed as the market he was in charge of had wildlife products and trades going on daily, and therefore none of the wild animals there were new to him. So that evening Mr. Ju came to see a friend of his, a shop owner who had helped him finding and purchased wild animals. The shop was located at a corner of the market. Since there was illegal trades of wildlife products taking place at the shop, only long-time customers would have access to the goods being sold there. Mr. Ju looked at the chicken and duck meat on the counters. He became irritated as he thought of what had happened at the restaurant. Even though Mr. Ju had allowed the shop owner to disguise the place as a normal butcher shop with the purpose of not letting the illegal trades of rare animals be exposed, Mr. Ju was greatly let down by him. As soon as Mr. Ju met the owner, he yelled at him and demanded the man to prepare him a type of ingredient that had not yet to be discovered by anyone. Seeing the furious expression on Mr. Ju's face, the shop owner remained calm. He smiled and said, "Not a big deal. I've got something special for you." The man reached to his pocket and took out something. Then he said he had the special type of fruit, that he was excited to show it to Mr. Ju. It was one of his latest experiments. The fruit had a green color and a creepy looking shape. It looked pretty similar to the form of a virus. According to the man, the special fruit was called primitive fruit, as any kind of animal that ate it would turn into a rare species that existed in ancient times. Mr. Ju was skeptical as he wasn't sure whether what the guy told him was true or not. As Mr. Ju was still doubtful, the man didn't hesitate to take him to his nearby warehouse to prove that what he told him was true. The animal that got chosen for the experiment was a normal chicken. It ate the fruit from the man. But there was nothing happening after the chicken finished eating. 2, 3, and then 5 minutes had passed, yet there was nothing happening to the chicken. Meanwhile, Mr. Ju was still turning his gaze on the animal. But then, what he was told by the man had become true, as the chicken started behaving strangely. Mr. Ju was excited. He slobbered and there was craving in his eyes. The chicken had turned into a bizarre creature with long legs and darkened skin. The feather's color had altered to green while its eyes looked ferocious. It looked exactly like a primitive animal. Despite its scary appearance, Mr. Jew was only having one thing on his mind, and it was to eat the creature. Mr. Jew turned to the shop owner. He put his hands on the man's shoulders and expressed his satisfaction. So he had made a good meal out of the creature and posted pictures of the dish on social media platforms to show off how much of an epicure he was, and the fact that only him could get a taste of this extremely rare animal. The costly chicken was rapidly boiled and carefully placed on the table. As Mr. Jew was about to eat it, his hands trembled since he had no idea how it would taste like. Jew didn't want to have the meal alone. He called his wife and his children to come, but they were not interested in eating these types of animals, so the man had to eat the chicken alone. Definitely the meal was extremely delicious. Never in his life had he eaten anything that was so tasty and appetizing. Mr. Jew ate the dish until he had a belly full and had to lean against a chair to draw breath, yet he still wanted to eat more. But soon after he finished the meal, he felt strangely in his stomach. His wife and children couldn't understand what was so special about those animals that made him so hungry for them. As they were talking about the freaky hobby of Mr. Jew on the TV, news about a mysterious virus originated from wild animals were being reported. There had been a male person that got infected with the virus. So far, he had developed symptoms such as cough, high fever, trouble breathing, and even had red rash all over his body. The scientists had been working on finding the cause of this virus and the chances of this spreading wildly to humans. But before the result came out, all civilians had been advised not to eat wild animals. The warnings had no effects on Jew and his friends who shared the same hobby of eating wild and rare animals. That evening, as he saw his friends posting a tasty bat dish on social media, he immediately wanted to try eating bigger ones as a way of asserting his dominance. He asked his daughter, who was sitting next to him, "Darling, do you want to have a huge bat for dinner tonight?" The girl reacted aggressively to her father's question. She told him not to eat any wild animals as it would increase his chances of getting the virus, which was mentioned on the news that day. Mr. Jew didn't say anything. Still, he had the intention of getting a bat dish as soon as his wife and children left the house. A couple of days later, Mr. Jew came to one of his companions asking to buy a huge bat. However, as soon as the shop owner heard the word bat, he interrupted Mr. Jew mid-sentence, then whispered something to his ears. "Bat meat somehow became popular lately. I've just refused to sell it to some of my customers, but since you're a VIP customer of mine, I'll sell it to you." Then the man accompanied Mr. Jew to his warehouse as usual. There were many kinds of animals here in the secret warehouse, including pangolins, deers, gibbons, rhinos, sea turtles, etc. And of course all of them were blacklisted for trading. Laying in the middle of the warehouse was a cage containing their small bats, but Jew intended to buy a huge one, so he asked the shop owner to find him the biggest one. To the man's request, the shop owner took out the mysterious fruit called primitive fruit and promised to him that it would increase the size of the small bats 10 times bigger. At this point, Jew had found out that the fruit was actually a mutant drug created by scientists to make changes to animals. The shop owner even spilled the beans that the fruit was created by the people in an organization called X. He even had no idea why they had given it to him without asking him to pay for it. That evening, as Mr. Jew's wife went to her friend's house, he gleefully took the bat to the kitchen and boiled it. The daughter just got back home from school when she heard a noise in the kitchen. She curiously went to check and saw her daddy doing something on the dining table. Mr. Jew hungrily ate the bat like a lion was devouring its prey. Blood was streaming down his mouth. The girl felt strangely. She approached her father and asked what he was doing, but she was shocked to see the scene before her eyes. Mr. Jew's face was covered with red rashed bat blood oozed out of his mouth while he was holding a bat wing in his hand. The girl was freaked out, yet still calm enough to not let out a loud scream. Looking at the appearance of Mr. Jew right now, one could easily find out that he was infected with a mysterious virus that had been all over the news. Despite her young age, the girl still handled everything perfectly. She calmly kept her distance from her daddy while making a phone call to the hospital to report on the situation. A few minutes later, medical staff had arrived at the house. Hearing the knocks outside, she quickly reported to the staff about the situation and the symptoms of her dad. She took them to the kitchen where her father was devouring the bat. The medical staff was shocked to see him. His face was covered with a liquid that had green color, looking creepily, but they still tried to calm and assure the girl while asking her father to go to the hospital for treatment. So far, this had been the second case infected with the virus. It was said that the virus could be spread from a person to another. For that reason, the medical staff had reported the incident to the police to seal the house, not letting anyone to come near it as a way of preventing the virus from spreading. The next morning, the police had sent people to the market where many illegal trading of wild animals had been taking place for a long time, to arrest the shop owner. At first, he denied his involvement and said he didn't know anything about the illegal trades at the market. But the police quickly found the warehouse where the man was keeping wild, rare animals. And what goes around comes around. The man was arrested and had to pay for the crimes he committed. However, he had no information about the ex-organization that gave him the spooky fruit. This is a story about a man who was saved by a clay jar. However, as he finally got what he wanted, a tragic event happened to him. My director's name was Ken. The man had been making a name for himself as the one behind those exquisitely designed dentures and their excellent quality. There had been people from clinics coming to our company in order to make contracts with us. They wanted to buy the top quality dentures in this country. Everyone curiously asked Ken how he could make such white yet sophisticated dentures, but he simply said it was a secret that only insiders knew. I had been working at this company for over 3 years. My boss Ken always trusted me, because I was the only employee who focused on my work and wasn't curious about his private life or the way he ran his business. Recently, I didn't understand why there were so many articles expressing negative views about our company. On social networks, strange stories about our dentures products were being spread. I quickly prepared all the statistics, then took a team of papers to my director's office to report on the complicated situation going on with our products. The door wasn't locked. As I was outside, I gazed into the room. Unexpectedly, I saw Ken lying on the floor in such confusing manner. In front of him was an odd-looking clay jar. He placed teeth inside the jar. I was confused why he was doing it. A few seconds later, my curiosity became even greater as the jar, without being affected by any force, suddenly vibrated. There was a strange expression on Mr. Ken's face as he looked at the lid of the jar and let out an evil smile. Then, from the jar appeared something that looked like a leg of an insect. It looked creepy. The bug became more and more visible before my eyes. Never in my life had I seen an insect that ugly and disgusting. It had 6 thorny legs. Not only that, there were many eyes on its back. Not just 1, but 2, 3, and then dozens of them slowly crawled out of the jar. The more of them came out, the more delighted Ken seemed to become. But the odd thing was, after a few seconds crawling on the ground, those creepy crawlies started to drool. They trembled and then contracted. Their eyes somehow disappeared while their legs were slowly retracted. Finally, they ended up turning into a bright white tooth that looked extremely sophisticated. They were similar to the type of dentures that had been supplied to dental clinics by our company. Despite witnessing the whole thing, I couldn't believe my eyes what had just happened. How could those disgusting looking bugs turn into teeth? While I was still trying to figure out what was going on, Ken suddenly yelled. Seemed like he had found out that I was watching him. "What are you doing out there? Come inside!" I took a deep breath tried to keep my composure, and came inside with the papers in my hands while pretending that I hadn't seen anything. But I guess my acting was too terrible. The director closed the door and started telling me a story that had happened to him 4 years ago. Back when the company was having difficulties doing business and burdened with debt, Ken had to hide out. But his life had changed since the day he met a strange man who brought him a spooky jar during a police getaway. The man placed a coin into the jar in front of him. Amazingly, the creepy bugs appeared and then finally transformed back to the form of coins. Out of curiosity, Ken slowly approached him. But the man wearing a black outfit quickly went away, leaving the clay jar behind. However, before leaving, the man didn't forget to tell Ken how to use the jar properly, and told him not to be too greedy as the consequences would be disastrous. Ken's greed arose as he looked at the magical object before his eyes. He started thinking about using the jar for his bad intentions, including opening a new company without spending a penny. Of course, he didn't even care about the mysterious man's warnings about the lifespan of these bugs. First, the director used the jar to pay off his debts. Then he opened a company which specialized in supplying dentures. As I was listening to the story of my director, I curiously asked him about the quality of the dentures. The director let out a smile and said that there hadn't been anything bad happening as the dentures still displayed desirable quality. But I somehow had a feeling that things were getting out of control, and it wasn't as simple as he might have thought. As if the director was able to read the thoughts on my mind, he confidently placed his hands on my shoulders as he believed I wouldn't tell his story to anyone. He even promised to give me a pay raise, started from next month. Immediately I told Mr. Ken that the dentures weren't as excellent as he thought they were. As I handed him the documents, I briefly reported on the ongoing situation with the company. The director glanced at the papers, and he immediately became furious. His eyes wide open, he frowned and held. "Who is it? Who slandered our company?" There had been accusations that the company's products had low quality, as the dentures strangely turned into creepy bugs after 1 year of use. Mr. Ken couldn't hold in his anger. He crumpled up the paper, clenched his teeth while claiming that someone had indeed tried to slander the reputation of his company. Mr. Ken then assigned me to handle this case. But the situation did get a lot worse than I thought, as people had come to the company calling for a boycott of our products. Meanwhile, I constantly held press conferences on reaffirming the top quality of our products in the hope of gaining back the company's reputation. Of course, the reporters and journalists who showed up at the conferences were bribed an amount of money to allow public concerns about our company. Their articles quickly reassured the public as the reputation of the company was quickly regained. The sales of our products became stable again as we finally won back our customers' trust. Not only that, many clinics from overseas also offered to work with us. In many ways, the scandal had helped us become even more famous and widely known. Our business started thriving. Even our rivals had to show their admiration to us. That day, as Mr. Ken had just come out of the conference room, a strange man rushed towards him and held, "You scammer bastard! One day you will pay the price." In the face of such an unexpected and displeased situation, Mr. Ken still remained calm as he asked who the man was and if he was in need of any help. Little did he know that the man was holding a knife behind him. The man softened his voice. He said that he was a victim of those poor quality dentures being made and sold by Mr. Ken's company. The man took off his mask and showed his face to everyone's surprise. He widely opened his mouth. In the palate there wasn't a single tooth in sight. Instead, there were lots of multi-eyed bugs that looked similar to those I had previously seen in the jar. Not only that, the bugs were wriggling in his palate. Looking extremely disgusting, they were slowly eating his gums like monsters. After taking off his mask, the man became crazy. He rushed to Mr. Ken while calling him a con man. He swung his knife and held, "I don't want to live anymore, but before I die, I will take you to hell with me." Fortunately, the security guard showed up in time. They quickly overpowered the man. Having regained my composure, I called the police to report on the assault. Director Ken was stabbed in his wrist. As he wasn't able to recover, he carelessly fell off the stairs. The situation was beyond my control as I was just able to let out a scream and rush down to check. The director was lying on the floor. His face was strongly impacted. The fall seemed to be really bad. I woke up the director in panic, but he was unconscious, and on the floor there were some of his teeth falling out, with a little blood flowing out of his palate. I immediately called an ambulance to take him to the hospital. That day was definitely an unfortunate day for him, as he was assaulted by a strange man and then had to suffer a very nasty fall. The finest doctor at the hospital was called in to check on Mr. Ken's health. According to the doctor, Mr. Ken didn't suffer from any serious health problems. However, he had to have his teeth replanted as the impact of the fall was severe. It caused most of his teeth to be broken. The doctor had a private clinic. He was also a customer of our company. Before doing dental implants, he carefully measured the size of Mr. Ken's palate and chose the appropriate denture. Of course, the doctor would choose the brightest, also highest quality denture that he had purchased from our company for Mr. Ken. It looked like Mr. Ken had finally got the chance to use his own product. The doctor brought out the most expensive denture he had, one that he just bought from our company. He called to come over and gave it a check before he performed dental implants on Mr. Ken. I firmly believe that the director wouldn't want to wake up only to find out that he had lost most of his teeth, so every act was done quickly. The doctor put on his gloves. He quickly put his first tooth inside Mr. Ken's mouth. At that moment, Director Ken suddenly awoke. Seeing the doctor was implanting his teeth, the director reacted violently. He swung his arms and howled, "What are you doing? Get away from me! Do you want to kill me?" The tooth floated in mid-air and then slipped into Mr. Ken's mouth. Unfortunately, the director had accidentally swallowed it. Both the doctor and I couldn't understand why Mr. Ken had reacted so violently. The director even screamed for a while, then finally stopped. As Mr. Ken regained his composure, the doctor explained that he just wanted to re-implant the teeth for him, while I didn't dare to say anything. But the worrying and frightening expression still existed on Mr. Ken's face. It seemed like he was thinking of something. I walked up to him and gently asked if he was in need of anything, but he just coldly gazed at me and said that he wanted to be alone, then asked everyone to go outside until he called them. Having no other choice, I closed the door and went out. As I walked past the next room, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. Out of curiosity, I immediately gazed inside. Turned out that it was the voice of the man who assaulted the director a while ago. The dentist had removed all the creepy bugs of his palate, but the man looked extremely painful going through the process. The bugs looked very similar to those I had seen at the director's office. They also had 6 legs and the ferociously red eyes on their back. But it wasn't just a man present there. A police was also seen being with him to investigate. The doctor wasn't sure what type of bugs they were, but according to him they seemed to be very dangerous. If that man didn't make it to the hospital in time, those bugs would go into his stomach and carry parasites into his body. The man and the police were shocked to hear what the doctor said to them. They quickly asked the doctor to explain more about the harm these bugs could do to a person. According to the doctor, when the bugs entered the host's stomach, they would quickly damage the internal organs and death would be inevitable. Indeed, the bugs had eaten most of the man's gums, leaving large holes on them that looked truly creepy. My heart skipped a beat as I heard it. My body was streaming with sweat. If what the doctor said was true, Mr. Ken's life would be in danger, since he had accidentally swallowed a tooth. I quickly rushed to the director's room to tell him about what I had just found out. But the room was somehow so quiet. I knocked on the door multiple times, but it didn't answer. Having no choice left, I opened the door and went inside. Now as the director was closer to me, I called him again, but he didn't even bother to turn around. I took a deep breath, plucked up my courage to get closer. I put my hands on him and kept waking him up, but the director didn't react. I started trembling. A feeling of horror suddenly came to me. Right that moment, 2 multi-eyed bugs crawled out of his ear and fell on my hands, which startled me. The director slowly turned around. Seeing his face, I could no longer keep my composure. Half of his face was deformed, and from his eye sockets, his nose and the mouth, those creepy bugs were everywhere to be seen. They had carried parasites into his body. After the death of Mr. Ken, the company was sealed, and I had also lost my job. News were reported about the incident. saying the dentures contained toxic chemicals that caused the ones using them to have tooth decay and infection. This creepy story is about a guy named Xavier, a white-collar worker. Xavier was a talented and friendly person, so he easily gained the admiration of his colleagues and superiors, even though he always felt insecure about his baldness. One day, as Xavier was still working on his work report at the office, some of his colleagues approached him and asked him if he needed any help, but Xavier just merely responded that he was fine, so they didn't have to worry about him as he went back to work. As his colleagues understood his working personality, they greeted him friendly and left the office. Xavier was always jealous of everyone around him. He just wanted to naturally grow hair like everyone else. As it was almost midnight, he finished his work, turned off the computer, and quietly left the office to return home. As usual, it was late, and only Xavier was walking down the street. He quietly walked with great sadness in his heart. Being unable to grow hair on his head prevented Xavier from taking any chances to getting to know women. His life was filled with loneliness. Xavier had his condition checked at different hospitals, but the result was always the same. The doctors concluded he would never be able to grow hair. However, a miracle had happened. That night, as Xavier was on his way home, he suddenly stopped by a salon and gazed inside. It was a hair transplant salon. Despite having been on this street for multiple times, it was the first time he had seen this particular place. While Xavier was confused about its sudden existence, a man approached him and put his hand on his shoulder. It was a mysterious man wearing a black outfit. The most prominent feature on him was a large X sign printed on his shirt, which immediately caught Xavier's attention. He introduced himself as the owner of the salon and someone who could help Xavier regrow his hair. But Xavier didn't seem to believe what he said. "Why don't you just give it a try? You have nothing else to lose. Fate is in your hands, so why not come inside and change it?" Then the man left without saying anything. Xavier was really convinced by what the mysterious man had said to him. Xavier hesitated. He stood in front of the door for a while and then eventually decided to go inside and get a hair transplant. The next morning, as usual, when the alarm went off, Xavier immediately got up to get ready for work. His head felt extremely itchy, but Xavier didn't care much as he had forgotten about the hair transplant he had yesterday. Being in a rush not to check himself in the mirror, the man just kept going through his morning routine as usual. After applying the toothpaste on the toothbrush, Xavier finally looked at himself in the mirror and was stunned by what he saw. Hair was growing on his head. It was only after a night, but somehow his head was instantly covered with hair. But it wasn't much of a big deal to Xavier, as the only thing he cared about was the hair growing back. He satisfyingly touched the short strands of hair, as it had been years since feeling hair on his head, and never in his life had he been as delighted as he was at that moment. As hair was finally growing on his head, Xavier became much more confident, and he easily won the hearts of his female colleagues. The cheerfulness and excitement he had after the hair transplant helped him perform better at work, as he continuously succeeded in carrying out large projects while receiving the trust of his superiors. His romantic relationship was flourishing. As a result, Xavier was eventually able to confess his love to a female colleague whom he secretly had a crush on for the past 3 years. She agreed to be in a relationship with him, and the two had extremely happy days being lovers. They moved in together and even considered getting married. But unfortunately, those dreamlike beautiful days didn't last very long, as something terrible had occurred. As Xavier's hair never stopped growing, he had to go to a barber shop for a haircut. At first, Xavier was very eager to get his hair cut. As he carefully looked it up on the internet, in order to find himself a fashionable hairstyle that suited him best. However, a dreadful thing had happened. Xavier screamed in pain while his hair was being cut. Assuming the barber had accidentally pulled his hair, Xavier was furious and howled. "Can you cut my hair in a more professional manner? I really don't want to feel pain like that again." The hairdresser didn't have any idea what had happened to Xavier, but still apologized to him as he was thinking it was his fault to hurt Xavier. The barber had an uneasy feeling as he was going very slow and careful, yet somehow his client still reacted strangely. As the barber continued his work with his client, Xavier once again screamed out in pain. This time he even bursted out into tears, making it all seem very serious. Seeing the reaction of his other clients, the barber's face immediately turned pale, but luckily Xavier didn't howl at him this time. It seemed like Xavier had noticed something strange with his hair. He couldn't understand how a strand of hair being cut could cause such unbearable pain to him. The hairs on the floor wriggled all over the place, looking very creepy. And since that day, Xavier didn't dare to go to any barber shop to have his hair cut, and so darkness started to enter his life. The hair grew very fast as it quickly reached his shoulders after a month. Now, being shy of his hair, Xavier didn't want to go out at all. As his lover told him to get his hair cut, Xavier came up with thousands of reasons not to do it, as he didn't dare to tell her the truth. However, his girlfriend recognized his bizarre behavior and had doubts about it, if he was hiding something from her or not. Moreover, Xavier was getting skinnier and weaker. His face slowly appeared emaciated. For that reason, his girlfriend cooked delicious dishes to help Xavier get healthier. Strangely, despite eating 3 times more food than he did before, his body was still skinny. His girlfriend was very worried about his condition. She repeatedly told him to go to the hospital and have his health checked, but he always refused to do it. Not only that, his hair was getting even worse. That night, as the girlfriend was in her sleep, she suddenly heard strange noises, together with a very stinky smell that awoke her. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was startled as her body trembled uncontrollably. Being unable to keep her composure, she screamed out loud. Xavier was immediately awakened by his girlfriend's scream, but he really couldn't understand why. The girlfriend pointed at him. She stammered. She pointed at his head in panic. Xavier reached out to his back as he realized there was something horrifying happening to him. All kinds of insects appeared on his head. There were cockroaches, flies, crickets, and even rats. It was unknown how his hair could catch them and grip them. Panicked, Xavier immediately rushed to the bathroom so he could remove them and also clean his hair. He couldn't understand how those insect and dead rats could end up being in his hair. Xavier always had a feeling that his hair was slowly turning into little snakes, and that is why they could move and eat other creatures, but he couldn't fathom it. Even his girlfriend was terrified of his hair. Since his hair grew longer, his performance at work was also getting worse. As a result, the outcome of his projects were terrible. Every time he went to work, he caught his colleagues gossiping about him. And what goes around comes around. That day, Xavier was unexpectedly called to his boss for a private meeting. Xavier had a bad hunch that something bad was going to happen to him. The one wearing a yellow shirt was one of his closest colleagues. The man was also confused about how Xavier had been doing so terribly at work. Indeed, Xavier's assumptions turned out to be true. The boss immediately expressed his disappointment towards Xavier, not only for his performance at work but also his dress code. Therefore, the boss decided to fire him. Xavier was angry to hear what the boss said to him. He indeed wanted to get rid of his itchy hair, but no one seemed to understand what he was going through. At that moment, Xavier knew that it would be pointless for him to keep explaining, so he went back to his office, cleared his desk, and returned home. It was his hair that brought him success, but also caused him to lose his job. Gradually, he had an aversion to his hair. He had tried going back to that hair transplant salon, but strangely, it had mysteriously disappeared. Since then, every day felt like hell to Xavier. He slowly became skinnier and weaker. Since he lost his job, he had to count on his girlfriend for everything, but his hair was getting more and more abnormal. That night, while the two were sleeping, something terrible had happened. The girlfriend suddenly felt as if there was something touching her skin. At first she thought it was just an illusion or a nightmare, but the pain felt realistic. It turned out that her boyfriend's hair was starting to move and wrapped around her arms. The hair was like an iron blade cutting her skin. She could no longer sleep as the pain awoke her. As she saw the strands of hair wrapping around her arms, she could not hold back her fear. Xavier woke up in confusion. Looking at the bleeding cuts on his girlfriend's arms, Xavier panicked. He had no idea what had happened to her. "What's wrong with your arms? Let me see them, hurry up!" Regardless of Xavier's concern and worries, his girlfriend was in extreme fear as she told him to go away. Xavier was surprised, yet he still felt worried about her, as he knew it was something about his hair. No longer putting up with his creepy hair, the girlfriend immediately packed her things and left in the middle of the night. She was furious before leaving. She constantly expressed her disappointment to Xavier as he refused to cut off his hair. And of course, Xavier couldn't do anything to make her change her mind. Although he didn't want her to leave, he still had to deal with it. To Xavier, his girlfriend was like the last person that he could count on at that point. So from the moment she left him, his whole world had collapsed before his eyes. Xavier desperately fell onto the ground. First it was his job, and now his beloved girlfriend. Being in the depths of despair, Xavier was furious. He pulled his hair repeatedly despite causing himself great pain. It seemed like the act of his girlfriend leaving him drove him crazy, as Xavier screamed and cursed for having to live with the situation. Suddenly, he got up and ran straight into the kitchen. Then he grabbed the sharpest knife. It seemed like the outrage in his heart that made Xavier forget all about the pain he had. He swore that if he had to die, he wouldn't care, as he needed to get rid of his hair. Xavier picked up the knife and placed it near his head. As he was not yet able to do anything, another terrible thing happened that made him panic. The hair suddenly turned into thousands of small snakes that moved and grabbed his arms. Not only that, they even took the knife away from him. Struggling to escape, the more intensively he tried to move, the tighter the snakes grabbed his arms. Somehow the hair suddenly grew abnormally fast. It wrapped around Xavier's entire body. The hair strands were like small knives cutting his skin painfully. Soon Xavier was completely tied up by his own hair. He tried to scream out loud, call for help, but no one seemed to hear him. And within few minutes, the hair devoured him. The only thing that could be found in his home was a giant mass of hair. Xavier was not the only one, but a lot of people also encountered similar cases. The hair transplant salon bizarrely reappeared on the streets at midnight. It also attracted many clients. Still, it was the same mysterious man in black with his fancy words. And those who came to the salon all ended up having the same outcome as Xavier. The strands of hair being transplanted were actually parasitic organisms which absorbed nutrients from the host's body, and once they became strong enough, they would swallow everything. This is a story about Tony, who was a bad student in class, despite having parents who were also teachers. However, growing up under their strict parenting style had made him quite a reserved boy. He even made friends with the gangsters in his school. But Tony was constantly pestered and lured to do bad things with him. Tony himself was sick and tired of bullying other students, so he had tried to avoid seeing them many times. While Tony was talking to his old friends, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him and felt uneasy. His old friends also recognized the two people standing in front of him. It turned out that those two people were Tony's dad and Ken, his neighbor friend, who was his age. His father always comparing Tony to that boy. Seeing that, Tony's friends made fun of him. as their class teacher liked that boy Ken more than his very own son. Tony became angry as soon as he heard them. He shouted and told them to leave him alone. Tony walked away. Being angry, Tony also felt sorry for himself. And just like that, Tony headed home with a sorrow. At that moment, he heard a voice. "Hi kid, still upset about your dad? I've got this special present. I think it might be helpful to you." As Tony was angry, he didn't care much about how the man knew about his affair with his dad, as he annoyingly shouted to the man to go away and mind his own business. But the mysterious man, who was dressed in black with a large X sign on his chest, didn't get irritated by the boy's insolent attitude. The man pointed at his own shadow. It somehow looked strange, as it could move, but yet unable to reflect his figure. The mysterious man told Tony that it was a magical shadow. Anyone who possessed it would be able to become anyone he wanted to be. Also, become anyone that others wanted to be. Not letting the man finish his sentence, Tony angrily pushed away the man and left, telling him to stop with his crap story. As Tony walked away, he smirked and looked at his direction. Suddenly, from his legs, the shadow of the man moved and quickly rushed to Tony. And just like that, Tony brought the shadow with him as he went home without knowing anything about it. Even though it was the beginning of the spring, the sky was moody and dark, as it seemed to signal something terrible about to happen to Tony's family. Tony went home with a sad mood. He greeted his dad, but his dad didn't even bother to look at him, as he fixed all his attention at the newspaper. He asked Tony why he didn't come to the tutor class today. It seemed like the tutors had told him about Tony's absence. He told Tony that he was embarrassed to have such a stupid and lazy son like Tony. Tony's face became darkened as he heard that. He tightened his lips, tried to hold in his emotions, but he couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned around and spoke loudly. "Can you stop comparing me with Ken? If you liked him that much, then just adopt him." Seeing Tony angry, the father no longer said anything to him. He bowed down, petted his dog, and spoke in an ironic manner. "I wish you could be obedient like you, Chow. One could be not smart, but at least know how to behave, right?" Hearing what his father said, Tony became furious. He went to his room, slammed the door, and locked himself in it. He took rest on his bed, but couldn't stop thinking about his pent-up frustration. Tony had been thinking about it for a while, as he was repressed and feeling pity for himself. Now his dad didn't even like him as much as Chow, the dog in his family. As he was thinking, he slowly went to sleep. Seeing her son not coming out for lunchtime, his mother went to his room and called him. Despite calling him many times with no reply, the mother thought that maybe Tony was sleeping deeply. Then she opened the door and walked in to wake him up. Seeing Tony still on his bed, she approached him to wake him up. As she was trying to wake him up, she suddenly stopped. A frightening scene appeared in front of her that made her face change color. She let out a fierce scream that made her husband quickly went to see what was happening. The father was shocked and panicked as he witnessed the scene in front of him. The scene was horrifying, as Tony had turned into a dog, and his face looked similar to Chow. How awful it was. Tony's face had been replaced by that of the dog. Seeing his parents so scared, Tony quickly touched his face and was shocked and panicked. He remembered the mysterious man he encountered before. Was the bizarre story he told him about the shadow true? Tony quickly told everything to his parents, even what he knew about the magical shadow. It turned out that, like what his father had said before, as he wanted Tony to be well behaved like Chow, Tony had now carried the face of a bulldog. Tony quickly told his dad to reverse his wish. He immediately did that, and Tony's face slowly returned to normal. Seeing the transformation on her son, the mother gave a gasp of amazement, as she was worried about him being so shocked by it all. However, the father started to have some freaky thoughts. It looked like the man wanted to use the power of that magical shadow to turn Tony into someone else. Indeed, he turned to his wife and said that he wanted to use the magic to turn Tony into someone better. The next morning, both his parents drove them to school. Never in his life had he seen them being so happy and caring about him that much. Thanks to the magic shadow, Tony always had many experiences that he never had before. Wherever he went, people were talking about him. Many female students admired Tony. The magical shadow had given him a handsome face, a tall muscular figure that made him look like a celebrity. At first, Tony was a little bit shy as people were staring at him, but he gradually found it amusing. Not just his appearance. His father also used the magic shadow to turn him into a person with an extremely high IQ. That day, as Tony was having math class, the teacher gave a math problem to the class and said that it was advanced and that only a few people can solve it. Indeed, the math problem was so difficult that even a brilliant student like Ken was unable to solve it. At that moment, Tony glanced at Ken as he wanted to make sure that he couldn't solve it, so he would volunteer to answer it. Then immediately, Tony stood up and gave the teacher the correct answer to the math problem. The whole class was amazed. Even the teacher had to come to Tony and compliment him on his significant improvement. However, as the teacher patted Tony on the head, he noticed there was something under the cap that the boy was wearing, so he took it off and told Tony not to wear a cap in class. However, as soon as the teacher took it off, he immediately panicked. His face changed color. The quiet class suddenly became noisy. Some students even screamed. Everyone was terrified to see the pimples on Tony's head. After school, Tony went home. Despite being a flawless person that many wanted to be, he didn't feel happy for it at all. However, his father still had no intention of stopping upgrading Tony. It turned out that his dad wanted to turn Tony into a human calculator that could store huge amounts of different information and become a living encyclopedia. Tony, not wanting to disappoint his parents, had to obediently do what his dad told him to. He plugged dozens of wires into Tony's head. It gradually became bigger and bigger, and it had absorbed too much data. Contrary to the look of his head, his face was haggard. His skin was pale, looking lifeless. However, the father still acted coldly. He told his son to try to put up with the pain, as it would be nothing the moment he became a successful person. Tony couldn't stop trembling. He wanted to stand up, yet his dad forced him to sit back down. He told him to sit there for another 30 minutes, then he could go back to his room. However, something bizarre happened. The magical shadow under Tony started moving and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Tony felt an incredible relief in his head as the shadow left his body. As the shadow left his body, Tony went back to normal as the pimples on his head had disappeared. But where did they go? Not even he could answer that question. At that moment, his parents were in their room, not knowing anything about the disappearance of the shadow. They were discussing on how to make Tony become the most intelligent person in the world, someone that could outperform calculators and machines. But Tony's dad had no idea that his actions and illogical requests had upsetted the shadow and made it furious. At that moment, the shadow of his parents started moving and deforming. Did the magical shadow had changed its target? Despite being back to his normal shape, Tony didn't feel happy, yet he was being worried. He secretly went to his parents' room. Somehow, Tony had a hunch that the spooky shadow would be at their place. At that time, Tony suddenly recalled what the mysterious man with the large X sign on the chest had told him. He said that the shadow would become out of control if one's greediness went too far. However, he still didn't believe much about the fact that the shadow would do too much harm to a person. So Tony went back to his bedroom and slept until the next morning. The next morning, during the meal, Tony told his parents about what the mysterious man had said to him. But his father did not pay attention to it. He said that he would continue to upgrade Tony to become a robot. At that moment, Tony could see the magical shadow behind his dad and mom. It looked like the reason why they made such unacceptable requests was due to them being controlled by the shadow. Just by looking at their eyes, Tony knew clearly that they were no longer his parents. He screamed in fear, then hurriedly got out of his chair and ran outside. His parents immediately stood up and chased after him as they looked like lifeless bodies. The way they gazed at him looked just like they wanted to devour him. Tony rushed out to the house, yet he wasn't able to bring his cell phone and wallet with him. He kept running and running until he no longer saw the figure of his parents behind him. Then he stopped to take a breath. Having regained composure, Tony found out that his stomach was growling. He was starving. He hurriedly reached to his pocket but found neither his wallet nor his phone. Knowing it would be dangerous to go home at that moment, but he also realized that having no money might cause him to die on the street due to starvation. So he waited until it got dark, as his mom and dad would drop their guard, so he could sneak into home to get some necessities. As soon as Tony entered the house, he walked slowly to avoid making any noise. But Tony did not think much about it, as he quickly put his wallet and phone into his pocket. However, as Tony had not made his way out of the house, he heard the footsteps upstairs. His face immediately changed color. It became darkened and the boy was sweating with fear. As expected, the spooky shadow disguised itself in the form of his dad appeared in front of him. His father appeared to him, then coldly said something confusing. Even the voice was no longer his. Tony hurriedly fled from the house. At that moment, he was certain that his father was being controlled by the shadow. Having a home but no longer being able to stay or dare to come close to his parents, these once familiar things suddenly became too dangerous for a 16-year-old boy. As he had no idea where to go, he suddenly remembered that he had an aunt who lived in the suburbs of the city. Tony immediately took out his phone and called his aunt to ask for a few days' stay. According to the address given by his aunt, he took a taxi and after 1.5 minutes of moving, he finally arrived. Seeing Tony being panicked, the aunt couldn't help but be confused. She led the boy into the house and poured him a glass of hot water, as Tony told her all of the scary things that were going on at his home. But while he was telling his stories, outside there was someone knocking on the door. Feeling worried that it might be the shadow disguising as his father, Tony immediately told his aunt not to let him get in the house. Tony came to the curtains and hid behind them. The aunt, feeling extremely bewildered, came to open the door while having no idea what was going on and who to believe. She opened the door carefully as she saw the person standing in front of her. She was immediately surprised. What Tony had said was true. It was indeed his father. But the strange thing was, Tony's father didn't ask her anything about his son, yet still talked to her like nothing had happened. The spooky shadow started to move. It split in half and slowly came to the aunt. Suddenly the house echoed with growling sounds. The aunt somehow slowly lost her consciousness. Her eyes slowly became strange as it gradually turned red, looking so scary. Tony, standing in a corner of the room, started trembling as he witnessed what was happening in front of him. It looked like the shadows was using its magic to hypnotize and control everyone it encountered. Immediately, the two rushed to Tony. At that moment, Tony was so scared that his whole body froze. The scene was so scary, both his father and his aunt, with their black eye sockets and mouths, rushed to Tony. Horrified, Tony let out a fierce scream. In a moment, Tony turned around and jumped out of the window despite knowing that he was on the 5th floor of the building. He jumped out all the way from the 5th floor, ignoring all the risks that he would have. Luckily, Tony landed on a garbage truck. That evening, as a worker was doing his job at a landfill, he suddenly heard someone sobbing. He hurriedly looked around to find where the cry was coming from, then eventually saw a boy lying between 2 garbage dumps crying. It was Tony. He was laying there feeling helpless and couldn't do anything but cry as everything had been too harsh for him. Seeing the landfill worker, the boy cried even louder as he realized all of his pent-up frustration. Feeling sympathetic for the younger boy, the man led him to his working place, wiped the dirt off his body and applied ointment to his skin wounds. He also gave the boy a portion of his small lunch. What a kind and gentle man he was. Seeing the food he was given, Tony devoured it like a tiger that was starving for days. As Tony had looked better, the man asked him, "Why are you here, kid? Don't you have a home?" As the man was asking him, Tony stopped eating and said that he couldn't go home now. The man, not knowing what had happened to Tony, advised him not to leave the home no matter how bad his parents could be, as the world was more dangerous than he thought. Tony, neither did he know what to say nor how to explain appropriately to the man. He remained silent as he was afraid the man would think wrong of him. Having finished his lunch, the man went back to work. He didn't forget to tell Tony to take a rest before he wanted to leave to anywhere else. As he was using the saw to cut the small iron bars, the saw was worn out that it took him quite long to cut them. Not only that, the saw was broken after a short time. The man let out a sigh of disappointment. Tony saw it immediately, went outside and offered to fix the broken saw. But the man just smiled and told Tony that he wouldn't be able to do it since he was just a skinny young kid. But right after that, he panicked as he saw something strange happen before his eyes. It turned out that Tony's hand had turned into a chainsaw. It seemed like the spooky shadow was still in Tony, as it must have split itself up to infect multiple hosts. With the help of the new saw, the iron bars were easily cut in half, and the job was quickly done. The man, from being scared, slowly returned to normal. He friendly asked Tony how he had such magically special powers, and Tony didn't hesitate to tell everything to the man. Little did they know that his father was behind them, secretly watching from afar. It was until that he said something then the two of them panicked turned around. The shadow in the form of his dad told Tony to come home with him. Sensing something dangerous might happen, the worker quickly pulled Tony to stand behind him as he tried to stop the father. He looked determined as he insisted on not letting the shadow come close to Tony. Knowing it was no longer necessary to disguise as Tony's father, the shadow returned to its normal look and used it to magically hypnotize the man, just like how it did to Tony's aunt. The father gazed at the worker with his bloodshot eyes and then began the assimilation. The landfill worker suddenly got stopped. His eyes slowly changed. The father smirked. Soon enough, the shadow had successfully taken over the body of the man. Knowing clearly what would happen after that, Tony tried to scream loudly to wake up the worker. At this moment, Tony was terrified to find out the purpose of the men in black. They wanted to use the shadow to control everybody. Tony, feeling helplessly, watched everyone around him got owned by the shadow. However, he wondered to himself how could he escape the control that the shadow had on him. Or to be more precise, he was actually the one that controlled it and made it listen to him. Right at that moment, the father ordered the worker to attack Tony. Tony figured out that perhaps the man with that X sign realized that the shadow couldn't control Tony, so he had tried to do everything to get rid of him. Eventually, Tony decided to use the chainsaw that he had created before to fight against his enemies. Tony screamed louder to boost his courage. He'd already known that the ones in front of him had died and their bodies were being controlled now, and they were no longer the ones that he knew. Then one by one the enemies were taken down under his hand. Later, the disappearance of Tony's family had spread all over the news. 3 months later, at the time when many circus troupes started touring at one circus, there were many audiences excitedly coming to see the performers, including those of Ken and his girlfriend. On the stage, as a clown was performing, a shadow slowly came out of him and spread it out. The clown had extremely magical superpowers. He could even make flowers grow out upon his body. The girlfriend of Ken, seeing that, suddenly turned to Ken, telling him that she sensed something scary from the clown. As Ken stared at the clown, he also felt the same way. Suddenly, on the stage, the clown gazed at Ken. Then Ken's eyes immediately turned red, looking terrified. It all started from the jealousy of a male employee who had worked at an architecture company. His name is Leo, and to be honest, Leo wasn't someone with talent or brightness, yet somehow he was always jealous of others. Since the first day Leo worked at the company, he had a crush on a pretty female colleague of him, but as Leo still hadn't had a chance to talk to her, he unexpectedly found out that someone had already asked her to be their girlfriend. Surprisingly, the one who asked her out was Bevis, his close friend since college. Bevis was a talented employee who had been appointed to many essential positions in the company. However, Leo was always envious of Bevis, therefore he didn't want to maintain his friendship with him. This time, seeing his old friend hand in hand with the woman whom he had secretly loved, the man was even more angry. Except for Leo, everyone were pleased and extremely happy for the couple to be together. They all knew that the two were made for each other, or in other words, a match made in heaven. Seeing everyone giving their blessings to the couple, the man could no longer hold back his emotions. He interrupted them. A match made in what? I wonder if we were supposed to work here or to go on a date with someone. What a chaotic place. Of course, the other employees knew why Leo was displeased. They knew he also had his love for Bly, but they also knew that for someone pathetic and weak like Leo, Bly was completely out of his league. Hearing the murmurs about him, Leo was dumbfounded as his face became darkened. At that moment, he knew that he was just a miserable, pathetic guy in their eyes. It was like Leo had fallen into a dark place with the messed up thoughts on his mind, and from his previous delusions about himself, he finally made a conclusion that he was just, indeed, a loser. That day after work, he returned home with a mood that couldn't be any worse. The man looked lifelessly as he was walking on his way home. Never in his life had he greatly desired that he could be as talented as Bevis, like he did now. But he knew his wish would never be fulfilled because he was still a pathetic person and probably would live with the fact for the rest of his life if he didn't try to better himself and remain jealous of others. As he was having thoughts on his mind, he accidentally bumped into a man in black who was walking in the opposite direction. Leo immediately reeled and fell on the ground. As he fell, he let out some cursing words and intended to beat up the person who he had bumped into. But the moment he looked up, he saw a big figure of a man who was standing in front of him. Leo's face turned pale. He hurriedly backed down and apologized to the man. I apologized for my carelessness. The man with the ferocious look and the scars on his face was thought to go mad and beat Leo, but turned out it was wrong. After looking at Leo for a while, he suddenly smirked and let out a smile that couldn't be more mysterious. And then he gave Leo a red flower pot and told him to consider it as an apology. The tree in this pot was a magical one. Just by nurturing it and eating its fruits, the owner would possess any talent that he wanted to. The mysterious man with a large X sign on his chest handed the flower pot to Leo and left without explaining anything else to Leo. Confused by the vague explanation of the strange man, Leo really could not understand what the spot was all about and how it really worked. But anyway, he still decided to bring it home, as its look was pretty eye-catching to him. Seeing Leo taking the pot with him, the mysterious man immediately made a call to someone. "Sir, the new item has already found its tester." Having returned home, Leo immediately turned on his computer and looked up information about the strange plant he had just received. Leo didn't expect that he would find this plant on a mysterious website with an X logo which looked similar to the one printed on the shirt that the man was wearing. The tree was actually called the Talent Tree. Those who ate its fruits would possess the talents that they desired to, just like what he had been told by the mysterious man. However, its way of nurturing it was pretty odd. In order to bear fruits, the tree must be watered with the blood of the person who wanted to possess his talents. After reading the instruction on the website, Leo had been thinking about it a lot. Whose blood should he get from? And more importantly, how could he get someone else's blood? After a while, Leo suddenly got up and slammed his hand on the table. It looked like the man had come up with something. Out of every talented person who worked in the architecture field that he knew, there was one man from whom he could easily access to get blood. Bevis. So in the very night, Leo bought some gifts and went to Bevis's house in order to ask for help. It had been a very long time for Leo to meet his friend Bevis, so the fact that he finally came to his house that night was pretty strange. Leo carefully rang the doorbell and nervously waited. He couldn't predict how Bevis would react to see him appearing in his house. Having recognized Leo's voice, Bevis quickly opened the door and greeted him with delight. "Leo, it's been so long. Come inside." Seeing the friendly manner of Bevis, Leo let out a sigh of relief. He quickly came inside the house. Leo told Bevis about the difficulties that he was having, even made up with a logical reason as to why he didn't see Bevis for a long time. The reason was because he felt like he was a pathetic, miserable loser. Leo also told him about the magical tree and asked Bevis to help him by giving him some of his blood so he could save himself from being fired from the job. Bevis was touched by the made-up lies of Leo. Out of the kindness of his heart, he quickly agreed to help Leo without having any doubt. For many others, the fact that they were asked share a portion of their talents were out of the question, but Bevis was different. He always helped his friends as long as he could. Bevis quickly grabbed a knife on the table and cut a line in his wrist to let the blood flow out. Since the cut was a bit deep, soon enough the soil in the pot had turned red, but the tree hadn't shown any sign of change. Bevis bandaged the wound and told Leo to be careful using this plant since he still hadn't known much about it. At that moment, Bevis was still a little bit dizzy, so he had to go to his room and take a rest. But Leo didn't care much about it. The only thing he cared about right now was a tree. 5 minutes later, the trunk suddenly moved and gradually grew bigger. In just moments, from the top of the tree hatched a red fruit that looked like a brain. At first, Leo was a bit shocked as he tremblingly touched the fruit of talent. The sparkling and magical light emanated from it immediately fascinated Leo as his eyes suddenly turned red. As if he could no longer control his actions, Leo forcefully picked down the fruit, unconsciously let out an evil smile on his face. Without hesitation, Leo put the fruit in his mouth. The tree had indeed worked. 3 days later, Leo had signed an important contract and the superiors were very pleased with his project. His colleagues, who had never cared about his presence at the company, now had respect for him, thanks to his success that went beyond his expectations. Even Leo himself was delighted with his first achievement at the company. Even though from outside Leo was happy to receive the congratulations from his colleagues, but inside he truly despised them. Since that day, every day being at work was a great happiness to Leo. His work went smoothly, his co-workers admired him. Not only that, Leo's presentation skills had surprisingly improved. The man was also fortunate enough to be on the list of candidates being considered for the chief position. Just when things were thought to go well like that. But no, while Leo was bragging about himself to his colleagues, suddenly he heard something calling out his name. It was Leo's boss, and he was unsatisfied with the project he sent him this time. The boss was well known for being a short-tempered person. The man threw the documents on the table and scolded Leo severely in the presence of his co-workers. Leo was surprised by his boss's actions, but later realized that he was a little bit careless on carrying out this project. He was under the impression that the talent got from the tree would help him do everything perfectly, even if he did it sketchily. Since Leo had successfully negotiated a big contract for the company, the expectation had become higher. Therefore, the director was truly disappointed with him. He straightforward criticized Leo in presence of many people. Not only that, he also warned him that if the project wasn't seriously redone, the opportunity would go to others. Not only did Leo realize his mistake and correct it, but he also became furious. As the boss left, Leo went to the restroom to release his anger. He vowed that this time he would do the project even better than his last one and made the boss bow down before him. And the only thing that could help Leo succeed and become better was none other than the Tree of Talent. He was thinking maybe some of Bevis's blood wasn't enough. So the next day, Leo took a day off at work and asked Bevis to go out with him. After a meal at the restaurant, the two of them went for a walk in the park. Bevis did not forget to ask Leo about his current work. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Leo brought out the tree, then complained that he still had difficulties in keeping his job. how his life was still unstable and needy, and billions of other hardships that he was facing. Feeling sympathetic towards his friend, Bevis immediately offered to help him with his work and support his life needs until he settled down. But that wasn't what Leo wanted. The only thing he wanted at that moment was Bevis's blood, as the plant needed more to do its job better. So despite unwillingly to do it, Leo gritted his teeth and gave Bevis the pot, begging Bevis to give him some of his blood. However, Bevis didn't react to Leo begging him at all. Did Bevis no longer want to help him because he had realized that Leo was just taking advantage of his kindness? It was true that Bevis had refused to give Leo his blood, but he did it because he wanted Leo to be better, rather than feeling like he was being used. Bevis wanted Leo to succeed in life with his own efforts, not because of that creepy tree. Leo's face became darkened as he heard what Bevis was telling him. Right that moment, Bevis's phone suddenly rang out. Since the call was related to his business, he had to put aside what was happening between him and Leo to answer the call without having any precaution. At the moment Bevis hung up, Leo suddenly rushed to him, pressed him against a wall. What Bevis was feeling at that moment was an extreme pain that ran through his whole body. While Bevis was off guard, Leo had pulled out a knife in his bag and stabbed Bevis' abdomen while pressing him against a wall. At first, Leo just wanted to use it to get some blood from Bevis' arm, but since he couldn't hold in his emotion due to being angry, Leo had decided to murder him. The stab wound was so deep it made Bevis collapse on the ground. At that moment, he was no longer able to defend himself. About Leo, he was just screaming hysterically. Bevis just wanted him to be better, but for Leo it was a sign of selfishness, unwilling to share his gift. Then Leo brutally raised his knife up high and continued to stab Bevis to death, without any hesitation. Later, the tree was watered with an abundant amount of blood that made its power become even more terrifying. Leo quickly became an excellent employee. The director was so pleased with him as the project was better redone, even beyond his expectation. Not only that, Leo was appointed to the position of chief manager just a few days later. His colleagues were no longer being suspicious of his talent, but they still didn't know how Leo could have such a dramatic change in his work in such a short period of time. After the mysterious disappearance of Bevis, Bly was always having the sadness on her. Leo quickly took the opportunity to approach Bly. Unlike who he had been before, now he was totally confident to express his feelings to her. How disgustingly! After murdering Bevis, Leo still acted like he was innocent and even comforted Bly. Surprisingly, Bly was moved by those sweet words Leo was pouring into her ears. She even hugged the man who had killed her boyfriend to receive some sympathy. Leo was extremely delighted. Not only did he take the job title that was supposedly for his friend, but he also took away his girlfriend. Leo's job career started to thrive. In just over a month, he had been appointed from a chief manager to a branch deputy director. Not only that, Leo had also won many awards and accomplished many achievements during his work at the company. All of his colleagues had switched from being jealous of him to admiring his talents. Aside from his job, Leo also had an amazing romantic relationship. In just a short period of time, Bly had already forgotten about the passing of her boyfriend and now agreed to start a new relationship with Leo. Recently, everyone was in panic as many architects were killed by a mysterious murderer, and the serial killer was no one but Leo, as the man wanted to acquire more talent. One day, Leo's company encountered a serious problem. The company director himself had to go see Leo and ask him for help. Leo forced the director to be on his knees, pleaded for his help, then he would consider saving the company. Despite unwilling to do what Leo asked him to, but to think about the company's reputation and the possibilities of investors withdrawing their capital from the company, the director had to bow down, begging Leo against his will. Leo was so satisfied watching it. Eventually he made the boss scared of him and endured what he had gone through. Although his life, job, career and his romantic relationship had become much better than they were before, Leo's personality was getting more evil and corrupt. Gradually, everyone in the company held a grudge against Leo. They were dissatisfied with his bossy act and the way he disdained them, but no one dared to say anything as they were afraid of losing their jobs. Perhaps the only person that was treated fairly by Leo was Bly. Right at that moment, he started to think of Bly. The phone rang out. Coincidentally, it was a message from Bly. She wanted to go to his house to celebrate a special day. As Leo was reading the message, he let out an evil smile. I'll have to make her stay at all costs. That evening, Leo returned home, clearly as Bly had told him that she would come by his house to prepare for dinner. As soon as he opened the door, Leo felt strange. Why didn't Bly turn on the light? Or why did she want to give him a surprise? Leo turned the lights on. Turned out that Bly had already prepared food and wine for the special day. Feeling both surprised and delighted, never in his life had he been treated this good. But somehow, as he looked at Bly from behind, he realized that she was moody. She didn't even bother to look at Leo, just coldly told him to sit at the dining table. It was a little bit strange of Bly to behave like that, but Leo didn't care much about it as he was feeling happy. He quickly sat at the table, drank up the cup of wine that Bly had prepared for him. The alcohol immediately made him express his burning desire for her. Bly, do you want to spend the night with me? But Bly didn't say anything, just remained silent to his question. Leo was simply thinking that maybe Bly was too shy to answer him. Assuming that Bly had agreed with his offer, he reached out his hand to her. Unexpectedly, Bly pushed his hand away from her. It was this moment Leo realized that strange behavior of his girlfriend. He immediately asked, "What is wrong with you? Is today a happy day or a sad one that makes you look so gloomy?" Bly raised her head to Leo's question and replied, "It turned out that the day was Bevis's birthday." Bly had never forgotten about Bevis, and she suspected Leo had something to do with his death, so she deliberately approached him. At this moment, Leo was feeling dizzy. It turned out that Bly had put anesthetic in the wine glass on the table. The reason why Bly chose to be with Leo that long was because of another purpose of her. Leo slowly fell asleep. What would happen next to him? 2 hours later, Leo woke up, only to realize that he had been tied up to a chair and could not barely move. The only thing he could do at that moment was to scream and demanded Bly to untie him. But of course, Bly would never do that. Having carefully investigated, Bly had figured out that Leo was the one behind Bevis's death and also many others. To Leo's surprise, Bly picked up the phone and called the police. At that moment, Leo knew that there was nothing he could do to stop Bly. However, he still had his one last chance. Leo immediately shouted, "Don't call the police. I have something that I want to discuss with you. Please hang up the phone. I'm not fooling you." Bly hung up the phone. It turned out that Leo wanted to give Bly the pot in exchange for his freedom. He told Bly everything about the magical tree and also where he was keeping it. On the instructions of Leo, Bly quickly went to the place where the tree was kept and brought it out. At that moment, Leo was ready to water the tree with his blood, willing to share a portion of his talent with her, so he could be freed. Just like Leo, Bly didn't believe the magical power of this tree. 5 minutes had passed. There was nothing happening with it. This made Bly think that Leo was joking around, so she took out her phone and prepared to call the cops. Right at that moment, a purple glow emitted from the plant quickly attracted Bly's attention. As she turned around and looked at it, she saw a red fruit sprouting from the tree. The fruit sparkled beautifully and somehow so attractive in such a strange way. The light emanating from the fruit immediately fascinated Bly, slowly made her eyes turn red. But instead of eating it, what Bly did later completely surprised Leo. Now, Leo realized that he had made a terrible mistake as he told her about the tree, but it was all too late. Leo's talent was simply not enough for Bly. She wanted more than that. At that moment, Bly had completely become another person. With a knife in her hand, she coldly approached Leo and killed him brutally. Unfortunately, Bly had followed the wrongful path of Leo. Was it the red fruit that had fascinated Bly, or was it the greediness that made her become a murderer? In any case, the experiment of the X organization had tremendously succeeded. The protagonist of the story is a 25-year-old young man named Edric, a busy white-collar worker. who rarely had time to return to his hometown due to his demanding work. The pressure at work made him become a reserved and quiet person. Because of his lack of time for socializing, he didn't have many friends. After years of working here, Edric came to a realization that he was nothing but a servant. Days of being snowed under with work, yet always ended up having his work taken credit for by someone else. It's not to mention the fact that he was constantly scolded and urged by his superiors to finish his projects in time. The increasing pressure built up day after day. Edric had to keep a smile on his face every time he was scolded by the big manager, since he didn't want to be fired from his job. That day was the third day Edric worked overtime. For over a month he was always busy with his projects and didn't even have time for his girlfriend. Feeling unbearable to Edric not spending time for the two, his girlfriend sent him a breakup text. Edric wanted to rush to her place immediately after he received the message, but couldn't as he was under strict supervision of his superior. He couldn't hide the sadness on his face as he read the text. It was clear that he was upset over his girlfriend breaking up with him, but for the most part it was the thoughts of being an incompetent person that distressed him. Edric didn't have the courage to speak out against the bosses, so he bottled up his negative emotions and continued with his work. The project was finally done. It was the first day in over a month that Edric could return home early, yet he didn't feel happy at all. Despite succeeding in fighting back his emotion at work and keeping his job, Edric felt extremely lonely now. Being distant from his family, not having many friends, even the woman he loved had also left him. Edric didn't have the mood to reply to his ex-girlfriend's message, as he knew it wouldn't help him with anything. Edric walked lonely on the crowded streets. Little did he know that he was about to encounter something that would change his life forever. Bizarre incidents started taking place. Two construction workers, after fixing the door, were on their way home suddenly went backwards. A spilled trash bin nearby was somehow lifted up by an invisible force. The construction workers continued to fix the door. The trash bin wasn't spilled. It seemed like the time had been in reverse. Edric was amazed by what he just witnessed. He watched everything around him but couldn't understand what was going on. The bin now got back to its initial form. Trash spilled all over exactly like the way he'd seen it at the first time. Edric was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out what the heck was happening. Edric gazed at the watch on his wrist and realized that the clock hands didn't move even though 5 minutes had passed. It was 6:10, 5 minutes ago, but the hands were still the same. As Edric was still confused, he saw a man in black who looked pretty mysterious walking in front of him. He called to the man and then walked to him, intending to ask if the man saw the strange things like he did. Strangely, despite Edric calling him multiple times, the man didn't turn around, so he grabbed him by the shoulder. The man finally turned around to see Edric, but his face terrified him as it was covered with deep cuts. Moreover, his eyes looked suspicious. Edric let out a scream, instantly pulling back his hand. All of a sudden, the man grabbed Edric by the wrist and said that he had something valuable which he'd be delighted to give it to Edric. He dropped the object to his feet and then said, "It is so lucky of you to be given this thing." Edric looked in the direction of the man's hand and found out there was a caterpillar on one of his shoes. Having a phobia of caterpillars, he immediately dropped his bag and jumped up as soon as he saw one under his legs. The mysterious man told Edric that this caterpillar would help him deal with all of his problems. Edric was confused, but he also felt curious, so he asked the man about the caterpillar. According to him, this creature was called by the name the Time Caterpillar, as one possessed it would be able to control the time and move to any point in the timeline, from the back to the future, back to the past, or even stop the time from elapsing. But this caterpillar was very afraid of water, so Edric had to keep it away from it. The man then gave the creature to Edric and once again told him that it would change his life. Edric stayed up very late that night. It took him a while to finally bring out the caterpillar and use it. Currently the clock said 1:05. He looked at it for a few moments, then ordered the caterpillar to reverse the time 5 minutes earlier. Edric followed the instructions of the mysterious man. He snapped his fingers after making the order. Indeed, the caterpillar had the power of reserving time. In just a blink of an eye, the clock had gone backwards 5 minutes earlier. Edric couldn't hide the delighted look on his face. With this caterpillar, he would have more spare time to rest. But as the time reversed, Edric felt something appeared on his chest, but he wasn't bothered much about it. Edric used the caterpillar to stop the time so he could do things that he had always wanted to. He played games till he got bored, then laid on the sofa watching movies without worrying about waking up early the next morning. It was safe to say that Edric was enjoying the best time of his life. But little did he know that the scar on his chest was getting larger. This seemingly had something to do with the times he used the caterpillar. Although Edric had used the creature to make lots of spare time for him, the next morning he still went to work early with a jolly mood. It had been a long time since Edric was this happy. He greeted everyone at work and wished them a good day. When Edric sat down to work, he wasn't in a rush like he normally was, as the caterpillar gave him more time to finish his work for a day. After drinking a cup of coffee, Edric checked his DMs. There was a text from his ex-girlfriend. She wanted to see him. Edric looked calmly, as it seemed like he wanted to count on the caterpillar to rebuild his broken relationship. Edric sent her a voice message, saying that he would be at her house in 5 minutes, although he was in the middle of his work time. After Edric sent the message, he stood up and held to the caterpillar to stop the time at once, then made a finger snap, and time had stopped. Edric left his workplace to go to his ex-girlfriend's house. He intended to surprise her. The woman was amazed to see Edric being at the door. What a surprise for her to see him coming to her house even when he was at work. To the woman's amazement, Edric ran to her and hugged her tightly. He poured honey into her ears with all of his sweet words, even promised that he would spend more of his time with her. Seeing Edric leave work, the woman instantly fell in love with him. Life had become much easier for Edric since the day he had the caterpillar. After he left his girlfriend's house, he was curious about his future. Since the creature could reverse and stop the time, it might as well as help him to see the future. Edric ordered the caterpillar to take him to the next 10 years. He snapped his fingers. What appeared before his eyes now was a palatial mansion with dope automobiles. The owner was no one but him. His current girlfriend also became his wife. Edric stood behind a tree feeling delightedly as he watched the bright future awaiting him. Since that day, Edric no longer devoted attention to his work, even used the caterpillar to speed up his time. It was until one day when his boss criticized him for not finishing his project in time that he found out the serious mistake of this time caterpillar. As the time fastly elapsed, his performance at work was still the same. If Edric didn't try to work on it, the future scenario he'd previously would be changed. A vivid example for this was that Edric had lost his opportunity to get a promotion due to his failure to get his projects done in time. Not just that, Edric started to have bizarre symptoms with his body. He constantly had headaches, ones that were terribly throbbing. The abuse of the caterpillar had affected both his love life and his appearance. As Edric spent more of his time for his girlfriend, the bond between them had become much stronger. But now Edric had to deal with another problem of his own. The girlfriend was terrified to see Edric's body. There were countless of ugly disfigured scars on his chest, and a foul smell came out of his body. Edric rushed to the bathroom to check. Edric felt strange as the mysterious man didn't tell him anything about these scars. The only way to solve this problem was to return to that fated night to see that the mysterious man again. Edric took a risk and went back to the night that took place 2 weeks before. The mysterious man turned around when he heard Edric calling him, but it looked like he had predicted to see Edric again. Edric was mad at the man for not being informed about the scars that would appear when he used the caterpillar. As Edric finally cooled down, he asked the man how to remove the scars of his body. To Edric's question, the man only let out a smirk and said that there was no way to get him back to his initial form. However, the scars would become larger and longer. The only way to prevent them from appearing was to stop interfering in the timeline. Edric felt as if he was being thrown down a cliff. His face became darkened. Did he have to carry these scars for the rest of his life? This trip going back in time seemingly became useless. Not only couldn't he solve any of his problems, but also made the scars become larger. The scars had went to his neck. If they continued this way, he wouldn't be able to cover them with his clothes. Having no other choice, Edric went back to his current timeline, knowing this would cause the scars to spread even more. Since that day, regardless of any kind of weather, Edric always had his body covered up with clothes. The bizarreness of the way he dressed instantly caught people's attention. More than ever, Edric felt so insecure about his appearance. He didn't even have the courage to see his girlfriend, despite her sending him many messages. Things seemed to get back to the starting point, but worsened this time. Now Edric really wanted to stop the time so he could go to his girlfriend's house. But he refused to do it as he thought of the ugly scars on him. He put down his phone and accepted the harsh reality. Right that moment, his boss approached him from behind. It looked like Edric was about to be criticized for failing to meet the deadline again. He grabbed Edric by his wrist, causing the sleeves to pull down. The man's face changed color as soon as he saw the scars on Edric's body. He was shocked, terrified, and disgusted. There was also stench coming out of Edric's body. Even the man was scared of himself, let alone others. Edric let out a scream when his shirt was being pulled down. He instantly used his hands to cover the scars. The director then fired Edric from his job by reason of him being too filthy and constantly failing to finish his projects in time. A month later, Edric ended up being homeless as he couldn't pay his rent. Despite having lots of time now, he didn't have anyone to share it with. The man didn't even have the money to do what he wanted with the amount of time he had. For days, Edric had to sleep in a small alley. There were homeless people like him being there too. It was at this moment that Edric cherished the busy time he once had. The only friend Edric had was a man who was over 60. It was unknown why, but the man cared about him a lot. Every day the man asked Edric if he accepted to spend his life living in this alley like nothing but a piece of trash. He later told Edric the story of how he became an idle loafer after seeing his future turned out to be. Turned out that the man was also a victim of the caterpillar. He wasted most of his life going back in time and traveling to the future, yet didn't do anything useful for him. The man then gave Edric a piece of advice, telling him to face the bitter reality and started a new life as he still had a future ahead. What the old man said touched Edric deeply. He stood up, seemingly knew what he needed to do. Edric didn't want to live like a nobody, so he was determined to turn over a new leaf this time. But the way he did was dangerous, as he went to a nearby fountain. The caterpillar was scared of water the most. Edric had no idea whether the scars would disappear if he touched the water with both his hands. He also wasn't aware of the potential danger that might arise if he did. But this was his best and only choice. Edric looked at his reflection in the water. He looked pathetic. He couldn't keep on living like this. Edric plucked up his courage. He reached his hands to the fountain and let the water pour onto his hands as he was trembling. Edric took a deep breath, then spilled the water on his face. He instantly experienced an immense pain as the stars started getting even larger. They spread it all over his face. Not only that, Edric felt like his body was being eaten slowly, especially his head, as he had the feeling of his brain being invaded and eaten by caterpillars. The pain became unbearable as he couldn't stand still and collapsed on the street. Now his mind was empty. As he laid on the ground, he saw the memories flashed across his mind, then faded into darkness. 3 months later, thanks to the locals rushing him to the hospital in time, Edric was still alive and now having a treatment at the hospital. But even the best doctor gave up on Edric's case. Even though there was no brain damage to be detected, the man somehow lost his memories. Edric's girlfriend worriedly asked the doctor about a suitable medical treatment for Edric. However, this was a case of someone who had suffered severe psychological trauma. Not only did Edric lose his memories, but his intellect was equal to that of a child. Now the man had a lot of time in his hand, neither did he have to go to work nor having to think about anything. It seemed like the caterpillar had consumed 25 years of his life, which turned him into a baby in an adult's body. And this was the fitting punishment for Edric's greediness. Recently, the rumors about a skull-shaped mountain that could keep one's secrets were spread rapidly on social media. Every month, some people would receive a map with directions leading to a cave on the skull-shaped mountain, where inside it was a rock with a bizarre skull-shaped form. The cave that kept this rock had a miraculous ability. As one wrote down his secrets on a piece of paper and dropped it into the mouth of the stone, it would remove the secrets from existence. That day, despite the bad weather, the 6 lucky people who got the maps to the mountain had arrived in order to have their secrets kept from being uncovered. One by one slowly got inside the cave, wrote down their secrets on pieces of paper, and dropped them into the mouth of the skull stone. The group was led by Leo and Rose, a couple that was about to get married. They came here to erase all things from the past and start their newly married life. Suddenly, at that moment, there were thunder and lightning and the rain began to fall. As the rain was getting heavier, the mountainous terrain, which were already dangerous, now became even harder for one to walk on it, so the 6 of the group decided to wait until it cleared up, but the rain still had no sign of stopping soon. So, a man wearing glasses, who was the director of a big company, immediately advised everyone to stay in this cave for one night and wait until it cleared up, then all together went down to the mountain. Everyone agreed with this idea, except his beautiful girlfriend, who was at that time a little bit uncomfortable as she had to spend her night being at such a dirty, musty place. 6 people with no food or drink left got stuck on top of the mountain, waited for the heavier rains to stop so they could get back home soon. The sky got dark as it was getting colder and colder. The group had to collect firewood in order to light a campfire. Throughout the night, everyone couldn't hide the anxiety and insecurity on their faces. However, the man with glasses still acted calmly. He told the group to take a rest as they had to set off early the following day. The rest of the group listened to him. They laid up plastic tarps near to the campfire and laid on them. As everyone was sleeping, a black liquid was oozing out of the mouth of the skull-shaped stone. Hearing the bizarre noises, the beautiful woman who slept near the stone suddenly woke up. She rubbed her eyes, then looked towards the stone. It was until the liquid started moving and slowly appeared a dark shape that the woman started to panic. The rest of the group was awakened by the noises. As they had no idea what was happening, the shadow suddenly said, "The whole world would never know that I've had been through 36 plastic surgeries." As the shadow started to speak, everyone was freaked out. Then the shadow kept on saying, "Another secret that I want you to keep for me is that I've never been in love with my director. If it hadn't been for the money and the career promotion that he gave me, I would have never cared about him." Everyone was bewildered and confused, not knowing what the shadows was and what it was talking about. They started to panic, immediately wanted to get out of the cave. But it was unknown why the director and his girlfriend started to quarrel, as the man even slapped her in the face. The director became furious as he heard what the shadow was saying. It turned out that the liquid oozed out of the skull was telling the secrets that the beautiful woman wanted them to be kept. As the director found out about it, he was mad and scolded her severely. At this moment, Leo started to feel worried and a little bit scared to be at the cave. He suggested the group to leave altogether. but a man with ruffled hair named Ben turned down the suggestion as he believed the shadow was harmless. Rose also said that she had heard about the shadow thing, as it would show up every night and tell the secrets that were written in the papers. Since the group couldn't make their way down the mountain for now, they had to be there and witness this. Ben once again reassured everyone that staying in the cave would be safer than leaving at that moment, as it was raining heavily and they were likely to encounter landslides, or even worse, some serial killer that lived nearby the area. As the man said the word killer, Rose was curious and then questioned Ben how he knew so many things about the mountain. Ben told the other 5 in the group that he had been doing research on this mountain for the last 3 months, so he understood it better than anyone and was sure that the shadow would show up again. The rest of the group was less worried as they heard what Ben told them. They went back to sleep, and what he said was true. 30 minutes later, the liquid started to ooze out again. Everyone tried to close their eyes tightly, pretending that they didn't hear anything as they worried their secrets would be revealed. This time the liquid turned itself into something with a human figure and started to tell the secrets it received. Compared to the previous time, this secret was a little scarier. During last month, I had killed 5 people. Please bury the secret with you. Everyone was terrified to hear that. They got up in horror as the shadow slowly returned to its liquid form. Their faces went pale. They started trembling except Ben, still acting calmly. After more than 5 minutes of silence, someone eventually decided to speak. A woman wearing glasses named Luna assumed that maybe the shadow was fooling them with its lies so they could all be scared. But Ben was sure that the secrets were told by the shadow were all true, as it could only repeat the secrets it had received. Then there was no way the shadow could make up stories and fool them. The director also made his assumption, since it was only 6 of them coming to the cave today, and the shadow only repeated the secrets it received during the day. Then it meant one of them was the murderer. As the man finished his sentence, thunder started rolling. The lightning from the sky shone upon his cold face, looking so scary. Feeling unbearable to stay longer, Luna became terrified. She panicked, screamed, and then rushed out of the cave. No matter how hard Rosie tried to stop her from doing it, the woman wouldn't listen to her. She demanded to go home as soon as possible and would never accept her death being here. As it was still pouring outside and the winds were getting stronger, the bridge that connected 2 cliffs of the mountain started to convulse and became even more dangerous for one to pass through it. She kept running and running, not knowing that the ropes of the bridge had been worn out and slowly torn apart. As Luna was halfway through the bridge, she realized that it was slowly weighing down. As the rest of the group heard the screams of their friend, they rushed out in panic in order to help her, but it was too late. As they got to the bridge, it was already broken and Luna had fallen off the cliff. The way to home for the 5 of the group seemed to become even more difficult. The only thing they could do now was to expect the rescue team to arrive and save them. As the night was still long, the remaining people didn't dare to close their eyes as they were scared the killer would kill them in their sleep, except Ben. The other 2 men were keeping weapons with them in case something bad happened. Despite no one saying anything, all suspicions were towards Ben, but Ben still calmly advised anyone not to panic. He even suggested a way for the group to find out who was the killer. According to what Ben had told them, every 30 minutes the shadow would appear and tell another secret. Then how about all of them willingly reveal their secrets so the shadow could point out who was the liar, and therefore that one would be the killer. To gain the trust of the rest of the group, Ben revealed his secrets to them. Ben had a daughter who tragically died half a year ago, and the reason why he regularly came to his mountain was because of her. 6 months ago, one day as he went home after a drink with his friends, he found out that his daughter was murdered by a serial killer who also regularly visited this mountain. Since then, Ben was determined to find him by all means and make him pay for his sins. 3 months ago, Ben heard some rumors about a mountain where people came there to bury their secrets. He immediately had a hunch that the murderer of his daughter might also be there to hide his, so Ben decided to go to the mountain searching for him. As the group listened to his tragic story, they were all shocked, and their suspicions towards him slowly faded away. To end his story, Ben let out all his pent-up emotion, angrily shouted, "I've been waiting too long for this day. I will find you, and you will pay for the sins you've committed." The rest of the group followed what Ben told them to do. One by one, slowly revealed their secrets. Strangely, no one looked like they were telling a lie. Rose said that she always felt like she wasn't the one for Leo due to the mistakes she made in the past. And the director, his secret was him accidentally causing his friend to go bankrupt while the two were doing business together, which led him to end his life. The man had to live with the guilt for the past years. About Leo, at first he was hesitant to say it. It took him a while for the man to finally speak out his secrets. It turned out that even though it was only 1 month away from his wedding, yet the man still couldn't forget his ex-girlfriend. He sneakily went out to see her several times, so he wanted to come to his place to hide the secret before getting married to Rose. What Leo expected had become true, as Rose was furious to hear it. At that moment, she just wanted to slap him hard in the face, but she was immediately stopped by Ben as it wasn't time for the two to have a quarrel. As everyone had already told their secrets, the shadow once again appeared. It looked like Rose didn't tell a lie, as the shadow repeated exactly what she had said to the group. So it meant that the shadow hadn't repeated the secrets of the 3 men. Fearing the murderer would get away, Ben reached out his backpack and took out a rope. Ben wanted the 2 women to tie all of the men up. That way the murderer wouldn't be able to escape. The women listened to what he had said. They tied the 3 of them to the big rocks. Suddenly, Rose saw something and immediately rushed out to see, then held out that the rescue team had arrived. In the cave, the rest of the group turned all their attention to her. The director's girlfriend were extremely happy to know it. She quickly ran out of the cave. As the rain was still pouring heavily, and the fact that they made calls to the rescue team just an hour ago, how could they arrive in such a short time? But the beautiful woman didn't even care about it. She was so happy that she didn't even bother about the rain pouring on her and the bizarre behavior of Rose, who was at that moment standing behind her. There wasn't any arrival of the rescue team like Rose had told them. As she turned around to ask Rose about it, she immediately got pushed off the cliff by Rose. Seeing what happened in front of their eyes, everyone was freaked out, yet no one was able to move as they were all tied up. Despite knowing that the woman didn't truly love him, the director screamed in pain as he had to witness her lover getting killed. Turned out that Rose, a kind, gentle, naive girl, was the murderer. Then Ben started to have questions on his mind. Why did the shadow repeat exactly what Rose had told them, despite her telling a lie? As Rose heard the question from him, she coldly smirked and slowly got inside. She spoke to Ben in a sarcastic manner, which drove him crazy. She said that she had to thank him. If it wasn't for him asking her to tie them up, she wouldn't have been able to escape. About the secret, it turned out that the woman had previously seen the piece of paper that had secrets of the woman wearing glasses, who were already dead by now. So obviously, her secret had become hers without anyone knowing about it. Leo couldn't hold up his anger as he heard that. He couldn't believe that his fiancée would be such a brutal, ruthless murderer. But then, Rose completely woke him up from his dream as she brought a large stone to him. As she had found out about his secret, the intent of killing him had appeared on her mind. She hit him on the head with a stone in her hand, without any hesitation. As the man lost his consciousness, she dragged him to the skull-shaped stone. Her actions were quick and flexible. She was indeed the serial killer that people were searching for. It looked like she wanted the one who cheated on her would end up being like the secret she brought to the stone, as they would disappear forever and no one would ever know about his fiancée's existence. Having finished her business with Leo, Rose approached Ben and the male director, threatened them, and definitely she would kill the two to clear up the trace. Ben was furious to find out that the cold-blooded serial killer was in fact a woman. Rose was delighted, as she said those who died would never be able to expose her secrets. But as she was about to kill them, the liquid once again oozed out of the skull stone, but this time it didn't turn into a shadow and tell secrets, as it slowly covered the killer's body. It was too late for Rose to find out about it. She started waving, struggling to escape, but couldn't get the fluid off her. The fluid gradually made it way higher and higher, slowly covered her body until she was unable to move at all. In just a moment, the fluid covering all of her body stopped her from breathing and killed her. The two men were shocked to see the scene happening in front of them, as they couldn't hide the terror on their faces. The woman's body slowly got dissolved into the black fluid. It turned out that since the evil woman had used the secret of another one, the stone had to kill her in order to bury it. She had violated the rules of this mysterious mountain, and therefore she had to be killed. The next morning, the rescue team finally arrived at the mountain, and so did the police, as they were reported seeing 2 corpses down the cliffs. 2 lucky men were saved, but they couldn't even stand still due to exhaustion and panic. Later, the cave was sealed off for further investigation, yet no evidence about the serial killer was found. In a deserted forest, there was someone walking in bewilderment. He couldn't remember how he ended up being here, and where was he heading to. All seemed so vague to him. The place was like a maze. The longer he walked, the harder it was for him to find a way out. Suddenly he saw a hotel which was on the other side of the road. Kudo breathed a sigh of relief, as he had eventually found a place for himself to take a rest. Kudo quickly went to the hotel. He was overjoyed to see the hotel sign still lit up, and there were lights inside the building. But there was something odd. The hotel owner looked in Kudo's direction and greeted him. "Hello, are you two looking for a room?" But actually it was only Kudo. He felt strangely for a second, yet didn't bother much about it, as he thought the man might be mistaken. The old man took Kudo to a room on the 2nd story. His room number was 303. According to the hotel owner, it was the only room left. After he handed the key to Kudo, the old man turned away, yet didn't forget to remind Kudo not to go out at night, as it might disturb other guests. This place was spooky. How could a hotel located in this deserted place be fully booked? Even the old man looked a bit scary to Kudo. Kudo didn't want to think much about it. He quickly went inside the room and rested, as he was already weary. The room was clean and fully equipped. Kudo dropped his heavy backpack onto the floor and then took off his clothes. He had no idea why he was here. Ignoring everything, Kudo laid on his bed and quickly fell asleep. As he drifted into sleep, something strange happened. The air suddenly got cold that made him tremble. The windows were closed, but there were gusts of cold wind in the room. Kudo started breaking into a sweat, drops of water falling next to his ear making an eerie sound. Suddenly there was a woman wearing a white t-shirt. Her hair was long and wet, and she stood by Kudo's bed. There wasn't only the sound of drops of water, but also something else that sounded similarly to her calling out Kudo's name. Kudo immediately reacted to it. He woke up. The atmosphere inside the room was cold, yet he was pouring with sweat. He couldn't hide the terror on his face. Kudo couldn't make out whether it was a hallucination or not, but the voice was so realistic. It took him a while to regain his composure. He got out of bed and checked around the room. He was under the impression that the sound of water dropping was from the restroom, so he went there to check. However, after checking every corner of the room, Kudo found out that there was no water leaks. Outside it wasn't raining either, so there wouldn't be any possibility of the room having rain leaks. Although the hotel looked a bit old on the outside, the facilities inside it were still new and firm, so it was unlikely for them to cause water leaks or strange noises. There was also nothing wrong with the showers, so where exactly was the noises from? This is so bizarre. Kudo scratched his head, trying to figure out what was going on around him. Was it all just a dream? While Kudo was busy doing something in the restroom, a woman wearing a long dress out of nowhere stood behind him. The atmosphere in the room now became even colder. When Kudo decided to go back to his bed, there was a sudden breath of cold wind that sent chills down his spine. Having plucked up his courage, Kudo clenched his fists and turned around. However, there was only him and the utter silence taking over the room now. The eerie sound somehow also disappeared. As his fear lasted for a while, he suddenly felt tired and sleepy again. He thought perhaps the tiredness he had after a long day had caused him to have hallucinations, so Kudo turned off the lights and went back to sleep. But he felt immense pain in his head. As soon as he laid on the bed, he immediately fell asleep, as if nothing had ever happened. But the spooky room didn't want to leave him alone. As Kudo was merely 5 minutes into his sleep, something freaky happened again. There were whispers and the long wet hair was hanging above him. The cold drops of water awoke Kudo. He still didn't know whether they were real or not yet. It felt so realistic. He touched his face, yet found no water on it. Sensing something strange, Kudo opened his eyes out of curiosity and went to check what was going on. Kudo's heart went into his stomach as he saw the thing before his eyes. It was a female ghost. Flesh merely covered her face, as it was only covered with skin. Her eye sockets were deep and empty, looking terrifying. Horrified, Kudo immediately ran out of the room and screamed out loud, but the female ghost didn't chase after him, as it just stood by the door and watched. About Kudo, he couldn't stop trembling as fear took over his body. He screamed for help while slamming the room number 306. "Is there anyone inside? Help me! Help me!" But no matter how hard he tried, the room was still locked and no one replied to his begging for help. Then he went on to knock on the room 307, yet nothing happened. Not only that, all the remaining rooms in the hotel didn't hear him screaming for help. The atmosphere at the corridor was charged with a deadly silence. Then Kudo saw a room that wasn't locked. With no choice left, he quickly took shelter in it. But as soon as he got inside, he was once again scared to death. At first it was a feeling of confusion, but then soon got replaced with strangeness and horror. His forehead was dripping sweat. His eyes were filled with terror. Inside the room there was a pale, skinny man. He constantly scratched the wall with his hands. The fingers were bleeding from the scratches. The nails were peeled off, yet he felt no pain at all. The man turned around as he heard Kudo calling him. His skinny face with bleeding eyes and the mouth was full of drool gave the impression that he wanted to eat Kudo alive. The man suddenly let out a scream. His face looked ferocious. Kudo was scared, his heart beating uncontrollably faster as he slowly stepped backwards. As Kudo turned around and headed to the door, he was no longer able to run as there were so many awful things happening in front of him. A terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. From the other rooms the doors were unlocked and there were creepy creatures coming out of them. But the female ghost in Kudo's room was still at the door. She repeatedly told him to run. But Kudo was so terrified that he couldn't even stand still. He collapsed on the ground. His mind was empty and the only thing he could do now was to scream in panic. The creepy-looking ghosts slowly approached him. They cornered him to the wall. It was at this moment Kudo knew he wouldn't be able to escape. Kudo fearfully covered his eyes and waited for his death. Right that moment, from behind, the hotel owner appeared. He calmly walked in Kudo's direction. He walked through the ghosts and approached Kudo. But Kudo thought he was a ghost that was grabbing his wrist, so he panicked. The hotel owner pulled Kudo out of the ghosts. Thanks to his help, Kudo tried to drag his exhausted feet and ran while constantly asked the hotel owner what was going on. But the man didn't answer because this hotel wasn't a place Kudo belonged to. The only thing he needed to do now was to get out of there as soon as possible. The two hurriedly ran down the stairs, but somehow they were there times longer than they used to be. It's like there was some magical force of power causing them to be like that. But the two eventually made it out alive. As they reached the main door, the old man pointed at the opposite road and told Kudo to get there quickly. Kudo was confused yet followed his words anyway. He didn't even understand why he was acting like that. Closely looked at the end of the dark road was an exit door that filled with lights. Perhaps it was where Kudo needed to get to. Before leaving, Kudo turned to look at the old man, but the man quickly got inside the hotel as if he was fearing something. He turned his gaze on the old-looking hotel again. A gloomy hell-like atmosphere took over the building. Kudo knew he had to run away from here quickly. The female ghost was still secretly watching him through the curtains. She saw him heading towards the bright door. Kudo needed to run as fast as he could to the door. Kudo had a strong feeling that there was some mysterious force pushing him forwards. However, there was also something else on his mind that slowed him down. Kudo felt like he had left something important to him, but he couldn't figure out what it was. As Kudo was heading to the bright door, he had to choose between his emotional attachment and his freedom. As Kudo was getting closer and closer, the bright door now appeared so huge to him. He bravely ran through the layer of lights, not knowing what was awaiting him. Kudo opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was not the blue sky, yet it was a light bulb and two surgeons with amazed expressions on their faces. Turned out it was just a dream he had due to him being in a coma after being involved in a car accident. Kudo had won his fight against death. His vitality had the doctors gasping in astonishment. 3 months ago, Kudo was on a car trip with his fiancée when a car accident tragically happened. The car lost its control and went down the river. Kudo and his fiancée were immediately rushed to the hospital as the two were in critical condition. However, the girl didn't make it. Kudo survived the accident, yet fell into a coma. The doctors had to take him to a special treatment room. Waking up after a long sleep, he didn't expect that the hotel, which was full of ghosts, was actually a world he created. As his consciousness got better, he still couldn't explain the emotional attachment longing he had now. Kudo asked the doctors about his fiancée despite having a bad premonition about it. His heart was shattered in pieces as he listened to what the doctors told him. It turned out the thing he had left behind in his dream was his fiancée. From the moment he got lost in the forest to the moment he went to the hotel and met that freaky old man, she was always watching him, but little did he know about her existence. It was also her that guided him to the bright door, so he wouldn't be tempted and therefore being able to escape his fake world and get back to reality. Kudo laid on his bed. His heart was still beating, yet he felt unbearable pain. The proposal ring was still there, but Kudo's fiancée had permanently gone. The greatest pain he had to carry now was the fact that he didn't remember her while she was always being by his side. Kudo couldn't hold back his tears. He bursted out crying like a child. But the more terrifying thing was, it was Kudo who created that virtual world as it was a part of the X organization's experiment program. They wanted to create virtual worlds that could enter the mind of people who had already been dead and lock their consciousness in order to serve their research on human awareness. Kudo felt disgusted as he had to use his own work, and even more terrifying, had to try it on his future wife. However, the power of love was immeasurable as she always protected him, no matter what could happen. This scary story revolves around a group of young men in a climbing club. This year, they decided to participate in a competition in order to conquer this mountain. Messi was the youngest person in the group. He was always left behind by his teammates. The rest of the group didn't like Messi either, as they thought he just slowed them down. As Messi was plodding through the snow, a guy suddenly walked to his back and pushed him to the ground. Having been exhausted, Messi fell on his face despite being hit with a slight impact. He quickly became a joke for the others. No one even bothered to help him up. Instead, they talked to him in a sarcastic manner. "Ha ha! There's still time to get back home and tell your mom to nurse you, weak sister. How dare a kid like you compete with us?" Of course, Messi was annoyed by those words, but he wasn't someone who easily gave up. Messi clearly knew that it would only be a disadvantage for him if he expressed his anger, so he hid his emotions and kept walking with the group. As they were walking, the group leader, who wore a blue coat, turned excited as if he had witnessed something special. He turned around and told the group that he had seen something interesting. Turned out it was a hole filled with snow that caught his attention. The man came up with an idea to play a trick on Messi. Messi had already caught up with the group. He even surpassed one of his teammates, but the other two in the group deliberately walked slowly in order to pull a trick on him. Messi had no idea about it as he kept moving forward. He didn't pay attention to the cunning look of the blue coat guy and his friend, who was wearing a purple jacket. As Messi finally walked past the two of them, he sensed something strange. As the two men blocked his way, Messi had to move to the side, yet it made him get closer to the hole. Right that moment, the man in purple quickly pushed him to fall down into it. Unfortunately, the spot was pretty slippery. It caused him to lose his balance easily and fell. The two men were delighted as they thought Messi would give up and went back home. But the snow hole was much deeper than they expected. As Messi let out a scream, he quickly disappeared into the dark inside the hole. Their faces changed color. They were startled. Initially, they just wanted to scare the kid so he would pull out of the competition. A few minutes had passed. Deep down the hole echoed a sound of something hit the ground strongly. Everyone who was present knew that it was an extremely deep one. While the men was still in bewilderment, the other two teammates rushed to check as they heard the loud noise. "What's happened to Messi?" The man in blue stayed silent as he heard the question from the one in yellow, while the purple guy replied that Messi had accidentally slipped down the hole. The rest of the group rushed to check. They turned their gaze down onto the hole and looked for Messi, yet couldn't see anything besides the dark. The one in yellow suggested letting down a lifeline to rescue Messi, but the rest of them stayed quiet to the suggestion as they realized how dangerous the hole looked after taking a look at it. They remained silent for a while. Then the man in purple held and ordered them to ignore Messi and keep heading to the destination, as they would report the incident to the rescue team later. The whole group followed the orders, even though they took pity on Messi. None of them had the nerve to climb down the hole and rescue him. As the snow fell heavier and it got colder, they felt exhausted, but they still hadn't found a suitable place to take rest. Moreover, it looked like they had lost their way. The only thing they could see now was the white color of snow falling heavily. A person in the group started panicking as they visualized a scenario of them dying before the sunset. Unfortunately, only walkie-talkie they had to communicate with the locals was kept in Messi's backpack. Being hesitant for a while, the man in purple made a decision to get back to the hole in order to get the walkie-talkie. As the sun was about to set, they moved as fast as they could and finally reached the spot. One of them had a hunch that Messi was still alive. The man in purple claimed that Messi was definitely dead, as the hole was too deep, and one had to go down there to get the walkie-talkie that Messi was keeping. The man in purple picked a rock and dropped it into the hole. It took them a while to hear the echo of it hitting the ground, and followed it was the scream of someone. It was Messi. He was screaming for help, while the one in blue and the purple one were shocked to know that. Since they wanted to get the walkie-talkie without wasting any effort, they let down a rope for Messi to climb on. A few minutes later, inside the hole appeared a red coat. It was Messi. He was struggling to come out of the hole, but instead of being angry at his teammates for leaving him behind, he was grateful that they had come back to rescue him. "How lucky I am! Thank you guys for coming back and saving me." Having come out of the hole, Messi was weary. He couldn't even stand still. But the rest of the group just cared about the walkie-talkie Messi was keeping. They asked him about it. But unfortunately, before he climbed onto the ground, Messi had left some of his belongings behind in order to reduce his weight, including the walkie-talkie. The whole group looked upset and disappointed when they found out about it. The man in purple immediately ordered Messi to come down to the hole again and get the walkie-talkie, since he had just come out of it. He would know where the backpack was precisely. The order made Messi tremble to think of going down there again in the dark. Together with the cold temperature inside the hole, Messi seemingly lost all his strength. But the man became furious as Messi refused to do it. It looked like he had forgotten that he was the one that caused Messi to fall down the hole. Inside his mind, he truly wanted to kick Messi down the hole again. Thinking for a moment, the whole group decided to go down and look for the object despite feeling worried and insecure. So they left their backpacks on the ground and carefully climbed down the hole using a rope. After 20 minutes struggling to come down, they eventually reached the hole's surface. Soon after, they breathed a sigh of relief. They started trembling because of the coldness and the narrow space inside the hole. There was no sunlight there, so the atmosphere was many times colder than it was above the ground. They started moving, looking for the backpack. However, as they went on, they couldn't find it anywhere. The man in purple was angry. He asked Messi in an annoying manner, "Where exactly did you leave your backpack?" Messi didn't show any emotion despite the man being mad at him. He told him perhaps the bag was thrown quite far from their spot, so it might take them a bit longer to find it. The man in purple looked at Messi. He noticed something strange as Messi didn't have a shiver or feel cold like the rest of the group. The man believed that the winter jacket Messi was wearing had kept him warm during the freezing weather. The man offered Messi to exchange their jackets as he was the one leading the group. He endured more coldness than the others. Strangely, Messi agreed to do what he was told as he showed no hard feelings. He quickly took off his jacket and gave it to the man. Indeed, the man was right. It was extremely warm wearing this jacket, as if he was sitting near to a fire once he put it on. After exchanging their jackets, they kept on searching for the bag. But the others in the group quickly noticed the jacket looked warmer than it might seem. They started talking about it. The man knew they were talking about the jacket too. Not wanting his teammates to think that he was a selfish person, he shared the jacket with them. Needless to say, they were very satisfied with his action. In the group, the man wearing a grey coat was the one that had the least tolerance for coldness. Feeling unable to deal with it, he asked the man in purple to give him the jacket. The man unwillingly handed to him. He took off the jacket and gave it to the man in utter regret. The man in grey looked like a dead body a few minutes ago suddenly came alive after he put on the jacket. He couldn't stop talking about how warm it was. Opposite to him, the man in purple became even colder than he did before after taking off the jacket. He couldn't figure out if it was that he still hadn't coped with the coldness or if it was something else that caused him to be like this. But he was still able to deal with this freezing cold. He ordered the group to move forward. As the rest of the group only cared about the jacket and desired to put it on, they didn't pay attention to Messi's bizarre behaviors. At that moment, the coat was passed on to the guy in blue. Just like the others, he quickly felt the comfortable warmth as soon as he put it on. But the guy in grey coat had to endure the extreme cold. Like the man in purple, he became many times colder than he was before soon as he took off the jacket. Not being as strong as the man in purple after he took off the jacket for about 5 minutes, he quickly felt like he was going to freeze to death. He asked to wear the jacket again. "Can I wear it one more time? I'm freezing." His begging irritated the man as he was just having it on him for nearly 5 minutes. The man even threatened to beat him up. It was only until the guy in purple held at them that they finally stopped. If the group didn't finish searching for the walkie-talkie quicker, they would all die in this cave. To the panic of the teammates and the freezing cold, the man couldn't stay calm anymore. He turned to Messi and asked him how long it would take to reach the bag in an angry voice. Messi, looking lifeless, slowly replied, "We are nearly there." The rest of the group stayed silent and kept moving. They hugged each other as a way of keeping themselves warm. 15 minutes later, they were all exhausted, yet the bag was still nowhere to be seen. This time the man in purple couldn't hold in his anger. He turned around and threatened Messi to show them the right way if he didn't want to get killed. But Messi showed no fear on his face as he looked strangely calm. He replied the bag was just around the corner, and they were getting closer to it. They had no other choice but to place their trust in him. As the man in purple turned around and told the group to keep moving, suddenly the guy who was wearing Messi's jacket collapsed on the ground. Everyone was freaked out to witness it. The man in purple quickly sat down to check what had happened to his friend, then immediately panicked to see the scene before his eyes. The guy wearing the jacket had frozen to death. His eyes rolled backwards. They were all shocked to find out about his sudden death, but Messi's facial expression remained unchanged, as if he had known it was going to happen. After regaining his composure, the man in purple ordered the group to keep moving, as he truly didn't want to end up dying like this friend. The group followed the man's orders. They left the dead body behind and went on searching for the backpack. One person in the group had died. If the rest of the group couldn't find the walkie-talkie soon enough, they would definitely end up having the same fate. The atmosphere became colder as they got deeper into the cave. Each of their steps got numb and became heavier. As the freezing cold had become too much to endure, the man in purple had to ask one of his teammates to go back and take the jacket off the dead body. But as soon as they went back, they were scared to death. Laying on the ground now was the man with a grey coat. As it was freezing cold, he had taken the jacket off to the dead man and put it on him. However, he still died from coldness. The man in purple had managed to stay calm this time. He noticed something strange, but he didn't say anything. He told the man to take away the jacket and wear it himself to stay warm. The man didn't think much about it. He did what he was told. He sat down and took the jacket off the dead man while constantly apologizing to him. The man put on the jacket and the group kept on moving. So far, 2 people in the group had lost their lives. The man, feeling so warm and comfortable as soon as he put on the coat, yet suddenly had shivers. His eyes narrowed. As he walked for a while, he became weakened and fell on his knees, then collapsed onto the ground and stopped breathing. As the 3rd people in the group had died, the man in purple quickly confirmed what he had expected. There was indeed something spooky with the jacket, so he didn't bother to take the jacket off the dead man and put it on him to stay warm. Instead, he came to Messi and asked if the group was closer to the backpack. Finally, he had received the answer he was waiting for. According to Messi, the walkie-talkie was right in front of him. The man's eyes lightened. He asked Messi with great delight, "Where is it? Hurry up, we gotta get out of here, quickly." Messi showed no emotion to the man's cheerfulness. He replied to him in a cold voice that the walkie-talkie was in his hands. The man was shocked as he heard the answer from Messi, but noticed the strange behavior of Messi. Instead of being angry and getting himself into a fight, the man decided to go search for it on his own. He shone his flashlight to the front, yet only saw a stone wall blocking the way. Looked like this was a dead end. He couldn't hide the disappointment and bewilderment on his face. His legs trembled as he slowly stepped backwards, intended to beat Messi up, but stumbled upon something hard. Out of curiosity, he turned around and saw something truly terrifying. Before his eyes was the walkie-talkie, yet he was no longer to stay calm and be excited. What he had stumbled on was the freezing corpse of Messi. After being pushed down the hole, Messi was still alive as he had thick layers of clothes on him. However, he couldn't find a way to get out of the situation, so he made his way deep into the cave, only to find himself in a tight corner and died at the end of the cave. The man shivered with fear. His forehead was dripping with sweat. A gust of wind sent chills down his spine. As the man tried to figure out what was happening, someone placed their hands on him. "I guess you are curious about the spooky jacket, aren't you?" The jacket with an X logo on it was sent to Messi, together with a map that had the location for the group to go. Under previous arrangement, the whole group was told to go there, only to have their bodies buried forever in this place. Meanwhile, a group of strangers would replace them to carry out the X organization's evil plan. Have you ever imagined that one day everyone in the city you live in would suddenly turn into monsters? Yes, surely no one would ever dare to imagine such a terrifying scenario. But if we continue to destroy our natural environment, it will only be a matter of time before this happens. When the surrounding air gets worse, so does human health. Who knows? Perhaps one day people will turn into some kind of strange creature to adapt to a polluted environment. From an early age, my parents allowed me to study in another city so I could receive better education. Lately, my dad had urged me to come home for no specific reason. Having no choice, I had to rearrange my schedule and quickly return home. After more than 10 hours of driving, I had finally arrived at my hometown. The place hadn't changed at all. The air was still dusty and polluted as a result of the chemical waste from the factories. It was unknown to me why I didn't feel well recently. I was always in a state of sluggishness, as if there was no strength left in my body. Under my eyes, strange bruises appeared. I developed a dry cough, even coughed up blood at some point. This was when I was thinking of asking my parents to take me to the hospital and for a checkup before things got worse. The first feeling that I had as soon as I returned to my hometown was emptiness. The bus station was normally supposed to be a crowded place, yet somehow looked so deserted, which was kinda strange to me. After a few minutes of silence, I suddenly heard some strange sounds. As I was still bewildered, a monster suddenly rushed towards me and approached me. It wasn't just one or two, but dozens of monsters with ferocious faces rushing forward. It took me a few seconds to regain my composure. Then I hurriedly turned around and ran away as fast as I could in order to escape the bizarre creatures. I really couldn't understand why those hideous monsters could appear in my city. Where did they come from, and why were they chasing me? Not only that, I couldn't even find a normal human being to ask for help. There were only a few people to be seen, but on a very rare occasion, and the strange thing was, they weren't afraid of the monsters. There were some stalls where the monsters could be seen working as employees, or even had drinks with normal people in pubs. How could it be possible for humans to live with the monsters? What had happened to my city over the last year? I ran for my life trying to get home. Couldn't stop being scared as I called my dad to open the door in panic. My dad appeared as soon as he recognized my voice. I quickly rushed inside, not to forget to lock the door. I sighed deeply and told my father about the story of me being chased by those monsters. Lucky for me, if I slowed down for one bit, I would surely become their prey. And oddly enough, as I told my dad about the incident I had just encountered, he didn't even have any reaction to it. Neither was he worried nor surprised. Well, after a while, he eventually spoke to me, with a very serious look on his face. Recently, do you notice any sign of your body being tired or constantly with bruises appearing under the eyes and you usually coughing up blood or so? Strangely, as far as I can remember, I had never told my father about the bizarre symptoms that I was having lately. But how did he find out about them? Without even paying attention to the extremely bewildered expression on my face, he said, "You are already sick, but don't worry, I have a cure." Then he put his hands on my shoulders and pressed me against the wall. From his pocket, Dad took out a hideous, bizarre-looking piece of meat. He held the meat in front of my face and told me to eat it, and I would completely recover from my illness. It was at that moment I realized there was something wrong with my father's appearance. His face was gaunt, pale. Not only that, there were also bruises on his eyes. And even more strangely, why did he make me eat his hideous piece of meat? He told me that everyone in the city who had similar symptoms to mine had already died, and only this piece of meat could save me from suffering the same fate. But I still couldn't believe a piece of meat like that could cure a disease. Another bizarre thing was, since the moment I was home, I hadn't even seen my mother. Mom was always the one standing at the door, waiting and giving me a hug every time she saw me coming home. Little did I know that from behind the door, there was someone watching me. I didn't intend to eat that piece of meat immediately. I told my dad that I needed to go outside and have some space while trying to figure out what had happened to the city. And as I was on my way, I suddenly remembered my childhood best friend. It had been a very long time since the last time I met Xavier. I hope he still remembers me. So quickly changed my direction and headed to Xavier's place. But as soon as I arrived at the alley, a terrifying scene appeared before my eyes. The monsters were gathering in front of his house. Not only that, they were trying to break down the door. Bizarrely, the monsters were able to speak in human language. It looked like they were asking those who were inside the house to get outside. Inside the house, Xavier was trying their best to hold the door, preventing the monsters from entering. Just like me, Xavier didn't want to eat that creepy meat. She didn't want to become a monster like others. But the resistance of a young girl couldn't stop the power of these huge monsters. A few minutes later, the door had been destroyed by their sharp claws. Despite Xavier screaming, crying, waving violently, the monsters wouldn't let go of her. But I really didn't understand why she was begging her parents to let go of her. Were the monsters her parents? The blue monster took out a piece of meat and gave it to Xavier, telling her to eat it if she wanted to survive. But just like me, Xavier did not want to eat that meat at all. She screamed, cried, pleaded for mercy. She said she didn't want to be a monster. But no matter how hard she tried, Xavier was still forced to eat it. Having successfully forced her to eat the disgusting food, the monsters were delighted. And Xavier, she fell to the ground after taking it, looking desperate. She asked them how they could cruelly turn her into a monster as tears were rolling down her face. She'd rather choose death over living as a monster. Then suddenly her body started to change. The skin became more rough and dry as her eyes suddenly popped out and turned yellow. She was slowly becoming a monster. However, the monsters that she once called Dad and Mom were still smiling, proudly said they had eventually been able to save her life. As I was watching everything, I gradually figured out what had happened. Those monsters were definitely normal human beings being turned into monsters after eating that hideous meat. As a person in a family became a monster, they would certainly try to make others become like them. Soon, the monsters would slowly replace humans and take over the city. Perhaps the best thing to do under the circumstances was to run far away from here. Only that way could I find safety. Then, I turned and ran away. But unfortunately, I accidentally bumped into someone who was standing behind me. It was actually my dad. Was he stalking me the whole time? He still wanted me to eat that disgustingly creepy meat. Of course I knew what would happen to me if I ate it, so I refused to. Seeing me insisting on not eating it, he sadly looked down and said, "If you don't eat this piece of meat, you will die. Do you know that? I clearly knew that, but I didn't want to become a monster either. If I had to choose between death and living in a hideous-looking monster shape, death would probably be my choice. I was wondering, what was this actually? Had my father and the people of this town lose their minds already? As I was still thinking about it, suddenly I heard some noises of footsteps in the quiet space. The sound got louder and louder. Behind my dad right now was a monster, but somehow I wasn't scared to see it. Moreover, the monster's appearance gave me a familiar feeling. The hair, the eyes, the voice. That monster strangely looked like my mother in so many ways. As I was still bewildered, the monster had spoken. "My son is finally home!" It was indeed my mother. She told me she was afraid that I would be scared by her look, so she wasn't brave enough to show up, despite wanting to hug me tightly in her arms. Seeing the tears on her face, my eyes started to get teary as tears suddenly rolled down my cheeks. I couldn't understand why everyone, including my mom, had eaten the meat and then turned themselves into those creepy monsters. Did all the residents of the city contract a bizarre disease? My dad once again told me to eat the meat before it got too late. I started to feel suspicious again. What about Dad? How come he didn't eat it? I couldn't figure out what in the world was going on. So I looked straight into my father's eyes and demanded him to tell me everything. He looked down, eyes filled with sorrow, as he told me the story that had happened a few months ago, when the air pollution in the city got worse, as factories constantly released toxic emissions. The health of residents in the city slowly deteriorated. They began to notice their bodies were getting weaker as bruises appeared under their eyes, and they usually coughed up blood. Then, a mysterious man who dressed in black with a large X sign on his chest showed up and saved them from the strange disease. He brought them a type of meat that possessed some magic in it. Despite its disgusting look, those who ate it immediately became very healthy, while those who refused to do that were all dead. However, despite being cured from the disease, the people who ate the meat had all turned into monsters, and my mom was not an exception. The mysterious man also said that the other cities were starting to be severely polluted, and sooner or later they would eventually collapse. My dad's health started to get worse, yet he still tried to wait for me to be home so he could explain everything to me. He was thinking, if both my mom and him had already become monsters, I would definitely be terrified by their looks and ran away. As I listened to my dad's explanation, I finally understood how significant the meat was to all of us now. It was certainly that I would become a monster, but how could my look be more important than living with my parents? Then, I took the disgustingly creepy meat from my dad. It took me a while to hold it to my mouth. I closed my eyes with my thoughts on my family, and then I swallowed it. I had given up everything so I could be with them. The normal look of a human being, my study plans, and even my future. Since then, everyone in the city had finally turned into monsters. The factories under severe criticism had to relocate to other areas. The whole city became quiet until one day, a popular vlogger decided to come to our city. Those who lived in the suburbs had warned the young man about the danger of the city as everyone had become monsters. But instead of fearing for it, the man decided to take a risk entering the city, only to find out that the residents here were all friendly, just like normal human beings. Having completed his trip, the vlogger, who had great interest in traveling, decided to write an article expressing the feelings that he had while being in the city. The article went viral as more people started visiting the city and even taking pictures with the monsters. The deserted bus station suddenly became crowded again as the city had never seen such huge number of tourists coming here for traveling. There were also many YouTubers coming to the city, which contributed to the increasing popularity of the city. My mom and I opened a BBQ store which was near to the bus station. Thanks to it, the economy of my family started to flourish. But little did they know that those meat skewers were all made from the meat that could turn people into monsters. The hideous-looking meat somehow tasted deliciously after being grilled. Lots of people had come to buy our beef skewers, and all of them would be able to enjoy this magic food. It was something that could make them become stronger and turn into monsters like us. Humans are so strange. We build factories to produce cosmetics and jewelry, to develop beauty technologies, yet cruelly destroy the nature and environment that we live in. However, the pollution would take away their health in exchange. Now, all of us had to live in a hideous monster shape in exchange for our health and our human habitat. That's it. The world of human beings is just as scary as that of ghosts and demons. So how could it be wrong for humans to become monsters and live in their purest form? This story revolves around a man named Harold, who was the director of a health insurance company. Recently, his business has been going really well. However, one day he decided to lay off his staff and open up another construction company. That day was the opening ceremony of his new company, and there was something strange. It was unknown how, but for some reason Harold always knew when a natural disaster would strike. That was the reason why so many people had paid him millions of dollars in order to get the health insurance packages that his company offered. As one bought his product, they would completely be protected from the effects of any catastrophe. Harold opened the new company with a promise to help the people rebuild their houses after the natural hazard. At first, people were skeptical of these health insurance packages, but the series of disasters happened later, completely changing their minds. A year back, thanks to Harold and his company, many were saved from disasters. However, Harold was intending to lay off many of his staff members or transfer them. The decision caused dissatisfaction with many of his employees who gathered to oppose him, even threatening to expose the illegal business he had been running. But Harold had already made his plans. He remained extremely calm and comforted the angry crowd. "No need for you to worry. Everyone in the city has bought our health insurance. That's why I need you to move to Europe and start working at our new branches. None of you will be left behind." Having heard the remarks of the director, the angry crowd cooled down and became excited again. None of them was bothered to pay attention to the male employee. Some people in the crowd started calling out his name. "Harold! Harold!" They worshipped him like a god. Despite having everything under control, Harold couldn't help but be furious at the employee's actions. He didn't expect that a normal employee would dare to ruin such a formal event like this. Harold were partially worried that the company's secrets would be exposed, as every time when the company was selling its health insurance to the local people of a certain area, the place would be hit with constant natural disasters. Come to think of it, the man flipped on a secret switch. Suddenly, the white wall in his office room were changed to a wooden shelf with wine barrels above it. Harold approached the wooden shelf as he took out a wine pot with a bizarre shape. On the top of the pot was a red X sign that made it look like some poisonous substance was contained in it. Inside the pot were pictures of clouds, thunder, volcanoes, tsunamis, looking sophisticated and very realistic. It turned out that Harold had been using this jar to create natural disasters as he wished. As one placed the images of people or locations into the jar, natural disasters would happen immediately to either of them. Harold had received this disasters jar from a mysterious man, and it had helped him become rich ever since. This time, he was targeting at that one employee who was causing all the troubles at the ceremony. As he brought out the jar, he went on searching information about that employee on his own. With a few simple manipulations here and there, Harold had found enough information about the man. Not just that, he went on to call his secretary, asking her to give him any information about those who had intentions of opposing him. It looked like Harold was up to something evil. Half an hour later, the secretary showed up at his office room. Harold had already prepared to deal with this mess, and the day for employee transfer had finally come. The number of employees that got transferred to Europe were unexpectedly large, as a large ship was ordered to carry them. However, they weren't allowed to sit on the seats yet, and had to snuggle in the deck below. On the ship appeared many tall big men dressed in black, constantly urging them to get on board, like human traffickers. The employees suddenly had a premonition of danger. As one of the employees got to the door ship and saw what's inside, he couldn't hold in his emotions and howled. It turned out they were being illegally trafficked to Europe. Under the ship deck were dozens of people sitting in the crowded cabin. An employee of the company named Liam immediately got scared. Was his boss Harold up to something evil? At that moment, he realized there was no way for him to turn around. Then the young man quickly got pushed inside the cabin. The thug, having locked up everyone inside, immediately let out an evil smile and left. Hundreds of people huddling with no seat to be seen. There were no lights or food or drinks. Having locked up everyone inside, the thug took out his phone and made a call to Harold. It turned out that Harold had planned everything. His purpose was to kill all of the employees who were against him. As the employees were being led inside the ship, Harold had printed a picture of Liam, the one who caused troubles at the ceremony. As soon as the thugs called him to update him about the situation, he would quickly carry out the next part of his plan. As long as the picture was put into the jar, a devastating disaster would happen on the sea, and those around it would be all affected. As Harold put the picture inside the jar, on the surface slowly appeared a giant shadow that were making its way to the ship that carried hundreds of people. At first, there were a minor shake. Everyone inside the ship mistaken it for waves. However, the ship began to shake violently, which made them feel worried. Especially that male employee. Somehow he was having a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. Immediately there were many loud sounds echoing. Liam quickly looked outside through a small window. His face suddenly became darkened as if he had witnessed something terrifying. It turned out that the shadow was actually of a giant octopus. The ferocious octopus quickly lifted the ship and smashed a part of it with its tentacles. At that moment, the people inside were freaking out as they all rushed to the back of the ship and stayed away from the sea monster as far as possible. However, the ship was completely wrapped by the octopus tentacles. In just a moment, the whole ship was drowned to the sea. A few hours later, hundreds of dead bodies were spotted by the fishermen. The police had carried out an investigation but soon concluded that it was a shipwreck. Harold was extremely delighted to realize that he was actually a god who had supernatural powers, and sooner or later everyone would obey him. After the tragic incident, the families of those who died in it had demanded the company to pay them compensation, yet Harold refused to do it, as he told them the incident was a train wreck, not one that caused by a natural disaster. The employees who were against him were finally removed, but Harold still had one person to get rid of, and that one person was the mysterious X-Man dressed in black. Harold was afraid that the man would expose his secrets and ruin his career. That was why, half a year ago, he had asked his secretary to collect information about the mysterious man. Meanwhile, on the sea where the tragedy took place, after the devastation caused by the sea monster, the ship was broken into hundreds of pieces. As everyone on the ship was thought to be dead, from the bottom of the sea, someone was floating on the sea, hands clung to a lifebuoy. As time went by, that man Harold still hadn't been exposed while his company had been thriving. After over 6 months collecting information about the mysterious X-Man, Harold's plans eventually bared fruit as one day the female secretary brought to him all the evidence she had found about the man. The man was indeed very mysterious, as it was extremely difficult to approach him or take a clear picture of his face. However, it was worth mentioning that Harold wasn't the only one this mysterious man was stalking. He also watched other people and gave them strange items for his testing purposes. According to the investigation report, Harold also found out that those who received the items ended up having a tragic death. Therefore, he wanted to get rid of the man to avoid the aftermath. Harold asked the secretary to find a way to contact the man in black and make an appointment with him so he could carry out his plan. As they finally reached out to the mysterious man, Harold told him that he would return the vase, so the man agreed to see him. Later that night, they met each other at an abandoned construction site. The cunning Harold had prepared a printer. He didn't show up. Instead, he was hiding in a corner. Hearing the footsteps of the man, Harold immediately took a picture of that X-Man with his phone, then used the print he had brought with him to scan the picture. Of course, Harold didn't forget to bring the magical jar with him. As the picture was successfully printed, he immediately put it inside the jar. As Harold was exiting, suddenly from behind a voice came out. Not only was the mysterious X-Man there, but also another person who was secretly watching every single move of Harold. And that man was no one but Liam. As Harold saw him, he started trembling. His face immediately changed color. He didn't expect that Liam was still alive and would show up right at that moment. As Liam found out about Harold's secrets, he was shocked that every disaster that had happened for the last 2 years and the people who had tragically died in the sea incident were all caused by Harold. In a moment of rage, Liam, having lost control of himself, hit Harold on the head with a brick in his hand. Even though the hit just went to the part of his face, it was enough to cause Harold to stagger and fall to the ground. The sudden hit also made him drop the magical jar. It shattered in pieces. However, at that moment, Harold was no longer caring about it. With a coward's look on his face, he begged Liam to spare his life. But Liam wasn't calm enough to hear those lies again. He frantically rushed to Harold and kicked him constantly, ignoring the man's begging for forgiveness. At that moment, the mysterious man showed up as he heard the noises. As soon as Liam saw the mysterious man, he was so confused. Who is this guy in black? Could this be Harold setting me up? But the mysterious man didn't even bother to look at him. He just stared at the broken jar on the ground and sighed. Harold, seeing the man in black, immediately became happy. He quickly crawled to his feet and pleaded for help. Despite not yet being harmed by the mysterious man, Liam quickly panicked as he thought the man was an accomplice of Harold. While the two didn't pay attention to him, he secretly ran away in order to save his life. As Liam had left, Harold tremblingly stood up and said, "The jar is broken, but don't worry, I'll pay for it." The man in black smirked. He told Harold that he could fix it. Finally having a chance to meet someone from the mysterious X organization, Harold couldn't help but be curious. "Don't worry, we just want to make this world a better place. It's a part of our mission." Then the man cleaned up the shattered pieces of the broken jar and revealed to Harold that it was just the cap that mattered, while the jar could easily get replaced, yet work normally. As the man X was not paying attention to Harold, he secretly hid in the corner with an evil look on his face. He was thinking that the man X was so ignorant to tell him that secret. The cap with an X sign on it was like a button that activated the disasters to happen. With a picture of the man and the cap, this time he would surely die. Harold immediately searched for another jar to replace. Then he put the picture inside and closed it with a cap. A few seconds later, the cap had come into play. As the sky was clear, suddenly there were black clouds and strong gusts of wind. The mysterious X-Man was still having no idea what was happening. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a roll of thunder hit them, and then he was struck again by another roll of thunder. The thunders blackened his body and killed him instantly. Harold was exulting to see the man finally get killed. He was under the impression that from now on no one would ever know anything about his wrongdoings. But the nightmare was just getting started. At one Organization X's secret base, a big old tree with the growing cocoons on it. As one person from the organization died, other cocoons started to grow and then fell from the tree. Next, the cocoons hatched and creatures started coming out. How terrifying! The cocoon had hatched another X-Men, as they just looked exactly like each other. Not just one or two, but a lot of them with similar faces, and looks had been created from that creepy giant tree. It turned out that the organization had been around on Earth for hundreds of years, and were working on its frightening experiments.
This story is about what happened to a 53-year-old woman named Liu, who was not only a stingy person, but also greedy and petty. One day she went to the market. She stood in front of a vegetable stall, picking and choosing, throwing all the vegetables around the stall. The people around her knew that she was doing everything to buy vegetables at the cheapest price, but no one dared to say anything to her. After a while, seeing the stall completely messed up, the clerk could no longer put up with her. He told her to stop messing it up. She scolded him, telling him that he was rude to her and had no respect for elders. Her harsh words were upsetting to the young man, but since he didn't want to mess with people like that, he accepted to give away a few bunches of vegetables so she could go somewhere else. She even took away toilet paper scrolls from the public restroom. Every few days she went to the public restroom to take home the toilet paper scrolls. Therefore, despite living for more than 50 years, Miss Liu didn't have to buy toilet paper even once. As she was being too greedy and selfish, everyone hated her. However, something bizarre happened to her. That day, when she was on her way home, she heard a loud noise behind her. As she turned around, she saw a truck roll over on the street. If it had been someone else witnessing an accident, they would have immediately rushed to check the driver and help him. But for Miss Liu, she couldn't be happier when she saw the scene in front of her eyes. As the delivery man did not notice, she quickly took advantage of it and sneakily stole a few parcels that were dropped on the street. The first thing she did as soon as she got home was to excitedly open the parcels as if they were actually hers. Among those parcels, some of them were things that could be used as necessary house items. The rest were expensive jewelry. Her heart was filled with joy as she opened the boxes, and the last one was her most favorite. The object looked like a magic lamp. She thought to herself that it was some block-shaped toy that someone had purchased on Amazon. However, she suddenly realized that it was made of gold. To check if it was authentic or fake, she used her hand to rub it. Unexpectedly, from the inside of the lamp, smoke emitted. The smoke became denser as it came out of the lamp. It flew into the air and eventually formed into a mass. Then Miss Liu saw something that scared her. In front of her was a man emerging from the lamp that looked just like the genie in the fairy tale, but more like a faulty version.
It turned out that the man was also a genie. He was created by a secret organization and was sold on the deep web. He was supposed to belong to someone else, but it didn't matter now, as he would obey the one who rubbed the lamp first. Miss Liu quickly made her wish. Her wish was, if she hit someone, that they would have to obey her. The genie accepted her freaky wish, but under one condition. He must have something in exchange of making it come true. Miss Liu was a little bit worried, as she didn't know what could she exchange for a wish she wanted. Suddenly, she offered to exchange money for the wish. Normally, she wouldn't give anyone money, even just a small amount of it. But after realizing the benefits that she could have, if the wish came true, she quickly opened her purse and gave money to the genie. After receiving the money, the genie's eyes slowly turned into white, as if it was a sign confirming that the wish was being processed. He took the money that Miss Liu gave him, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it. The next morning, Miss Liu went to the market to check if her wish was confirmed. She went to a market stall sale out of habit, in order to buy things at a cheaper price. There were many people queuing up early in the morning, yet could not buy the things they wanted, but as soon as she arrived, she quickly went to the front of the line, which annoyed everyone. As it was crowded, she quickly stole a bottle of shower gel and walked away as she normally did. Unfortunately, the shopkeeper caught her red-handed. Not knowing what to do, she suddenly remembered that the wish she made yesterday, so she turned and slapped the shopkeeper hard in the face. The shopkeeper was in pain. She covered her face with her hands as the others shockingly looked at her. Not only that, she also held at the shopkeeper. She lied to everyone that she had already paid for the shower gel bottle, but the shop owner didn't let her go, and for that she felt offended and demanded an apology. Strangely, despite being slapped by Miss Liu, the girl neither said anything nor showed any signs of obedience. Miss Liu thought maybe she was deceived by the genie. Having no choices left, also feared that her theft would be exposed, so she pretended to have a heart attack to distract others and easily escape. But the shopkeeper suddenly apologized to Miss Liu. She told everyone that she had received money Miss Liu paid for the bottle, but she forgot it. In reality, she didn't even get a penny. The shopkeeper's gaze suddenly became lifeless, as if there was someone forcing her to apologize to Miss Liu. Although she already knew how the wish would work, she could not hide her surprise. Just like that, she easily got away with shoplifting. Not just that, she also went to the other stores and stole the goods from the other market sellers. The stolen goods were too many that she had to hire someone to carry for her. With a basket full of stolen goods in her hand, she couldn't hide the joyfulness on her face. As Miss Liu was busy thinking about something, she crossed the road without noticing the traffic lights. Right that moment, from afar, a truck was approaching her. In a moment, she threw the basket away and pretended to fall on the ground, when actually the truck had stopped immediately and didn't hit her at all. The driver panicked. He quickly got out of the truck and checked on Miss Liu, but she kept pretending like she was hit, and that caught the attention of the people around her. The driver quickly realized that she was playing the victim. Miss Liu didn't say a thing. She stood up and hit the driver hard in the face, then told the driver to pay her compensation for hitting her. Having been slapped, the driver's eyes changed colors. Just like those who were slapped by her, the driver were commanded. He quickly apologized and accepted to pay compensation. Obviously, Miss Liu would let the chance slip. She quickly took the money from the driver. As you can tell, that day was a great day for Miss Liu. That night, when he was busy counting the money she got, suddenly the lamp vibrated. Even though she didn't rub the lamp at all, smoke was emitting from it. The genie appeared. His eyes were blue and he let out an evil smile. He asked Miss Liu if she wanted another wish. She immediately accepted his offer. He told her that he would give her 2 opportunities to become rich. But in exchange for that, she had to find something for him. The genie also told her to follow his guidance. The woman became more and more greedy. This time she made it to a jewelry store. The employee welcomed her to the store without having any doubt. As soon as she got in, she asked the employee to show her the most expensive jewelry they had. She tried out many of them. As it took too long for her to pick out the one that she liked best, the employee stared to lose patience. As she tried out another necklace, the employee immediately complimented her, saying that it would look great on her. As the employee just finished a sentence, a light bulb was broken into pieces, falling on the ground. A series of gunshots rang out. The female employee quickly hid under the closet. She covered her head with her hands to prevent the debris falling on her head. As the store was in chaos, Miss Liu quickly took all the jewelry on the trays and got out. It was lucky for her that the jewelry that she stole were really expensive. However, if she wanted to benefit from the jewelry, she had to follow what the genie told her. The genie told her to follow a man, and just by following him, she would earn a whole lot of money. Indeed, the man accidentally dropped his wallet while he was on the way to the bank, and Miss Louis quickly took it. And just like that, she had earned another great amount of money. However, what the genie wanted her to exchange for the wish was an antique. The genie told her to go into a forest where a truck was rolled over. As she walked for a while, Miss Louis heard a noise, sounding like someone calling for help. She noticed something in a bush. It was a man. He was stuck in a cabin. His body was covered with blood and the glass debris. He was so happy when he saw Miss Louis, but she didn't bother to save him, because the only thing she cared about now was the antique that laid somewhere on the grass. She quickly took the antique and some other things and left. She left the poor man breathing slowly in the forest, not knowing that her cruel acts were all recorded by the dashcam. She spent the next morning dreaming about the wealthy life that she would have after selling all the valuable paintings, except the antique was the thing that the genie wanted to have. She also thought of what the last wish that the genie gave her would be. Despite already having a lot of things, she still wanted to have more. Suddenly, she heard a knock outside. It was the cops that were outside her house. After finding the body of the driver, they had checked the camera and saw her at the forest. There were also journalists and reporters outside reporting the news and the people who were outraged by her cruel acts as she left the driver to die in the forest. After realizing how serious the situation was, she locked herself in a room as being too scared. Miss Liu thought of the genie and her last wish. She called out the genie for help and asked him for the last wish. The genie made an offer for her to have another wish under one condition. This time, he wanted something valuable from her. As the genie didn't finish the sentence, Miss Leo gave him $100 and wished that wouldn't have to face the consequences for the crime she had committed. The genie let out an evil smile, saying, "Your wish will come true immediately." As the genie finished his sentence, Miss Liu suddenly became scared. She also felt like she didn't have any strength left in her body. She no longer stood still. She walked a few steps and then fell onto the ground. Her body was getting old. Only the skeleton was left. Her teeth fell out one by one until none of them were left. Soon enough, she was turned into a 100-year-old woman. It turned out that the genie wanted in exchange for her wish was age. He didn't help her to get out of the sticky situation and the consequences that she had to deal with, but the only thing he needed in order to do that was her death. It was almost unimaginable to believe that this modern skyscraper was owned by a young man, considering a few months ago he was extremely poor. That man was Basil. There had been many people asking him about his secrets to get rich, but he only revealed that it was the friends he made at university that helped him become who he was. But the strange thing is, while Basil was studying at his university, he was constantly teased and bullied for his poverty, but somehow he was still grateful to have them in his life. That day, Basil invited all of his friends to a luxurious party as a thank you to them. During the party, he told them that as long as they wanted, he would be willing to help them fulfill their wishes. The people who were present at the party couldn't understand how Basil was so nice to them, as they had treated him badly in the past. Despite having doubts about his kindness, they obviously wouldn't turn down such a great offer. A woman from the group started to speak. She wanted to be as wealthy as Basil, and therefore she asked Basil to share his secrets on how to get rich. The greedy people at the table immediately supported her, as they were so curious about how Basil could make such an enormous fortune after just 3 months. Basil was a little bit hesitant to answer the question, as if he was hiding some awful secrets of him. Being hesitant for a while, he eventually decided to tell the truth, despite not knowing whether they would believe what he had told them or not. It was 2 years ago when Basil encountered a mysterious woman who had dressed in black. She gave him a necklace that was said to have magical power. The special thing about the necklace was, it had a red X sign engraved on the surface. The mysterious woman didn't say much about it, as she just told Basil to always keep the necklace with him, and the magic would happen. It was truly sympathetic to talk about what Basil was dealing with at that time, as it was because of his poverty. He had to drop out of school and get a job in order to take care of his seriously ill mother. Before leaving school permanently, a group of his classmates had seen him off and sent them their wishes, but everyone knew that they just wanted to make fun of him. Some wished Basil would become rich. Some wished him would end up living in a mansion with the coolest cars. Some wished his mom would overcome her sickness. Despite their wishes sounded nothing bad at all, they were sure that the wishes would only be true in his dreams and they would never become a reality. But all of a sudden, a miracle happened to Basil. A few days later, his mother, who was seriously ill, suddenly became healthy. Wherever Basil went, he always received help and support from others. Moreover, Basil unexpectedly became a lucky customer as he bought a pen and won a car as a prize. A real estate trading center also came to Basil and handed him the key to a villa that was worth millions of dollars. Within 3 months since the day he met the mysterious woman, Basil had become a completely different person with a wealthy lifestyle that everyone could ever dream of. However, Basil didn't feel happy with the life he was leading. On the contrary, he always felt guilty for it. As Basil finished his story, and since he also showed them the magical item he was talking about, they couldn't help but be surprised, yet still being skeptical about it. The woman from the group told Basil that if what he had said was true, then she should share that necklace with everyone so they could all be rich like him. But his face suddenly became darkened. He slammed his hand on the table and let out all the emotions that he had been holding in for 2 years. It turned out that the necklace also had its side effects, as those who expected their wishes to be fulfilled would have dark spots appearing on their faces and always encounter bad luck. The greedy girl and the rest of the group were shocked to hear it. They didn't expect it to be the real cause. It was true that since the day Basil left, their faces began to appear dark spots and they constantly encountered bad luck. For the past 2 years, they had to live a miserable life because of them. Seeing the anger on the faces of his old friends, Basil did not know what to say but bow his head, sincerely apologized and thanked them, even though it wasn't his intention of causing them to be like that. However, a fat guy from the group angrily slammed the table, saying that his money would never make up for the suffering they had to go through over the course of 2 years. The woman was even more furious, as for the past 2 years from being a beautiful woman she had become ugly and had to lead a sorrowful life, and it was because of Basil. Then the woman got up and left. Basil could have kept the secrets with him and no one would have ever found out about it, but his morals didn't allow him to do it. If he didn't tell the secrets to them, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. Before leaving, the woman even threatened Basil that he must pay the price for what he had done to them. As everyone had already left, a not so smart looking guy with glasses still sat back. What was he actually looking for? Seeing the man not being angry yet even wanted to talk to him, Basil was deeply touched. The man wanted to talk about what had happened 2 years ago. The truth was that those people were all bad and their purpose was simply to make fun of Basil. The man, afraid of being bullied, had to join them in ridiculing Basil. He even advised Basil not to feel too guilty about what the necklace had done to them. Of course, Basil clearly knew that, however, everything that he was having now was mostly because of them, so he truly wanted to do something to make up for it. Basil was delighted to find out that the man wasn't even resentful of him, yet being sympathetic towards his actions. At that moment, the group of his old friends was gathering, planning on doing something to take revenge on Basil. Not only did these people want to ruin Basil's life, but also expected the magical necklace to belong to them. A man wearing a blue shirt came up with an evil idea, as he suggested the group to wish some horrible fate upon Basil, as the necklace would make the wishes come true. About the man wearing glasses, after talking to Basil, he advised him not to bother too much about it as he didn't get mad at Basil. Basil, being touched by his kindness, decided to give him the magical item. From his pocket, Basil took out the necklace and handed it to him, telling him to do what he wanted with it. The man was seemingly hypnotized by its aura as he didn't even hear anything else. His eyes lit up as if he was completely captivated by its magic. However, Basil told him to pass the necklace on to others as soon as his wishes were fulfilled and not keeping it for himself. Basil was under the impression that the necklace would be the only thing that would make up for them. He was indeed kind, honest person. Realizing that he had everything that he could ever wish for, Basil gave the necklace to the man without hesitation. Having received the necklace from him, the man with glasses suddenly became delighted, which was unusual for someone who was always moody like him. And what Basil didn't expect had finally happened, as the man with the necklace in his hand quickly changed his attitude when the greediness inside him suddenly arose. That night, the man with glasses told his friends to come to a popular BBQ restaurant in the city in order to discuss and carry out their plan. The guy who had never taken initiative to invite his friends for a reunion, even constantly avoided gatherings, now asked for his friends to meet him and even pay for the meals, took them all by surprise. However, since they were all satisfied with the free meals, they had no doubts to do what the glasses guy told them to. One by one sent him good wishes. Some wished him good fortune, some wished him good promotions, some even wished he would have a beautiful girlfriend. As he heard these wishes from his friends, he could not hide the joy which had already shown on his face. The thoughts of getting rich like Basil made him so excited. However, little did the guy know that since the moment he returned to his hotel, he had always been watched by a man. It turned out that the one watching him was actually one of Basil's people, as he was afraid his old friend would use the necklace to do bad things or even illegal, so he sent out someone to spy on him. But after hearing the report, Basil was a little bit reassured, since the man he gave the necklace to just wanted a good career and love, not something too outrageous. Basil didn't know if giving the necklace to his old college friends was good or bad. While the glasses guy were enjoying what the magic necklace had brought to him, the others had finished coming up with a plan to harm Basil. As the group needed one more wish for Basil, one woman had reached out to the guy and asked him to join them. As the door was opened, she was shocked to find out that the stupid-looking man was being with a gorgeous woman. She couldn't figure out how someone like him would end up being with such a hot woman, but it was none of her concern anyway. What she cared about at that time was to make Basil live an extremely miserable life and take away the magical necklace. To avoid being suspicious, the glasses guy had to agree to join the woman in carrying out the plan. As they were on their way to the mansion, the woman told him all of the plans she had made with the others. Not having any choice left, the woman revealed her intent as she told the glasses guy to come up with the most evil wish he could think of and wished it upon Basil. Then the woman also told him what her wish for Basil was. She wished Basil would have blisters appear all over his body that made him so itchy and sore until he realized that death was better than life. Then the woman asked the guy to speak out what he was going to wish upon Basil, but the man didn't say anything. His face became darkened as he had known something awful was about to happen to him. The two quickly arrived at the mansion of Basil. 3 people from the group had already been there waiting for them. They intended to wait until Basil died from the pains, then would break free into the house and take away the necklace. It was already 12 p.m, yet inside the house it was really quiet. As they couldn't wait for any longer, the 3 decided to break into the house. They reached out to press the doorbell while feeling so worried and unsure. As the bell rang out, from inside the house a maid came out and opened the door. The woman greeted them with her warm voice and polite manner. She asked them if they were looking for anyone. The beauty of the woman made the 3 young men couldn't take their eyes off her. But then the fat guy from the group demanded her to tell Basil to meet them. Hearing the strange noises, Basil came downstairs to check what was going on. He had no idea about the plan of these evil people. As soon as he saw them, he cheerfully invited them to come inside. The 3 young men were surprised to see the comfortable manner of Basil. Basil told them that the glasses guy was keeping the necklace. At that moment, the woman and the glasses guy showed up. His appearance immediately made them furious. The woman, despite showing up a little bit late, were immediately furious as she heard what Basil had told them. She scolded him severely and demanded him to hand her the necklace as soon as possible. Right that moment, it was unknown that had happened to the man, yet the woman immediately panicked as she looked at him. Her face quickly changed color. It turned out that their wishes had finally come true. The glasses guy felt like someone was tightly grabbing his neck. His whole body was in pain. Blisters started to grow out of his body, then bursted, made him sore all over. Blood wetted all of his clothes. That was the price he had to pay for his greediness. If he agreed to give the necklace to his friends, then he wouldn't end up being like that. As the pain was too much to handle, the man collapsed on the ground and stopped breathing. Seeing the scene in front of him, Basil's face became darkened. He didn't expect that his old friends could be that evil and greedy. Basil came to check on him, but it was too late. Basil angrily held at the group of his old mates as he couldn't believe they could be that corrupted. They started to feel regret as they realized it was them that killed one of their friends. Feeling completely disappointed, Basil gently took off the necklace from the man and then threw it away to the sea. The group was shocked to see what Basil did to the necklace. They screamed and altogether rushed to the sea looking for the item. And just like that, day by day, Basil had to witness the tragedy that was put upon his old friends. Basil had given him a chance, but it was their greediness that took away everything from them. The group of people now spent every day wandering by the sea in the hopes of finding the necklace again. They didn't realize that the dark spots on their faces were getting bigger and bigger, but no one except Basil knew that he didn't throw away the necklace, as he was still keeping it in a box. Such a great move by Basil, as everything was part of his plan to punish the ones who once looked down on him.
It was the greediness that harmed you, not me. Thanks to you, my evil friends.
This story is about a boy named Jin who had been left near a trunk by his own mother a few days after he was born. Growing up, the boy was more reserved and timid compared to his peers. For Jin, school was nothing but a hell on earth. That day, as usual, Jin was once again being bullied by his mean friends. Jin had got accustomed to being picked on at school, as it was something that he couldn't avoid. Even though the boy had a rough childhood, he was gifted with cleverness, and for that reason, he was forced to do homework for the bullies in class.
Finish all the homework assignments by the end of the day, or else you will suffer unpleasant consequences.
Even the teacher was neglectful of his student, as no one seemingly cared about a child who had no parents.
Moreover, the family background of these naughty students wasn't something that one could ignore, as a single complaint from these kids to their parents could ruin a teacher's whole career. As a result, the teacher chose to stay away from any situation that might displease them in order to secure his job.
Help me.
No one would bother to help Jin if they saw him screaming terribly. As usual, every time Jin was bullied, he always got punched multiple times and badly scolded. "You really think the teacher could save you from us? You filthy orphan! Now get your ass back home and do the assignments for us!" Jin could only stay quiet and suffer the punches from them since he knew it would be useless to fight them back. But deep down inside, Jin was holding a grudge towards these kids. For a long time, Jin had possessed a spooky notebook which he always kept with him. Jin brought the notebook out and steadily gazed at it. It looked like he had something on his mind. The notebook looked pretty old. It had a line that said, "Deathnote," which was written in a ghostly style. As Jin held it in his hand, his facial expression started changing from the look of his eyes to the way he smiled. The boy looked like he had transformed into someone else. The next day, as the school bell started ringing, Jin followed one of his bullies to the restroom. It was unknown that Jin was up to, yet he stood outside, waiting for everyone to leave until there was just him and the boy being there, then went inside. "I've had finished all the assignments, but the teacher demanded students' parents to sign on their work as a confirmation." The boy was annoyed. He took the notebook in Jin's hands and said, "Was this small stuff too much for you to handle? Just fake the signature and submit the assignments to the teacher already." The boy fake signed a signature on the notebook. He didn't even bother to check whether the book was his or not. But the bizarre thing was, as soon as he finished signing, red spots started appearing on the page. The boy's face suddenly changed color, his eyes widening with fear as sweat was dripping down his face. Something that looked like a hand of a demon with sharp nails slowly came out, which looked terrifying. The hand unexpectedly grabbed the boy by his head. He tried to remove it, but he couldn't. A few seconds later, the boy was pulled inside the spooky notebook at Jin's presence. As the boy was no longer to be seen, the light emitted from the notebook slowly died out as the book returned to its initial form. Turned out that it was all Jin's intention. Resenting those who bullied him, Jin had used this deathly item to make them disappear permanently. Jin still acted calmly after he killed his classmate. He even cheerfully greeted his other friends, knowing that he had made a person disappear from this world forever. The next day, Jin was assigned to collect the assignments and handed them to the teacher after class. As a matter of fact, the teacher wanted to know about the whereabouts of his students. The boy's family had made a call to the school, asking why their child didn't come home last night. Since the teacher had previously seen Jin getting into a fight with him, he wanted to meet Jin in private for interrogation. The teacher believed Jin had done something inappropriate to the boy who went missing. Jin was irritated by what the teacher said to him. An evil thought came to his mind. Indeed, he wanted to make the teacher disappear, just like those bullies. Seeing the dissatisfaction on Jin, the teacher asked, "Why not say anything? Answer my questions!" Of course, Jin wouldn't tell his teacher what happened to the boy. All of a sudden, he gave his notebook to the teacher, asking for the solution to a math problem. The teacher made a few complaints at first, yet agreed to help Jin with the assignment anyway. As soon as the teacher wrote down something on the page, something bizarre happened. The demon hand with sharp nails once again appeared to the man's amazement. It grabbed his head and pulled him into the notebook. However, Jin had also written something on it, thus being sucked inside too. Opposite to the teacher being terrified, Jin was extremely calm, as he knew the notebook would let him out anyway. As the two of them had disappeared, the red light from the notebook feebled while things slowly returned to normal. The world they got sucked into was one with books being piled up in huge mountains. It took the teacher nearly 15 minutes to finally regain his composure, yet he was still in utter bewilderment. The man didn't have any idea where on earth he was. Right that moment, Jin appeared from behind, welcoming his teacher to hell. "Hey, is that the thing that brought us here?" As soon as Jin finished his sentence, he saw a creepy-looking book appearing in front of him. It had a bloodshot eye on the front cover with sharp teeth on its edges. "If you want to leave here safe and sound, you must answer my questions correctly. Are you willing to take the challenge?" the book said. While the teacher was still in bewilderment, all of a sudden he saw a student approaching him. The student insisted the two on not taking the challenge. The teacher had no idea why this boy was trying to stop him from taking it. Seeing the confused look on his face, the boy then explained that the questions might seem to be easy at first, but to get them right is a tough task. There were people coming here and deciding to take on the challenges, yet none of them made it out alive. The teacher asked the student if there was any way to get out of this place, but he remained quiet and looked down as the boy himself had been trapped in here for over 5 years. The teacher couldn't control his temper to the utter silence taking over the place. He grabbed Jin by the collar and loudly held at him. "Why are you still standing there doing nothing? Start brainstorming!" But Jin didn't act fearfully. He was chillingly calm as he knew he was the notebook's owner. Jin had a firm belief that he would get out of this place in the end, so he walked towards the book and accepted the challenge. The ferocious book saw Jin suddenly turned amiable. It even bowed down to him. Both the teacher and the student were in sheer amazement. Jin stepped forwards and said, "I accept the challenge." The tongue of the spooky book started moving. It wriggled towards Jin's arms. Despite sensing something bizarre with the book's attitude, the teacher and the student felt extremely worried about Jin. They even told him to stop as the challenge was a matter of life and death. Of course, the book would not let Jin leave the game easily. It instantly opened its mouth wide, then clutched Jin and lifted him up to the other two's absolute horror. However, they couldn't understand why Jin was still looking calm. He even put on a haunting smile despite being in a serious situation. As the book lifted Jin in the mid-air, it said, "Are you ready to answer my questions?" But before Jin took up the deathly challenge, the teacher and the student were completely bewildered. They weren't sure if Jin could overcome this insurmountable obstacle. Having witnessed people permanently disappearing after the challenge, the student believed Jin would end up like them. The book gave Jin its first question, asking him who was the owner of the Deathnote. The two broke out in cold sweat as they waited for Jin to answer. But contrary to the anxious look on their faces, Jin still acted strangely calm as he let out a smirk. It looked like he knew the answer to this question better than anyone. Jin made his reply in less than 5 seconds. "It is me. I am your possessor." The answer came as a great shock to the teacher and the student. The answer from Jin was totally beyond their imagination. But what even more shocking was, Jin had answered correctly. While the two were still in greater shock, the book moved on with its second question. "Who is the first person that got imprisoned in this world?" the book asked. A question that was thought to be too tricky for Jin, yet turned out to be really easy. The first person that was trapped in this place was none other than the one student behind Jin, who was once his classmate back in primary school. The student grinded his teeth in great anger. He shouted loudly, "Why?" Jin responded to him in his cold voice. "Have you already forgotten what you did to me? You get what you deserve." 5 years ago, Jin was always bullied at school for being an orphan, and one of those who constantly picked on him was his classmate who he sat at the same table with. For some reason, the boy had found out about the Deathnote. Since the moment he knew about the deathly book, he had transformed into another person. The boy had secretly put the Deathnote into the bully's backpack,
But it wasn't just him being Jin's only victim, as many of his classmates also suffered the same fate. The student could no longer hold in his emotions. He shouted loudly at Jin. "What you did was nothing short of murderous! You will pay for your sins someday!" Jin instantly got back at the student, saying he did nothing wrong as it was all their fault treating him like crap. Even though the student was filled with anger, he still asked Jin to stop and help them get out of this haunting place. Jin smirked. He disdainfully looked at the student and said, "Are you still dreaming of getting out of here? You will perish in this place." Jin continued by affirming that he would seek revenge on those who bullied him, just like what he had been doing for the last 5 years. The book asked Jin one last question. Jin's face was flushed with excitement, but it immediately changed color as Jin heard the question from the book.
The possessor would be killed if he didn't make it through the challenge? Correct or wrong?
The book asked. Compared to the last question, this one seemed to be less tricky, but had Jin conflicted with his thoughts. Jin was confident that the book would do everything to his wish since he was its owner. Considered the fact that the book even bowed down to him, it was impossible for him to get killed by it. Jin insisted that he owned the book so he wouldn't be killed. The book slowly moved its eye closer to Jin, opposite to him being calm at first. The boy started panicking as he struggled to escape from the disgustingly long tongue, but the tongue squeezed him tighter, which made him unable to move. Having no other choice, Jin unwillingly offered his answer. No sooner had the boy finished his sentence than blood was seen spilling everywhere. Jin's answer was completely wrong. News about the mysterious disappearance of Jin and the teacher was everywhere, yet no one knew where to find them. Those who were swallowed by the book would never make it out alive. And for the Deathnote, it was still being handed to the students that got bullied by a mysterious man who dressed in black. So, is it okay to consider the book a present after all? My husband and I lived in an apartment a year ago when it happened, shortly after I awoke from a coma. Since then, I had a few recollections of the accident, only knowing that since waking up, I'd had to stay at home without venturing outside. And if I left the house, I would have to wear a long coat with a hat so that I wouldn't expose too much skin. My husband said it was good for me, but I still wondered about it. "You need to avoid the sun. It's good for your health. Just listen to me." My husband and I went for a walk today. We met an old neighbor in the elevator who was picking up grandchildren from school. When the two walked in, my husband didn't seem very happy, but I thought it was normal to take the elevator with other people, so I didn't care much. The little girl was very polite, even greeting me when she walked in, which made me very happy, and I then patted the baby's head. When the two of them entered, the elevator had reached the ground floor, so we said goodbye and exited. I was always accompanied by my husband when I left the house during that day, and I had to wear a coat and gloves very discreetly. But as soon as I approached the apartment building steps, a child playing nearby appeared to be about to fall back. I didn't have time to think much at the time and my hands weren't even gloved, so I quickly reached out to help him. Fortunately, I was able to catch him, so the boy did not fall. This was a critical move. If he fell backwards, it would be extremely dangerous. However, my husband was concerned because while I was assisting the boy, I inadvertently exposed my hand to sunlight. He rushed over and inquired about my hand. "Are you alright?" It was risky. I lied to him, telling him that I was fine and that my hand was never exposed to the sun so he could relax. But only I knew my body. My hand that was exposed to sunlight started to burn severely. Trying to bear with the pain and acting normally, as this was the first time something like this has ever happened to me. Was this why my husband always made me wear gloves each time we went out? That night, after bandaging my hand, I began to think and recall everything before losing consciousness for a long time. What remained in my memory was that my husband and I had gone on a hike in the mountains on the day of the accident. Unfortunately, during a landslide on the mountain that day, a large rock fell from above right where we were passing by. He tried everything he could to cover me, but I lost consciousness and have no recollection of what happened after that. I just knew that I was lying in a bed after waking up, not sure how long I've been sleeping for, with my head hurting. In front of me was my husband. His face had changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize him. According to him, I had been sleeping for 10 years, so he was older. Wrinkles appeared on his face, his features changed a lot. But how come I still looked the same? And why couldn't I go out to enjoy the sunlight with my body so weak since I've awakened? My husband was going out the following day. He would leave for a business trip every year on this day. I didn't know what for or where he was going. I found out where he was going by checking the airplane ticket, but nothing else that I could gather. This happened all the time, so I was used to it. The next morning I assisted him in getting his belongings ready and saw him on his way. Despite knowing it wouldn't work, I tried to ask him about the trip and work he needed to do. Of course, in exchange was only speculative answers as he must go for company business. Before going to bed that night, I texted my husband to check in on him, but when he went on a business trip like that, he rarely used his phone. After waiting for the message for so long, I fell asleep, and even if he did respond, it was only to reassure me without being responsive. That night, I had a nightmare, a horrible nightmare that terrified me greatly. In my dream, I saw my brother crawling on the ground, badly injured. My body froze and I couldn't do anything. All I could do was stand there and watch my brother crawl closer. I could only scream in terror and ask my brother what happened to him in the end, but he didn't respond. Instead, he was just crawling to my feet. Suddenly, he grabbed my leg. It was a dream, but I could still feel his cold hand very clearly. His eyes were bloodshot. His mouth and nose were bleeding profusely. He screamed for help. He appeared to be terrified and was running away from something. I panicked and awoke from that horrible dream with my shirt drenched in sweat. Even though it was only a dream, it felt so real, as if I had to stood there and see my brother. I had a bad feeling about this dream. I believed something really bad had happened to my brother. I quickly took out my phone to see if there was any news about him, but everything gradually turned out the way I expected. He also posted on social media yesterday that he flew to the same location where my husband went for work. It couldn't be that coincidental. There was clearly something wrong with him, and it could be related to my husband. I decided to take the soonest train to my husband's workplace because of my bad premonition. It was not yet morning, and the train had already left. Traveling at night could also help my skin avoid getting sunburned. I couldn't sleep on the train because I was still engrossed in the dream I had that night. My brother's face kept haunting me, and his screams for help kept ringing in my head. I was determined to find out the truth because I didn't want to live in this ambiguity forever. I was able to quickly locate a large forest by following the location on my husband's phone, near where we used to go hiking. But now that it was getting dark, the forest was very murky, so I followed the location and went deeper. My hand began to sting, which formed a wound as soon as I touched the tree. I quickly withdrew my hand because it appeared so sudden and painfully. I still didn't understand why touching the trees hurt me so much. I was preoccupied with inspecting the wound on my hand and deciding whether or not to return because this forest was so dense that I would be injured to death. Before I could turn my head, I heard a loud cry from somewhere. I panicked, not knowing if it was my brother or not, so I went through the dark woods, oblivious to the danger. But what I saw in front of me was so horrifying that I couldn't believe my eyes. My husband was tying a man to the ground and appeared to be about to murder him. I didn't understand what was going on and why did my husband have to do such a thing. I was afraid but didn't dare to make a noise. My husband was holding a sharp stick in his hand when the man on the ground was still begging for his life. My husband has completely changed at this point, from a kind and gentle person to a violent person. He then swung the sharp wooden stick with lightning speed, intending to stab the man lying on the ground. The strange thing was that after my husband stabbed the person to death, hideous trees began to grow on his body. He was gradually swallowed by the branches, and he was reduced to a bush of leaves and branches in front of me. I was so terrified by that scene that I bursted into tears. I had no idea my husband was a murderer. My body was trembling. I couldn't stand witnessing the scene any longer. I needed to get out of there immediately. I turned to run away with all my strength, pretending I didn't know anything. I kept running and running, but this forest seemed to be attempting to trap me. I couldn't keep my tears from rolling while running, so they just kept falling. Images of my brother suddenly appeared in front of me, yelling at me for my cowardice. "My sister, kill him! He's a murderer! Avenge me!" And I cried a lot when I heard my brother say that I should kill my husband because he was the one who killed my brother. But I didn't have a weapon and I was not sure how to deal with it all. "Don't be afraid, sister. Use a branch in the forest to stab him to death. All will be revealed." I was perplexed because what I was seeing was just my imagination, or did he really come to show me the way or wanted me to take revenge for him? Then I returned to the scene of my husband's murder. He was standing alone and the other man was nowhere to be found. He seemed to be thinking about something, and this wasn't the first time he's killed someone. Seeing all of this and my brother's words just now, I felt like I was being manipulated by someone, and I was no longer being able to control my actions, so I walked over to my husband and stabbed him from behind. A sharp wooden stick pierced his chest, making him too shocked to react. He turned to face me, looking surprised to see me. I was in such great pain right now, looking at my husband, but this was what I had to do. Then his wound began to react very strangely. There were tree roots growing from the wound, covering his body. Branches were coming out from his mouth. The scene was dreadful. Finally, my husband's entire face transformed into a terrifying-looking dry tree. He collapsed to the ground, his mouth still calling out my name painfully. As I watched what was happening in front of my eyes, I became motionless and terrified, unable to speak aloud. His hands and feet gradually turned into dry branches. What was he, after all? Was this man, who had lived with me for so long, a monster? I had to tremble with fear again before I could regain my composure. His body started to change again, the dry branches gradually fading, and he stood in front of me as if about to be resurrected. And yes, his wound healed, but he transformed into my brother instead. Are you surprised? Actually, the truth is, you're just like me. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Was it the reason why I'd been in a coma for 10 years and hadn't aged? He stated that our parents will be resurrected and that our entire family will be reunited forever. It's fantastic! Then our entire family will be resurrected and immortalized. When I was thinking of my parents, I got sad because I missed them so much. I agreed with my brother that whatever happens, I wanted my parents to be able to live again. So I listened to my brother without questioning why my husband had turned into him. My brother had changed since being resurrected. His demeanor had become more sinister and cruel. Then my brother led me to a tree. There were two people who were bound tightly and terrified. I heard them begging for help, and I didn't know what my brother was going to do, so I panicked a bit. He just said that this was the way to bring our parents back to life. It was to use other people's lives to resurrect relatives who were buried in this forest. Raising the wooden stake high, it appeared as if he intended to stab them to death. I was so terrified that I stopped him. I didn't believe it was necessary to use this method to save my parents' lives, but he pushed me away and slapped me so hard that I couldn't move. In the end, all I could do was watch him murder innocent people. Screams of pain reverberated throughout the resentful forest. My brother became ecstatic after piercing their hearts with a wooden stake and kept calling out our parents' names. The surprise occurred in front of my eyes, leaving me unable to believe my eyes once again. My brother stabbed two people earlier, and their bodies sprouted roots and branches as well. Then, like what happened to my brother just before, they gradually transformed into the form of my parents. And my parents did come alive. They smiled and called our names, but I still had the feeling that something wasn't quite right. As a result, was it all true that my family had been reunited after all? I felt very awkward sitting at the table with them, even when my brother stood up to ask them about family memories. They still answered everything clearly and completely, and they even called me by my nickname at home, just like my real parents. But I knew in my heart that something wasn't right, that it wasn't them. We still lived together, and my brother got married, but he had completely changed. His wife discovered my family secret one day, so she was apprehended by my brother. She tried to flee but couldn't. Seeing this, my parents came over to restrain her despite her screams. My brother drew a wooden stake from the forest and stabbed her in the chest. She immediately transformed into a tree. None of us could go out in the sun because we wouldn't be able to return to human form, and she was left out in the scorching sun by my family. Since when was my brother a heartless person? I had no idea, neither does my parents. She screamed in agony and transformed into a dry tree. I felt terrible seeing these things. They were no longer human. I tried everything I could to dissuade them, telling everyone to hurry and bring her back inside. But everyone just stood there and watched her slowly transforming into a tree. I was pretty sure this wasn't my family anymore. I was doing such horrible things, but my brother could still laugh. I was not sure what happened to me and my family. I slapped my brother because I was too angry, and I hoped that he could awake from this. I cursed him so harshly, saying that the person in front of me was not my brother. He came to a halt and gave me a sinister smile. "It's our family secret. You want to talk about it?" Then he lunged at me, telling me that I should listen to him, otherwise I would end up like my sister-in-law, because they gave me life and I had to accept and listen to them. My mind went blank after hearing these words. They were not my family at all. Thinking about my husband, I decided to return to our home. When I arrived, I entered the familiar home, but my husband was no longer present. The house had never been quieter and more empty than it was right now. The memories came flooding back as I stood there looking around the house. I'm collapsed by looking at the photo we took together when we were happy. Suddenly I discovered a camera in my husband's drawer. Curious, I turned it on. Inside were the videos he took every time he traveled or went for a work trip. And the camera footage recorded from when we were in the accident made me tremble with fear. And so I realized something about the trees. They saved me and asked me every year to sacrifice someone's life and let them take feed on the body. Otherwise, they would take my life back. So he brought many people to them, which was why he always traveled for so-called business every year. Also, it was because of them that I had both the dream and the figure of my brother in the forest telling me to kill my husband. I killed my husband and my family with my own hands. Worse than that, in order to keep my immortality and avenge them all, I had made a deal. My alias would henceforth be known as Girl X. This is a story about a girl named Julia. Every morning she went to work by bus, and life was pretty rough for her. The bus left from the station. It was lucky for Julia to find a good place to stand, as it was during rush hour that the bus was crowded. Actually, it was always crowded, and people always bumped into each other whenever there was an acceleration or brake. Julia was not feeling well that day. Plus the woman behind her constantly bumped into her, and as a result, she angrily yelled at the woman. Julia insulted the woman as cloddish and emphasized that the shirt she was wearing was an expensive brand name product, so the woman had better keep her distance. A man standing next to them had witnessed everything. He told Julia that most of the people on the bus were manual workers. He wanted to teach Julia a lesson for being disrespectful to others, but the woman immediately stopped him. To ease Julia's anger, the woman took out a small lipstick and gave it to Julia as an apology and a compensation for bumping into her and crumpling her shirt. The unexpected gift surprised Julia. Knowing it was just a minor accident, and she was partly responsible for it, she rejected the gift. However, the woman insisted on giving her the lipstick. The place where Julia worked was a shop that sold jewelry, clothes, bags, shoes for those who had interest in buying brand name products. Now, at the shop, there was a young woman who was interested in buying a new bag. Seeing the woman being hesitant, a female staff approached and enthusiastically advised her to pick the most suitable bag for her. From afar, Julia had heard all of the conversation between the two. Being confident about her sales skills, she suggested the woman should stay for a bit longer so she could counsel her more about another product. Since the first priority of the shop was customers, Julia was always friendly and supportive to anyone who needed counsel for buying the right product. She looked friendly at the female customer and told her that a beautiful, elegant woman like her needed a stylish brand name bag. Then Julia picked out a beautifully designed, extremely sophisticated bag and showed it to the customer. The sweet like honey compliments that Julia gave the woman made her eager to immediately buy the bag without any hesitation. But little did she know that the bag she had just bought was a counterfeit. Neither was it authentic nor a brand name product. Seeing two of her colleagues whispering something to each other, Julia yelled at them and told them to keep it a secret. Recently, Julia had swapped authentic bags for fake ones to earn the price difference. Her trick had been spotted, yet no one under management dared to expose. It was unknown why Julia was so in need of money that she dared to do such wrongful things. Suddenly, a gentle woman slowly walked into the shop. She was looking for a smart, elegant dress for her upcoming Fashion Week attendance. Not letting the woman wait any longer, Julia quickly brought out a jewelry set that was made of gemstones and diamonds, looking so sophisticated. The woman stared at the jewelry set for a while. It was unknown what she was thinking, yet she looked serious. Then suddenly she threw away the jewelry set to the ground. Couldn't hold in her anger, she howled and said that the jewelry was fake. The woman had a huge love for jewelry, so she could easily recognize if it was fake from the moment Julia showed it to her. Julia awkwardly explained to her that there were perhaps some mistake. The woman angrily shouted at Julia. She grabbed her by the collar and saying how she could be mistaken to point out the jewelry set was fake and demanded to see Julia's manager. Furious, the woman accidentally saw the clothing label on Julia's shirt and immediately found out that it was a counterfeit too. She couldn't believe a luxurious shop like this would sell counterfeits. She felt like she had been deceived and immediately pushed Julia to fall backward. Not foreseeing the incident, Julia fell to the ground, dropping her wallet and lipstick. Seeing Julia so pitiful, the woman sarcastically asked how could a person like her use fake items. Then she noticed the lipstick laying next to Julia on the ground. Holding the lipstick in her hand, she once again laughed at Julia since it was probably counterfeit too. Furious, she shouted at the staff, demanded to see the manager at all costs. The other two of Julia's colleagues had never encountered such a problem. They were confused, worried, and quickly assured the woman that the manager would be there soon. The branch manager finally showed up. While being on his way to the shop, someone had reported to him about the incident, so he had partly understood the situation. The manager quickly recognized the woman in front of him as she was a VIP customer of many fashion stores. She angrily accused Julia of wearing counterfeits and selling her fake jewelry. The brand manager immediately apologized to her and assured her that he would clear it up and not let the same thing happen again. As soon as Julia heard the manager, she was afraid that she would get fired. Julia confusingly talked to the manager and explained what had happened to him. The manager angrily took her hands off him and scolded her for being disrespectful to the customer. He went on, scolding Julia severely for her bad service in order to cool down the customer's anger. Her whole body heated up, and she couldn't think of anything else. Julia found herself in a tight corner. She would definitely lose her job for this. Right at that moment, she saw a lipstick on the floor. Then she suddenly remembered about the mysterious woman who had told her about the uses of it. When a person used this lipstick, anything they said, no matter if it was a lie, would automatically become the truth. But one thing to remember was that when the lie was valid, there was no way else to change it back. Out of curiosity, Julia decided to use it. The branch manager saw Julia picking up the lipstick, and being calm as if nothing had happened, he immediately demanded her to apologize to the woman. But Julia ignored him. She was still thinking about what the mysterious woman had told her was true or not. Without wasting any time, Julia immediately applied the lipstick. Her action amazed the manager and the customer. They were surprised by how apathetic Julia was. Having applied the lipstick, Julia slowly apologized to the woman, and to check the effectiveness of the lipstick, she started telling lies, saying that all the stuff that she had sold were authentic. As she was done with her explanation, the atmosphere was quiet as no one wanted to add anything else. At that moment, she felt extremely worried as she wasn't sure if the lipstick could help her. The atmosphere was unusually quiet. Both the manager and the customer confusingly looked at each other, while Julia was still worryingly waited. Suddenly, the manager apologized to Julia. His apology amazed her, as she couldn't believe what she was hearing from him. The apologies and explanations from the manager made Julia extremely happy. The woman also apologized to her. She admitted that she was wrong about claiming Julia selling her counterfeits. Then she took out a stack of money and gave it to Julia as compensation for insulting Julia and breaking the diamond necklace. Julia, despite feeling happy inside, rejected the money from the woman. She didn't care much about money at that moment. What she truly cared about was that people would believe every lie that she told them. The manager saw her rejecting the money gently, told her to accept it as it would upset the customer if she didn't take it. Having no other choices left, Julia had to take the money of the customer. That made her come up with a great plan, a plan that would help her make a lot of money. Since that day, Julia had been appointed to do a big job title. She managed everything at the shop, even including sales consultancy. Every time when she had a customer, she was always cheerful and friendly to them. As a result, she had got a lot of customer love. She didn't hesitate to use the lipstick to convince her customers to buy her products. It didn't matter how basic and simple the products could be, Julia always told her customers that those were all authentic and brand name. She slowly drowned herself in the sea of lies. Thanks to the lipstick, the goods were sold easily and quickly. The profit that Julia got off the counterfeits she had sold was huge. Her purpose was to make a lot of money so she could change the life that she was leading. The situation at the shop seemed to be favorable for Julia, but with the employees, it was a big problem. However, Julia suddenly realized that with the help of the lipstick, she could even be promoted to the branch manager position. Not letting a chance slip by, Julia immediately applied for the branch manager position of the corporation. One of the days of the interview, Julia was really confident. Then, at that moment, Julia saw a branch manager walking out of the interview room. It seemed like she didn't do well. The manager candidate also saw Julia walking towards her. In terms of job titles hierarchy, Julia was well below compared to the female manager, but Julia didn't seem to care much about it as she ignored the manager. Her disrespectful behavior made the manager become uncomfortable. The female manager saw Julia walking into the interview room. She was confused at how Julia had been doing so well and always satisfied her managers. As Julia was walking quickly to the room, she accidentally dropped a piece of paper. The female manager curiously picked it up to see. As Julia got inside the room, she was excited to see the human resource manager. Moreover, she was neither worried nor scared. Instead, she was extremely confident. The manager took a look at her CV and asked her if she was too confident to apply for this position, since she was just an employee at that moment. With the help of the lipstick, she lied to the manager that she had spent years studying in England and working for big companies, so she had deep knowledge about brand name products. She was confident that she could do a good job as a brand manager. She assured the manager that if she was chosen for the job title, she would help the shop get to the top of the list of most reputable shops in the country. But the manager was doubtful about her ability, as she was too young. But Julia wasn't afraid. She was confident with the fake diplomas and the lipstick. She tried to pour honey into the manager's ear so she could win his trust. The manager's doubts slowly disappeared. He now completely trusted her. Right that moment, the room's door was opened and the female branch manager held out in anger. Without hesitation, she exposed all the lies of Julia, saying that she was coming from a poor family that obviously had no financial support for her to study abroad. Julia immediately asked if the female manager had any evidence to prove that she was lying. The female manager didn't back down, as she couldn't accept a liar like Julia. She asked Julia if she had a sister who was being treated in a hospital and had to pay an extremely high treatment cost. Knowing that words only wouldn't be too convincing, she brought out her evidence to prove that she had just said. It was the medical bill receipt of Julia. Julia panicked to find out that the receipt was no longer in her bag. She angrily held at the female manager to justify her actions. She said that she didn't have a sister and had never paid for any treatment costs at a hospital. Her words surprised the female manager. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't think of anything to defend herself. Gradually, she started to believe that Julia was saying without having any doubt. She didn't even understand why she was having an argument with Julia on this matter. But Julia suddenly realized that she had just said. As she eventually knew it, it was all too late for her to take all the words that she said. No matter how inaccurate and dishonest a lie could be, with a lipstick, it would become a truth. Julia had said that she didn't have a sister, which meant that her sister would no longer exist. Julia cried loudly while running as fast as she could, praying that what she had said before wouldn't be true. She was regretting with all the lies that she had told. She had lied many times, and now she had to be the one that paid for them. Julia, feeling extremely scared, fearing that she would lose her beloved sister. If something bad had happened to her, she would no longer want to live. Because her sister was the only motivation that pushed her to strive for the better. The two had grown up without having parents, so her sister was the only one that gave her love and support. To Julia, the money that she had earned wasn't for her. She just wanted to save up all the money she had to pay for her sister's treatment costs. Julia finally made it to the hospital. Despite being really tired, she still tried to run as fast as she could to her sister's bed to see if her sister was affected by her lies. Julia immediately asked her sister if she was feeling okay. Fortunately, her sister was still there. She still existed and didn't disappear like what she was thinking. Seeing her sister was still being fine, Julia was less worried. She gently asked her if she was in need of anything. Seeing Julia being worried and tired, the young sister comforted her, saying that she was doing okay, despite having indescribable pains in her. Julia encouraged her sister to overcome her pain as she was close to having enough money for the surgery. She was careful with her words as she feared that she would tell a lie again. Seeing her sister being unbearable with the pain she was having, Julia immediately called the doctor to check on her. Not wanting to worry her sister, Julia assured her that the doctor would be there for her right away. However, opposite to her thoughts, the doctor was surprised to see her. He said, "Were you the one that called for doctors? Why were you doing that?" Seeing the neglectful attitude of the doctor, Julia was surprised. She immediately pointed at the bed and told him that her sister was suffering pain, so that was why she called him. But the doctor asked her, "Where are your sister? I don't see anyone on the bed." The doctor and the nurse were all surprised by her actions. They were confused about who Julia was talking about, since they didn't see anyone on the bed. The doctor worriedly looked at Julia and said, "Your sister is not here. I think you are being stressed out." What the doctor said to her made her laugh. She stared at him as if she didn't understand what he meant. She was sure that her sister was there with her. Furious, she carried her sister in her arms and got out of the hospital room. She made her way to the hospital reception and told the staff to check on her sister, as her sister was in pain and seemingly couldn't put up with it anymore. But the nurse didn't understand what Julia was talking about. The people around also curiously looked at her. They thought that she must have had mental illness to behave like that. Julia was devastated. She wondered to herself, how could no one see her sister? The young girl laid in Julia's arms, feeling painful yet still comforted by her sister, telling her to forget about her and move on, live a happy life, and free to do everything without being stressed about her. Julia's heart was shattered in pieces, yet she still tried to fight back tears as she didn't want to worry her sister. She admitted that it was her fault and felt guilty that she couldn't take care of her. Julia silently carried her sister in her arms to the waiting chairs. The two had no strength left to fight against a cruel world. Julia had now realized that there was nothing she could do to save her sister. Her heart was squeezed. She whispered to her sister that it was all because of her lies. She painfully cried out loud. Tears were constantly rolling down her face, and Julia deeply regretted for what she had done. Suddenly, she remembered what the mysterious woman had told her before leaving. A lie would be valid once it got told, yet could be replaced with another lie, and there was no way else for it to change back to the way it was. Julia immediately realized that there was still a chance to save her sister, and she had found the solution for her problem. If she could change her previous lies with another lie, everything could get back to the way it had been before. Without hesitation, Julia took out the lipstick and used it for one last time. Julia looked at her sister for the last time and said that she didn't have a sister because she wasn't Julia and she had never existed. Tears kept rolling down her face as she couldn't hold in the pain any longer. She painfully looked at her sister for the last time. What was inside her mind at that moment was her hope and prayers for her sister to awake. As if everything around the two sisters had stopped, Julia tightly hugged her sister for one last time. Then her body slowly faded away. Julia had no longer existed. People could only see one person left at the waiting chairs, and it was her younger sister. She was painfully laying on the chair. Seeing the girl's condition, the doctors immediately rushed her to the emergency room. Eventually, the surgery was successfully operated, but what the doctor said later surprised everyone. She was the only child in her family. Her parents were all dead, but her treatment costs were paid by an unidentified donor. Seeing her sister was cured, Julia couldn't hold back her tears of happiness. Her sacrifice had eventually paid off. The young girl raised her hand in the air. Julia waited for her sister to hold her hand one last time, but sadly the thing that her sister was reaching was a cup of water on the table. Holding the water cup in her hands, she felt a deep sorrow in her heart. Tears started to roll down. She couldn't help but wonder what she had forgotten, as she felt like she had missed something so important that she shouldn't have. In the future, as vaccines for the coronavirus had been created, another pandemic, which was caused by a virus under the name Ghost Mushroom, once again took over the world. Anyone who got infected with this virus developed more apparent symptoms compared to those of the coronavirus, as it included coughing, sneezing, paleness, a skinny weak appearance, and fatigue. Moreover, those who were infected would see mushrooms growing out of their whole body. The mushroom, with a variety of colors, yet contained poison in them, slowly killing a human being eventually. The virus spread so fast that caused many hospitals to be overloaded. As a patient died from the virus, the mushrooms in them quickly disappeared as they turned into a blue smoke, floated in the air, and then spread to others as soon as possible. Having heard about the pandemic, many doctors and medical staff working in this hospital decided to take leave as a way of protecting themselves from the virus. Derek, a medical intern in the hospital, was one of them. Aside from spending time for his internship, he also had a side job as a food reviewer streamer. That day, Derek went to the hospital director's office to hand in his resignation letter. As the hospital was facing staff shortage, the director rejected his resignation. However, he was given a day off at home for getting some rest before going back to work. Derek's intention of a resignation had received many criticism from his co-workers, as they thought he was a coward who only cared about himself. Derek had a girlfriend named Alula. The two had been in a relationship for 7 years. However, the two had quarreled lots of times due to Derek's morbid jealousy. Lately, Derek noticed that Alula was seemingly very close to a young boy who just began his internship at the hospital. Failing to get his resignation approved, and witnessing his girlfriend happily talking to the young man at the lobby, Derek told Alula not to get too close to him in fear of being infected with the virus. Hearing what Derek said to her, Alula immediately felt angry as he had embarrassed her. She expressed her disappointment to Derek. Even the fact that Derek wanted to resign as he was in fear of catching the virus made her feel like he was indeed a coward. Alula coldly told Derek that he was a selfish, self-interested person and she no longer wanted to see him. What Alula said to him cut him to the heart. He could ignore what others told him, but she was his only exception. Those words ached his heart so bad that he felt like someone was squeezing it. Then Derek left without saying anything. Derek left everything behind him as he walked out of the hospital gate and went home. Before going home, Derek visited a pharmacy with the intention of getting a box of medical masks, but the man was bewildered as soon as he went in there. As Derek was in bewilderment, thinking how he could buy himself some medical masks, then suddenly a strange man showed up, putting his hand on his shoulder and said, "I have a mask that could prevent all kinds of virus. Would you like to try it?" The strange thing was, the man in black gave Derek the mask without even taking a penny from him. Much to his surprise, the man quickly left. The only thing Derek remembered about him was that the man had a large red X sign on his chest. However, Derek still appreciated the act of kindness from the mysterious man. He was indeed a good person. As soon as Derek got home, he took out the mask and tried it out. Despite its pretty bizarre look, Derek found it extremely comfortable to wear on. Moreover, it also looked kinda cool to him. As a daily habit, Derek spent his time surfing the net as he ate a banana. But the strange thing was, despite not taking off the mask, the banana still lost a part of it. Moreover, it went straight to Derek's stomach. At that moment, the only thing he could feel was something slowly went down his throat, and a little bit of banana flavor still remained in his palate. Derek couldn't understand what was going on with him. Maybe this mask possessed some magical powers. Out of curiosity, Derek once again held the banana to his mouth. Strangely, despite not letting the banana touch his mouth yet, it immediately got cut off and quickly slipped into his throat. In just a moment, he had eaten a whole banana without having to take off his mask, or even using his facial muscles. Derek started to feel curious, as he wasn't sure if the banana was fully digested. As Derek found out how magical the mask was, he realized that he could eat as much as he wanted without fear of being full, and for that reason, he would quickly become more famous and earn more money thanks to his live stream. Without a bit of hesitation, Derek live streamed another video of him eating while putting the magical mask on, as he would use his thoughts to choose which food that he wanted to eat. Immediately, the number of viewers that watched this live stream had skyrocketed, as they were amazed by how Derek could eat lots of food without chewing. They even nicknamed him the King with the Big Belly. Derek was extremely excited as he gradually became more famous with his bottomless belly. He stood up and slammed the table, intended to buy more food, and started another live stream at once. However, Derek suddenly felt ill. He felt full. It seemed like the mask had indirectly digested the food that went to his stomach. Derek sensed that he had gained weight, but it didn't matter much to him since he had earned more money. It was better than going back to the hospital dealing with diseases and poverty. Meanwhile, the pandemic had become more serious as the number of people infected with the virus had increased dramatically. Many hospitals were overloaded while the shortage of modern equipment and medical staff were getting more severe. Those who were infected had to lay on the hospital hallways, while doctors and nurses spent many sleepless nights working tirelessly, yet unable to make the situation get any better. The hospital at which Derek used to work was not an exception either. Patients arrived in droves, yet most of them couldn't make it out alive. Seeing the dreadful scene appeared before his eyes, the hospital director couldn't help but worry. If the situation couldn't get any better, the number of people infected and died from this mushroom virus would keep increasing. Even hospitals would be in a helpless situation. Having no choices left, the director had urgently set up a meeting, asking every retired doctor and medical staff who resigned from their jobs to come back to the hospital. Alula was chosen to be one to send invitation letters to them. Of course, Derek was not an exception. As he was busy editing this video, he received a text from Alula. Although it was a little bit hurtful for Derek to receive a text from her, he knew that she still held a special place in his heart. Therefore, he agreed to come to the meeting, in the hope of rebuilding their broken relationship. That evening, a meeting was held with the attendance of all doctors and medical staff who used to work at the hospital. I hope all of you would stay. Together we will fight against this pandemic. It is certain that there will be lots of challenges and hardships ahead, but as long as we work together, we will win this battle. The powerful speech from the responsible hospital director quickly gained trust from his co-workers. Spooky medical mask correction. Line 52. However, it didn't affect Derek's decision to resign from the job. Knowing that it was pretty selfish of him to do it, he believed it wasn't the time for him to make sacrifices for others. His most important priority now was to keep himself safe. But Alula was completely opposite of him, as she always cared for others. To her, the patient's health was always her top priority. As the meeting finished, Derek asked Alula to have a talk with him. Alula, please leave this hospital. If you stay, you will be infected with the virus. Derek also proudly told her about his new job, saying he could take care of her with the money he had. As long as Alula chose to leave the hospital, he would sacrifice everything for her. However, as Alula listened to the promises that Derek gave her, she didn't know what to do but looked down disappointedly. She didn't expect that Derek accepted to come to this meeting just to tell her such things. As a result, Alula rejected his offers, even broke up with him after a 7-year relationship with the man, as she was hugely disappointed. For Derek, he was thinking that Alula had something with the new trainee guy and therefore no longer loved him. Since that moment, he had held a grudge against her. After that day, Derek spent most of his time being at home and focusing on his streamer career. During the pandemic, what Derek did every day was to eat, go live stream and sleep. Life seemed to be comfortable for him, yet he couldn't stop thinking of Alula. Despite his hatred of her, one thing that couldn't be denied was that he still had lots of love for her. Contrary to his daily livestream that day, for some unknown reason, he had received a lot of angry reaction from his viewers, with some even left rude, offensive comments below the video. Derek was confused how his livestream this time got so many negative feedback. He took off the mask, closely looked at the stream to read what people were commenting on his video. As soon as he started reading the comments, Derek's face immediately changed color. The viewers were scolding him for being a selfish person as he left his job at the hospital. Seeing the hateful comments towards him, Derek just kept quiet as he knew from this moment he wouldn't be able to continue doing his job. But the bad thing was, some of the viewers even knew that Alula was his ex-girlfriend. Derek was shocked to see the comments about his girlfriend. They said that many doctors working at the hospital had been infected with the virus. Some were even in critical condition. In the record of doctors who had been infected with the virus listed the name of all of his co-workers. Alula was also one of them. She was one of the severe cases and was in a critical condition. Not only that, on many social network platforms, people were spreading a letter that was told to be Alula sent to Derek. In the letter, Alula wrote that she still loved him, and he was the only one that she was thinking of at that final moments of her life. Derek's heart shattered in pieces while he was reading the letter. It's safe to say that while everyone was turning their back on Derek, Alula was the only one who stayed by his side. She believed deep down he was a man of kindness. Tears rolled down his face as he read the letter. Guilt, regret, unbearable pain, and tremendous loss were all the emotions and feelings he had at that moment. Derek remained silent for a while. Then he looked straight at the camera and admitted his mistakes to his viewers. I was, indeed, a selfish person. What I need to do now is to work alongside the other doctors and fight back this pandemic. I sincerely apologize to you all. Derek immediately rushed to the hospital in the hopes of seeing Alula. The first person Derek met at the hospital was the handsome trainee guy, but he was no longer interested in thinking of anything else but his lover. Derek held at him, asking him to show the way to Alula's patient room. At first the man was a bit hesitant to do it, as Alula was in quarantine zone, but thinking that Derek was urgent to see her, he showed him the way, yet not forgetting to remind the man that he could only see her through frosted windows. Derek quickly rushed to the room where Alula was being treated. As the man was standing outside the quarantine room, he held out his girlfriend's name through the window. Alula quickly recognized a familiar voice. Alula turned around. At this moment, she was already in a critical condition as the poisonous mushrooms had appeared all over her body, even the face. Derek bursted into tears as he watched his girlfriend Alula. He put his hands on the window, choked with emotion. I'm so sorry. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have been so selfish and so wrong of you. Please don't leave. Stay with me, darling. But Alula didn't want Derek to see her face as she quickly looked away. She was afraid that he would see her being ugly, and more than that, she had realized that she no longer had time being by his side. But no matter how many times Derek was begging to see her face, Alula still didn't want to turn around. To her, it was the best way for him to leave her without being so hurt. Of course, after being together for 7 years, Derek knew Alula better than anyone. He wiped out his tears and said that he would help her and the others recover from this virus. It looked like Derek had come up with an idea. Derek quickly left, leaving Alula with a bad hunch. She started to feel worried as she thought he would do something reckless. Derek found himself a speaker and then told every doctor, nurse and patient to gather at the hospital lobby. Everyone was bewildered, not knowing what Derek was up to. All the patients at the hospital, please gather at the lobby. I can help you recover from this virus. Please, trust me. After discussion, the doctors agreed to allow the patients to go outside, yet having to put their masks on and do what Derek told them to. Alula was being walked into the lobby with the help of a chief physician. People quickly gathered at the lobby, feeling uncertain and confused. Derek suddenly put on the magical mask. He whispered in his mind that he wanted to eat all of these mushroom viruses. The mask immediately worked as the virus were sucked into the mask that Derek was wearing. Derek wanted to prove that he was not a coward. The smoke that contained the deadly virus quickly got sucked up. Miraculously, everyone had become healthy again, and the scary virus was no longer existing. But that moment, Alula couldn't believe her eyes. Derek had completely disappeared. Instead, there was a huge mountain covered with poisonous mushrooms. Derek had sacrificed his life for the others. Thanks to him, the pandemic was under control. And since that day, Derek was remembered as a hero who saved humanity from the virus. This is a story about a man named Johnson who works as a construction worker. The man has a habit of making comments on Facebook posts, most of which were offensive, mocking and full of lies. Recently, Kalim had become the object of ridicule from Johnson. Kalim was his childhood friend back when they lived in the same neighborhood. However, Johnson didn't like him at all. Even when the two had grown up, Johnson was still bitterly jealous of Kalim as the man became famous and successful. Kalim was a journalist. He usually wrote articles exposing thieves on the streets. He quickly became famous thanks to his noble and virtuous actions. In a fit of jealousy, Johnson created a fake account and left many hateful comments on Kalim's posts, yet he quickly got criticized by the netizens. As people blasted him for his comments, Johnson continued to comment on more posts. For Johnson, social networks were the only place that he could freely express his thoughts without being held responsible for them, since no one knew who he was. Johnson was so addicted to social networks that he once left his working area just to have time making comments on someone's posts, and ended up being caught by his superiors. But the man didn't learn his lesson as he dared to ask his manager for a bonus break time of 2 minutes, as he was in the middle of an argument with the netizens. The unreasonable request from Johnson irritated the manager. His face became darkened. Feeling extremely furious, the manager hit Johnson by the back of his head. The strong hit made Johnson drop his phone on the ground, causing its screen to crack. Because of his lack of responsibility at work, Johnson was fired from the job. As Johnson looked at the broken phone on the ground, he became livid, but there was nothing he could do now. He took off his uniforms and left with a discontented expression on his face. Johnson didn't utter a single word on his way home. He looked down, feeling uncomfortable in his body. But Johnson quickly discovered something on his way home. An object that would change his life permanently. It was a smartphone with a creepy looking phone case that looked like a moth. Johnson's eyes dilated as he saw the phone. He picked it up and instantly acted like it was his. He let out a smile, thinking it was a gift that God sent him out of sympathy with his current situation. As the phone wasn't locked, Johnson easily gained access to it. And the first thing he did was to log on to his social networks accounts and search the name Kalim. Kalim had just posted a picture on his page warning people about thieves stealing on a bus. Of course, Johnson immediately left negative comments on the post and got attacked by the netizens again. Seeing everyone bashing him, he frowned, determined to fight back at those opposing him. The man didn't even bother to go home, as he was still standing at the spot where he found the phone. Typing angry comments, he described Kalim as a liar who fed people lies and gained fame from it. But strangely, as Johnson was focusing on the phone, a puff of smoke suddenly emitted and surrounded him, then billowed to other nearby phones. It was until a man walked past him and yelled in panic that Johnson took his eyes off the phone. After the green smoke surrounded the man's phone, something bizarre which looked similar to a root appeared. It started moving. And from the root came out many creepy things that looked like human mouths. They were crimson and drooling with saliva. The mouths repeatedly spoke to the comments that were made by Johnson, which made the man extremely scared and unable to stand still. Johnson told everyone to follow him on his account. As if the man was being hypnotized, he went to Johnson's profile and clicked follow him. No sooner had the man completed what he was told to do when the mouth stopped saying. This spooky smartphone had the ability to get anyone hypnotized by its owner, Johnson. Everything soon returned to normal. The roots that came out of the phone quickly disappeared. Only the thoughts of that man remained changed. Johnson gradually learned about the magical use of the spooky phone. He found it pleased and delighted to possess it. Since that day, Johnson had used the phone to make everyone support him. And for that reason, Khalim had gotten himself into trouble caused by the netizens, as they had been hypnotized by Johnson and believed Khalim was an evil person who disguised himself as a hero. Khalim couldn't hide the sadness on his face as he read the negative comments on his posts. He then made a post on his page telling his followers that he would make the bus thief get caught in 3 days. The post quickly gained positive reactions. But that couldn't stop Khalim from worrying, as he knew it wasn't easy to catch the thief. Johnson was delighted to see his old friend being in dire straits. Of course, he wouldn't forget to leave hateful comments on the post. The magical mobile phone had made it easier for Johnson to cyberbully anyone he disliked. One day, after having lunch, Johnson took a bus home. The bus was crowded. There was no seat left and people had to stand, but Johnson was willing enough to get a seat for him, then continued to check his newsfeed. Unexpectedly, the thief who Khalim had been searching for the whole week was there on the bus. Taking advantage of the bus being crowded, he aimed for a girl who was carrying an expensive handbag. But before he could steal the handbag, he was startled by an unexpectedly loud scream. It looked like someone had caught him red-handed. It was Khalim who spotted the thief's wrongdoing. Johnson didn't expect to see both the thief and his old friend on the same bus. In less than a day, Khalim had fulfilled his promise of catching the criminal, as the man was finally arrested. But Johnson noticed something bizarre about this particular man who was facing his back at the bus windows. He tried to avoid eye contact with Khalim and looked very suspicious. After Johnson got off the bus, he received a notification about Khalim's new post. It turned out that Khalim had just made an announcement to his followers that the thief had been arrested. Needless to say, the post was greeted with acclamation from the netizens. Johnson was furious to see that. Right that moment, he encountered a man dressed in black who looked similar to that thief. He suddenly came up with an idea. One could easily tell that it was an evil idea just by seeing the smirk on his face. Johnson approached the man in black and asked if he was the thief's accomplice. But before the man could reply to his question, Johnson quickly said that he could help his friend get away with the crime. At first, the man was confused and hesitant with the offer, but he was curious about Johnson. In order to make it sound more convincing to the man, Johnson took him to a nearby internet cafe where there were many people currently using its service. Turned out that his plan was to use the magical phone to manipulate the thoughts of those who were present. He made up a story of the thief having to take care of his sick mother and had no other choice but to steal it, as it would help him get enough money for his mom to have an operation. As soon as the false story was posted, all of the computers at the internet cafe instantly grew roots. The place quickly turned into chaos as people screamed terrifyingly. From the roots appeared creepy-looking mouths that they constantly repeated what the post said and hypnotized everyone there. Johnson didn't have to do anything afterwards, as he just waited for the netizens to share his post. The powerful smartphone had allowed the criminal to be freed from jail as the man was released on bail. Not only that, Khalim was under attack from his followers due to his inappropriate way of handling the case. Johnson felt satisfied as he finally won over Khalim. He and the other two thieves had become accomplices ever since and committed crimes together. Thanks to the help of Johnson, the criminals now became more dangerous. They weren't scared when someone caught them in the act of stealing. Instead, they remained chillingly calm. As the girl let out a fierce scream, many people had blocked the thief's way and demanded him to return the wallet to her. But the thief didn't give in as he pulled out a sharp knife and threatened the ones that stopped him from escaping. But strangely, the group of men soon let the criminal go. There was even a sympathetic look on their faces. The phone's magical power was nothing to be underestimated. It had manipulated people's thoughts and made them behave improperly. As the thieves continued to expand their territory, Johnson spent his time with the phone, helping them and getting paid for each of their missions. He used the spooky phone to spread false information and control people's thoughts and earn money for it. Kalim was once a highly respected figure, now becoming someone who was deeply hated by the online community. Kalim couldn't understand why everyone suddenly acted foolishly, as they were protective of the criminals. It made him think a lot, especially when people severely criticized him for everything he did. But he couldn't just stay silent and watch the thieves rage on. As Kalim was thinking, all of a sudden he acted surprised. It turned out that before his eyes now was the thief and the guy seemingly intended to commit his wrongdoing. As the thief knew everyone was on his side now, he confidently stood in front of Kalim, even putting on an arrogant smirk on his face. Of course, Kalim wouldn't let him easily get away. He followed the thief and watched every single move of him. The two criminals quickly carried out their plan after identifying their targets, but little did they know that Kalim had taken pictures of them. Unfortunately, the camera sound had caught the attention of the thieves. They went to Kalim's direction. Kalim still remained calm despite being in a dangerous situation. He had evidence to expose the criminals. Unexpectedly, one of the thieves pulled out his knife and rushed to Kalim. A stabbing sound was heard. Kalim was stabbed in his stomach. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. The thief and his accomplices quickly ran away. As news about the passing of Kalim was all over the media, the netizens gradually realized how wrong they were to defend the criminals. The thieves once again made contact with Johnson, asking for help. Johnson's face changed color as soon as he learned about the death of his old friend, but agreed to help them anyway as he was promised to be paid a huge amount of money. Despite not being directly involved with the murder, Johnson had been exposed by some people as one of the thieves' accomplices, but that didn't scare Johnson much as he still had the magical phone with him and could easily change people's minds to his wish. He once again used the phone to put another post on his profile page. This time, it was made to issue a threat. Johnson said the thieves would be ready to kill anyone who opposed him. The threatening content together with the disgusting mouths made people even more scared. Some were hypnotized and scared to death. Just like that, Johnson and the criminals had become longtime partners. His job was to help them get away with their crimes and be paid for it. One day, the thieves asked Johnson to meet them, saying it was urgent. It was unknown what their purpose was, but the rendezvous was a deserted alley. As soon as Johnson saw them, he asked about the money as he hadn't received a penny from them for the whole month. But their behavior was really strange. They asked Johnson, "What money?" Right that moment, Johnson sensed something terrible was about to happen, but it was too late. The thieves put on an evil smile as if they had been hypnotized. Johnson's face instantly changed color. It turned out that with the help of Johnson, the thieves had become more dangerous and soon took over the city, which had already turned into a mess as corruption was widespread and loots taking place everywhere. The thieves were no longer a group of two as they had formed a gang and grew stronger. Now they didn't need Johnson anymore. Johnson knew he was in danger. He turned around and intended to run away. But it was too late for him to do that as one of the thieves rushed to Johnson and stabbed him in the stomach. The incident happened way out of his expectation. Johnson now realized it was him who let the evil took over and raged on, yet had to die by the hands of the bad guys. It's scary how crowd effect could grossly distort the truth, and social media sites are the double bevel knives that worsen the problem.
This story is about a boy named Jin who had been left near a trunk by his own mother a few days after he was born. Growing up, the boy was more reserved and timid compared to his peers. For Jin, school was nothing but a hell on earth. That day, as usual, Jin was once again being bullied by his mean friends. Jin had got accustomed to being picked on at school as it was something that he couldn't avoid. Even though the boy had a rough childhood, he was gifted with cleverness, and for that reason, he was forced to do homework for the bullies in class.
Finish all the homework assignments by the end of the day, or else you will suffer unpleasant consequences.
Even the teacher was neglectful of his student, as no one seemingly cared about a child who had no parents. Moreover, the family background of these naughty students wasn't something that one could ignore, as a single complaint from these kids to their parents could ruin a teacher's whole career. As a result, the teacher chose to stay away from any situation that might displease them in order to secure his job. No one would bother to help Jin if they saw him screaming terribly. As usual, every time Jin was bullied, he always got punched multiple times and badly scolded.
You really think the teacher could save you from us? You filthy orphan! Now get your ass back home and do the assignments for us!
Jin could only stay quiet and suffer the punches from them since he knew it would be useless to fight them back. But deep down inside, Jin was holding a grudge towards these kids. For a long time, Jin had possessed a spooky notebook which he always kept with him. Jin brought the notebook out and steadily gazed at it. It looked like he had something on his mind. The notebook looked pretty old. It had a line that said, Deathnote, which was written in a ghostly style. As Jin held it in his hand, his facial expression started changing from the look of his eyes to the way he smiled. The boy looked like he had transformed into someone else. The next day, as the school bell started ringing, Jin followed one of his bullies to the restroom. It was unknown that Jin was up, yet he stood outside, waiting for everyone to leave until there was just him and the boy being there, then went inside. I had finished all the assignments, but the teacher demanded students' parents to sign on their work as a confirmation. The boy was annoyed. He took the notebook in Jin's hands and said, "Was this small stuff too much for you to handle? Just fake the signature and submit the assignments to the teacher already." The boy fake signed a signature on the notebook. He didn't even bother to check whether the book was his or not. But the bizarre thing was, as soon as he finished signing, red spots started appearing on the page. The boy's face suddenly changed color, his eyes widening with fear as sweat was dripping down his face. Something that looked like a hand of a demon with sharp nails slowly came out, which looked terrifying. The hand unexpectedly grabbed the boy by his head. He tried to remove it, but he couldn't. A few seconds later, the boy was pulled inside the spooky notebook at Jin's presence. As the boy was no longer to be seen, the light emitted from the notebook slowly died out as the book returned to its initial form. Turned out that it was all Jin's intention. Resenting those who bullied him, Jin had used this deathly item to make them disappear permanently. Jin still acted calmly after he killed his classmate. He even cheerfully greeted his other friends, knowing that he had made a person disappear from this world forever. The next day, Jin was assigned to collect the assignments and handed them to the teacher after class.
As a matter of fact, the teacher wanted to know about the whereabouts of his students. The boy's family had made a call to the school, asking why their child didn't come home last night. Since the teacher had previously seen Jin getting into a fight with him, he wanted to meet Jin in private for interrogation. The teacher believed Jin had done something inappropriate to the boy who went missing. Jin was irritated by what the teacher said to him. An evil thought came to his mind. Indeed, he wanted to make the teacher disappear, just like those bullies. Seeing the dissatisfaction on Jin, the teacher asked, "Why not say anything? Answer my questions!" Of course, Jin wouldn't tell his teacher what happened to the boy. All of a sudden, he gave his notebook to the teacher, asking for the solution to a math problem. The teacher made a few complaints at first, yet agreed to help Jin with the assignment anyway. As soon as the teacher wrote down something on the page, something bizarre happened. The demon hand with sharp nails once again appeared to the man's amazement. It grabbed his head and pulled him into the notebook. However, Jin had also written something on it, thus being sucked inside too. Opposite to the teacher being terrified, Jin was extremely calm, as he knew the notebook would let him out anyway. As the two of them had disappeared, the red light from the notebook feebled while things slowly returned to normal. The world they got sucked into was one with books being piled up in huge mountains. It took the teacher nearly 15 minutes to finally regain his composure, yet he was still in utter bewilderment. The man didn't have any idea where on earth he was. Right that moment, Jin appeared from behind, welcoming his teacher to hell. "Hey, is that the thing that brought us here?" As soon as Jin finished his sentence, he saw a creepy-looking book appearing in front of him. It had a bloodshot eye on the front cover with sharp teeth on its edges. "If you want to leave here safe and sound, you must answer my questions correctly. Are you willing to take the challenge?" the book said. While the teacher was still in bewilderment, all of a sudden he saw a student approaching him. The student insisted the two on not taking the challenge. The teacher had no idea why this boy was trying to stop him from taking it. Seeing the confused look on his face, the boy then explained that the questions might seem to be easy at first, but to get them right is a tough task. There were people coming here and deciding to take on the challenges, yet none of them made it out alive. The teacher asked the student if there was any way to get out of this place, but he remained quiet and looked down as the boy himself had been trapped in here for over 5 years. The teacher couldn't control his temper to the utter silence taking over the place. He grabbed Jin by the collar and loudly held at him. "Why are you still standing there doing nothing? Start brainstorming!" But Jin didn't act fearfully. He was chillingly calm as he knew he was the notebook's owner. Jin had a firm belief that he would get out of this place in the end, so he walked towards the book and accepted the challenge. The ferocious book saw Jin suddenly turned amiable. It even bowed down to him. Both the teacher and the student were in sheer amazement. Jin stepped forwards and said, "I accept the challenge." The tongue of the spooky book started moving. It wriggled towards Jin's arms. Despite sensing something bizarre with the book's attitude, the teacher and the student felt extremely worried about Jin. They even told him to stop as the challenge was a matter of life and death. Of course, the book would not let Jin leave the game easily. It instantly opened its mouth wide, then clutched Jin and lifted him up, to the other two's absolute horror. However, they couldn't understand why Jin was still looking calm. He even put on a haunting smile despite being in a serious situation. As the book lifted Jin in the mid-air, it said, "Are you ready to answer my questions?" But before Jin took up the deathly challenge, the teacher and the student were completely bewildered. They weren't sure if Jin could overcome this insurmountable obstacle. Having witnessed people permanently disappearing after the challenge, the student believed Jin would end up like them. The book gave Jin its first question, asking him who was the owner of the Deathnote. The two broke out in cold sweat as they waited for Jin to answer. But contrary to the anxious look on their faces, Jin still acted strangely calm as he let out a smirk. It looked like he knew the answer to this question better than anyone. Jin made his reply in less than 5 seconds. "It is me. I am your possessor." The answer came as a great shock to the teacher and the student. The answer from Jin was totally beyond their imagination. But what even more shocking was, Jin had answered correctly. While the two were still in greater shock, the book moved on with its second question. "Who is the first person that got imprisoned in this world?" the book asked. A question that was thought to be too tricky for Jin, yet turned out to be really easy. The first person that was trapped in this place was none other than the one student behind Jin, who was once his classmate back in primary school. The student grinded his teeth in great anger. He shouted loudly, "Why?" Jin responded to him in his cold voice. "Have you already forgotten what you did to me? You get what you deserve." 5 years ago, Jin was always bullied at school for being an orphan, and one of those who constantly picked on him was his classmate who he sat at the same table with. For some reason, the boy had found out about the Deathnote. Since the moment he knew about the deathly book, he had transformed into another person. The boy had secretly put the Deathnote into the bully's backpack. But it wasn't just him being Jin's only victim, as many of his classmates also suffered the same fate. The student could no longer hold in his emotions. He shouted loudly at Jin, "What you did was nothing short of murderous! You will pay for your sins someday!" Jin instantly got back at the student, saying he did nothing wrong as it was all their fault treating him like crap. Even though the student was filled with anger, he still asked Jin to stop and help them get out of this haunting place. Jin smirked. He disdainfully looked at the student and said, "Are you still dreaming of getting out of here? You will perish in this place." Jin continued by affirming that he would seek revenge on those who bullied him, just like what he had been doing for the last 5 years. The book asked Jin one last question. Jin's face was flushed with excitement, but it immediately changed color as Jin heard the question from the book. "The possessor would be killed if he didn't make it through the challenge? Correct or wrong?" the book asked. Compared to the last question, this one seemed to be less tricky, but had Jin conflicted with his thoughts. Jin was confident that the book would do everything to his wish since he was its owner. Consider the fact that the book even bowed down to him. It was impossible for him to get killed by it. Jin insisted that he owned the book so he wouldn't be killed. The book slowly moved its eye closer to Jin, opposite to him being calm at first. The boy started panicking as he struggled to escape from the disgustingly long tongue. But the tongue squeezed him tighter, which made him unable to move. Having no other choice, Jin unwillingly offered his answer. No sooner had the boy finished his sentence than blood was seen spilling everywhere. Jin's answer was completely wrong. News about the mysterious disappearance of Jin and the teacher was everywhere, yet no one knew where to find them. Those who were swallowed by the book would never make it out alive. And for the Deathnote, it was still being handed to the students that got bullied by a mysterious man who dressed in black. So, is it okay to consider the book a present after all?
My husband and I lived in an apartment a year ago when it happened, shortly after I awoke from a coma. Since then, I had a few recollections of the accident, only knowing that since waking up, I'd had to stay at home without venturing outside. And if I left the house, I would have to wear a long coat with a hat so that I wouldn't expose too much skin. My husband said it was good for me, but I still wondered about it. You need to avoid the sun. It's good for your health. Just listen to me. My husband and I went for a walk today. We met an old neighbor in the elevator who was picking up grandchildren from school. When the two walked in, my husband didn't seem very happy, but I thought it was normal to take the elevator with other people, so I didn't care much. The little girl was very polite, even greeting me when she walked in, which made me very happy, and I then patted the baby's head. When the two of them entered, the elevator had reached the ground floor, so we said goodbye and exited. I was always accompanied by my husband when I left the house during that day, and I had to wear a coat and gloves very discreetly. But as soon as I approached the apartment building steps, a child playing nearby appeared to be about to fall back. I didn't have time to think much at the time and my hands weren't even gloved, so I quickly reached out to help him. Fortunately, I was able to catch him, so the boy did not fall. This was a critical move. If he fell backwards, it would be extremely dangerous. However, my husband was concerned because while I was assisting the boy, I inadvertently exposed my hand to sunlight. He rushed over and inquired about my hand. "Are you alright?" It was risky. I lied to him, telling him that I was fine and that my hand was never exposed to the sun so he could relax. But only I knew my body. My hand that was exposed to sunlight started to burn severely. Trying to bear with the pain and acting normally, as this was the first time something like this has ever happened to me. Was this why my husband always made me wear gloves each time we went out? That night, after bandaging my hand, I began to think and recall everything before losing consciousness for a long time. What remained in my memory was that my husband and I had gone on a hike in the mountains on the day of the accident. Unfortunately, during a landslide on the mountain that day, a large rock fell from above right where we were passing by. He tried everything he could to cover me, but I lost consciousness and have no recollection of what happened after that. I just knew that I was lying in a bed after waking up, not sure how long I've been sleeping for, with my head hurting. In front of me was my husband. His face had changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize him. According to him, I had been sleeping for 10 years, so he was older. Wrinkles appeared on his face, his features changed a lot. But how come I still looked the same? And why couldn't I go out to enjoy the sunlight with my body so weak since I've awakened? My husband was going out the following day. He would leave for a business trip every year on this day. I didn't know what for or where he was going. I found out where he was going by checking the airplane ticket, but nothing else that I could gather. This happened all the time, so I was used to it. The next morning I assisted him in getting his belongings ready and saw him on his way. Despite knowing it wouldn't work, I tried to ask him about the trip and work he needed to do. Of course, in exchange was only speculative answers as he must go for company business. Before going to bed that night, I texted my husband to check in on him, but when he went on a business trip like that, he rarely used his phone. After waiting for the message for so long, I fell asleep, and even if he did respond, it was only to reassure me without being responsive. That night, I had a nightmare, a horrible nightmare that terrified me greatly. In my dream, I saw my brother crawling on the ground, badly injured. My body froze and I couldn't do anything. All I could do was stand there and watch my brother crawl closer. I could only scream in terror and ask my brother what happened to him in the end. But he didn't respond. Instead, he was just crawling to my feet. Suddenly, he grabbed my leg. It was a dream, but I could still feel his cold hand very clearly. His eyes were bloodshot. His mouth and nose were bleeding profusely. He screamed for help. He appeared to be terrified and was running away from something. I panicked and awoke from that horrible dream with my shirt drenched in sweat. Even though it was only a dream, it felt so real, as if I had to stood there and see my brother. I had a bad feeling about this dream. I believed something really bad had happened to my brother. I quickly took out my phone to see if there was any news about him, but everything gradually turned out the way I expected. He also posted on social media yesterday that he flew to the same location where my husband went for work. It couldn't be that coincidental. There was clearly something wrong with him, and it could be related to my husband. I decided to take the soonest train to my husband's workplace because of my bad premonition. It was not yet morning, and the train had already left. Traveling at night could also help my skin avoid getting sunburned. I couldn't sleep on the train because I was still engrossed in the dream I had that night. My brother's face kept haunting me, and his screams for help kept ringing in my head. I was determined to find out the truth because I didn't want to live in this ambiguity forever. I was able to quickly locate a large forest by following the location on my husband's phone, near where we used to go hiking. But now that it was getting dark, the forest was very murky, so I followed the location and went deeper. My hand began to sting, which formed a wound as soon as I touched the tree. I quickly withdrew my hand because it appeared so sudden and painfully. I still didn't understand why touching the trees hurt me so much. I was preoccupied with inspecting the wound on my hand and deciding whether or not to return because this forest was so dense that I would be injured to death. Before I could turn my head, I heard a loud cry from somewhere. I panicked, not knowing if it was my brother or not, so I went through the dark woods, oblivious to the danger. But what I saw in front of me was so horrifying that I couldn't believe my eyes. My husband was tying a man to the ground and appeared to be about to murder him. I didn't understand what was going on, and why did my husband have to do such a thing? I was afraid but didn't dare to make a noise. My husband was holding a sharp stick in his hand when the man on the ground was still begging for his life. My husband has completely changed at this point, from a kind and gentle person to a violent person. He then swung the sharp wooden stick with lightning speed, intending to stab the man lying on the ground. The strange thing was that after my husband stabbed the person to death, hideous trees began to grow on his body. He was gradually swallowed by the branches, and he was reduced to a bush of leaves and branches in front of me. I was so terrified by that scene that I bursted into tears. I had no idea my husband was a murderer. My body was trembling. I couldn't stand witnessing the scene any longer. I needed to get out of there immediately. I turned to run away with all my strength, pretending I didn't know anything. I kept running and running, but this forest seemed to be attempting to trap me. I couldn't keep my tears from rolling while running, so they just kept falling. Images of my brother suddenly appeared in front of me, yelling at me for my cowardice. "My sister, kill him! He's a murderer! Avenge me!" And I cried a lot when I heard my brother say that I should kill my husband because he was the one who killed my brother. But I didn't have a weapon and I was not sure how to deal with it all. "Don't be afraid, sister. Use a branch in the forest to stab him to death. All will be revealed." I was perplexed because what I was seeing was just my imagination, or did he really come to show me the way or wanted me to take revenge for him? Then I returned to the scene of my husband's murder. He was standing alone and the other man was nowhere to be found. He seemed to be thinking about something, and this wasn't the first time he's killed someone. Seeing all of this and my brother's words just now, I felt like I was being manipulated by someone, and I was no longer being able to control my actions, so I walked over to my husband and stabbed him from behind. A sharp wooden stick pierced his chest, making him too shocked to react. He turned to face me, looking surprised to see me. I was in such great pain right now, looking at my husband, but this was what I had to do. Then his wound began to react very strangely. There were tree roots growing from the wound, covering his body. Branches were coming out from his mouth. The scene was dreadful. Finally, my husband's entire face transformed into a terrifying looking dry tree. He collapsed to the ground, his mouth still calling out my name painfully. As I watched what was happening in front of my eyes, I became motionless and terrified, unable to speak aloud. His hands and feet gradually turned into dry branches. What was he, after all? Was this man, who had lived with me for so long, a monster? I had to tremble with fear again before I could regain my composure. His body started to change again, the dry branches gradually fading, and he stood in front of me as if about to be resurrected. And yes, his wound healed, but he transformed into my brother instead. Are you surprised? Actually, the truth is, you're just like me. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Was it the reason why I'd been in a coma for 10 years and hadn't aged? He stated that our parents will be resurrected and that our entire family will be reunited forever. It's fantastic! Then our entire family will be resurrected and immortalized. When I was thinking of my parents, I got sad because I missed them so much. I agreed with my brother that whatever happens, I wanted my parents to be able to live again. So I listened to my brother without questioning why my husband had turned into him. My brother had changed since being resurrected. His demeanor had become more sinister and cruel. Then my brother led me to a tree. There were two people who were bound tightly and terrified. I heard them begging for help, and I didn't know what my brother was going to do, so I panicked a bit. He just said that this was the way to bring our parents back to life. It was to use other people's lives to resurrect relatives who were buried in this forest. Raising the wooden stake high, it appeared as if he intended to stab them to death. I was so terrified that I stopped him. I didn't believe it was necessary to use this method to save my parents' lives, but he pushed me away and slapped me so hard that I couldn't move. In the end, all I could do was watch him murder innocent people. Screams of pain reverberated throughout the resentful forest. My brother became ecstatic after piercing their hearts with a wooden stake and kept calling out our parents' names. The surprise occurred in front of my eyes, leaving me unable to believe my eyes once again. My brother stabbed two people earlier, and their bodies sprouted roots and branches as well. Then, like what happened to my brother just before, they gradually transformed into the form of my parents. And my parents did come alive. They smiled and called our names, but I still had the feeling that something wasn't quite right. As a result, was it all true that my family had been reunited after all? I felt very awkward sitting at the table with them, even when my brother stood up to ask them about family memories. They still answered everything clearly and completely, and they even called me by my nickname at home, just like my real parents. But I knew in my heart that something wasn't right, that it wasn't them. We still lived together, and my brother got married, but he had completely changed. His wife discovered my family secret one day, so she was apprehended by my brother. She tried to flee but couldn't. Seeing this, my parents came over to restrain her despite her screams. My brother drew a wooden stake from the forest and stabbed her in the chest. She immediately transformed into a tree. None of us could go out in the sun because we wouldn't be able to return to human form, and she was left out in the scorching sun by my family. Since when was my brother a heartless person? I had no idea, neither does my parents. She screamed in agony and transformed into a dry tree. I felt terrible seeing these things. They were no longer human. I tried everything I could to dissuade them, telling everyone to hurry and bring her back inside. But everyone just stood there and watched her slowly transforming into a tree. I was pretty sure this wasn't my family anymore. I was doing such horrible things, but my brother could still laugh. I was not sure what happened to me and my family. I slapped my brother because I was too angry, and I hoped that he could awake from this. I cursed him so harshly, saying that the person in front of me was not my brother. He came to a halt and gave me a sinister smile. "It's our family secret. You want to talk about it?" Then he lunged at me, telling me that I should listen to him, otherwise I would end up like my sister-in-law, because they gave me life and I had to accept and listen to them. My mind went blank after hearing these words. They were not my family at all. Thinking about my husband, I decided to return to our home. When I arrived, I entered the familiar home, but my husband was no longer present. The house had never been quieter and more empty than it was right now. The memories came flooding back as I stood there looking around the house. I'm collapsed by looking at the photo we took together when we were happy. Suddenly I discovered a camera in my husband's drawer. Curious, I turned it on. Inside were the videos he took every time he traveled or went for a work trip. And the camera footage recorded from when we were in the accident made me tremble with fear. And so I realized something about the trees. They saved me and asked me every year to sacrifice someone's life and let them take feed on the body. Otherwise, they would take my life back. So he brought many people to them, which was why he always traveled for so-called business every year. Also, it was because of them that I had both the dream and the figure of my brother in the forest telling me to kill my husband. I killed my husband and my family with my own hands. Worse than that, in order to keep my immortality and avenge them all, I had made a deal. My alias would henceforth be known as Girl X.
In this strange city, the liars make up for half of the population of the city. The residents only care about themselves and always have doubts about the others. The protagonist of the story is a man who wears a blue coat. His name is Taka, and he is a scammer. He sells everything he can, as long as it could get him some money. Taka usually sold weight loss pills out on the streets. Many people had fallen for his words. The things they had bought were just bottles of water, and the price they paid for them wasn't cheap at all. One customer seemed to be skeptical of the effectiveness of the pills that Taka introduced to him. However, as a good communicator, Taka eventually succeeded in convincing the customer to buy his product. It seemed like a productive day for Taka, as he had sold a good amount of his products. He didn't expect many people would easily fall for his words. While Taka was counting the money he had made, it started raining. Not knowing if it was the rain or something else that made Taka felt really uncomfortable in his nose. Occasionally he had a throbbing pain as if it was being pierced by a needle. That day Taka had a workshop session with his potential customers. With his old tricks, he deceived them into buying his products and joining his system. While he was talking to his customers, he suddenly felt uncomfortable in the nose. He touched it, realizing that it was swelling, but he had to endure the pain. But he started to feel even more uncomfortable, as if there was something like a nail coming out of his nose. Taka started to feel dizzy. His face was dripping with sweat. He felt exhausted and couldn't even stand still. Having no other choice, Taka had to cut out the talk with his customers and went to the restroom. At first he thought that he had sinusitis, but it turned out to be worse than he thought. His nose was bruised and had some cracks on it. What even more shocking was, from inside the cracks, a seed sprouted. Despite witnessing everything as he looked at the mirror, Taka couldn't believe his eyes. It wasn't just a shoot growing in his nose. Taka also felt its root was radiating inside the nose and slowly filling his respiratory tract. Taka was so shocked that he couldn't even move. He stared at the mirror with his eyes wide open.
He screamed, yet couldn't make it to be heard. Knowing how serious the situation was, that evening Taka took a day off and caught a taxi to the hospital to have a check. As soon as he met the doctor, Taka immediately expressed his concern with a bizarre tree growing in his nose. The doctor conducted some necessary tests. It seemed like the doctor had no idea about the disease that Taka was dealing with. However, many people in the city were also having the same situation. According to the X-ray, it looked like the roots of the tree were filling Taka's respiratory tract. However, in some miraculous way, it replaced a nose to help him breathe, so it would be dangerous to cut it off. The only advice that the doctor could give Taka was to tell him not to physically hurt the shoot on his nose, and patiently wait. Taka immediately got scared. He begged the doctor to help him. The doctor shook his head. He also added that if Taka let the sprout grow up, it would absorb all the nutrients in his body. At first, Taka might feel a little bit tired, but he would slowly become weaker and therefore his life might be at risk. Having listened to what the doctor told him, Taka felt like everything had collapsed in front of his eyes. The doctor also revealed to Taka a fact that he wasn't the only one that got infected with this bizarre disease. He asked Taka if he had often lied to people. Taka slowly looked up, hesitantly told the doctor that he had never lied or deceived anyone. Then the shoot in his nose immediately wiggled and grew longer. It turned out that the real cause of this strange disease was the lies. It was hard to believe, but it was true. Seeing the shoot growing longer, the doctor didn't bother to look at it. He turned away and told Taka to be a genuine person if he didn't want to die because of a tree seed. Taka walked out of the hospital with a heavy heart. There was a thought in his mind he kept thinking about. Was it the way life worked? Didn't people lie all the time? How can there be anyone that doesn't tell lies? How could there be a salesman that doesn't lie to his customers about the products that he sells? How could there be a child who never lied to their parents in order to hide the bad marks and the mischievousness? There were men telling lies to women, pouring honey into their ears in order to achieve their purposes. Taka looked around him and he realized people all had shoots in their noses. So why did he have to be embarrassed while he looked just like the others? Was the virus truly scary like the doctor had told him? A month later, not only him, everyone in the company had shoots growing in their noses. For Taka, the tree in his nose had grown taller and firm, which meant that he had lied a lot of times to the people around him. Contrary to the increasing number of employees infected with the disease, the profit of the company had declined sharply. But the truth was, no one wanted to believe a person with a shoot in their nose. After a month, the news of the strange disease had been spreading rapidly, and everybody knew the reason why it happened in the first place. So it would be more difficult to trick people into buying those fake, ineffective pills. With a small tree growing on his nose, Taka couldn't sell his products to anyone. Some even looked at him with contempt. They even insulted him, angrily cursed at him every time he introduced the products to them. Not just his work, but his life got turned upside down. He only realized it when the tree on his nose had grown bigger, something that he didn't expect. Everywhere, even at the convenience stores and the markets, were placed with signs that prohibited people with shoots on their noses. Taka just wanted to buy a bottle of water, but the waiter didn't want to serve him. They told Taka to read the sign in front of the shop. No liars allowed. Please go somewhere else. As Taka heard what the waiter said to him, he just became silent, not knowing why people were treating him like that. A month later, as the company couldn't sell its products, it had to go bankrupt. Taka lost his job, and with a tree on his nose, he couldn't apply to any other company. Taka still tried to sell the remaining products via phone calls, hoping that someone would buy them as they couldn't see his face. Taka also called his friends to borrow some money, but they rejected. With all the phone calls that he made, the only thing he could receive was a tree that grown bigger every day. It was no exception this time. His lies had made the tree grow faster. It also grew branches and developed unlike any other normal tree that grew on soil. Soon the weight of the tree had made Taka's face unable to hold it. It made him fall to the ground. Taka now truly knew how frustrating it was to keep this tree on his nose every day. Gradually walking normally on the streets had become something beyond his ability. As he looked at the other salesmen, he wished that he could go back to the way it was before,
going to work every day, eating good, dressing fashionably. As Taka was reminiscing about the better days that he once had in the past, suddenly from behind a hand was placed on his shoulder. Behind him was a man with blonde hair, wearing a leather jacket, having piercings, not look like a decent person at all. The man asked Taka if he wanted to remove the tree. Taka was surprised by the offer. He was curious. The man told Taka to follow him and keep quiet if he wanted to get rid of the tree. As Taka realized that he had nothing else to lose now, he agreed to go with the man. As they arrived at the destination, the blonde man stopped Taka, telling him to wait outside as he needed to talk to his boss. As the door was opened, there was lousy noise coming out. It was like there was a fight going on inside. Two men were fighting at each other. The bigger one was holding the one with a tree on his nose onto the ground. The blonde man pulled out his knife and spun it in his hand. He rushed to the fight in order to assist his accomplice. He grabbed the tree on that man's nose and quickly cut it off. Outside, Taka was looking at them through the gap on the door. Now he had found out the true colors of these people. Taka trembled in fear as he witnessed how brutal the men were. Having regained his composure, Taka quickly ran away, but he accidentally let the men know about it. Of course, they wouldn't let Taka easily get off. Taka quickly made his way out of the dark alley while the men were chasing him from behind. He screamed for help, but nobody cared about him. They just thought that he was a madman. Not giving up, Taka tried to stop them and told them about the brutal acts of the murderers that were chasing him. More and more people gathered, but they were all skeptical of his words, because there was a tree on Taka's nose, which meant that he was a liar. While they were still being unsure about helping him, the blonde man caught up with him. From behind he howled, "Don't trust that man! He's trying to fool you!" The blonde man approached Taka. He let out an evil smile, saying, "Quit trying, no one is gonna believe you, dumbass." He slightly pressed his knife onto Taka's back, and told Taka that he deserved this because he was a liar. Taka was helpless. He was exhausted and could no longer scream for help. Taka ended up having the same fate like that man he saw being killed. The tree on his nose got cut off and threw away. Taka still couldn't understand why he was being treated like this. Suddenly his nose started to move and ache painfully. It seemed like the roots started to spread out. From where it was cut, suddenly the tree sprouted back and grew quickly. As the tree grew bigger, the body of Taka slowly shrank. In just a moment there was nothing left of his body but the skeleton. His face became emaciated. But not only Taka, those who had trees on their nose also had the same fate. It turned out that the men dressing in black with an X sign on their chest had something to do with this, and the entire city was surrounded by a magnetic field controlled by a strange object which was created by the X organization. They were aliens and were working on an extremely scary experiment project.
The story took place at the final days of the school year. In a classroom, students were chatting, making plans for their upcoming trips. Only Lainey was lonely, sitting at her desk looking down, not talking to anyone. Lainey was once a cheerful, delighted girl. However, she suddenly became quiet, less sociable due to a large bruise on her face. As a result, she always used her hair to cover it. It was 7 months ago when a fire suddenly broke out in her laboratory. Lainey, a good-hearted girl, selflessly got inside and saved her injured friend. Unfortunately, the fire had took away her pretty face. Everything would be okay if Nora, the lucky girl who got saved by Lainey, didn't turn her back on Lainey. Neither being grateful for Lainey saving her nor feeling sympathetic, she disdained and disgusted Lainey. Nora told her friends that she was actually the one that saved Lainey, and Lainey was the one that caused the fire at the laboratory. She also added that Lainey was not good enough to be her friend, as she looked ugly. The lies of a friend made Lainey become a bad person. ugly inside and outside, and therefore she was hated and isolated. Lainey had a crush on a boy in her class. His name was Yuri, but all Lainey could do was to secretly watch him from afar. Lainey clearly knew that her love for Yuri wouldn't be returned, because Yuri was the class monitor and a great student who was admired by many. Unlike Lainey, she was just an ugly girl with a large bruise on her face. As if God had seen through the pain that the little girl had been going through, he gave Lainey a present. That day during the break, Lainey was walking down the hallway when she was suddenly stopped by a girl. The gorgeous girl was dressed in black with a large X sign on the front of her t-shirt. She greeted Lainey and told her that she had a special present for her. It looked like a water pot, but beautifully designed with a major blue color and a large X sign on it. The girl told Lainey that she just needed to step inside the pot and she would become the most gorgeous flower. But she had to remember that only those with pure souls would turn into the brightest flowers. Before leaving, the woman in black didn't forget to remind Lainey that the pot must be carefully protected and not to be given to anyone. With the bizarre item in her hands, Lainey started to have mixed feelings about it. Is this thing truly that magical? As soon as she got home, Lainey had a thought about it a lot. She truly wanted to be beautiful, at least to be like she was 7 months ago. But she was a little hesitant. Then, that night, out of curiosity, Lainey decided to try out the object. She secretly brought the pot to the bathroom. She anxiously placed her feet inside. As her fingers touched the water, her face immediately changed color. Her eyes widened with surprise. The invisible force from the water inside the pot softened her body and sucked her into it. However, Lainey started to feel comfortable. Despite being underwater, she didn't find it difficult for her to breathe. In fact, it was very relaxing. Just like that, she closed her eyes and let go of her body to the gentle stream, leaving the world filled with sorrow behind her. A few hours later, on the top of the pot appeared a small sprout, and it was growing. There was a flower bud on it, and within a night the bud had grown incredibly. The second night the giant bud started to flower. The thing inside the beautiful flower wasn't colorful petals. It was a human face that slowly started developing from it. The flower weighed down, and from inside of it coming out a person, and that person was Lainey. What the mysterious woman said was true. Lainey was reborn and now had become absolutely gorgeous. When Lainey got back to school, everyone was surprised and admired her. The bruise on her face had disappeared, and her face had become more delicate than ever before. Unlike before, now Lainey had more friends around her, but most of them were curious about how she could become that beautiful. So was Nora. Since she had seen the mysterious woman giving the pot to Lainey, Nora was doubtful about it. Nora also knew that Lainey secretly loved Yuri, so she came up with an idea to make Lainey reveal her secret. Seeing Lainey become more beautiful than she had been before, Nora was furious. Nora came to Lainey and asked her what it would be like if Yuri and the whole class found out about her secret. To threaten Lainey, Nora slammed her hand on the table and mentioned the pot. Lainey was a little bit shocked. She quickly looked at Yuri. Nora said that she just wanted to take a look at the pot and give it back to Lainey as soon as she's finished. Nora once again whispered to Lainey that she would help her win the heart of Yuri. Then Nora walked away and didn't forget to tell Lainey to come see her at the school restroom after school. For some reason, at that moment, Yuri's gaze was strange, as from behind he had heard all of their conversation. Nora and Lainey came to see each other at the school. Lainey didn't forget to bring the pot with her. She showed it to Nora. As Nora was looking at it, she had doubts about its magical capabilities. Obviously, Lainey's intention was just to show Nora the object that had helped her become gorgeous. But for someone like Nora, she wasn't just intending to simply look at it, as the deviousness could be easily seen in her eyes. As Lainey was off guard, Nora immediately kicked her in the belly. With the pot in her hands, Nora told Lainey that she wanted to borrow it and would return to it later. The kick made Lainey ache all over. She couldn't even get up. She didn't expect Nora to be so cunning. The pot had been taken away, and the next day Lainey didn't see Nora coming to the class. Worrying about her friend, yet also wanting to get the pot back, Lainey decided to go to Nora's house. Nora's aunt told her that she had come to one of her friends' house, a friend named Yuri, to study for exam. Feeling a little bit surprised, but having no choices left, Lainey had to come find Yuri to ask about Nora. The doorbell rang. Yuri appeared at the door. He was surprised to see Lainey. Lainey was shy and confused. It took her a while to finally ask him about Nora. Yuri told her that Nora had come to his house to borrow some books, but had already left the night before. Yuri was also worried about Nora as she didn't come to class this morning. Yuri comforted Lainey, saying that perhaps Nora had overslept at a friend's house. He would tell Lainey right away if he had any news about Nora. Lainey said goodbye to him and left. However, Yuri suddenly remembered something. He called Lainey and told her that Nora had asked him to give her something. Lainey was surprised, not knowing what it was. Then Lainey followed Yuri to his room. Yuri told Lainey to wait for him as he brought it out. Yuri told her that Nora was too shy to give it back to her, so she had asked him to do it for her, and it looked like something important. Lainey started to lose her patience. She was wondering to herself if it was the pot. It turned out that her guess was true. Yuri brought the pot and gave it to Lainey. Lainey was delighted as soon as she saw the pot. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was surprised that Nora did give it back to her, but wondered why she had asked Yuri to do it for her. As Lainey stood up to take the pot, she found herself stepping onto something. Curiously, she looked down and saw a root sticking out. Lainey expressed her curiosity to Yuri. But Yuri didn't let her finish her sentence. He immediately explained that he had got himself some flower branches to plant some trees. As he was about to plant them, he had some guests coming over, so he put them under the bed in order not to dirty his room. Lainey didn't ask him more about the roots. She took the pot and thanked Yuri for keeping it for her. As Lainey left, Yuri breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt worried. He leaned onto the wall and sighed as if he had lost all the power in his legs. He slid to the floor. His secret was exposed. It turned out that day, after hearing about the two girls' conversation, Yuri had secretly followed Nora and found out about the magic of the pot. Yuri followed her to her home. He climbed onto the balcony and secretly watched her using the pot. Yuri was shocked to see Nora being sucked into it. So he immediately broke into her room and took away the pot. Just like what had happened to Lainey, a sprout started growing out of the pot. Seeing the sprout, Yuri started to have some evil thoughts in his mind. Thinking that it would be an astounding discovery for him, Yuri was extremely curious to know what the sprout would turn into. However, opposite to Lainey, when the flower bloomed, the thing that came out of it was not a gorgeous girl, but a monster. Nora's face had become ugly, and the limbs had turned into roots that looked creepy and disgusting. Yuri was shocked when he saw it. A tree, man? This great discovery could help him become famous, so he kept Nora in his room and was confident that Nora was now nothing but an inanimate plant. Back to the present. Yuri tried to regain his composure. He got up and walked to his bed. Thinking that Lainey would no longer want to find Nora since he had returned the pot to her, the disappearance of Nora wouldn't worry him anymore. Yuri stood in front of his bed, certain that no one would disturb his plan. He leaned down and looked under his bed. Under his bed was no one but Nora, as she looked so pitiful. Her hair was messed up, eyes popped out, her face was disfigured, and her mouth was being stuffed with a dirty towel that prevented her from saying anything. The expression of Yuri was scary. He smirked and let out an evil laugh. It seemed like he was having an evil plan in his mind. At that moment, Nora, with tears all over her face, was constantly begging him, But it was all meaningless to him, as he told her that she was nothing more than just an inanimate plant, and he would sell her to the black market for research. Right that moment, Lainey immediately rushed in, held at Yuri, demanded him to stop his cruel acts. As Yuri heard her voice, he turned around, his face dripping with sweat, clearly as he was surprised to see her. It turned out that from that moment she saw the roots under his bed and the perplexing expression of Yuri. Lainey had assumed that he was trying to hide something, so she called the police and returned to catch him red-handed. Seeing Lainey, Yuri immediately justified his action. He said that he didn't have any bad intentions. Moreover, Nora was a bastard, so he just wanted to punish her for Lainey. Of course, the reasons that he made it up was unacceptable to her. She took his hands off her and coldly told him that the police was outside. Yuri was scared. His face changed colors, and he was no longer angry. Now he was terrified and desperate. Beside Lainey were the cops that she had previously called for help, and eventually Yuri had to pay for the crimes he committed. The moral of this story is, an evil soul would never be replaced with a pure, beautiful soul, no matter how many times one could be reborn, and a crime will always be exposed and get paid as the truth prevails.
This story is about Tom, a high school student who just moved to his new school. To Tom, it was always an embarrassment for him, as his family was poor compared to that of his friends. Not wanting to be ridiculed, he tried to buy many things to impress his classmates. Tom always tried to hide his family's poverty from his friends. He lied to them about it and often showed off his school smartphone to his classmates. But above all, everything that he did was to impress a girl in his class, someone that he had a crush on. And the girl came from a wealthy family. She always got the latest, coolest smartphones, which amazed everyone. And that made Tom feel bad about himself, as he always wanted himself to be better than others, so that would make her pay attention to him. As soon as he got home, Tom immediately went to find his mother in order to tell her to buy him a new phone. His family wasn't wealthy at all. Mrs. Young, his mother, was just a cobbler who barely made ends meet. As soon as he heard his mother couldn't afford a new phone for him, Tom immediately expressed his displeasure. Miss Young said that she had bought him a smartphone just 3 months before, so it would be a waste of money to get another one at that moment. Tom felt like his mom was a miser for saying that to him. At that moment, Tom was just thinking about himself, not caring how rough it was for his mom not to make any money. Then he became angry, constantly kicked at tables and to express his anger. Not only acting inappropriate to his mother, he also held at her, threatened that he wouldn't go to school if she didn't get him a new phone. Miss Young was badly hurt by what her son said to her. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy another phone for him. It was just the fact that she couldn't manage enough money to do that hurted her feelings. The next morning, Tom just sat quietly in class, in order to avoid the attention of his friends. But then, one of the girls in his class asked him whether he had a new phone to play games with her or not. It was a phone that went viral at that time, so in order to play new games with friends, one must have a phone with latest version of operating systems. Despite feeling happy that his friends asked him to play games with him, he thought to himself that he must quickly get a new phone in order not to be embarrassed. Then, Tom came up with an idea that would make his mother buy him a new phone immediately, and it was to threaten her that he would leave home if she didn't get a new one for him.
Miss Young was still at home working tirelessly. As soon as Tom got home, he yelled and acted angrily to his mom. Miss Young said that she had a gift for him, and then handed it to her son. It was the smartphone that Tom always wanted his mom to buy for him. He became extremely excited as soon as he saw it, yet didn't even bother to say anything to her. Seeing Tom just care about the new phone, Miss Young was deeply upset. A few days later, as Tom went to school, he saw his friends rocking another cool gadget. It was the newly released B-Watch, which was really expensive. And again he asked Miss Young to buy him that watch. Fearing that her son would become angry like the last time, she agreed to buy it for him. That night, there were sudden noises that came out of nowhere. Inside his room, Tom was still sleeping peacefully, even smiled happily as if he was having a beautiful dream. The noises were loudly that interrupted his sleep and awoke him. Tom quietly walked to the room's door to check what was happening. Outside his room, the lights were still on, and in front of his eyes was Miss Young working tirelessly by her sewing cabinet. From time to time, Miss Young had shivered, as if she was very cold. Also, her appearance looked pretty strange. On the sewing table, Miss Young tried to vomit those creatures with creepy shapes that slowly crawled out of her throat. The creatures looked like goblins with extremely white bodies and red eyes. The goblins kept running around, then they looked at the image of the watch displayed on the phone. They carefully observed the shape of the watch, then memorized it as if it would be easy for them to make her wish come true. The goblins looked excited. They discussed with each other on how to make a watch like that for Miss Young. And then they started to make one. Tom curiously watched them, also wondered what else they could make. And then the magical scene happened which truly surprised Tom. In just a short amount of time, the small goblins had made a watch that looked exactly like the one that was being sold at an extremely high price. Tom had found out a huge secret of his mother. It was the goblins that made everything. With the awesome tech gadget that he just had, Tom quickly showed it to his friends and they were amazed. Tom slowly became more arrogant and demanded more from his mother. Since the day he found out about the goblins, Tom had required his mom to buy him other expensive items, ignoring her trying to talk him out of doing it. And with the stylish stuff he had, he eventually made the girl he had a crush on fall in love with him. At that moment, Tom was thinking to himself that with those little goblins, he would never feel embarrassed while being with his friends. After a date with his girlfriend, Tom slowly went home. While walking on the way to home, he was muttering, "My house looked so ugly and terrible. How could I live in a house like that? Got to make the goblins build a new one." As he was about to open the door, he heard someone calling him. From afar, Tom saw a familiar figure. It was one of his classmates named Kudo. The boy looked at Tom, then immediately got excited as he just found out a secret of Tom. Kudo walked to Tom and then laughed at him, saying excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Oh, my good friend, Tom! How could a rich kid like you live in such an awful house?" Tom quickly changed his expression. He became worried, even scared. He told Kudo that it was just a house of his acquaintance. But Kudo didn't buy it. He slowly approached Tom and then spoke in a sarcastic manner. "You are such a liar. You think I'm gonna believe you? I've been watching you for a long time." At that moment, Tom felt like his whole body was being heated. He was reeling with the fact that the secret the cover-up was about to be exposed. But no matter what Tom tried to say, Kudo would not believe his words, since he had been watching Tom for a long time, so he knew what to believe. Kudo took out his phone and then recorded everything. And then he left. He also had an intention of showing this for the whole school to know. And of course, Tom knew about it. He didn't want his secret to be exposed. He couldn't accept to lose all of the admiration that his classmates had for him, and especially the love from his girlfriend.
If everything was exposed, then there would be nothing left for him, and his girlfriend would definitely look down on him and leave him. It was something that Tom would never accept. Then, without saying anything, Tom secretly followed Kudo, and then hit him in the head with a shovel in his hand. The blood on the shovel dropped on the ground. Kudo was dead. Now Tom fully realized what he had done. And then, due to being too scared, Tom ran home and told his mom about the incident. Standing in front of Ms. Young, he was scared and regretful. Seeing Tom cry, Ms. Young couldn't help but be worried. She asked him what had happened. Tom burst out crying, saying it wasn't his fault that Kudo died. He also justified that it was just an accident, and Ms. Young had to help him hide the body at all costs. Seeing Ms. Young not saying anything, he said, "Didn't you have those small goblins? Tell them to help me with this." Ms. Young looked at her son with great pain in her heart, but with the love she had for him, she was willing to do anything for him. She suddenly came up with an idea that could help her son get away with it. Eventually, she agreed to call out the goblins to help him. Ms. Young slowly brought out the box that contained the magical eggs and showed it to Tom. She slowly picked out one of them and put it in her mouth. The white small goblins hatched out from the egg and crawled out of Ms. Young's mouth. They excitedly sat down, waited for an order from Ms. Young. To them, the one that raised them and made them hatch was their owner. But what Ms. Young told the goblins shocked Tom. He didn't expect Ms. Young would do it for him. The last thing that she could do for Tom was to make all of the evidence that accused Tom of murdering Kudo against her. The goblins finished the work that they were required to do as tears kept rolling on her cheeks. This would be the last thing that she could do for her son. And now Tom had finally got away with his murder and didn't have to take responsibility for his crime. The last thing Ms. Young could do was take the prison sentence for her son. Suddenly Tom remembered the eggs that his mom left him. Knowing the magical power that the eggs possessed, Tom came up with a plan to make a fortune for him. His eyes were filled with joy as he saw the magical eggs on the table. He quickly put one of the eggs into his mouth. When the egg reached its stomach, Tom felt an unbearable pain and was extremely uncomfortable. Then, he felt like his entire mouth was being torn apart by something very big that slowly crawled out of his mouth. Tom immediately vomited an egg that was 4 times as big as the one he previously put into his mouth. He couldn't help but wonder why this mom picked out the small goblins, but when it came to him, it was a big egg. Then, the egg hatched. The creatures inside eventually came out. But this time, the shape of those creatures was so terrifying that it made him speechless. The creatures looked exactly like demons, so fierce and cruel. Seeing the creatures, Tom wondered to himself, how could it be like this? Why aren't they white like the goblins from my mom? Although they looked nothing like the small white goblins, Tom still believed that the creatures would help him and made his dream come true. Although they looked nothing like the small white goblins, Tom still believed that the creatures would help him and made his dream come true. Ignoring the creatures' ugly look, Tom quickly ordered them to find him diamonds as much as possible. However, the creatures started to scream demonically. Tom started to feel worried. He yelled at it, demanded it to carry out his order immediately. Suddenly they started to move, yet it looked like they were marching. They looked at him and then slowly approached him. Tom was surprised, not knowing what they were intending to do next. Suddenly, the monsters let out demonic screams. Then they showed their creepy sharp teeth and rushed to Tom. Still being confused and not knowing how to respond, Tom immediately got attacked, bitten, and had his blood sucked by the monsters. The fierce scream echoed all over the house. Outside, a strange girl sighed deeply and walked away. Tom's wish had finally come true. The diamonds were eventually made, sparkling on the ground. However, Tom had to die, and no matter how many diamonds he had, he could never use them.
because everything comes with a price. The creatures will treat their owner the way their owner treats others. Miss Young was a good person, so she created the goblins contrary to Tom. A young boy with an evil character could only create the evil itself.
This story is about a high school girl named Mariko. Mariko was only 15 when she developed depression and often fainted in class. The situation of Mariko worried the homeroom teacher as it badly affected her studies and her health. The doctor who diagnosed the girl realized she's been suffering from autism from an early age. If it wasn't treated effectively, it could easily turn into schizophrenia. Mariko's mother passed away, which made her suffer psychological shock, even though her father was a comedian who always brought joy to the others. The doctor suggested to the teacher to create a positive, cheerful environment for the girl, as it would help her recover quicker from the treatment with her pharmaceuticals. Later, Mr. Shiro, Mariko's dad, showed up and brought the girl home. He was friendly and cheerful to everyone he met. As the father and his daughter left, the female teacher felt something wasn't right. She was really worried about Mariko. But the doctor thought differently. He believed that with the humor, charm, and experience of a comedian, Shiro could help his daughter get over her depression and be happier. However, Mr. Shiro was always busy. He rarely had time for his children, so the issues that Mariko caused would affect him and tire him out. Mr. Shiro was frustrated as he saw the sorrowful expression and slow demeanor of his daughter. He struggled to hide his disappointment as he held at her, urging her to go home quickly. Mariko, feeling upset, quietly followed her dad home. It's like every step she took, she was carrying a huge stone on her shoulder. Since losing her mother at birth, growing up with her father, caring about her while everyone acted coldly towards her, Mariko slowly became quiet and just wanted to be alone. One day, while walking outside, someone tapped her on the shoulder. She heard a sweet, clear voice from behind. A woman from the X organization looked at Mariko and gave her a present. Its name was the Laughing Pig. It could absorb someone's sorrow, turn it into positive energy, and release it to others. The more sorrowful the person hugging it was, the more positive energy got released. Mariko received the present from the woman. Could this big toy help her to live a happy life? Mariko was doubting it. The next day, the atmosphere inside the classroom was no longer quiet. The laughter from the students made everything seem cheerful and noisy. A friend of Mariko who sat next to her was delighted as she saw Mariko too being cheerful and radiant. The two kept talking to each other. It had been a long time since she saw a smile on Mariko's face, but something was odd, like the smile didn't come naturally. Mariko was also always holding something under the table. It turned out that Mariko was keeping the laughing pig under her desk. Every time she felt sad, she would hug the pig so it could absorb her sadness and transform it into positive energy, then released it to everyone so they could feel happy too. Thanks to the pig, Mariko's life gradually became more cheerful. People started to embrace her and talk to her. After school, Mariko was accompanied to the theater by her dad, which was also her father's new workplace. Mariko was standing from afar waiting for her father as he was in conversation with another man. She overheard the man comment, "I didn't expect a comedian like you to have a daughter with autism," as her father replied to the man that he experienced it as extremely tough on him.
The two had no idea that Mariko was behind them all the time and were dumbfounded by her appearance. And Mariko was no longer happy and excited because the words of her father cut deep. She was wondering how her dad could say such a thing about her. After Mariko's sudden appearance, the two men were surprised. Suddenly, the laughing pig she was holding emitted a pink smoke that instantly filled the space. Those who accidentally inhaled started to laugh uncontrollably, even though there was nothing worth laughing about. They couldn't stop laughing. Mariko's heart started healing. The smoke was actually the pain that Mariko had to go through. The more people laughed, the greater the pain was that she had experienced. That night, as soon as they arrived home, Mr. Shiro immediately rushed to his daughter's room, asking about the laughing pig. In order to have the pig, he poured honey into Mariko's ear, saying, "Give that pig to me and I will get you another toy." But Mariko insisted on not giving it to him, as the pig was the most valuable thing that she's ever had. Seeing his daughter as stubborn, resisting his question, he got furious and scolded her. Eventually, he took the pig from her and kept it for himself, but Mariko hadn't told him anything about the instructions. 2 days later, he had a comedy show. Mr. Shiro didn't forget to bring the pig with him, as he held it in his arms during his entire performance. Knowing that he wasn't a good comedian, his show didn't always go the way he wanted it to, and the audience weren't so much into his performances, so he took advantage of the pig to try and get laughs from them. However, as he finished his routine, the audience was still quiet and seemed unimpressed, as some even discouraged his acting. The theater manager silently observed Mr. Shiro's performance. Looking at the frustrated and disappointed face of the manager, Mr. Shiro felt worried, because if the situation was to continue like that, his contract to perform at the theater would definitely get terminated. At the same time, due to not having the laughing pig with her, Mariko became depressed, just like before, sad and moody day by day. Moreover, she became moody and depressed. Her friends struggled to handle her. For this reason, she didn't want to talk to Mariko anymore. As her closest friend ignored her, Mariko became even more depressed. Even the homeroom teacher scolded her for her bad results at school. Then the teacher walked away, leaving Mariko with a great pain in her heart. And again, the demon inside her head appeared, stuffing her mind with negative thoughts that everyone hated her and she was loved by no one. And therefore, she had to accept the truth that she was nobody, and her existence in this world meant nothing to them. Those negative thoughts was painful to her. Mariko felt as if her heart was being squeezed and was drowned into a sea of awful thoughts. As she got back to reality, Mariko felt like her heart had already stopped beating. She locked herself in the room. Suddenly, she remembered that her dad was having a stand-up comedy at the theater. She wanted to get there to take back the laughing pig. As she arrived at the theater, she heard some people commenting on her performance. They criticized her dad's performance and said it was a waste of their time and their money. Mariko looked away, thinking perhaps her dad didn't know how to use the laughing pig. Mariko quickly got on stage. From the wings, she observed what was going on there. It looked like her dad was being scolded and insulted, but he couldn't do nothing but silently tolerate it. What he feared the most had finally happened to him. His next performances couldn't attract anyone to the theater, and they weren't funny either. Fearing that he would get fired, he begged the director to give him another chance, also used Mariko as a reason for the director to feel sympathetic towards him. Mariko was heartbroken when she saw what happened to her dad. She didn't want her dad to lose his job, so she wanted to do something for him. That night, Mariko came to see him and taught him how to use the pig. She was the only one that could help him. Despite feeling uncomfortable, she didn't want to see her dad being sad and heartbroken as he lost his job. Mariko instructed him about the use of the pig. The laughing pig could only be used by people with autism like her. Mr. Shiro was so happy that he forgot about the pain of his daughter, as he only cared about what she was going to do for him, what she would do that could be beneficial to his career. As Mariko expressed her thoughts and feelings to her dad, she expected that she would get some comfort from her dad. However, her dad completely ignored her. Her heart was shattered. The demon in her heart once again whispered to her that she would never be loved by her dad, and money was the only thing that mattered to him. 3 days later, Mr. Shiro performed again, this time with the help of the laughing pig. He begged the director to give him another chance so he could bring out his best capability. From the wing, Mariko started to hug the pig tightly so it could transform her pain into positive energy. After a while, the pink smoke slowly began all over the place, and the people watching the show breathed it in. The whole theater became noisy with laughter. Never had it been so boisterous and cheerful like that. Even Mr. Shiro laughed creepily. As the performance finished, the director couldn't stop praising Mr. Shiro's talent. Being happy, Mr. Shiro patted Mariko's head, and that delighted her a lot. The director offered Mr. Shiro to perform at the theater again in 2 days. Since that day, Mariko became much happier. The atmosphere around her was filled with laughter and happiness. Mr. Shiro's next performance finally happened, but since Mariko's mood in the past few days had been much happier, the negative energy that the laughing pig could transform also became less. When the performance finished, the pink smoke that emitted by the pig was weak and little. As the audiences didn't inhale much of the smoke, the whole stage was quiet. They wasn't into the performance of Mr. Shiro. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was furious, wondering what had happened to the pig. He immediately went to the wing of the stage and asked Mariko what had happened. At that moment, Mariko was upset that she couldn't do anything to help him. She explained to him that it was because of her being less sad and depressed. So the negative energy wasn't enough for the pig to transform, and that was the reason why the smoke couldn't billow the theater. Mariko apologized to him, told him that next time she would keep the negative energy within her so the pig could transform him. As Mariko was trying to explain to him, he trembled with anger and clenched his fist. Eventually, as he couldn't hold in his anger any longer, he slapped Mariko hard in the face. The slap was so hard that it made Mariko fall onto the stage. Mariko was in pain and she was very much hurt. Suddenly, she heard people laughing down the stage, and it made Mariko felt extremely painful. Since the performance was already finished, it was her that made them laugh, not the show. They all looked at her and laughed mockingly. Mariko knew that she wasn't holding the pig, which meant that they actually laughed at her for the way she fell onto the ground. The pain in her heart became so strong that it made her hate everything. She tried to get up, and at that moment she realized that everything was against her. The demon inside her head whispered to her and laughed demonically, as it had finally achieved its purpose. The level of Mariko's depression had reached its climax. Once again she was being drowned in a sea of negative thoughts, yet she no longer wanted to get out of it. Mariko unconsciously took the pig as if she wanted to have one last dose of medicine to comfort her soul. However, she didn't realize how great her pain had become. It was way beyond its limit. As the power was released from the pig, Mariko started to become crazy. It seemed like everything had been too much for her. Everyone in the theater that day had died in a terrible way. They all laughed themselves to death. And it was also a case that caught the attention of public media and the police. Both Mr. Shiro and Mariko had disappeared without leaving a trace. The rumors about the ghosts of those who died at the theater that day and the girl with the laughing pig had been spread all over the city. Mariko had become a laughing demon. She would never be sad again, and wherever there was pain, she and the laughing pig would appear.
It was a very hectic day. The entire hall was crowded to ask for the autograph of a famous author who wrote the book The Imposter. An excited girl proudly displayed a book autographed by a famous author to the person behind her. The entire hall was packed with people waiting for their turn to have their favorite book signed. The reason for such a lively book signing session was because the author was really handsome, to be honest, and extremely talented. His name was Leo. Leo looked up while he was signing his name and noticed that something was wrong. It was due to the arrival of a reporter that Leo was not informed of to prepare for. The reporter asked him a question that caught him off guard. Reporter Max seized the opportunity to inquire about Leo's relationship with a female author named Alice. When Leo heard the reporter's question, he suddenly stopped. The entire hall seemed to be silent, and Leo was still hesitating until he broke out in a cold sweat. She's a friend of mine, but we haven't seen each other for a long time, Leo said. Max answered, knowing from experience that it was a lie. He stalked Leo. He believed the truth was still a mystery. Max dragged a half smile out of his lips as he looked over at Leo. He's been looking into the case for a long time. The female author Alice went missing after a potion swap case and was undoubtedly connected to Leo. He speculated that Leo had hidden Alice somewhere and used her work to make himself loads of money. The two cars were both driving in the same direction for a long time until they reached an empty street, at which point Leo's car abruptly turned right, surprising Max, following him. Max was confident that his judgment was correct. It was an abandoned house. There was a murder a month ago, and the police had blocked off the area. Nobody was sure why he came here. Leo came to a halt as he entered the abandoned house and raised his hand to touch the red scratches on the dark, old wall. His actions were unusual. Max continued to deduce that the location was deserted, but not ideal for arresting someone. A few moments later, Leo walked out of the house slowly. Then Leo walked to his house, picked up an object, and continued on his way. Max was very curious about his actions. Leo didn't seem to notice anyone else around. He was holding something strange in his hand. Max was taken aback by what Leo was going to do next, and he began to wonder about the object Leo was holding in his hand. The object which Leo was holding had a card-like shape and color. The strange thing was that there was an X printed on it, and suddenly a very mysterious thunder rang out. Nobody knew if it had any effect, but mysterious nonetheless. According to Max, Leo seemed to have relocated to an abandoned house in the suburb, which was the ideal location for evil deeds. Max tried to keep a close eye on Leo to see what he was up to. Max believed Alice was most likely trapped inside the abandoned house. When Leo stepped inside, the card in his hand began to glow strangely, and his face darkened and became more sinister than ever. Max was standing outside. His hand was clinging to the closed door bar. His eyes were widening as he witnessed the strange event. Max didn't seem to believe his eyes when he saw the strange thing happening right in front of him. From the card, there was a bright light that gradually became sharper as it merged into a strange-looking man who was holding a baseball bat. Suddenly the man swung his fist and smacked Leo on the head, with no reaction or retaliation. The man kept grabbing Leo's hair. He didn't need to use much force to gently pull Leo away. He eventually placed Leo on a wooden table. He was holding a knife in his hand as he stood there. Max was so terrified by what he saw that his legs stiffened and he couldn't move. The man held the knife high, as if he contained a ferocious and terrifying killing intention. Suddenly, he stabbed the knife into Leo's neck, but Leo abruptly opened his eyes and awoke, causing him to stop his hand. Max witnessed everything, which confused him. What exactly was it? Leo awoke suddenly and he was staring at the apparition with a strangely smug smile. Max was terrified and panicked after witnessing everything. Max realized he needed to retreat quickly as he ran back, or he'd be in big trouble. Leo tried to be gentle, slowly backing away without making a sound. His face flushed with fear, and he was dripping with sweat. After a while, Leo stepped out from inside as if nothing had happened, and the other man had also disappeared. Max was perplexed. How could a man appear from that X card? Alice, contrary to his expectations, was not inside at all. Max carefully connected all of the key points of the topic. The first was the strange death of Arian, Alice's close friend. Before going missing, Alice stated that Arian's husband murdered her and transformed into her with a mysterious potion. After that call, Alice also vanished. Max suspected it had something to do with the strange X card, so he devised a daring plan to break into Leo's house and collect more evidence. Max decided to scale the fence and enter Leo's house through the back gate. It was not a difficult task for a seasoned journalist like Max. He paid careful, stealthy attention to every detail so as not to make a sound. It was fairly quiet inside. Perhaps Leo was sleeping. Fortunately for Max, the card had been left on the table. Max didn't give it much thought, so he picked up the card to inspect it. But aside from the letter X, there was nothing unusual about the card. Max stared intently, oblivious to the fact that someone was approaching. To be sure, Max quickly took a picture of the card with his phone, intending to return later to find out more, but Leo was unexpectedly standing right behind him. Max didn't seem to notice that the card had turned a strange red color, and he quickly replaced it on the table. However, Max was unexpectedly struck in the head by a hard object at that time. Max began to wake up, not knowing how much time had passed. He was unable to move his hands and felt dizzy as a result. Max attempted to look over and noticed that his hands were chained up and he was straight up hanging. Max panicked as he looked around, knowing that his actions had been exposed. Max was startled when he noticed Leo approaching him. Even stranger, there was a red light around his feet, similar to the one on the X card. At this point, Max noticed that the card glowed when Leo appeared, which was strange. Not stopping, the scene in front of Max perplexed him once more. In an instant, Leo transformed something into an iron chain with a sharp hook in his hand. Max swallowed until he choked on his throat, sweat poured down his face, and his entire body trembled. Leo smiled a terrifying barbaric smile, and a strange red light radiated from his body as if it was from hell. He stood in front of Max with murderous intent. Suddenly his hand gripped the top of the iron hook more tightly, and he approached Max slowly. His face remained expressionless, but barbaric, as if he were some cold-blooded killer, the embodiment of Satan. Max realized that even shouting made no sense. Max was so perplexed that he wondered if Leo would really kill him, and why did the familiar scene appear to be from his book? Leo then abruptly swung the iron hook and slashed at Max. His expression remained barbaric without changing. The blood splattered everywhere. After all the slashing, the killer paused and smiled gloatingly. At the point, Max came to his senses and howled angrily. He believed that he had died. It didn't stop there. Leo was a monstrous person, and he continued to torture Max again and again. Max was terrified. Black blood flowed out of his mouth, which made him feel a strong, fishy taste on his tongue. Finally, the iron hook pierced Max's neck with the other two sharp ends, causing him to struggle painfully and gradually losing consciousness. Max was terrified, as if something was being transmitted to the inside of his body, causing him to lose consciousness, unable to think and no longer feeling any pain. Max awoke startled, realizing it had all been a dream. At the point, his head hurt like it got hit by a hammer. When he went outside, he was frightened by a sound and turned his head to see what it was. "Why were you following me?" Leo asked. Max was perplexed, not knowing what to say to Leo. At the point, Leo turned around and said, "Don't you want to know my secret? I would let you know right away." And Leo gave a savage smile. Leo admitted that he was Arian's husband, and his appearance had been borrowed from the male author who was a friend of Arian and Alice. And obviously, he changed the male author's figure, so no one knew where he was anymore. Leo then suggested to Max that he was willing to share the magical swapping potion with him, but on the condition that he kept it a secret. Leo leaned closer to Max's ear and said, "You could be whoever you wanted to be, and you could even have the same talent." Max was hesitant when he was confronted with temptation, and he stammered as he asked Leo if it was the X card. Leo immediately confirmed it. He said that the X card would help him get anyone's characteristics. Max was very interested when he heard Leo's statement. He would make a lot of money if he had the swap potion and the X card. Leo, on the other hand, appeared to be up to something as he smiled mysteriously. Then Leo said he'd lend Max the swap potion and the X card. Just as Leo was about to return inside, Max informed him that he had left his car keys in there and asked Leo to assist him in retrieving the key. Then Leo smiled devilishly as he turned to go inside. Leo took a light step towards the wardrobe door. He smiled menacingly as he pushed the wardrobe doors open with his hands. Inside the wardrobe, there was a person who had both hands and feet tied up and was unable to move. Unexpectedly, the person looked like Leo. Then Leo looked at the guy with wicked eyes and a smirk. Hi, Leo. You are so lucky. I have found you a substitute. It turned out that the person locked inside the wardrobe was actually Leo, and the man in his figure was Alice. Alice held the key in her hand and turned it around and glanced at Leo with a smile. It turned out that after discovering Arian's husband was in Alice's figure and knowing the secret of the swap potion, Alice killed him. Then, because she had inadvertently revealed the secret to Leo, she went to his house, tricked and tied him up. Alice couldn't bear the thought of killing her friend Leo, so she let him live, but she needed a substitute to swap with. And now, the victim would be Max. Of course, the X organization had tested the swap drug and released a large number of X cards into society, and we had no way of knowing what is real and what is fake. The Magical Potion. 2 years ago, everyone was shocked to learn about the tragic case of a woman who died from being pushed from a balcony located on the 16th story of a building. The prime suspect was identified as her husband. Alice couldn't believe her eyes. The girl in the picture was her closest friend, Arian. But what seemed unbelievable to her was, if her friend was supposed to be dead, then how could she ask Alice to meet her at their rendezvous for a talk? While Alice was still confused, Arian showed up and greeted her friend. Hearing Arian's voice, Alice instantly turned the screen off. In front of her was her closest friend, still alive and kicking, which Alice found hard to believe. No sooner had Arian seen Alice than she asked her friend about the plane tickets. Alice didn't know why Arian asked her to buy them at such short notice, but she gladly agreed to help her friend anyway. Alice had prepared everything at Arian's request until she read the news on the internet. Alice couldn't help but wonder what the heck was going on. Arian gratefully thanked Alice for helping her. Since everyone assumed that she had died, she couldn't get herself a plane ticket on her own as they already knew her face. Suddenly, Alice questioned Arian over the news being reported on newspapers and Roger's whereabouts. Alice told Arian the truth as she knew she could no longer hide it from her friend. Actually, the one that fell from the balcony and died on that day was her husband, Roger. Alice was in tremendous shock. She couldn't believe what she just heard from Arian. Arian knew it would be an utter disbelief to Alice. In fact, she had already visualized how shocked Alice would become to know about the incident. Arian then took out a pink potion bottle, saying she just needed to put her hair into it and poured the potion on someone, then they would instantly turn into her. Arian said she received this magical item from a mysterious man who dressed in black. She didn't expect it would work, then explained that Roger's death was just an accident. Arian started talking about her marriage. Roger was a soccer player, but had to retire due to his sports injuries. The man himself was also an abuser. That night, as Roger had already been wasted, he got furious and hit Arian badly while constantly scolding her. The man didn't even stop despite his wife begging him and screaming painfully. He kept hitting her as if he wanted to kill her to satisfy his anger. As the man was off guard for a moment, Arian pushed him aside with all her strength, trying to escape. As she was in panic, she made her way to the balcony outside the two's apartment. But Roger didn't let her get away easily. He angrily clenched his fists and walked towards his wife. The man showed no emotion on his face despite his wife begging him to stop. Now, as Roger had cornered Arian to the balcony, he aggressively rushed to her. But Arian was smart enough to slip through the gap underneath his arms, which made him furious. The man screamed angrily. He turned around, intending to chase after Arian. Arian was bewildered, not knowing what to do. With a reflex response, she kicked Roger on his injured kneecap, which caused the man to scream out in pain. Unexpectedly at that moment, the balcony behind him broke in half. Roger lost his balance and fell backwards. He fell from the balcony and hit the ground, died instantly as wooden pieces shattered next to his body. Arian was extremely scared. She collapsed. It was at this moment that she realized she had killed someone, and more tragically, the one she killed was her husband. In a twinge of guilt, Arian remembered about the potion bottle she'd received from the mysterious man. This could be the only thing that helped her get away with her situation. Arian used the potion to turn Roger's body into hers. Now all evidence found at the crime scene would be against Roger. People would assume that he had escaped in fear of getting caught by the cops. Arian sighed deeply after finishing her story, saying she had nothing to do with her husband's death as it was all his fault. Alice sensed something wrong with the story as she raised some questions on her mind. She recalled the day that took place a month before the tragic incident. Arian and her went to a hospital to receive Roger's medical records. According to the doctors, Roger's injuries were pretty serious. Therefore, it would be difficult for him to walk properly, which meant Arian could easily defend herself from Roger. She clearly knew Arian was trying to hide something, and for that reason, she demanded a friend to tell her the truth. The two were close friends who had never hid secrets from each other, so if Arian agreed to tell her the truth, she would try her best to defend her. Arian stayed silent for a while. It seemed like she didn't know where to begin. Eventually, Arian had to admit to Alice that she purposely kicked Roger on his injuries, with the intention of killing him as she couldn't put up with him anymore. Arian continued to justify her wrongdoings, saying she had to do it as the man wouldn't let her live either. Arian told Alice to give her the tickets. She reminded Alice not to tell the story to anyone if she didn't want to see her friend end up in prison. Alice remained silent and sighed as she had to unwillingly accept things no matter how questionable they might be. She took out the tickets from her wallet and gave them to Arian, saying there was no need for her to rush to the airport as it was still early for the flight departure. As she handed the tickets to Arian, she felt an uncomfortable feeling in her heart. Arian took the tickets from Alice's hands. She thanked her, but the way she delivered it created a vivid impression that the two were no longer friends. Alice started having more doubts about her friend. Arian was a kind, gentle woman who loved her husband greatly, but the woman in front of her now behaved completely opposite of that. Arian suddenly told her she would head to the airport now. Despite feeling suspicious of Arian, Alice had to put her trust in her as she was her closest friend. As Arian walked away, she lost her balance and almost fell. Alice rushed to her and asked if she was okay. Arian reassured her friend and continued to shamble, which made Alice feel worried. All of a sudden, Alice noticed a swelling on her friend's right kneecap. Despite feeling strange, Alice didn't bother much about it. Alice wasn't sure if she should continue to trust her one friend in front of her now. As Alice left, Arian let out a smile, looking delightfully as she finally succeeded in fooling her. The woman wasn't Arian, instead it was Roger in the form of his wife. It turned out that the one who received the potion bottle from the mysterious man was him, not Arian. That night, him and Arian had a fierce quarrel. The man had cornered his wife to the balcony with the intention of killing her. As the two struggled, the balcony broke in half and the one that died was Arian. After pushing Arian to fall, Roger quickly used a potion to turn himself into Arian, then asked Alice to buy him plane tickets. But little did he know about the close bond between Alice and Arian. As Alice knew her friend better than anyone, she recognized the strange behavior right away and knew it was not Arian. The woman then reported the case to the police. If her assumptions were correct, that would mean Arian had died and she had lost her best friend. Alice couldn't hold back her tears. She bursted out crying as she discovered the bitter truth. Recently, news about the arrival of a giant mouse started spreading. To set the record straight, Aboli, a news reporter, decided to investigate the incident. First, she went to see a shop owner. The man said he had seen rats crawling out of a manhole and breaking into his shop to steal food. The shop owner accompanied Aboli to the manhole from which the rats usually crawled out of. Aboli was a bit bewildered. Were the rumors about the giant rats all true? The shop owner told her another rumor about a young man being dragged down this manhole and eaten alive. It was true that there were many young people mysteriously disappearing lately. Aboli was a bit scared now, but she still wasn't convinced by the rumors. How could there be cannibalistic rats in this era? She wondered. So Aboli and the shop owner decided to hide somewhere near to the manhole to catch the rats. As midnight struck, there was still nothing happening. They got back inside the shop. With the experience of a professional reporter, Aboli believed it was a group of thieves rather than some giant rats. Aboli wasn't someone who easily gave up. She asked the shop owner to let her stay the night in case the rats appeared again. The man worried about Aboli yet gave in to her offer anyway. Before he left, he reminded her to be careful and contacted him immediately if any problem arose. Despite putting a smile on her face, Aboli still felt anxious as she was just a woman after all. As the shop owner left the place for her, Aboli quickly looked around to find a safe place which gave her a clear view of the room to hide. It was 12 already. Aboli assumed the rats would come. But 1 hour and then 2 hours had passed, yet the rats were still nowhere to be seen. As it was already 2:30 in the morning, Aboli felt numb in her legs. It looked like the rats wouldn't show up. As Aboli was about to leave, she heard something pushing the door. Then noises of footsteps that sounded nowhere near to those of rats, but rather of a group of people. It was unknown where these people came from, yet their shoes were soaked. Aboli reached her camera as soon as she heard the noises. It was at this moment she realized what presented at the scene were definitely not rats. There wasn't any giant rat at all. This exclusive piece of news would certainly blow up once it came out. Aboli then took a risk, pointing her camera at the people when they were off guard, and took pictures of them, because no one would believe her story without seeing the evidence. Aboli saw many young men calmly stealing food from the convenience store, but there was this one particular guy in the group that caught her attention. As Aboli zoomed the camera to see the man clearly, she was instantly startled. He had a head that looked similar to that of a mouse, but it was gigantic. His mouth was dripping with saliva, and his eyes, well, they all looked so realistic. But anyway, Aboli was sure that there was no such thing as a group of giant rats like the rumors. Aboli sneakily took photographs of the group with the intention of preparing them for an article tomorrow. As the group eventually left, Aboli followed them to find their hideout, but lost track of them. She stopped by an announcement board to check the pictures she'd taken, then recognized someone familiar on a missing person notice pinned on the board. The man's outfit looked similar to the one with the giant mouse's head she'd previously encountered, but his face was scribbled so she couldn't see anything else. Aboli had a premonition that this one and the guy she saw at the convenience store were the same person, so she followed the address on the notice to discover the truth. She arrived at an old apartment building which happened to be the same place that initially spread rumors about the giant rats. Aboli went to apartment number 5 and saw an old couple there. The two were delighted to hear news about their son. They told her to get inside. According to the man, his son had disappeared for 3 months, same time when the rumors started spreading. As Aboli connected the dots, she told the couple that there was a likelihood their son had made up stories about the giant rats and convinced young teenagers who were at this age to commit a theft. The woman's face instantly changed color. She looked shocked. To her, Max was a gentle and timid kid, so there was no way he could do such things. Aboli was a bit confused. Did she just make false assumptions about the young man? However, it would be nonsense to prove him innocent just based on the attitude of his parents. Aboli decided to delay submitting her article as she wanted to make things clear on her own. After the encounter with the old couple, every day she guarded the manhole in order to see Max. At last, Aboli had witnessed a group of people crawling out of the manhole. It looked like the one wearing a mouse mask was the leader. Having been assigned to their tasks, they separated in different directions with the intention of stealing. Thinking this was a good chance to talk to the one with the mouse mask, Aboli tried calling Max. Her prediction had turned out to be true as the man was startled as soon as he heard his name. Aboli told Max that she wouldn't report his crime to the police. However, he had to stop it and return to his parents. Max didn't react to her advice at all. Right that moment, Aboli heard footsteps walking towards her. As she turned around, she instantly let out a loud scream. Despite having been seen walking away, the group of Max's accomplices unexpectedly appeared behind her like demons. Their faces looked extremely scary. They stared at her with their bloodshot eyes, not to mention that their faces were gaunt and sickly pale. They did nothing but slowly opening their mouths. Black creatures were seen moving and crawling out. How terrifying those creatures were, rats with demonically red eyes. As Aboli was still in shock, the biggest rat of them all aggressively rushed to her. Aboli screamed in horror. She panicked while unconsciously raising her hands to defend herself from the ferocious rat, but it didn't help her at all. Suddenly, Max ordered the rat to stop. The crazy rat, after taking orders from a young man, quickly became obedient. He jumped over the man's shoulder. Did he possess the ability to talk to rats? Max took off his mask and said he no longer wanted to return to his normal life. He even said the rats and the friends he had were his actual family. Aboli was amazed to see Max's face. It turned out what behind the mask was a deformed face. A keloid scar had covered half of his face, and that was the main reason why Max couldn't get back to his normal life. When Max was a 9-year-old kid, an accident happened to him that destroyed half of his face. But contrary to the thoughts of him receiving sympathy from his peers, all he got were the humiliation and harassment from them. No matter how good he was at school, he couldn't even find a suitable job. Max's parents told him to be at home as they could take care of him, but to Max, it was more like of a feeling of pitifulness. Now, telling Max to go back to his normal life was just exactly forcing him back to hell. To Max, these rats were his family. They didn't laugh at him, despise him, and most importantly, they did whatever he told them to. Aboli realized there was no way she could do to persuade Max to stop, because it would be like fixing an already shattered cup. Later, Max freed Aboli. A month later, the city had faced an awful disaster as the black creatures were seen everywhere. They took over every house, even flooded out the streets and bite people. No one could figure out how the rats had evolved to be this smart and aggressive. News about this rat plague was reported constantly. Scientists were invited to television programs to inform people on the incident, but no one seemed to have a logical explanation about the cause of this plague. Aboli was thinking if Max had something to do with this. The rats became more and more violent as it only took 10 of them to kill a tall, strong man. They bit a person from outside, then slowly crawled into their body and ate their organs, quickly taking over their host. The rats were no longer interested in eating rice, as they slowly transformed into ferociously cannibalistic creatures. Aboli couldn't hold in her emotions when she saw the footage. She truly didn't want to witness innocent people dying in such a painful way. Aboli decided to see Max in the hope of successfully convincing him to put a stop to this chaos. Lately, Max didn't bother to go outside at night, as he had assigned the alpha rat to do his work, while the man himself resting in his basement. No one expected there would be a large, fully equipped basement beneath this manhole. As the man was playing video games, he felt hungry, so he assigned the alpha rat to get him some food. Max seemingly had no idea what was going on with the world above him. as he greatly enjoyed his current life with rats. However, the alpha rat didn't follow his orders. After leaving the basement, it commanded other rats to rob people and kill as many of them as possible. After 2 days of investigation, Aboli finally found a small path that led inside to Max's cave. It was so brave of her to go there alone, as Max once freed her before. She believed he wouldn't hurt her this time. The alpha rat got back and told Max it couldn't get any food for him, then demanded him to make it smarter and stronger, hence being able to find more food for him. Max agreed with the offer. He reached to the mouse head latex mask and put it on. Then he spoke some bizarre spells. How could the mask make the rats become so smart and violent? As Aboli was hiding behind, she accidentally heard Max's conversation with the alpha, but quickly got recognized by the alpha rat. The alpha ordered other rats to come at Aboli. The vicious rats rushed to her after receiving the order, but Max instantly told them to stop. Then he walked to Aboli and asked why she was there. She knew Max didn't know about the situation, but still being extremely angry at him. She shouted at Max, saying the rats he had been nourishing were becoming murderers. Max was in shock to hear it. He didn't expect the rats whom he considered family would do such a thing. Max turned to the alpha and asked, "Is it true what this woman is saying?" The alpha rat had to admit its wrongdoings, but showed no sense of guilt as it just wanted to take revenge on humans. Max coldly walked away after he heard it, saying he would never return to the basement. The alpha was upset to hear it from its master. It didn't expect him to leave them in such a way. Max took Aboli out of the basement, leaving the rats behind. Max was indeed a good person. What happened was not entirely his fault. As the two got outside, Max asked Aboli about his parents. Luckily, they were still okay, or else he would live the rest of his life with deep regret. As the two talking to each other, they didn't know the alpha had secretly followed them. Crime reports about rats killing people were everywhere, which made him feel so guilty. He took responsibility for this and determined to stop it at all costs, even if it caused his death. Aboli asked Max if he could come up with any plan to stop this chaos. Suddenly Max remembered something. He said, "For years I've been thinking of myself as a victim who had been bullied most of this lifetime. But the truth is, I am someone who ruthlessly take away innocent lives." Max took off his mouse mask, intending to destroy it. He didn't know if this would help the city become normal again, but he still wanted to give it a try. However, no sooner had he taken it off than a rat jumped on him and took the mask off his hands. Thanks to Max, the rats had now become smart and agile. It ran away with the mask, to the two's amazement. The mask was brought to the alpha. It seemed like the rats no longer considered Max their master. The alpha then threatened Max to help them or else they would keep attacking people. Max's face changed color as soon as he heard the offer. He knew it would be a terrible idea to fight against them under this circumstance. Max told the rats they were all his friends, and that was why he didn't want them to commit such wrongdoings. The man then put on an act. He deceived them into believing that he would help them become smarter. The alpha rat was delighted to hear that. Obviously they had become much smarter than they used to be, but it was nothing compared to human intelligence. The alpha rat returned the mask to Max and told him to do his part appropriately. Max put the mask on, then spoke a mysterious spell while tears rolling down his cheeks. Suddenly there was a beam of red light emitting. The rats screamed in pain and then returned to their initial form. Max disappeared afterwards. His clothes and the mask were the only things left at the scene. Aboli had tears in her eyes as she witnessed Max's ultimate sacrifice. She ran to the spot where Max was standing and found a white mouse. The mouse had a reddish mark on his left face. It was Max. He had used the power of that spooky mask to make the rats return to normal. A few days later, Max awoke, but in the shape of a mouse. He asked Aboli to write a letter to his parents, as she didn't want them to feel worried about him. In the letter, Max said he was living in a great place and would never return to his parents. He told them to take care of themselves. The written lines soon became blurry as tears falling from his eyes. It was at this moment Max realized he had found his true family. But it was too late, as now he could only see his parents from afar. The story took place at a tutoring center owned by a young female teacher named Maria. Just like any other tutoring center, Maria had to deal with the invisible pressure from the parents who sent their kids to study at hers. For instance, that day, that man was the father of a kid named Tom, who had been studying at the center for nearly a month, yet his study results were pretty bad, and the man was furious as his kid hadn't made any progress in his study. The kid wasn't obedient either. In fact, he was stubborn and badly behaved, so Maria had a lot of difficulties in teaching the boy. However, it were the defamation and scolding from Tom's parents that was intolerable to her. Despite Mary explaining to him for countless times, the man always ignored them and wanted to see his kid getting to the top of the school as quickly as possible. That day, Tom's father even threatened Maria that if she couldn't help the boy to land in the top 5 of the school in a month, he would shut down her tutoring center. Maria clearly knew that he was a powerful person, as he worked in the National Department of Education. It would be easy for him to cause her trouble and let her business to go bankrupt. As she left the center, Maria had been thinking a lot about his demand. It was truly difficult for her to help his son go into the top students of the school. As if everything seemed to be against her, Maria suddenly remembered an item that a mysterious woman had given to her on the grand opening of the tutoring center. The woman had made a call to the center's phone number and told her that one day she would need it. Since it was a strange, bizarre-looking item, she had kept it in the warehouse. As Maria was in a tight corner, she thought perhaps the item would help her, so she made her way to the warehouse looking for it after over a year of neglecting it. The bizarre item was placed in a corner and covered with a towel. Fortunately, it was still there and in good condition, while the white cloth was covered in mud. As you can see, it was a creepy looking thing, a big jar that contained green fluid, and inside it was a caterpillar that looked pretty scary. Maria was terrified the first time she saw it, but when she thought of what the mysterious woman had told her, she had carefully kept the jar in the warehouse. The caterpillar in the jar had grown bigger than the last time she saw it. It made her pay attention to the instruction written outside the jar. Firstly, swallow the caterpillar. Secondly, distribute the eggs to individuals that the host wants to take control of. Thirdly, might be overwhelmed if one abuses it. Maria felt a shiver as she read the construction, saying she had to swallow the caterpillar. However, it was the only way to help her get out of this tight spot. So Maria plucked up the courage, opened the jar, and took out the ugly-looking caterpillar. She truly didn't want to swallow this disgusting insect, but if she didn't do it, her career together with the tutoring center would be doomed. Having no other choice, Maria had to close her eyes, open her mouth wide, and put the caterpillar inside. The way that insect wriggled looked terrifying. As the caterpillar wriggled in her mouth, it released a slimy fluid, looking so disgusting, and the stench of it made Maria want to vomit immediately. But as she thought of the future of her tutoring center, she had to cover her mouth with her hands in order to prevent her from vomiting, while tears rolling down her cheeks. Never in her life had she been through such an awful experience. Not only that, after swallowing the insect, Maria had a feeling that it was wriggling its way from her throat down to her stomach. At that moment in the classroom, Tom was having a fight with his friends and tearing his books into pieces. What Maria said was indeed true. The boy was hard to control. As Maria approached Tom to do what she intended to entice the boy, Maria had carefully put a butterfly egg into a soda can. As the female teacher asked Tom if he wanted to have a soda, the boy was immediately excited. Without having any doubt, Tom quickly took his favorite drink from the teacher and had a few sips of it. Since the egg was so tiny, it easily got into his stomach together with the water. Tom, having swallowed the egg, suddenly acted strangely. His eyes turned white, eyes wide open, and saliva uncontrollably came out of his mouth. Maria immediately panicked as she watched it. If something bad had happened to him, she wouldn't know how to explain this to his parents. The boy's facial expression became even worse as his eyes started protruding while dark circles slowly formed under them. Saliva kept releasing and the veins appeared all over his neck. The young boy even convulsed and trembled like he was suffering from a drug overdose. Tom's behavior was dissimilar to that of Maria when she swallowed the caterpillar, so she immediately felt worried. As she remembered the instruction written on the jar saying one who swallowed the eggs would be controlled by the caterpillar, Maria was extremely nervous to see the outcome. Right at that moment, Maria felt the electric current running through her body. Then she required the kid to do as she said with the thought inside her mind, "Go back to your table and do your assignment." As Maria whispered her order to Tom, the electric current quickly went from her to the young boy. Then it disappeared as Tom slowly got back to normal. However, his eyes still looked lifeless. The mischievous kid, who had no interest in learning, suddenly became obedient, slowly made his way to the classroom without saying any disrespectful word to his teacher. Since that day, Tom had become a completely different person, no longer being involved in a fight with his friends or tearing his textbook. Instead, the boy was studious and smart. Maria was so happy to see him like that. However, she had forgotten about the risks that she and the boy would have had after using the caterpillar. Maria wasn't only one surprised by Tom's sudden change in his personality, as his friends were amazed by it too. However, the boy slowly became less talkative. He was no longer happy nor enthusiastic the way he once was. Instead, he always spent his time reading and studying quietly. It is safe to say that Tom had become a machine, and his job was to study and study. As time went by, finally a month had passed, and the result announcement of final exam had eventually came out. It was hard to believe that a student who was once at the bottom of the list quickly made his way to the top to everyone's surprise. Maria couldn't believe her eyes as she saw Tom on the top of the list. To her, it was too good to believe such a thing. Seeing the amazing performances of his kid, Tom's father was delighted. He quickly expressed his gratitude to her tutoring center so more people would know about it. Despite being happy, Maria suddenly felt insecure and worried. She didn't dare to imagine how it would be like if Tom couldn't keep up his performance and went back to his bad behaviors. Not just that, seeing the surprisingly good academic achievements of Tom, many parents of the other kids were unsatisfied with the female teacher. They wanted to see Maria and had a talk about it, as they thought she had received illegal money to have a bias towards their children while having a preference for Tom. They even wanted to sue her tutoring center as they believed she cared more about kids that came from wealthy families, which put her in such an awkward position. She tried to explain to them, but it was all meaningless. They didn't even bother to hear the explanations from her. Altogether demanded her to help their kids perform better in the upcoming exam. If their kids made no progress in improving their score, they would no longer let them study at her center. Maria felt completely helpless as she dealt with the criticism from them. Fearing the bribe accusations would ruin her reputation, she promised everyone that she would help improve their kids' performance at school. But it seemed like Maria had forgotten about the cautions written on the jar as she used more and more butterfly eggs to achieve her purpose. She sneakily put them into the meals of the students so she could easily command them. And since that day, the innocent children had literally become machines, as they always had the thoughts of studying on their mind. And the only thing that left with them was a perfect board result, but even them didn't feel happy nor satisfied with it. Instead of realizing the bizarre behaviors of their kids, the parents always paid attention to the school results of their children and feel satisfied. They were delighted with it and even demanded Maria to do more for them. As the reputation of the tutoring center were growing high, more and more people came to Maria in the hope that she would better their children's performance at school. The caterpillar had helped Maria achieve overnight success, and she always wanted to use it again and again to gain more. As one once said, human greed is a bottomless pit. Maria had taken advantage of her reputation to open more branches for a tutoring center, which meant that more students would become lifeless, inanimate objects. That day, Tom's father sent out his congratulations flowers to her. It was safe to say that he had greatly contributed to the success that Maria was having now. Without the outstanding performance of his kid at school, the man had made a request to the National Department of Education to give Maria numerous of awards and level up her tutoring center. Maria was grateful for it, but she also needed to do something for him in exchange of his kindness, and it was to help Tom keep up his amazing performance. However, the demand from him had become unacceptable. This time, he demanded Maria to help his kid become one of the country's top students. That meant she would have to make Tom eat more butterfly eggs and force him to study more intensely. Maria could feel the caterpillar inside her was growing bigger every day. She suddenly remembered the cautions written on the glass jar. It seemed like Maria had slowly gone too far as she greed in her hand grown bigger, and she also felt that the insect was gradually losing control. Lately, Maria couldn't get any sleep as the insect in her stomach was raging, aching all over her body. Day and night, she suffered from pain in the stomach as the caterpillar was harder to pamper. There were many times that she had to take a break during her lectures because of the pain. At that moment, Maria realized that she had to stop this before it got too late. Not only did Maria suffer from the side effects of the caterpillar, but also the kids, as they acted more strangely, like they were machines. That day, Maria unexpectedly rushed in the classroom and told Tom to come outside. It looked like she had decided to stop this from getting out of control. Right that moment, Tom's father had a visit to the center as he wanted to see how his kid was doing, and he witnessed the whole thing. Maria took Tom to a deserted place and made him vomit out the egg. As he was controlled by the electric current from her, the boy lifelessly opened his mouth wide so the caterpillar could wiggle out of him. From a tiny egg, it had become a disgusting-looking caterpillar. As the insect was out of him, Tom immediately went back to normal. He became enthusiastic and mischievous again, demanded to leave school and go home. As the man witnessed everything, he was furious, but instead of being angry at how the female teacher taught his kid with a freaky teaching approach, he was mad by how she took back the insect from his child. So he took his kid to Maria's office and had a talk with her. Maria pretended that she knew nothing about it and asked Tom's father why he was in her office. Of course, the man had gone through the roof and turned into a beast. He slammed the table and scolded Maria severely. He threatened Maria that if she didn't give back the caterpillar to Tom, he would announce everything about the insect to the media and her tutoring center would collapse. Maria tried to explain to him about the negative effects it had on those who took it, but he didn't seem to care. Then Maria had to give the caterpillar to him. Then immediately he put the disgusting insect into the boy's mouth in a violent manner. The boy cried out loud, begging his father not to do it to him, but the only thing he cared about that moment was the performance of his child at school and the way people praised him. Every father and mother want their children to be gifted, but the man had gone extreme, forcing his child to do good at school. He was so selfish to only care about him. As the insect were down to the stomach, the boy suddenly became lifeless. The electric current appeared once again. Now the boy could no longer take control of himself, and obediently went back to his desk and study. The man was delighted to see his kid being compliant, but it was also the moment Maria knew that she couldn't do nothing else to change the upcoming consequences. And what goes around, comes around. That day, as Maria was having a lecture with her little lifeless machines, she suddenly felt extreme pain in her stomach. She felt like her stomach was being gnawed. Was the caterpillar starting to destroy her body? Indeed, the caterpillar inside her was using its sharp teeth, biting off her flesh. It also grew bigger and bigger. Within a few minutes, it had chewed off all of her abdomen, to Maria's surprise. Her clothes became tighter and quickly torn apart as the insect grew bigger. In the next few minutes, the caterpillar had eaten all of her body, and the students who ate the eggs suddenly lost consciousness. The incident that shocked everyone while Maria's tutoring center quickly collapsed followed the consequences it left. News reporting of the children who studied at Maria's tutoring center became crazy, and developed personality disorders were seen everywhere. But the one that caught most attention from the media was Tom's father. Eventually, he had to live the rest of his life in grief as his son had become mindless. He looked miserably. Tears rolled down on his face while telling other parents not to force their children to study too much and take away their peaceful childhood for the sake of their pride. Tommy was just a 13-year-old boy who was in his second year of secondary school when a terrifying incident happened to him, an incident that he would never forget. That day, Tommy had a physical education class. As he was having a chat with his friends, Tommy suddenly heard something screaming loudly. A man was seen holding a knife with blood on it. If Tommy wasn't wrong, he was sure that the blood on the knife was from the other man who was running away from the guy, as he was tightly grabbing his wound. The madman gazed at the watch in his left hand while showing a painful expression on his face. He muttered, "Am I running out of time? This is unfair. They have to die with me. All of them." The painful expression on him was soon replaced with an angry and ferocious one. He kept swinging his knife as he chased after the pitiful man. As he was running, he accidentally dropped the watch on his hand. The watch caught Tommy's attention. He ran to it and picked it up. Tommy was a good student. He was also a class monitor who was loved by his teachers and friends. His class was supposed to have a gym class on sprinting, and Tommy was assigned the task of being the timekeeper. But unfortunately, he had forgotten to go to the storage room to get the stopwatch. As the teacher asked him about it, Tommy was reminded of the clock he had from that madman. He took it out of his pocket, yet somehow felt deeply insecure. Tommy was always careful. Before his classmates started sprinting, the boy didn't forget to check the stopwatch again to make sure that it worked perfectly. Oddly, as he set the timer, Tommy suddenly had strange impressions on his face. He panicked. Turned out that what stunned him was the green numbers appearing above the heads of his classmates. The time displayed on the stopwatch didn't run out, only the numbers. Even the teacher had the numbers that looked like the ones being displayed on a digital watch appearing on him. The only strange thing was that the hours' numbers were up to hundreds of thousands. Tommy scratched his head about the meaning of those numbers and how they could appear in such a bizarre way. As Tommy was still in a world of his thoughts, he heard a loud noise coming from the end of the field. A truck lost its control and crashed into the school. As everyone rushed to the scene, a man wearing a protective suit stepped out of the truck. Strangely, the man also had long numbers above his head. Luckily, he wasn't injured. However, cans of chemical were scattered all over the floor. The PE teacher told Tommy to gather everyone and head back to the class, while him and the others stayed to help the driver. The teacher took a long chemical container to the truck without having any special equipment on him. Due to the strong impact of the crash, most of the chemicals in the cans were leaked, including a green liquid that wasn't known to be toxic or harmless, but had an unpleasant smell. Unexpectedly, something happened to the teacher. He still looked fine, but the numbers above his head started to change its color to red and became shorter. The numbers displayed at an exact time of 3 hours, 12 minutes and 36 seconds. Tommy still couldn't figure out the meaning behind those numbers. As the class finished, indeed something bad had happened to the teacher. He was seen laying on the trolley unconsciously while being taken to the hospital by the doctors. Rumor has it that the containers from the truck stored a green liquid that was highly poisonous. As the teacher was exposed to it, he went into convulsions, and so far no one knew if he could make it. Tommy was dumbfounded. As he started connecting the dots, he figured out something. If he remembered correctly, before the teacher rushed to help the driver, he still had long green numbers appeared on him. But they soon turned red and became much shorter as soon as he finished helping the man. It was 3 hours from that moment until the class was finished, which meant... Tommy hurriedly looked at the stopwatch from his pocket. It looked like he had found out about its magical use. The watch helped him to know when a person would die. Despite feeling a bit scared, Tommy had an interest with this object. After thinking for a while, the boy pressed a button on the stopwatch to know whether his guesses were correct or not. Luckily, all the students walking in front of him had long lifetimes. As soon as the boy breathed a sigh of relief, he was startled as someone placed their hand on his shoulder. It was Peter, his close friend. It looked like he just got back from the gymnasium. Normally, Peter spent lots of time practicing soccer, but somehow today he returned early. Everything was fine, until Tommy saw the numbers appearing on Peter's head turning red. Tommy was stunned. He quickly checked his friend, only to find out that Peter had some of that green liquid on his legs. Peter said it was because of the truck accident, so the training had been cancelled, and therefore he had to go home early. Tommy couldn't remain calm as he listened to his friend. He told Peter to go to the hospital at once. Peter was confused. He had no idea why Tommy was reacting so aggressively. He ignored Tommy and walked away. Later that evening, Tommy saw Peter gladly waving at him. It looked like he had just got back from his soccer training. But Tommy was terrified to see the numbers above Peter's head now only in seconds. Was something terrible going to happen to Peter? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. All Tommy could do was to watch the time elapsing. Little did he know that there was a piece of sharp glass falling down from an upper story of the building where they were standing at. Tommy howled loudly to warn his friend about the glass, but it was too late. As Peter looked up, the glass immediately stabbed into his head in the presence of his friend Tommy. Blood spilled out of the cut. Peter collapsed on the ground, laying in a pool of blood. Tommy was more aware of his death clock after he witnessed the death of his friend. It had shown him the remaining lifetime of his close friend. Death could unexpectedly come to anyone, an infant, an old person, or even a healthy young man. But Tommy couldn't do anything to interfere with the timing process, as he just stood there watching them die. He knew that man arguing with that woman would meet his fate, yet he couldn't do anything to prevent it. Tommy was haunted with these hopeless eyes from the people who were going to die. Those people, they had no idea how long they would live. Same for the deaf, as no one could find out when they die and hence change it to their wishes. 3 days had passed. Tommy was stressed out by the magical uses of the clock he possessed. He slowly turned into a reserved person, with little desire to communicate with anyone. Today, Tommy was supposed to have a picnic with his class, but he obviously didn't have the mood for it. But thanks to one of his female classmates, his mood had become better, as he thought to himself that death all came to everyone, and the fact that he grieved over someone wouldn't change anything either. The class was going to have a picnic at an ecotourism destination located on a mountain. Strangely, Tommy felt worried about his trip, as he thought it wasn't safe enough for them to get there. Sensing something awful was going to happen, he took out the clock from his backpack to check if the trip was safe. His face changed color merely a few seconds later. The numbers above his classmates all turned to red, which meant the car carrying them to the destination would be involved in an accident. Tommy shouted to the driver to stop the car. His shouts caught everyone's attention. The driver was spooked by the screams. He pulled the brake right at that moment. A car from the other turn suddenly rushed to them with a high speed. Since the driver had already braked, he prevented a collision from happening. Despite feeling scared, no one was harmed from the incident. The driver was angry at first, but he soon thanked the boy for warning him about the incident. As Tommy was under the impression that he had successfully saved everyone, what turned out next was not what he expected. When the car paused at the rest stop, Tommy tried pressing the button on the stopwatch again, but he still saw the red numbers above his classmates. Moreover, their time was becoming shorter. On his neck suddenly appeared bizarre red marks that looked similar to those on the crazy man he met that afternoon. Tommy tried to stay calm, but failed as he went to check himself in the mirror. Never in his life had he been this terrified. His mind was empty. He couldn't think of anything else. His heart beat faster and there was fear on his face. Looking in the mirror, he saw the numbers above him had turned red. Tommy and his other classmates all had minutes to live, but it was only Tommy that knew about it. The thinking of dying drove Tommy crazy. He grabbed his head and shouted loudly, telling everyone to stay away from him. Everyone was freaked out to see the aggressive reaction of Tommy. They didn't know what had happened to him. Tommy kept screaming loudly. He panicked as the pimples started appearing more and more on his face, causing him to feel painful. The female classmate was worried about Tommy. She walked to him and asked if he was okay, but Tommy just shouted at the girl. The pimples on his face suddenly popped out as the pus splashed onto the lovely girl's face. At first, everyone felt worriedly about Tommy, but now they all became angry at him. Seeing everyone mad at him, Tommy tried to regain his composure. Everyone ignored Tommy and headed back to the car. They thought Tommy was crazy, but only he knew what was going to happen. Tommy was afraid that he had contracted the strange disease which could be spread to others in the car. It was until the last one got into the car that Tommy noticed a spot of green liquid that looked very similar. As he recalled the poisonous liquid that had killed his phys ed teacher, he quickly informed the driver about the incident. But the driver showed no emotion to Tommy as he thought the boy was just talking nonsense. It looked like the liquid had been spilled on the car's wheels since it was parking next to the truck that day. He was in despair over the driver not believing him. He clearly knew what was going to happen, yet he couldn't make everyone believe him. All of a sudden, Tommy saw a haze of green smoke emitting from the car's wheels. The driver also breathed out green air, yet he still smiled. The man had no idea that his life was about to end. It wasn't just the driver, as the pretty girl and all her classmates were surrounded by the green smoke. Realizing that there was no way to save them from the death, Tommy unwillingly got in the car. He was the only one that knew death was approaching them. At the last seconds of his life, he gazed at the watch again, only to realize how short one's life could be. Tommy left the watch at the cliff, as he knew he couldn't escape from his death even when he had been informed about it. What's more hurtful than knowing one was going to die, yet not being able to do anything about it? For that reason, it's best to live every day as though it's your last. This story is about a girl named Lona. Despite a young age, the girl had to take care of herself on her own. The day was the first day of the new semester. However, Lona was no longer interested in going to school, or in other words, she hated school. The girl didn't even have a new school uniform as she had to wear her old one. For more than 5 months, Lona was used to doing everything on her own. Every day she woke up early in the morning to prepare breakfast for her and her dad. Lona's father was always drunk and didn't have a stable job. Her mom passed away a year ago due to a sickness, and a sudden death had caused Lona's father to be desperate and depressed. But Lona was a strong girl. Despite her still grieving over the death of her mother, she chose to stay optimistic and never stop trying. She believed that her mom in heaven would be very proud to see her growing up and acting maturely. For Lona, school was always a boring place, but she still went to school every day as she didn't want to upset her mom. At school, the mean kids always gossiped when they saw Lona, even pointed at her and called her names. She was called with nicknames like Pisspoor or Doggy. They disdained her for wearing old clothes and ripped back, and she was constantly bullied at school. Those were what Lona had to go through at school. Having to face it every day made her become a taciturn, reserved person. She tried to lead a happy life, but she wasn't allowed to do it. At times like that, Lona just ran to the river behind the school and cried. The girl had no friends to talk to, as they didn't want to get into any trouble being friends with her. Lona didn't want to talk about it to her father either, as she knew he wouldn't care anyway. Lona yearned for her mom to be here. She missed the days of her sitting in her mother's arm. If her mom was still there, she would never have to suffer from the hardships in her life. Tears rolling down her cheek as she felt pity for herself. It was at that moment her biggest wish was to see her mother again, or at least to hear her voice. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the ex-girl appeared and patted her head. The only thing left on her mind about the woman was a red X sign on her chest. The woman gave Lona a phone and said it was a present from Lona's mom. Then the woman turned around and walked away, but she didn't forget to remind her to keep the phone safe. It was a phone that could connect the other world, therefore she could talk to her mom using it. The woman disappeared. Lona took the phone and checked it. She noticed both front and the back of the phone had X signs printed on them. They looked similar to the one on the woman's chest. At first, Lona felt strange. She didn't believe there would be a phone with such magical uses, but she still wanted to give it a try. Despite finding it impossible to get to the other world, she still had hopes of getting the phone to work. Lona thought of her mom. The phone automatically made a phone call without having her to dial. Lona held her breath and waited. On the other end of the line, a voice was heard. Lona's heart skipped a beat. She was so amazed that she couldn't say anything. It took her a while to finally reply to the voice, as she was overjoyed. Indeed, the voice on the other line was of her mother. Tears kept rolling down her face as she heard her mom speaking to her after days of missing her mom terribly. She talked to her mom while tears was filling her eyes. She told her everything and how greatly she missed her. However, her mom didn't remember much about what had happened before, but it didn't upset her at all. To her it was a sheer magic that she finally had a chance to talk to her mom again. Since that day, Lona was always seen having a bright smile on her face. She also kept the phone with her and called her mom every day. Lona felt like her mom was being by her side, and for that reason the girl no longer felt lonely. Lona became more optimistic since the day she could talk to her mom. She did better at school and the feeling of inferiority and self-pity had disappeared. Whether it was daylight or nighttime, Lona could always talk to her mom. It seemed like her soul had been healed thanks to the magical phone. Every night, Mom never forgot to tell her stories and lulled her to sleep. The memories once again evoked. She felt like her mom was there with her and held her in her arms. Lona slowly forgot the fact that her mom had passed away. She no longer bothered or got saddened by her drunken father. However, her father started paying more attention to her as he saw the bizarre behaviors of his daughter. He didn't understand why she always was alone in the room talking to someone, yet looked so happy. Then he accidentally found out his daughter was talking to his late wife, although she had passed away a year ago. The man was under his impression his daughter had mental disorders. That day, as usual, Lona walked to the river behind the school. She happily talked to her mom on the phone, not knowing there was someone watching her. It was Lona's father. He was angry as he thought Lona had stolen someone's phone, while partly thinking his daughter had yet to accept the death of his mother. So he rushed to his daughter and took the phone away. Lona turned around. She demanded him to give it back to her. But her dad refused to do it as he didn't want to see his daughter living in the past and went insane, so he insisted on not giving it back to her. Of course, the girl would never accept the fact that she wouldn't hear her mother's voice again. She bursted out crying and threatened to jump into the river if her dad didn't return the phone to her. Her actions made the dad furious. In a moment of anger, he slapped Lona in the face. But instead of crying, Lona was driven crazy. She rushed to her father, scratched him, trying to get the phone back. It was at this moment the dad realized how thoughtless he was to his daughter. He was angry by the way she reacted to him, yet didn't want to see her clinging to the hope that her mom would come back to her. So he threw the phone into the river to Lona's amazement. The phone quickly sank and was no longer to be seen. Lona screamed out loud as the phone was extremely valuable to her. Without it, she would never see her mom again. Thinking of the upcoming days without her mom being by her side, Lona couldn't stay calm. She jumped into the river. Her father tried to stop her, but it was too late. Lona had already been in the water searching for the phone that was slowly sinking to the bottom. At that moment, the image of her mom was the only thing coming to her mind. Her father was frightened. He fell on his knees, screaming her name, yet he didn't see her at all. The surface of the water became calm again, as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, Lona's father was in immense pain. He blamed himself for what he had just done. Lona had no strength left in her to swim ashore, yet she still tightly grabbed the phone in her hands. At the moment she faced her death, she was still not scared, as since the day her mom died, life had lost meaning to her. But luckily Lona was saved by a fisherman. As the man didn't know neither the girl nor their parents, he brought her home and temporarily let the girl take shelter in his house. After a long sleep, the girl finally awoke, just like a miracle. After 2 days of her being in a coma, the first person Lona saw was the old fisherman. As she was told what had happened to her, she thanked him for saving her life and asked to have his permission to go home, since she didn't want to bother him any longer. But the old man suddenly acted strangely. He insisted on not letting Lona go home, and told her that she needed to rest longer. Since the moment Lona lost her consciousness to when she awoke up, she always held the phone in her hands. Oddly, the phone didn't have any problem despite being in the water. Right when she noticed the strangeness of the old man, the phone vibrated. It was her mother on the other end of the line. She was overjoyed to know that the phone was still working, but quickly got frightened as her mom told her that the old fisherman was a bad person. He wanted to kidnap her and sell her for the human traffickers. The mom told Lona to remain calm and find a way to escape. For the past 2 days, Lona's dad had been searching for her and asked for her whereabouts. Coincidentally, he had encountered the house of the old man. But the cunning fisherman told him to go away, saying he hadn't seen any young girl near the place. The father had no idea that his daughter was in the house. He walked away with great sadness in his heart, but still had a ray of hope that he would find his daughter. Unfortunately, right when the old man got in the house, he accidentally saw the girl talking to someone on the phone. He didn't know the girl had a phone with her. If she escaped and his evil plan got exposed, he would definitely ended up being in jail. The old fisherman rushed to the little girl to take away her phone and control her. But the phone suddenly generated an electric wave, which caused the man to startle and fell onto the ground. The man tried to get the phone off him, but it clung to him tightly. Not just that, it constantly generated shockwaves that hurt him terribly. The man was scared, but he was angry too. The harder he tried to get the phone off him, the tighter it clung to his arm and the greater the shockwaves it generated. Feeling unbearable, he slammed the phone onto the ground in the hopes of getting it crushed. But the moment it got broken was also the moment he felt like something hit him hard in the head. It turned out that while he was struggling with the phone, Lona had found a paddle and used all her strength to hit him in his head. The old man fainted immediately, but instead of running away, Lona just cared about the broken phone laying on the ground. She approached it and picked it up. Her mother's voice was still being heard, but it didn't come out clearly. It looked like the phone was no longer available to be used. Before the voice on the other line died out permanently, Lona's mother told her that she couldn't be by her side anymore, and therefore the girl had to keep going on her own. She had to leave, and it was time for the little girl to accept the truth and move on. Tears ran down Lona's face as she listened to her mom. She found it hard to accept the fact that she would never hear her mom's voice again. But Mom told her to keep on living. Her sentence gave the little girl a great source of strength to face the unexpected awaiting her. Leading an optimistic life, staying optimistic, studying hard, and never stop being a good person. And she would be so proud of her little daughter to see her growing up every day without her being by her side. The past month had been a wonderful time to Lona. The girl would never forget the fairy tales she was told by her mom, and the lullaby she sang to her on the phone every night. Lona didn't want her mom to leave, but she said a last goodbye to her mom with courage. Then she called the cops and quickly escaped before the old fisherman woke up. 15 minutes later, the police had arrived at the house and arrested the old man. Since the day Lona and her father reunited, the father was no longer an alcoholic. Instead, he spent more time on his work and his daughter. Life had become better for the two, and Lona had finally been to school every day without thinking too much. The little girl had become more cheerful, optimistic, and sociable. From afar, the ex-woman was delighted to complete her mission. The phone was a lovely present for the love of the girl and her mother. The woman made a phone call to her superiors saying the mission had been carried out successfully, as the phone could keep a human's memories as vivid as it could be. For Lona, she knew the gift from her mom was so magical. She hoped one day the ex-woman would appear to her again, so she could express her gratitude to her. This story is about Bly. Since she had experienced a lot of stress from her daily life in the city, she decided to treat herself to a trip back to her hometown. This old apartment building was in her family's possession. Her parents had passed away when she was at a young age. This time, getting back to the property, she felt a gloomy, scary atmosphere taking over the place. Bly slowly walked by the apartments. Most of them were not occupied. It took her a while to bring her luggage to the story where she lived. Strangely, even though she had spent most of her time growing up here, this time on her return, she felt a little bit scared. As Bly was heading to her room number 206, the door suddenly opened, which gave her a fright. Standing behind the door was a woman with a skinny, pale face. She was holding a doll in her hands, and it looked scary too. Bly was scared to death to see the scene before her eyes. As she couldn't hold in her emotions, she screamed in panic and looked so terrified as if she had seen a ghost. As Bly didn't know what to do, suddenly a woman at the end of the corridor approached her. It was her aunt. She reassured Bly and said that it was just a mad woman. Since the day she lost her daughter, she always kept the doll with her as she assumed it was a beloved child. Not just that, the aunt also told Bly not to communicate with her. Bly was curious about it, but she just put on a smile as she didn't want to bother her asking too much about the old woman. But that night, a terrifying incident had happened to her. As Bly was in her peaceful sleep, when it came to midnight, she suddenly awoke up. Her face changed color as if she had just had a nightmare. She indeed had a nightmare, a really scary one, and it was related to something she saw in the afternoon. In her nightmare, Bly was attacked by something. She was pressed to a corner. Her whole body was trembling while sweat was dripping on her forehead. Appearing in front of Bly now was a child with plump, rosy hands. He approached her and constantly roared like a wild animal. He crawled faster towards Bly and opened his mouth with sharp teeth, intending to attack her. Right that moment, Bly woke up and realized that it was just a dream, but it felt so real to her, as the horror and panic was still vivid on her face. Bly decided to take a shower to remove all the stress she was having. Perhaps it was because of the negative emotions she experienced after having an abortion back in the city, and the creepy doll she encountered with at the apartment made her feel uncomfortable. Bly went outside to free herself from all the pressure, hoping that she would become more cheerful as she returned home. Bly twisted the doorknob, trying not to make any sound as she didn't want to disturb other people. It was quiet and deserted outside. As Bly was heading to the stairs, the old woman at the apartment number 206 opened the door and walked out, as if she had been waiting to see Bly. She was still holding the doll. The woman didn't wait for Bly to say anything. She talked to her. It was unknown how the woman could find out about Bly having a nightmare the night before. The woman looked in Bly's eyes and said that she was not a psycho. She knew it was a doll she held in her arms. But since it was a memento of her child, she cherished it a lot and always kept it with her. Then the woman offered to help Bly. She wanted to lend the doll to Bly and told her to place it under her bed as it would prevent her from having nightmares. This was also the main reason why she always had the doll beside her. Bly was amazed. She couldn't understand how this woman could find out about her situation. At first, Bly was in two minds about the woman's offer, but she accepted it anyway. Something magical happened to Bly. Since the day the doll was placed under her bed, she no longer had nightmares in her sleep. She didn't expect what the old woman said had turned out to be true. Even though she felt strangely about it, she still decided to keep the doll under her bed. The last 2 nights had been great to her as she didn't suffer from any nightmare, and as a result, her health both mentally and physically had improved a lot. It was the doll that haunted her in her dreams, helped her escape from these terrible nightmares. Bly came to thank the old woman. The woman told Bly that she could keep the doll with her, and returned it when she left. Bly thanked the woman, saying that she would go back to the city at the end of the week and would return the doll to her by the time she left. At this moment, from the opposite room, Bly's aunt was secretly watching the two. Seeing Bly having a conversation with the woman, the aunt had a worried expression on her face, as if she knew something about that apartment 206. She didn't want to interrupt the two as she just sighed deeply. Bly, after talking to the old woman, suddenly felt weary. As she laid on the couch, her eyes hardly opened because of tiredness. Bly looked at the ceiling. She constantly changed her position to stretch her tendons. The atmosphere started getting cold. Bly had a feeling of something approaching her. She felt like her hands were being touched by something. The sudden touch startled her. What even more terrifying was the moment she opened her eyes. She saw no one there. There was only Bly in the house. So who had walked past her and even touched her hands? Being pensive for a while after regaining her composure, Bly thought the doll that she had borrowed from the woman 2 days before. Bly plucked up her courage and entered the room. In order to find out whether the doll was still under the bed or not, the freaky doll was still there, but its posture freaked Bly out. She was certain that she had placed the doll lying on the ground 2 days before, but now it was in a sitting position, like a child. Suddenly there were strange noises coming out of the doll. Bly stared at it in amazement. She held her breath. The doll turned around in a spooky manner as it rotated by 180 degrees. The head was bent backwards, while the face looked lifeless. The doll then let out a creepy evil smile. It showed the sharp teeth, looking exactly like what had happened in Bly's nightmares. Bly screamed out loud, then tried to run out of the room as fast as she could. The only person she could think of now was the doll owner. As Bly got out of her apartment, she quickly ran to the room 206, slamming the door in panic. As she slammed the door, she tilted her head to see her apartment, checking if the doll was chasing after her. Not keeping Bly waiting any longer, the woman immediately opened the door as soon as she heard her scream. Bly wasn't in the mood to greet her. She got straight to the point. She told the woman that she wanted to return the doll. The woman remained calm to Bly's fear. She gazed at her steadily and calmly replied that it was just a doll. There was no point in getting scared over it. Bly's face became darkened as she listened to what the woman said. It seemed to her that this woman was indeed a psycho. The woman told Bly not to be worried too much about the doll, as it was just an inanimate object. Right that moment, Bly was startled to see something. She quickly got horrified. That was the hand of the doll sticking out from the door. How could it be like that? The woman said perhaps Bly was actually the psycho, not her, and told Bly to return to the apartment. Then she slammed the door. As Bly was yet to compose herself, she felt something clinging onto her and climbed all the way up. It was the freaky doll. It rested its head on her back and let out a creepy smile. Not just that. The haunted doll pulled out its tongue and licked all over Bly's face. The tongue had a length that was 3 times longer than that of a human, making it look like it belonged to a monster. The mouth got wide into the ears. Inside it was filled with sharp teeth and a very long tongue. Horrified, Bly let out a fierce scream. She closed her eyes tightly and started waving in panic. As Bly finally opened her eyes, she found herself laying on the ground. Was everything just a nightmare of hers? Bly was in a state of bewilderment. It took her a while to fully awake. She sat up only to realize that she had a sore throat and weary limbs while her head was aching badly. Bly came to the realization that it was not simply a nightmare, and there must be a hidden secret about the doll. Bly plucked up her courage and went to see the woman again. What amazed her this time was the woman once again appeared with the doll in her hands. Bly confusedly asked why the doll was being with her. But the woman showed no worries. She told Bly that the doll had been given back to her last night. How could Bly forget about it so quickly? The woman told Bly to come into her house as she wanted to tell her a story about a child. The child had mysteriously died when he was nearly 1 year old, and this doll was there with him since the day he was born until he left this world. The woman showed a picture of her child to Bly. According to the woman, the doll was given to her by a mysterious man who had an X logo printed on his shirt when she was pregnant. Bly quickly noticed something strange with the picture, as the boy didn't look happy with his only toy, as Bly assumed that the infant was scared of the doll. The woman immediately became angry. She took back the picture from Bly and held that the doll was his son's favorite toy. He had always been happy and cheerful playing with it. But Bly didn't give in. She asked the woman to act reasonably, as the doll was definitely not a normal one to her. The woman reacted even more aggressively towards Bly. She bursted out crying and spoke as if she was being hypnotized. She said that the doll was like her son, and she had to take care of it with great love, as it would make up for tragic death of a child. The doll in her hands unexpectedly acted in such a calm and gentle manner. Seeing the woman like this, Bly was no longer scared of her. Instead, she felt pitifully for her. But the more pitiful she felt towards the woman, the more she wanted to free her from the little monster. She quietly reached to a scissor on a table nearby, and slowly walked to the woman without making any audible sound. The woman was still carrying the doll in her arms, gently hugging it. As the woman was off guard, Bly raised the scissor in her hand and stabbed it to the head of the doll. After the doll was stabbed, from the wound oozed out a black liquid. The woman screamed out in pain. She collapsed on the floor. Right after that, the woman saw something truly terrifying. Bly was also scared to see the scene before her eyes. The doll that was thought to be inanimate now started moving and slowly transforming. The wound on its head was torn apart by a mysterious creature that slowly came out of it. The giant monster with many creepy-looking eyes on its body, a mouth filled with sharp teeth and an extra long tongue. Down the apartment building, Bly's aunt was sweeping the floor, trying to ignore the screams coming up outstairs. She sighed deeply, wondering why Bly didn't listen to her in the first place. On the first days of the new year, the weather was cold and the streets were crowded with people. Looking at the couples passing by hand in hand together, Coleman didn't feel comfortable at all. Coleman was a jobless guy, and he wasn't good looking either. Every time Coleman encountered a couple that gave intimate gestures to each other on the streets, he couldn't hide the jealousy in his eyes. He wondered how it would feel like to hold hands of a person of the opposite sex. He wished that one day he could find himself a girlfriend. Occasionally Coleman was dealing with his chronic loneliness, sneakily looked at women's breasts. As he saw a girl wearing a couple shirt with a boyfriend, Coleman couldn't take his eyes off her chest. The perverted Coleman also imagined himself as a guy so he could touch the body of the beautiful woman. But a few seconds later, he had to go back to reality with the sadness on him. Coleman clearly knew that with a face like his, he would never get a girl's attention, let alone having a girlfriend. Back when he was in school, he was constantly bullied because of his ugly look. As Coleman was having thoughts on his mind, he accidentally bumped into two girls who was walking in the opposite direction. The two were extremely annoyed to see him, as if he was a misfortune that happened to them. The people around them, despite not knowing what was going on, stopped for a while murmuring, telling Coleman was molesting the two girls, while others said he bumped into the girls yet didn't apologize. The girl furiously held at him, asking if he was blind, then scolded him for his neglect and also his ugly look. Being insulted by the two girls and the bystanders, Coleman stood there like a stone. His face became darkened and he was unable to utter any single word. A while later, the two girls finally decided to leave, and Coleman at that moment was still bowing down, saying sorry to them. However, the two young women were still boiling with anger as they walked away, yet continued to curse him and insulted him. Those harsh words were unconsciously heard by Coleman. Even though it wasn't the first time he was insulted for his look, those words still cut deep in his heart, causing him great pain. The proverb that says, "A bad penny always turns up," turns out to be true to Coleman, as he once again saw the two rude girls who had just insulted him. Seeing them this time made him so scared that his face quickly turned pale, but it looked like the two didn't see him. The young girls saw a cute giant stuffed rabbit that immediately took out their phones and took some pictures with it, while posing for the pics to look perfectly. At times like this, Coleman was jealous of the person that wore the bunny costume, as they could be able to get close to the girls without being called a pervert. Suddenly, Coleman came up with an idea. The moody look on his face quickly disappeared and replaced by excitement. It turned out that Coleman wanted to get himself a teddy bear costume and work as a balloon seller. Only that way could help him hide his ugly face, yet give him chance to get close to the beautiful woman. So Coleman went to a thrift store in order to get him a teddy bear costume. Luckily, he was given the costume for free by a man named X, who was also the owner of the store. The next day, Coleman began to carry out his plan. He confidently put on the costume, and then, with the balloons in his hand, he approached the spots that were most crowded. Coleman's plan had definitely worked, as many young girls rushed to him for a picture as soon as they saw him in the adorable teddy bear costume. It was indeed the first time that Coleman had received that much attention to him. It was also his first time to be that close to women. At first, Coleman was acting politely to them. He stood still and put his hands on their shoulders, posing for pictures. However, as the girls were excited and didn't pay much attention to his actions, the man started to act inappropriately. At first, he was staring at the girls' private parts and then intentionally touched them. If it wasn't for the cute, lovely face of the teddy bear costume, he would have been exposed immediately. Fortunately, the girls didn't know anything about his perverted behavior, as they were happy and even waved goodbye to Coleman. Coleman also politely waved goodbye to them, pretending to be an innocent bunny bear. But in reality he was actually a perverted man with a sick mind. He couldn't hide the satisfaction on his face after successfully carrying out his plan. And just like that, Coleman had easily achieved his purpose by putting on the stuffed costume. Coleman came back home with a positive mood. He went inside the bathroom singing, looking so passionate about life. However, it was easy for him to put on the costume at first, yet so difficult to take it off. Coleman struggled to pull down the zipper on his back. Somehow it became so stiff and the man found it difficult to unzip it. Coleman started sweating. However, he was simply thinking that perhaps the zipper was broken since the costume had already been oiled, and that was why he had difficulties unzipping it. Then Coleman tried to pull down the zipper again, eventually unzipped it a little bit. Having no choices left, Coleman had to curl up and crawl out of the costume through the small hole. It took him a while to completely take it off. Then Coleman went to the bathroom and relaxed after a tiring day. While he was taking a shower, he couldn't stop thinking about the girls that he had met that morning. Little did he know that on his back had an unexpectedly grow a spot of hair which had the same color as that of the teddy bear costume. It seemed like the costume wasn't a normal one. What secret was hiding from? It looked so spooky. The next morning, Coleman excitedly bought another bunch of balloons, put on his costume and then started doing his perverted actions. The man could easily approach girls with the adorable look of his costume. However, something strange had happened. As Coleman was giving a balloon to a girl, he had accidentally touched her in the hand. Normally he wouldn't have much sensation through the thick layer of the costume, but somehow this time he felt the touch was so real. While Coleman was still thinking about it in bewilderment, from afar a couple was approaching him. Seeing the lovely bear, the girl quickly rushed to it. She handed her ice cream to the boyfriend and ran to Coleman. The young man was confusedly not knowing what was happening, and the young girl ran to the teddy bear, beamed with delight and then hugged it. The girl couldn't hide the excitement on her face. She hugged Coleman tightly. Of course, Coleman wouldn't let the chance slip by. He quickly hugged the girl back. As the two touched each other, the sensation became even more real, as if Coleman wasn't having the costume on him. As he started with his perverted actions, the man smirked and let out an evil smile. Coleman started acting more inappropriately. He touched her hips and slowly reached down his hands to her bottom. Maybe Coleman could do it without being noticed by the girl, but her boyfriend immediately noticed his actions. Seeing the weird gestures of Coleman, the muscular man quickly saw through his evil intention. He furiously shouted, "Hey, you with that teddy bear costume, how dare you touch my girlfriend? Do you want to die?" Seeing the tall muscular figure of the man, together with a furious look on his face, Coleman couldn't stop trembling. In just a few seconds the man rushed to Coleman and grabbed him. Immediately the man hit Coleman in the face with the ice cream in his hand. Then he rolled up his sleeves, intended to beat up Coleman. He demanded Coleman to take off the costume and get in a fight with him, as he wouldn't let Coleman get away with his perverted gestures toward his girlfriend. Then Coleman also stood up. The man was thought to accept the challenge and fight back. Turned out that he was just a coward. As the big man was off guard for a moment, Coleman pushed the girl to his side and quickly ran away. Seeing Coleman escape, the man became even more furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Coleman. At that moment, Coleman was running for his life. He knew for sure that if he was caught by that big man, he would get beaten badly, so he fearfully made his way to an alley. Coleman quickly found a spot in the alley to hide, as he gasped for breath while looking behind him. But he neither saw anyone nor heard the footsteps of that big man. As soon as he let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a strange noise from the end of the street. Now Coleman was extremely scared as the sweat was pouring all over his body. Feeling a sense that the alley was no longer being safe, Coleman quickly ran away, looking for another place to hide. But no matter which place he went to, he could still hear the sound. Coleman was so scared that his whole body couldn't stop trembling. At that moment, he couldn't stay calm anymore. As he was running in fear, he accidentally stumbled on an empty bottle. Losing his balance, the man fell into the ground. However, despite wearing a stuffed costume with a thick layer of cotton protecting him, the fall still ached him badly. As Carmen was still unable to get up and keep running again, he saw a shadow appearing on the ground. It was the shadow, the big tall man that had been chasing Carmen in order to knock the daylight out of him as he dared to molest his girlfriend. The muscular man grabbed the head of the bear costume, but somehow Carmen felt like someone was pulling his hair. Without hesitation, the man gave Carmen a punch. Seeing how far the distance Carmen was thrown away by the punch, it was safe to say that the punch was not a light one, as his mouth was bleeding. The tall guy also felt strangely, despite landing his punch on the head of the bear costume. It felt as if he had actually thrown his punch on human flesh. Not giving Carmen a chance to escape, the tall man went in front of the trembling Carmen, ready to land more punches on him. Carmen was extremely frightened. The feeling of extreme fear was spreading throughout his body. This time the man wanted to take the costume off Carmen to see who was inside. But no matter how hard he tried, the man couldn't remove the costume, which made him furious. Therefore, he put all of his anger on Carmen by kicking him constantly. Despite Carmen begging him to stop, the man still kept hitting him. Not only that, the man let out an evil smile and said that he would stop hitting him as long as the costume was completely torn and revealed the one inside it. The man was under the impression that his thick costume would ease the force of his punches, so kept hitting Carmen more intensely. Little did he know that Carmen was breathing shallowly inside. Oddly, from the corner of the bear's eyes, tears were rolling down. Realizing it, also no longer hearing the screams of Carmen, the man suddenly stopped in fear. What was even more terrifying, inside the costume was not a person, yet only a thick layer of cotton. Seeing the scene in front of him, the man's face became darkened. He was extremely bewildered. What in the world happened? Carmen had eventually turned into a stuffed teddy bear, as inside the costume was cotton being pulled out on the ground. Unbelievable.